Chapter 1 Marriage Contract with a Beautiful Woman. Inside a cafe in Shanghai City. Linny slowly walked to the seat by the window and sat down. Opposite her sat a beautiful woman, drinking coffee elegantly. Take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, sign it now. The beauty handed a contract to Linny with her white and slender right hand. The cover of the contract clearly stated, Marriage Agreement. Which man can refuse to marry such a beautiful person? Why me? Linny did not sign immediately, but asked. The beauty frowned, obviously a little impatient. But she still replied, because among the candidates I investigated, you are the most suitable for my requirements. What requirements do you mean? Linny continued to ask. You look okay, 1.8 meters tall, don't smoke or drink, don't have any bad habits, both your parents are dead, you only have one younger sister who is now in high school, you have a first-class degree, and you only had one relationship during college, but you didn't even touch the girl's hand during the whole relationship, which shows that you are a relatively honest person. Based on the above, you are more in line with my requirements for a fake marriage. Are you satisfied with this answer? After the beauty finished speaking, she looked at Linny with her beautiful eyes, waiting for his reply. I'm quite satisfied. After Linny finished speaking, he picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. Linny never dreamed that such a beautiful woman would marry him, so how could he refuse? Have you got your household registration book? Yes. Linny took out his household registration booklet from his pocket and placed it on the table. The beauty also took it out. Linny carefully looked at the name on the household registration book, Shui Yanran. The beauty in front of you is Shui Yanran, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, and her family is the Shui family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. Marrying the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, Linny felt that he must have saved the universe in his previous life. Let's go. Shui Yanran stood up, revealing her long, beautiful legs. Where are you going? Looking at Shui Yanran's wonderful figure and beautiful face, Linny was still a little dazed. Get the certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. So fast? Linny asked in surprise. What else? As she spoke, Shui Yanran turned and left. Of course, the sooner the better. Delays may lead to unexpected events. Linny muttered to himself as he followed him out. 2 days ago, Linny received a strange phone call from Shui Yanran. The content of the call was to marry Linny for a year. During the period, not only food and drink were provided, but also a generous bonus every month. Linny graduated 3 years ago and changed jobs several times, but still achieved nothing. He was unemployed at the moment, and when he heard about this good thing, he immediately agreed. He was wondering if the other party was too ugly, but he didn't expect that when they met, she turned out to be a fairy, which caught him by surprise. After walking out of the cafe, Shui Yanran walked to a luxury sports car. This is a red Ferrari. Get in the car. Shui Yanran said something to Linny and got into the driver's seat. Linny got into the passenger seat carefully, feeling shocked. He had never ridden in such a luxurious car since he was a child. The car drove away with a roar. Is this your car? Linny asked stupidly. There was no answer. Perhaps she was too disdainful to answer such a stupid question. The breeze stirred up by the Ferrari's roaring speed blew Shui Yanran's long black hair. Linny looked at Shui Yanran's small chin, high nose bridge, and her entire profile that looked so heroic. He couldn't help but stare at her. Squeak. After a long brake sound, the car stopped in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shui Yanran got off the car first, followed by Linny. The two of them came to the counter of the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for a marriage certificate. Hello, let's get a marriage certificate. At this time, the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau was deserted and there were few people. The staff member of the Civil Affairs Bureau was a young man in his 20s, playing a game on his mobile phone in landscape mode. Hearing this, he took out 2 forms without even looking up. Fill out the form. Shui Yanran and Linny filled out the form together and handed it to the staff. The staff member then stopped talking on the phone, looked up at Shui Yanran, and his eyes suddenly widened. He was also a worldly wise man. During the years he worked at the Civil Affairs Bureau, he had seen all kinds of beauties, but this was the first time he had seen someone as beautiful, elegant, and graceful as Shui Yanran. Ahem. Linny coughed a few times and brought the staff members back to their senses. Shui Yanran is his wife now, and he won't allow any man to look at her that way. The staff member glanced at Linny with envy and jealousy in his eyes. Obviously, he felt that Linny was not worthy of Shui Yanran. Marriage is a voluntary agreement between two parties. Miss, have you thought it through? The staff member reminded. Of course. Shui Yanran said. Well, let's go to the second floor and take a picture. The second floor is specially used for taking wedding photos. Linny and Shui Yanran changed into white plainclothes and sat on chairs. You two should move closer and smile. This is a wedding photo, so it must be festive. A female staff member in her 40s who was taking wedding photos reminded me. Linny leaned his head towards Shui Yanran, with a bright smile on his face. On the other hand, Shui Yanran still had that cold expression, without a single smile on her face. After getting the marriage certificate, the two left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Where are we going now? Linny asked. Go home. Shui Yanran said coldly, without a trace of emotion. Which home? My home. Shui Yanran drove the car to the underground parking lot of a luxurious residential area, and the two took the elevator upstairs. Finally, the elevator stopped at the 20th floor. When he opened the door, a fragrance immediately rushed into his nose, and Linny couldn't help but sniff it. Linny looked at his home, which was at least 300 square meters and luxuriously decorated, 100 times better than the 10 square meter rental house he was renting now. Is this my future home? Linny still couldn't believe it, as if he was in a dream. This is your bedroom. Shui Yanran pointed to one of the rooms. This is my bedroom. Remember, without my order, you are not allowed to enter my bedroom or touch my things. You can only use your own. At the beginning of every month, I will give you a sum of money. The amount is 10,000 yuan, but it is not fixed. If you violate the rules, I will deduct a certain fee from this money. This is the punishment for your violation. If you go too far, I can terminate the contract at any time. I understand. Don't worry, honey. I am a trustworthy person and will never make you angry. Linny raised his hand to guarantee. What did you call me? Shui Yanran asked with a frown. My wife. Don't call me that. What should I call you then? My full name. This is too strange. We have already obtained the marriage certificate. If outsiders hear it, they will know that there is something wrong with our marriage. Shui Yanran thought about it for a moment and felt that what Linny said made sense. Then call me Yanran. You can't call me wife anyway. It makes me uncomfortable. Oh well. Linny had no choice but to compromise. Yanran, today is our wedding day, we should at least celebrate. So, I'll cook, and we'll have a big meal to celebrate. Who wants to celebrate with you? Don't forget that this is a fake marriage and the contract is only for 1 year. I know that even though it's a fake marriage, our marriage certificate is real, and such a special day is worth celebrating. Shui Yanran thought about it and nodded. Okay, sit down and I'll cook. Chapter 2. What if you fall in love with me? Linny sat on the sofa in a daze. At this moment, he still felt as if he was in a dream. I'm actually married. My wife is still a stunning beauty. The family is also very wealthy. Oh my god, you are kidding me. Linny pinched himself hard. The pain means that I am not dreaming. Looking at Shui Yanran, who was busy in the kitchen, she had taken off her formal clothes and put on a white sweater and light blue jeans, pink slippers, and an apron, busy in the kitchen. Linny looked at Shui Yanran's curvy back and couldn't help but move closer. At a distance of nearly 1 meter, Linny smelled a woman's unique fragrance, mixed with the aroma of food, which made Linny intoxicated. He slowly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the tempting body. If you dare to come closer to me again, believe it or not, I will kick you away. Shui Yanran seemed to have eyes behind her. I forgot to tell you, I've practiced karate and I'm a 7th degree black belt. It'll be easy for me to beat you. Shui Yanran warned. Linny smiled awkwardly. Don't get me wrong, I couldn't bear to see you busy alone, so I wanted to see if you needed my help. He sat back on the sofa with a dull look on his face, feeling a little emotional. I married such a beautiful wife, but I can only look at her and not touch her. I can only blame myself for being incompetent. I am like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Bite. System loading. The system issues a task, does the host accept it? What's that sound? Linny was startled. System, oh my god, isn't this the legendary golden finger? Linny was overjoyed when he realized this. He had read some novels in which the protagonists changed their lives after obtaining the system, But he never expected that such a thing would happen to him. System, I accept the task. Linny said secretly. Mission released, mission content, host, please complete the wedding blood dripping ceremony. Content tip, the so-called wedding blood dripping ceremony is that the host drips blood on the marriage certificate of both parties. Linny felt relieved. He didn't expect that the task issued by the system was so simple. He bit his index finger with determination, took out the marriage certificate from the drawer, and dripped 2 drops of blood on it. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Guban Peiyuan pill as a reward from the system. As soon as the system finished speaking, Linny felt that there was an extra pill in his hand. This is the strengthening and reinforcing essence pill. The system didn't explain in detail what it does. It shouldn't be poisonous. Looking at the black quail egg-sized pill in his hand, Linny asked. But there was no system response. This system is quite unique. Linny thought to himself. Resisting the urge to eat it, Linny put the pill away. What's wrong with your hand? Shui Yanran, who had just finished cooking, saw the wound on Linny's finger and asked. I accidentally scratched myself. Linny lied. Shui Yanran did not doubt it and took out a band-aid from the medical box in the drawer of the hall and gave it to Linny. Thank you, my wife. Oh no, it should be thank you, Yanran. Yanran, the food you cooked is so delicious, I can't help it. As Linny spoke, he took a bite and put it in his mouth. It's delicious, really delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Linny praised sincerely without a hint of flattery. I will be able to eat Yanran's cooking every day. I feel happy just thinking about it. Don't get it wrong. Shui Yanran broke Linny's fantasy. Today's table is an exception. I won't cook for you anymore, and you don't need to cook for me. We can each eat our own food. You can cook whatever you want with the food in the refrigerator. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for the food. I have already found someone to replenish the ingredients for us. Why are you eating your own food? Yanran, are you worried that my cooking won't taste good? I'm afraid you're going to drug me in the food. Shui Yanran said. Linny was speechless. This was too direct. Was he so shameless? You have to be on guard against others. Although I have investigated that you are not that kind of person, I cannot guarantee that you will not covet my beauty and do something that goes against your conscience. Linny stopped talking. He had nothing to say about Shui Yanran being so cautious. After all, she was so beautiful, so it was normal for her to be on guard. Shui Yanran used her slender hands to pick up a large shrimp and put it into her mouth to chew. Her elegant posture made Linny forget to taste the food. You should know the purpose of my fake marriage with you. Our Shui family has been doing business for generations, and we have accumulated a lot of wealth. There are many people who covet me, and my parents have been urging me to get married, but I don't want to get married, so I came up with this idea of a fake marriage to stop those people from thinking about it. I understand. Linny nodded while eating. But there is one thing I don't understand. Since you don't want to get married, why did you sign a 1-year contract with me? Wouldn't it be better to sign a permanent contract? Because I want to test you and see how you perform this year. If I am satisfied, I will renew your contract. The implication is that if you are not satisfied, you will naturally not renew the contract. Linny could naturally understand the meaning behind this. What if you fall in love with me? Linny asked. In love with you? Obviously, Shui Yanran had never thought about this question. Yeah, we spend every day together. What if we develop feelings for each other? Linny asked with a playful look on his face. If I really love you, I will give you everything I have. You mean everything? Linny deliberately seduced Shui Yanran. He thought it was fun, especially with a beautiful woman. I can give you everything you can think of, including having sex with you and giving birth to your children. Oh my god, now it was Linny's turn to be shocked. He didn't expect Shui Yanran to be so direct. A beauty like her should be reserved and shy. But I advise you not to get your hopes up too much. The possibility of me falling in love with you is very slim, close to zero. It was so direct again, Linny felt as if his heart was cut. But he was not discouraged. Maybe there was really little hope, but so what? He could just treat it as a sweet dream. Wake up from the dream, at least there are still good memories. What's more, he still has the system. If he makes good use of this plugin, he might be able to turn things around and see the light at the end of the tunnel. Take this card. It's your reward for this month. There's 10,000 yuan in it. Money will be deposited into it every month from now on, so make sure you keep it safe. My family made their fortune in Jiangnan. My parents and family businesses are all there. To get away from them, I studied at SIPG and stayed here after graduation. I opened my own company and work from Monday to Friday, with only weekends off. As for you not having to work, I have handed over the hygiene of the house to a cleaning company, and they will clean it regularly. If you are really bored, you can feed the fish in the fish tank or water the flowers and plants on the balcony. After saying that, Shui Yanran got up and went back to her room. She was already full, although she only took 2 bites of the food. My bedroom door is locked when I sleep, so don't try to come in at your own risk. Also, clear the table after dinner. After finishing her instructions, Shui Yanran closed the door. In the bedroom, Shui Yanran seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She slowly walked to a guqin, reached out to touch the strings, and a look of infinite affection appeared on her face. I know I'm sorry for doing this, but I can't help it, Juanhao. I hope you understand my good intentions. A crystal teardrop slid down from the corner of Shui Yanran's eye. Linny, who was enjoying delicious food, suddenly heard a beautiful piano sound. That came from Shui Yanran's room. It sounds so beautiful. I didn't expect my wife could play the piano. This is really a great deal. Chapter 3 Penalties for Violations. After dinner, Linny cleaned up the table. Hey, there's a dishwasher. That's great. This will save a lot of trouble. Linny put the plates and bowls into the dishwasher. The dishwasher has automatic washing and drying functions. After washing, it can also automatically put the dishes back in place, which really saves time and effort. The life of rich people is so great. Linny couldn't help but admire. Linny's bedroom is very large, with complete bed and cabinet facilities, especially the big bed, which is big enough to sleep 5 people. In addition, there is a bathroom with separate dry and wet areas, and the area of this bathroom is larger than the area of the house he rented before. After taking a nice bath, Linny lay on the bed, feeling comfortable all over. He took out the solid Peiyuan pill rewarded by the system. It shouldn't be poisonous. After hesitating for a while, Linny swallowed the pill in one gulp. The pill melts in your mouth, cool with a hint of bitterness. It's so hot. After waiting for about a minute, Linny gradually began to feel something. I just felt hot and uncomfortable all over, as if it was on fire. No. Linny ran to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and let the cold water wash over his body. Why is it still hot? The water flow didn't seem to have much effect, and Linny felt an even stronger sense of heat in his body. At the same time, he found that black impurities were oozing out of his body, with an inexplicable stench. Linny rubbed the dirt off his body with all his strength. After doing everything, he felt deeply tired and fell asleep directly on the bed. When I woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Linny went to the bathroom to check and found that there was still some dirt left in the bathroom. He cleaned it again and then went out. Morning. Linny saw that Shui Yanran had already prepared breakfast and was eating it. Smelling the delicious food, Linny's stomach grew. I'm so hungry. Maybe it was because of the pill he took yesterday, but Linny felt particularly hungry this morning. He looked at Shui Yanran's breakfast, an egg, a glass of milk, and a toast, so simple. If you're hungry, cook for yourself. Shui Yanran's tone was still as cold as ever, without any emotion. No, it's too late. I'll go out and eat by myself. Linny was so hungry that he no longer had the energy to cook. I took the elevator downstairs, and a middle-aged woman in her 50s got on halfway. As the woman got on the elevator, she looked at Linny with surprise. Linny nodded at the woman. You're just moved here? The woman was obviously also a resident of this building, and she asked this question because she saw Linny looking so unfamiliar. Yes. Which floor do you live on? The woman asked again. 20 floors. Hearing Linny's answer, the woman's face changed instantly. The 20th floor, isn't that Miss Shui's home? You know Yanran. You call her Yanran so intimately, who are you to him? I'm her husband. Linny said. The woman stood there motionless. When she came to her senses, she found that the elevator had stopped and Linny had already left. Shui Yanran, when did you get married? If she gets married, what will happen to my son? No, I'm going to ask. Shui Yanran had just finished breakfast when she heard the doorbell. She thought it was Linny who came back, but when she opened the door she saw a woman. This person is the neighbor downstairs, his name is Chen Cheng. Aunt Chen, is there something wrong? Shui Yanran frowned slightly. She didn't have a good impression of this neighbor. Yanran, I just met a man in the elevator. He said he was your husband. I was wondering why I didn't know when you got married, so I came up to ask. No, that person is just my friend. Shui Yanran said, secretly cursing Linny in her heart. That's what I said. That guy is wearing cheap clothes. You can tell from the looks of it that he is from a completely different world from you. How could he be your husband? Yanran, my son Mingho will be returning home soon. When the time comes, you two can get to know each other, maybe. I'm sorry, Aunt Chen, I'm not interested in your son, please don't mention it again in the future. Snap. Shui Yanran closed the door. Chen Xing has mentioned his son more than once, and Shui Yanran is very annoyed by this. He picked up the phone and called Linny. Where are you? I'm eating. What's wrong? You miss me so soon. Linny teased. Shui Yanran didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. Come back as soon as you finish eating. I have something to tell you. Linny had breakfast at a steamed bun shop not far from the entrance of the community. Linny usually eats one basket of buns, but he ate 5 baskets. Even the boss couldn't help but admire. Brother, you really have a good appetite. I have run the bun shop for more than 10 years, and I have never seen one person eat 5 baskets of buns. You really set a record. Linny also felt that his appetite was a bit exaggerated. It must be related to the elixir. Linny thought secretly. After eating, Linny felt like he had endless energy. He returned to the downstairs of the community and did not choose to take the elevator, but went up the stairs directly. Linny ran up the 20-story staircase in one breath, his legs didn't feel sore, and he didn't even gasp for breath. In the past, he couldn't stand even 5 or 6 floors, let alone 20. This pill is amazing. I feel like I can run a marathon now. Yanran, do you have something to talk to me about? After opening the door, Linny saw Shui Yanran sitting on the sofa waiting for him and asked. Did you just tell people that you are my husband? Shui Yanran asked coldly. Yeah, what's the matter? I'm just your husband, why wouldn't I be afraid to admit it? You violated the rules. What rules are you breaking? Article 7 of the contract stipulates that we cannot tell anyone else about our marriage. Is there such a rule? Linny was ashamed. In fact, he didn't even read the contract carefully. You should take a closer look at the contents of the contract. Also, for your violation this time, 1,000 yuan will be deducted from your salary next month as a penalty. It's so cruel to deduct 1,000 yuan just for saying the wrong thing. Linny felt like crying but had no tears. It seemed that he really should take a closer look at the contents of the contract. Linny is going to move out of the house he rented in the North District of Shanghai Port today. The North District is the poorest district in SIPG, and many of the houses are old buildings built 20 to 30 years ago. But because the rent is cheap, many white-collar workers in SIPG rent houses here, and Linny is one of them. When Linny found the landlord, he was watering the flowers. What? I don't want to rent it anymore. The lease is due in 1 month. I won't rent the house anymore. The landlord was a middle-aged man in his 40s, smoking a cigarette and with bald hair. Yes, landlord, I don't want that month's rent. Please return the 3,000 deposit to me. The landlord rolled his eyes and said, I can return the deposit, but I want to see if there is any damage to the house. Following the landlord back to the rental house, he immediately started finding fault. Why is there a crack in the floor? The corner of the bed is rotten. Your deposit cannot be refunded. I need to keep it to repair the room. Landlord, these are what I have been living like since I moved in. Linny argued. What do you mean? You said I wronged you? I tell you, these were all intact when you moved in. Don't even think about asking for the 3,000 yuan deposit, I won't give you a cent back. The landlord looked determined. That's too much. Linny was furious and punched the wall of the rental house. With a clang sound, Linny smashed a big hole in the wall, revealing the reddish-brown bricks and cement inside. Linny was stunned. When did I become so strong? Could it be that elixir? Looking at the landlord again, he was already scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. I'm sorry, Brother Xiaolin, I was wrong. I will return the money to you right away. Chapter 4: A Visit from a Best Friend, a Warning from a Best Friend. Linny successfully got the deposit back from the landlord. When he returned to his residence with a bag of old clothes, Shui Yanran was lying on the sofa watching TV. Why did you bring the clothes back? Why didn't you throw them away? Shui Yanran asked, with some disgust on her face. What should I wear if you throw it away? Linny said unhappily. Shui Yanran is a typical example of why not eat meat. Throw away these old clothes and I'll buy you new ones. I'll pay for it. Since someone is paying, Linny is naturally happy. Shui Yanran drove the red Ferrari and took Linny to a luxurious shopping mall. When the mall security guard saw a luxury car like the Ferrari, he stood up politely and led the car to the nearest parking space. Originally, an ordinary car had arrived at the parking space first, but was blocked by the security guard and allowed the Ferrari to get there first. The car owner did not dare to scold Shui Yanran and could only get angry at the security guard. This made Linny feel the happiness of being rich again. The two came to the luxury brand counter on the third floor of the mall. Along the way, Shui Yanran's appearance caused quite a stir. Miss, sir, what can I do for you? The lady at the counter greeted us warmly. Give him a few suits. Shui Yanran said coldly. Sir, please come this way. The lady at the counter led Linny to the changing room. Soon, Linny changed into his suit. Seeing himself in the mirror, Linny was surprised. The originally dark skin now showed a healthy wheat color, and paired with the black suit, there was a kind of invisible temperament. If he hadn't looked in the mirror while buying clothes, he wouldn't have noticed these changes in himself. This change must be related to the elixir. Linny thought to himself. Miss, your boyfriend is so handsome. You two are a perfect match. The lady at the counter praised sincerely. Shui Yanran looked calm on the surface, but her eyes still revealed her surprise. Obviously, she also felt the change in Linny. However, she also attributed this change to the change in temperament brought about by the designer's suits. She did not notice other details. After all, the two had only known each other for one day. You need 2 sets of suits, shirts, shoes, and belts. Shui Yanran said. Okay, miss, I'll put it up for you right away. The smile on the counter lady's face deepened. This was a big deal. The commission alone would be several thousand. Linny was secretly shocked. He recognized the brand of the clothes. It was a famous foreign brand, by Fida. This set of clothes cost tens of thousands of yuan. After buying the suit, Shui Yanran took Linny to another counter, which sold casual wear from Dar, one of the best brands overseas. Same 2 sets, same price. What else do you need to buy? Buy it all at once. I don't want to run a second time. Shui Yanran said. No need, that's all. These clothes have already cost a lot of money, I don't want Yanran to spend more money. Linny said affectionately. Don't feel embarrassed. You are my nominal husband now. I buy you expensive clothes so that you can match your current status. If you still wear cheap clothes, it will be a disgrace to me. Linny was embarrassed again. It seemed that he was overthinking again. The two left the mall and drove home. Linny looked at the sky and saw that it was still early, so he suggested, why don't we go out for dinner today? I'll treat you. No, I have a date tonight. Linny was shocked. Although he felt it was inappropriate, he still asked, man or woman? My bestie. Linny breathed a sigh of relief. After returning home, Linny threw away his old clothes, but he did not throw away all of them. He still kept 2 sportswear. He found that since taking the pill, his physical condition has improved a lot. He needs to vent, needs exercise. He left 2 sportswear, just in time to vent. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell rang. When Linny opened the door, he saw a woman of the same age as Shui Yanran standing at the door. This woman has short hair, an oval face, fair skin, a tall figure, and exudes a chic temperament. In all aspects, she is only slightly inferior to Shui Yanran, a real beauty. Linny. Seeing Linny, the beauty was not surprised at all. Instead, she called out Lin Yi's name generously. You know me? Linny asked in surprise. Of course, to be precise, I knew you earlier than Yanran. It was me who asked someone to help Yanran find a marriage partner, and I was the one who told her all your information. My name is Tang Xin. I'm Yenran's best friend. Nice to meet you. Tang Xin extended her hand generously and shook hands with Lin Yi. Yenran. You're here. Shui Yenran walked out of the room. Look what I brought you. Tang Xin showed the food she brought, a basket of crabs. I'm in for a treat tonight. Lin Yi said secretly. Unfortunately, he was happy too early, as he had no share of the crab. The two girls cooked crabs and prepared a few side dishes. They ate and chatted while they opened a bottle of red wine. As for Lin Yi, they had no intention of inviting him at all. Shui Yenran really made the rules very strict, so Lin Yi no longer had any hope of luck. If you don't give me food, I'll make it myself. Fortunately, there were various ingredients in the refrigerator, and Lin Yi took 2 bags of frozen dumplings to cook. After finishing 2 bags of dumplings, Lin Yi felt unsatisfied and ate 2 more bags. Since taking the system pill, Lin Yi's appetite has obviously increased a lot. After eating, Lin Yi returned to the bedroom, took a shower, and lay on the bed, thinking about the changes in his body. He felt a stream of air in his dantian, like a ball. As long as Lin Yi controls it with his consciousness, this energy will change with his consciousness, which is very magical. Could it be that I have mastered the legendary inner strength? It must be like this. In the rental house, I punched through the wall with 1 punch. This kind of strength is not something that ordinary people possess. No, I have to find a place to practice tomorrow. Just when Lin Yi was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Lin Yi opened the door and saw Tang Xin. Her face was slightly red, obviously because she had just drunk the bottle of red wine. Is there anything wrong? Lin Yi asked. Can you come in and sit down? I have something to tell you. After Tang Xin finished speaking, she walked in without waiting for Lin Yi's consent. I think you're getting used to living in this house. Tang Xin sat on Lin Yi's bed and stretched lazily. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw this action. He also replied, very good, I have never lived in such a big house in my life. You also know the purpose of your marriage to Yenran, right? I know. Yenran has already told me. Then I won't beat around the bush. I came here this time to remind you that your marriage with Yenran is only temporary, a stopgap measure, and a solution. Yenran had to choose to deal with some unnecessary troubles. So don't have any unreasonable thoughts about her, and don't think that she will fall in love with you, it's unrealistic. Don't think of some dirty tricks to get Yenran into bed and make it a done deal. If you really do this, you will die a very ugly death. Maybe Yenran hasn't made a move on you yet, but her family and her suitors will tear you into pieces. The greater possibility is that it is not only you who suffers, but also your loved ones. Although your parents are dead, you still have a younger sister and she will also be retaliated against. Believe me, my words are definitely not threats, but facts. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Yi was shocked by Tang Xin's words. He knew that Tang Xin was definitely not joking with him. If he really used dirty tricks, it would not only be himself who would suffer, but also his relatives. Don't worry, I won't be so stupid as to sacrifice my life for my own greed. Lin Yi promised. I feel relieved when you say that. In fact, my investigation of you also shows that you are not such a person. Tang Xin left the room and returned to the living room. Shui Yenran had washed the fruit and was sitting in front of the coffee table, eating while watching TV. What did you tell him? Seeing her best friend coming back, Shui Yenran asked. Nothing, just a friendly reminder to him. After all, he was chosen by me, and I don't want anything to happen to him. Chapter 5 System products must be top quality. The next day. The morning sun had just risen, and Lin Yi stretched and sat up from the bed. Since taking the pill, Lin Yi felt more energetic than ever before, so much so that he had an urge to vent all the time. The best way to vent is naturally through exercise. After a simple wash, Lin Yi left the room. What he didn't expect was that Shui Yenran got up earlier than him and was running on the fitness equipment. She was wearing blue yoga pants that showed off her flawless body. Those long legs, those plump buttocks, and the proud upper body. Have you seen enough? Just as Lin Yi was stunned, Shui Yenran had obviously noticed him and snorted coldly. Lin Yi reluctantly withdrew his gaze. So early? Lin Yi replied awkwardly. Not surprisingly, there was no reply. What a coincidence. I got up early today too and wanted to exercise. How about joining me? Lin Yi asked tentatively. If you want to exercise, go out and exercise. You are not allowed to touch these equipment, Shui Yanran said. Linny shrugged. He knew this would be the result. Okay, I'm going to go run then. After Linny finished speaking, he did not forget to sniff the sweet smell of Shui Yanran's sweat during exercise in the air. It was truly wonderful. Thinking about how sweaty I was after exercise, it was no wonder that Shui Yanran didn't let me touch her fitness equipment. Linny walked out of the community gate and found a stadium about 100 meters away. There were quite a few people running in the stadium at that moment. My goodness, when did Chinese people become so aware of fitness? He joined in as well. The body that had been baptized by the elixir had a qualitative leap. Linny felt that he was as light as a swallow when he ran, and he was not even out of breath. Before he knew it, he had run 5 laps around the playground without showing any signs of tiredness. I didn't expect that I would have so much physical strength. It's really an elixir. Linny couldn't help but praise. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Bite. The system's voice suddenly rang out. The system has issued a task. Run 10 laps along the outer circle of the playground within 20 minutes. Do you accept the task? Accept. Linny answered without thinking. Running 10 laps in 20 minutes is a piece of cake for Linny now. Linny quickened his pace. He had no idea what it meant to run 10 laps in 20 minutes, so he could only try his best to finish it as quickly as possible. 10 laps were completed quickly. Ding, the host has completed the 10-lap mission and is rewarded with Shen Yuan sword technique. The system voice sounded. Then, Linny suddenly felt that there were a lot of things in his mind. It was a set of wonderful sword skills. Linny suddenly had an urge to practice sword skills. It's a pity that he doesn't have a sword in his hand now. Looks like I need to buy a sword to practice with. Just when Linny was about to leave the playground, someone suddenly called him from behind. Brother, please wait a moment. Linny turned around and saw a thin, dark-skinned man with a slightly balding head. The man was about 40 years old. When he saw Linny looking at him, he hurriedly introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Chang. I just saw you running very fast, so I wanted to get to know you. Which running group are you in? I haven't joined any running group. Linny said. Lu Chang was shocked. Are you not a professional runner? Linny shook his head. How is that possible? You ran so fast just now that I couldn't catch up with you. Although I didn't time you, I estimate that your pace was within 4 minutes. To be able to reach such a speed, you must be at least a professional level. Linny naturally didn't know that he was so amazing. He just tried his best to run 10 laps. Why did Lu Chang think that his pace was so high? Anyway, he hasn't tried his best yet. I really haven't joined any running group, and I'm not a professional runner. I was just running for fun just now. Linny explained. I see. It's a shame that a person like you is not a professional runner. I have a running group here. I'll add you to it. If there are any competitions, you will be notified in the group. Well, okay. Lu Chang was so enthusiastic that it was difficult for him to refuse. Besides, he was running so fast now, maybe he would really need it in the future. The two added each other as friends, and then Lu Chang pulled him into the group. The group is full of people in the running circle, and there are hundreds of them. Many of their profile pictures were taken while running, and there are also many beautiful girls. I just don't know if the photos of these running girls have been photoshopped. Your speed is very good, but I don't know how your endurance is. If you can persist in running a marathon or a half marathon, you will definitely have no problem getting a good result. You may even be able to compete for a prize. Recently, I and a few senior runner friends are planning to organize a half marathon, and quite a few people have signed up. Of course, this is a private organization with no prize money, and it is mainly for increasing friendship and having a meal together after the game. I wonder if my brother has any ideas? Okay, tell me the time and place then. Linny agreed painfully. He also wanted to know what the limits of his body were after being transformed by the system's elixir. After separating from Lu Chang, Linny did not go home. He had only trained his speed just now, and had not yet trained his strength. He really wanted to know what his strength was like now. Yesterday, he broke down the walls of the rental house, which shows that his strength should have improved a lot. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he had to find a quiet and deserted place to test. Soon, he found this place. This is an abandoned, unfinished building. Apart from the main structure made of concrete and steel bars, there is only weeds around it and no one is living there. This is a perfect place for testing. Lenny ran up the stairs to the second floor, took a deep breath, and punched the concrete of the building. The building was directly penetrated and many large chunks of concrete fell off. Lenny picked it up and held it in his hand. He squeezed it hard, and the concrete block was actually crushed into powder. Sharp. Lenny couldn't help but praise himself. He swung his fist again, punching through several walls in succession before finally stopping. He was really afraid that he would demolish the building. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sparrow was standing on the ground 10 meters away and chirping non-stop. Lenny became playful and suddenly sped up and pounced towards the sparrow. The sparrow was frightened, spread its wings and flew away, turning a corner. However, Lenny was faster and turned his body to catch the sparrow. The sparrow kept chirping in fear in Lenny's hand, and Lenny released it. At this moment, he was also stunned by his own instantaneous explosive speed. He was actually able to catch a bird with his bare hands. He was definitely a martial arts master. When he returned home, it was already 9 o'clock and the house was empty. It was obvious that Shui Yanran had gone to work. Lenny took a bath and started to prepare a big meal for himself. After several hours of exercise in the morning, he was very hungry and had to eat a big meal to replenish his energy. Chapter 6 System, You Did This on Purpose. After eating a rich breakfast, Lenny boredly opened his phone and searched for swords. Ever since he received the Xian Yuan sword technique as a reward from the system, Lenny had an urge to practice swordsmanship, so he wanted to buy a sword. Open the shopping website and enter the word sword in the search engine, and all kinds of swords will appear immediately. Lenny had never bought a sword before, and he didn't know that this sword was so expensive. The cheapest one cost several thousand yuan, and the most expensive one cost more than 10,000 yuan. Lenny chose one of the swords that he liked. The reason why this sword is more pleasing to the eye is that its weight and size are most suitable for practicing Xian Yuan swordsmanship, and the most important point is that it is cheap. At more than 3,000 yuan, it is relatively low-end among all prices. After Lenny made his selection, he chose to buy it with great heartache. He only made 10,000 yuan a month, but he didn't expect to spend 1/3 of it on buying a sword. How could he not feel bad? After finishing, Lenny was bored and started watching short videos on his phone again. I have to admit that eating white rice is really wonderful, but doing nothing is also really boring. Throughout the whole day, Lenny spent his time eating, sleeping, and browsing his phone. He also found time to water the flowers and feed the fish. Shui Yanran didn't come back until 8 o'clock in the evening. After a day's work, she looked a little tired, which made her look even more morbidly beautiful. After returning home, she went straight into her room, completely ignoring the existence of her husband Lenny. Lenny originally wanted to chat with her to improve their relationship, but now seeing that she was indifferent to him, his heart was hurt again. Fortunately, Shui Yanran took a shower in the room and then came out to prepare a midnight snack for herself. She was wearing a loose pink nightgown, which wrapped up her beautiful figure and added to the sense of mystery. Seeing Lenny, she couldn't help swallowing. Yanran, do you have time tonight? I want to have a good chat with you. Lenny said to Shui Yanran, who was drinking bird's nest. I have nothing to talk to you about. Shui Yanran's expression was neither cold nor indifferent. We are husband and wife. Even if it's a fake marriage, we should get to know each other and talk to each other. Otherwise, life would be too boring. I don't feel bored. If you feel bored, you can find someone else. Shui Yanran's tone was still as cold. That's what you said. Lenny said. Okay, if you don't want to talk to me, I'll find another woman to talk to, so I don't get sick from boredom. Shui Yanran said, it seems that you still haven't read the contents of the contract carefully. It stipulates that during the period of marriage with me, you cannot have a romantic relationship or an affair with other women behind my back. Otherwise, I have the right to terminate the contract at any time. Lenny retorted, I have memorized the contents of the contract by heart. There is indeed this clause on it, but I didn't say I was looking for a girlfriend. I paid to chat with a lady, so it doesn't count as a violation, right? Shui Yanran frowned slightly. There was indeed no such stipulation in the contract. Seeing Shui Yanran's predicament, Lenny showed a victorious smile. This was the first time he had the upper hand in a confrontation with this beauty. But Shui Yanran said, if you are really brave, then it's up to you. But I have to say this, if you mess around outside and get infected with a disease, I can terminate the contract at any time. After making the threat, Shui Yanran ignored Linny and went straight back to her room. Linny smiled bitterly, he knew he was at a disadvantage again. How could he be willing to give up a phoenix and mess around with a pheasant? For several days, no matter how Linny tried to please her, Shui Yanran ignored him. This made Linny realize that his previous threat had made this beauty angry. A gigolo is just a gigolo. He takes people's charity, so how can he have the money to threaten others? I really don't know my own capabilities. Linny thought to himself with self-mockery. Just when Linny was making fun of himself, the system suddenly issued a task. Ding, please ask the host to go to Shui Yanran's company and have Shui Yanran announce you as her boyfriend in front of the company's employees. After hearing the task issued by the system, Linny couldn't help but felt conflicted. If it was an ordinary task, he would have gladly accepted it, but this task was really difficult, and it was obviously a threat to Shui Yanran. System, did you do this on purpose? Linny asked. He had just mocked himself for overestimating his own abilities, and the system issued a task that was the opposite of his own. He couldn't help but suspect that the system had ulterior motives. Of course, his questions did not receive a systematic response. Does the host accept the mission? Linny rolled his eyes and finally replied, accept. The system's reward was so tempting that he couldn't help but accept it. What's more, as Shui Yanran's husband, he didn't even know which direction the door of his wife's company faced. This was really wrong. The next day, after exercising and having breakfast, Linny took a taxi to Shui Yanran's company. As for how Linny knew the address of Shui Yanran's company, it was very simple. When he and Shui Yanran were filling out the form to apply for a marriage certificate, he saw the name and address of Shui Yanran's company. Linny kept it in mind silently. When the car arrived at the destination, Shui Yanran looked at the time. It was exactly 10 o'clock. At this time, the company's morning meeting should have been over, and Linny walked into the office building. Shui Yanran's company is on the 12th floor of an office building. It's called Yaming Company and it makes cosmetics. Linny came to the front desk, and a beautiful receptionist asked in a sweet voice, "Hello sir, what can I do for you?" The receptionist was about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a business suit, with a slender figure and heavy makeup on her oval face. Although she was not as beautiful as Shui Yanran, she was also a rare beauty. "Hello, I want to talk to Ms. Shui Yanran," Linny said. "Do you have an appointment?" Linny shook his head, "No. I'm sorry, but if you want to see Mr. Shui you must make an appointment. Just go and tell them that Linny is here to see her." "I'm sorry sir, I can't notify you without an appointment," the receptionist said again. Linny looked at the name tag pinned on the chest of the receptionist. On it were 3 words Yi Yushu, which should be her name. "Miss Yi, right? Do you know who I am?" Seeing Yi Yushu shaking her head, Linny did not hide it and said directly, "I am your President Shui's husband." When these words came out, Yi Yushu was stunned at first, and then her face suddenly turned ugly. Shui Yanran is the company's president. If she was married, how could the company not know about it? This person is clearly talking nonsense. Before, there were people who came to the company because of Shui Yanran's beauty, but no one had ever dared to say that it was her husband. "Mr. Lin, if you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll call security," Yi Yushu said in a serious tone. "I'm not talking nonsense. I am his husband. If you don't believe me, you can ask her," Linny said. "Security, there's a madman here." Yi Yushu pressed the button at the front desk. When Linny saw it, he didn't care about anything else and just rushed in. How could a weak girl like Yi Yushu stop him? Chapter 7 5 Simple Words, He is my husband. Linny pushed open the door of Shui Yanran's office, and the latter was sitting at her desk working. There was also a tall and handsome man in a suit in front, sitting opposite Shui Yanran, and the two were talking about something. Linny's sudden arrival stunned the two of them and stopped their conversation. "Who are you? Why did you come in without knocking? You have no manners at all." The handsome man snorted coldly, his tone full of dissatisfaction, as if Linny had disturbed his good thing. Linny obviously did not expect that there was someone in Shui Yanran's office, and it was a man, which made Linny feel a little alert. The man's intuition told him that this person must be Shui Yanran's suitor. There were hurried footsteps outside the door. It was Yi Yushu who came chasing in. The beautiful woman's face was slightly red, and her expression was anxious and angry. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shui, he is too strong and I can't stop him," Yi Yushu said. The man shouted, "Where's the security?" Call the security and kick him out. At this time, the security guard outside the door also came, and upon hearing what was said, he was about to drive Lin Yi away. No one move. You know who I am? Try to move me. Lin Yi shouted. The two security guards also hesitated. The man yelled, Who do you think you are? How dare you come here and make trouble? Throw him out. I will be responsible if anything happens. When the security guard heard this, he took immediate action. They knew that this man was the company's vice president Dong Yuchuan, who was the company's second largest shareholder after Shui Yanran. He had provided such protection, so those of them who were in charge of security had no need to worry. Just as the two were about to fight, there was a sudden shout. Stop! It was Shui Yanran who spoke. Everyone was stunned on the spot, whether it was Dong Yuchuan, Yi Yushu, or even the two security guards. They all really stopped when they heard the word stop. Anyone could see that Shui Yanran knew this person. Mr. Shui, what do you mean? Dong Yuchuan asked in confusion. You know him? All of you go out. Shui Yanran did not give a direct answer, but asked everyone to go out. The two security guards obediently left the room. Since the company's major shareholder had spoken, they naturally dared not disobey. After all, compared to the vice president Dong Yuchuan, Shui Yanran is the real person in charge of the company. Yi Yushu seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression. At this moment, Lin Yi's words were still appearing in her mind. I am your Mr. Shui's husband. She had scoffed at this before, but now she was shaken. Mr. Shui must be related to this person. Yi Yushu, who usually doesn't like gossip, couldn't help but grumble. Only Dong Yuchuan did not move, as if he still did not believe what he heard. Boss Shui, please ask us to get out. Go out. The one who answered him was Shui Yanran's cold words, without any emotion. Now Dong Yuchuan understood. He wanted to refute, but he didn't. He knew his identity. Although he had been pursuing Shui Yanran and even spent a lot of money to support her career, after all, the company belonged to Shui Yanran and she was the chairman. He had no right to refute her. But why did he let himself go? Who is this person that he could have favored the white moonlight in his heart? Questions flashed through Dong Yuchuan's mind, and he was puzzled. He could only glare at Lin Yi and walked out helplessly. Shui Yanran and Lin Yi were the only ones left in the office. The surroundings had become much quieter, and even the sounds of people working outside had disappeared. Lin Yi felt the air around him seemed to be somewhat frozen. He looked at Shui Yanran and smiled slightly, trying to ease the embarrassment in his heart. Unfortunately, after meeting Shui Yanran's almost calm expression, his smile seemed even more awkward. What are you doing in my company? Shui Yanran asked. She wanted an answer. I came to see you. Lin Yi said. What do you want me for? It's okay, I just missed you. Lin Yi said casually. What can he say? Could it be that it was a task issued by the system, asking him to come to your company? This answer obviously could not satisfy Shui Yanran, and Lin Yi knew it. He shrugged, sat down on the leather sofa in the corner of the office, and crossed his legs. Hey, Yanran, do you know how difficult it is for me to come and see you? Your company's employees really don't know the rules. I have to make an appointment to see you. How can a husband in this world have to make an appointment to see his wife? Lin Yi deliberately spoke very loudly, fearing that the employees outside might not hear him. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud exclamation from outside the door. Obviously, the people outside had overheard it. Lin Yi was very satisfied. This was the result he wanted. Shui Yanran frowned and looked extremely ugly. She was extremely smart and naturally knew that Lin Yi said this on purpose. As for his purpose, in Shui Yanran's view, it was just like a lion declaring sovereignty in its own territory. She walked to the window and opened the shutters. Sure enough, more than a dozen employees, both men and women, were eavesdropping. What are you doing? You don't need to work. If anyone dares to delay work, I will deduct his bonus. Shui Yanran scolded. The employees were so scared that they left quickly. They knew that Mr. Shui was famous for his strictness. For the sake of generous bonuses, they had no choice but to put aside their gossiping hearts. In the blink of an eye, everyone returned to work, except for one person, the company's vice president Dong Yuchuan. His whole face was embarrassed, and now he was shaking with excitement. Mr. Shui, this lunatic is so rude to you. If you just say the word, I will throw him out of the window right now. The 12th floor is at least dozens of meters high. If Linny falls from here, he will be smashed to pieces. Oh my god, this suitor is too crazy. I can see that he is secretly in love with my wife, so he said such things. Linny said in his heart. What? You want to throw me off the building and make Yenran a widow? Linny retorted. What the hell are you talking about? What does your death have to do with President Shui? Why should she be a widow with you? Dong Yuchuan's eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he cursed at Linny. You don't know what our relationship is. I have just made it very clear. Yenran, tell him what the relationship between you and me is. As soon as these words came out, Dong Yuchuan's breathing suddenly became rapid. He looked at Shui Yenran, waiting for her reply. Linny was trying to force Shui Yenran to acknowledge his identity. At this time, Shui Yenran seemed to have no choice. He is my husband. These 5 simple words came out of Shui Yenran's mouth, calmly. Incomparable peace. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will be rewarded with the skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. The voice of the system sounded in his mind, and Linny couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When Linny left the company, the shocked expressions of the employees were still emerging in his mind. The one who impressed him the most was his pursuer Dong Yuchuan. When the 5 words "he is my husband" came out of Shui Yenran's mouth, Dong Yuchuan's expression was as if his father had died, especially his last resentful look, which made Linny shudder. I feel like this guy will definitely cause trouble for Linny. However, Linny didn't care at all. The only person he cared about was Shui Yenran. Shui Yenran's expression can be described in 2 words: calm. Incomparable peace. The night is darkest before dawn, and the sea is calmest before the storm. Linny knew whether Shui Yenran's calmness was the beginning of a storm, but he had already prepared for the worst. Chapter 8: The Sorrow of a Little White Face. In the evening, Shui Yenran came back on time. Usually, she would work overtime for 1 or 2 hours because of her busy work. Linny sat on the sofa, waiting for the trial to come. Unexpectedly, Shui Yenran took a shower and cooked as usual. Her food was simple, just a bowl of lotus seed porridge. Lotus seed porridge is very bitter. Linny reminded. No answer, not even bothering to look at him. This kind of indifference is what Linny least wants to see. He would be happy even if he was scolded. Don't you want to say something? Linny couldn't help but speak first. Shui Yenran finally looked him straight in the eye. He was still as calm as ever, with no expression on his face, and nothing happening during the day. Just when Linny was at a loss, Shui Yenran finally spoke. You violated the rules today. Just this simple sentence. Violation? Yes, he violated the rules. He committed the same violation twice. The first time was with that female neighbor. The second time was today. He once again took the initiative to bring up the matter of marrying Shui Yenran. He is not qualified to propose it, only Shui Yenran is qualified. This is the sadness of being a gigolo. However, what made Linny even more heartbroken was that Shui Yenran didn't care about what happened today at all, and his forcing her out of the company had no effect on her at all. Although it was not his own will, but to complete the system task. Even though he succeeded in this mission and received the reward, he did not feel happy at all. Because through this incident, he realized that he had no status at all in Shui Yenran's heart. This marriage is a business. So she doesn't care. Because I don't love, I don't care. Today she declares him her husband, and tomorrow she can kick him out, and it is guaranteed that no one will ask why. Because their marriage seems childish and ridiculous, any normal person can see the problem. Linny felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He really wanted to drink a cup of lotus seed porridge in Shui Yenran's hand. He wanted to know whether the porridge tasted bitter or his heart was bitter at the moment. Of course, he could only think about it. In the end, he just replied, I know, I won't do it again next time. Linny's voice was tinged with sadness, as if he was a child who had lost his childhood fantasies, without passion or hope. Tang Xin came on Saturday morning. Every weekend is a time for 2 besties to get together. This time Tang Xin brought a lot of ingredients and a bottle of red wine. Of course, Linny had no share of any of these. He could only cook and eat by himself, and he didn't even have the right to sit at the table to eat. The 2 of them cooked a few dishes, but neither of them ate much. Instead, they drank the bottle of red wine. Shui Yenran couldn't drink much, her face turned red after 1 glass, and the rest of the wine was drunk by Tang Xin. Tang Xin, on the other hand, could drink a lot, and after a few glasses, she didn't seem drunk at all. Linny saw this and couldn't help but admire Tang Xin's drinking capacity. Of course, compared to Linny's alcohol tolerance, it is far behind. You have to know that Linny can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. After acquiring the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, Linny bought 3 bottles of strong liquor the next day to test whether he could really drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The result was as expected. After drinking 3 bottles of wine, I didn't feel drunk at all. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality. Yenran, it's still early, let's go to the boxing gym opened by my friend. Tang Xin suggested. Yeah. Shui Yenran always agrees with her best friend's suggestions. Linny, are you interested in joining us? Tang Xin suddenly asked Linny, who was sitting on the sofa browsing his phone and had not yet come to his senses after hearing Tang Xin's words. Tang Xin said it again, and Linny finally heard it clearly. Okay, it's boring anyway. Linny pretended to be calm, but he was very happy inside. Shui Yenran frowned but didn't say anything. Instead, Tang Xin asked, can you box? There's nothing I can't do about boxing. I've been practicing since I was a kid. I've never lost a fight since I was a kid. Tang Xin rolled her eyes at him, obviously knowing that he was bragging. Well, let's do it together. Then we can compete and see if you are bragging. You want to compete with me? Linny looked strange. Yeah, why, you don't dare? No, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to control my strength and hurt you. After Linny finished speaking, he suddenly felt that his words were a bit ambiguous. But this is indeed what he really thinks. Ever since he took the tonic pill, his strength has increased a lot. He goes to the abandoned building to exercise these days. He can even break stones, so how can a petite woman like Tang Xin withstand his iron fist? Don't look down on me. I've practiced this before, but don't let me beat you to tears. After saying that, Tang Xin showed a strange smile on her face, but unfortunately Linny didn't notice it. What Linny was thinking at this moment was that he must restrain his strength in the upcoming fight. What happened to you? Why did you ask him to go? Shui Yenran asked while Linny was changing clothes. I heard that he went to your company and embarrassed you. If you don't teach him a lesson, you don't know what he will do to you in the future. Tang Xin said. You are well informed. Don't get me wrong. As your best friend, I just care about you and worry that you might get hurt. I don't mean to have anyone monitor you, Tang Xin clarified. I know, but you shouldn't make things difficult for him. I'm not angry myself, so why should you? Shui Yenran said. You're not angry because you treat him like air, but I can't allow my best friend to be wronged. Don't worry, I will be careful when I act. Shui Yenran didn't say anything else. After changing their clothes, the 3 of them went downstairs and came to the parking lot. Linny only knew that Shui Yenran had a red Ferrari, but he didn't expect that in addition to that, she also had a black Maybach. This time I went to the boxing gym in this black Maybach. After all, the Ferrari only has 2 seats, which is not enough for 3 people. The boxing gym was opened by Tang Xin's friend, a man in his 20s named Luo Yong, with a beard and a height of about 1.7 meters. Although he was not tall, he was full of muscles, and the vest he wore was bulging with muscles, which made him look very powerful. Sister Xin, how come you have time to come over to my place tonight? Bring a friend. Then Tang Xin introduced Linny to Luo Yong. Shui Yenran did not introduce herself, but it was obvious that she had been here before and the 2 of them already knew each other. Brother Yong. Linny greeted him. Don't call me Brother Yong, just call me Ion. If you can become friends with Sister Xin, you are naturally my Ion's friend. You can always come to me if you encounter any trouble in the future. Luo Yong was still very straightforward, which made Linny very fond of him. Sister Xin, do you want me to find you a sparring partner? No need, I brought it today. Tang Xin pointed at Linny. Luo Yong looked at Lin Yi's expression and suddenly felt strange. Chapter 9 Revenge from a Best Friend. Linny went to the changing room of the boxing gym and changed his clothes. He was wearing a pair of red shorts and his upper body was naked. He has strong wheat-colored skin and is neither fat nor thin. Although he does not have the exaggerated 8-pack abs like Luo Yong, there is not a trace of fat under his healthy skin color, which makes his figure even more perfect. Luo Yong is an expert and can tell at a glance that Linny is no ordinary person. There seemed to be infinite power hidden in those muscles, which made Luo Yang dare not underestimate them. Luo Yang was well informed and had seen all kinds of people, but the feeling Lin gave him surpassed all the people he had known before. That feeling had never appeared even in the top fighters in the country. It's really weird, why do I have this feeling? The guy in front of me is not very strong, and he doesn't even have that many abdominal muscles, but why do I feel so scared? Luo Yang thought with a serious expression. Lin did not notice the expression of Luo Yang next to him. He looked towards the ring and saw Tang Xian already standing on the ring. Tang Xian wore a tight combat suit that wrapped her figure perfectly. With bare feet and boxing gloves on his hands, he was doing warm-up exercises before a fight. From her moves, it can be seen that Tang Xian has indeed practiced and is quite powerful, which makes Lin feel a little more at ease. Those who have practiced martial arts can at least withstand a beating, but if they are delicate and fragile, Lin will not be able to bring himself to hit them. Looking at Shui Yanran again, she was seen leisurely drinking a drink in the audience. Her beautiful face and proud figure attracted a lot of onlookers, but in the end, due to her cold temperament, no one had the courage to talk to her. Lin walked slowly onto the stage and a staff member put gloves on him. Tang Xian looked at Lin, her eyes brightening as if she had met him for the first time. "I didn't realize you had a nice figure," said Tang Xian. As he said this, he winked at Shui Yanran in the audience, as if to say, "See, the marriage partner I picked for you is not bad." As a good friend, Shui Yanran naturally knew what she meant. Her eyes only stayed on Lin Yi's figure for a second before looking away. Tang Xian looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Do you want to warm up?" "Need not." Lin Yi never knew that this required warm up, so he just started fighting directly. "Please show mercy," Lin Yi said. "Don't worry, I promised Yanran that I would be careful when I acted. This time I just want you to remember it," Tang Xian said. "Long memory?" These words stunned Lin Yi. "What's the meaning? You went to Yanran's company without permission and embarrassed Yanran. Do you think I don't know?" Tang Xian sneered. "This." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He seemed to understand why Tang Xian asked him to go to the ring to fight. "You want to take this opportunity to avenge her?" Lin Yi asked. "You just found out." Lin Yi was completely stupefied. How could he fight? Before going on stage, he was still thinking about how to hold back his strength so that Tang Xian would not get hurt. This way, he could not only defeat Tang Xian, but also show off in front of his beloved, and maybe even win her favor. But when he heard that Tang Xian was setting a trap for him in order to avenge Shui Yanran, he dared not fight back. If he defeated Tang Xian now, the old grudge would not be settled but a new one would arise. He would lose even if he won. It would be better for him to take the opportunity to let Tang Xian vent her anger and pretend to be defeated so that the two women would feel better. "It's my bad luck. I'll be your free punching bag today as atonement." Lin Yi made up his mind secretly. Tang Xian stopped talking to Lin Yi and punched him in the head. It has to be said that Tang Xian is very strong, with professional movements, fast speed, and powerful punches. Lin Yi held his head with his fists, blocking but not dodging Tang Xian's attack. The battle became one-sided from the start. "Wow, you're pretty tough," Tang Xian said while attacking. She was very confident in her own strength. Even though she was a woman, if she really got angry, even 2 or 3 grown men would not be able to get close to her. At this time, she had already thrown many punches and kicked many times, and many of the attacks fell on Lin Yi. If an ordinary person had been, he would have begged for mercy or wailed, but Lin Yi did not, which showed that he was indeed very resistant to attacks. There were also bursts of cheers coming from below the ring, all of which were cheering for Tang Xian. Some of these people were gym staff, and some were ordinary spectators. No matter who they were all cheering for Tang Xian. Men are always kind to women, especially a beauty like Tang Xian. Everyone cheered her on and hoped she would win. Only Luo Yang remained silent. He had been staring at Lin Yi since the beginning of the game. He found that although Lin Yi was being beaten from beginning to end, his breathing was steady and he did not show any signs of fatigue, which was very unreasonable. He didn't fight back on purpose. Luo Yang had this thought in his mind. After being hit by countless punches in a row, Tang Xian showed no sign of stopping, which made Lin Yi a little discouraged. "I've fought so hard, it's time to vent my anger." Although he was hit so many times, Lin Yi didn't feel much pain. It seems that she will not give up until she sees blood, Lin Yi said inwardly. Another powerful punch. This time, Lin Yi deliberately left a flaw in his defense, and as a result, this punch directly broke through Lin Yi's defense and hit Lin Yi's nose. Lin Yi immediately started bleeding. Seeing this, Tang Xin finally stopped. Leaning over Lin Yi's ear, he whispered, "This is just a small lesson. Don't embarrass Yanran again in the future. Do you understand?" Lin Yi smiled and wiped the blood from his nose. Not much blood flowed, but the punch just now hit the nose hard. Although the boxing gloves reduced the force, it still hurt a little. As for the punches and kicks that Tang Xin had hit him with before, to be honest, it didn't hurt much. This battle made Lin Yi understand the truth. It turned out that the Guban Peiyuan pill not only increased his strength and speed, but also increased his ability to withstand attacks. Tang Xin had taken off his boxing gloves and came to Shui Yanran, who brought her a bottle of water. "How is it? Are you feeling better?" Tang Xin asked while drinking water. Shui Yanran made a cute shrug, as if to say, "It's okay." Chapter 10, You Want to See My Strength, As You Wish. Lin Yi went to the bathroom of the boxing gym alone and cleaned the wound on the tip of his nose. There was a sound of a door being pushed open behind me. It was Luo Yong. "How about it, Sister Xin's skills are pretty good, right?" Luo Yong said. "If I had known she was so powerful, I wouldn't have fought with her." Lin Yi said. "You're not bad either. You didn't even cry out after getting punched so many times." Luo Yong looked at Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi smiled and said nothing. "To be honest, your strength should be no worse than hers." Lin Yi didn't expect Luo Yong to say that, and asked, "Why do you think so?" "Others may not have noticed, but I did. Even though you were being beaten, your breathing was steady, which is very unusual. Tell the truth, did you let her go?" Lin Yi didn't expect Luo Yong to be so observant and look him in the face for the first time. This is tantamount to admission. Luo Yong smiled, "It seems that I was right, you really did hold back." Lin Yi did not hide it, "I can't help it. I offended her, so it's only right for her to vent her anger." After saying that, Lin Yi had finished cleaning and was about to walk out of the bathroom. Luo Yong reached out to stop him. "Anything else?" Lin Yi asked. "I want to see your strength," Luo Yong said. Ever since he saw Lin Yi go on stage naked, he felt inexplicably frightened in his heart. He wanted to know why Lin Yi made him feel this way. "Are you sure about my strength?" Lin Yi asked back. Luo Yong stared into his eyes, not giving in at all. "Sure." Bang. There was a loud noise coming from the bathroom wall, and the tiles on the wall were smashed, leaving a 10-centimeter deep fist-shaped dent. "As you wish." Lin Yi's words when he left echoed in Luo Yong's ears. Looking at the hole in the wall that was punched by a punch, Luo Yong felt unwell. When the three returned from the boxing gym, Tang Xin also left. Before leaving, he did not forget to glance at Lin Yi, as if to tell him to remember the lesson today. This made Lin Yi so angry that his teeth itched, but he could do nothing about it. After seeing Tang Xin off, Lin Yi received a call, which turned out to be from the courier company. The sword he bought online finally arrived. Lin Yi came to the express delivery point, took the sword home, and couldn't wait to open it after returning to the bedroom. This is a sword with a golden hilt and a brown wooden sheath. When the sword is pulled out, a cold light flashes, which shows that the material is of good quality. Lin Yi tried waving it a few times and felt it was very smooth. Then he performed a few random moves. These moves were all Xianyuan sword techniques, very graceful, but due to the limited space in the room, many large and sweeping moves could not be used at all, let alone used in a coherent manner. This made Lin Yi feel like he was itching to show off his skills but couldn't express himself. "Let's go practice at the unfinished building tomorrow." Lin Yi made up his mind. When I got up the next day, washed up and left the bedroom, I saw Shui Yanran eating breakfast. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. "Yanran, there is something I want to ask you." He said ask, and the meaning is self-evident. Shui Yanran naturally heard it, and replied coldly, "You say it, but I don't necessarily agree. I want to use your car." Shui Yanran didn't expect that this was what Lin Yi wanted, and looked at him in surprise. Lin Yi explained, "Look, you have two cars, and you usually only drive your Ferrari to work. The other Maybach is just sitting there, so why not let me drive it?" "No." Shui Yanran refused directly. "I swear, I'm not driving to pick up girls. I'm just really bored and want to go out and relax." Shui Yanran didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Yi, as if trying to guess whether his words were true or not. I'm serious. You go to work every day and never talk to me when you come home. I'm almost bored to death being alone at home every day. After thinking for a moment, Shui Yanran finally agreed. Okay, if you want to drive out to relax, fine, but not that Maybach. I have another one. Linny happily followed Shui Yanran to the garage to see her so-called third car. When I saw the white speed bicycle, I was stunned. Is this the third car you mentioned? Linny asked. Yes or no? Yes. Linny opened his mouth and finally answered. Although it is a bicycle, it is better than nothing. In fact, he and Shui Yanran asked for a car not because they were bored and wanted to go out for a walk, but because of the sword. He wanted to take the sword to the unfinished building to practice Shenyuan swordsmanship, but carrying a sword was too conspicuous, and Linny didn't want to cause himself trouble. After all, swords were controlled knives. That's why he wanted a car. But he didn't expect Shui Yanran to give him a bicycle. But something is better than nothing. Linny wrapped the sword in a sword sheath and carried it on his back so as not to arouse suspicion. He rode his bike out of the garage. When I arrived at the gate of the community and was about to swipe my card to go out, I suddenly heard a call. Stop, who are you? Linny turned around and saw that it was the security guard at the gate of the community. The security guard was fat and was running towards him with his hips twisted. What's wrong? Linny asked. What's wrong? I'm asking you, is this car yours? Certainly. Nonsense, don't think I don't know that this bicycle belongs to a beautiful lady in our community. The so-called beautiful girl naturally refers to Shui Yanran. It seems that the fat security guard thinks he is a car thief. Is the beautiful lady you mentioned surnamed Shui? How do you know who you are to her? I'm her old, boyfriend. Linny changed his words temporarily and almost said husband again. The fat security guard's face was suddenly stunned. When the fat security guard came to his senses, Linny had already ridden away on his bike. Oh my god, the top goddess actually has a boyfriend. What a juicy cabbage. The security guard nearby sighed with great regret. Fatty, what are you standing there for? Come over and take over your shift. Inside the security booth, a handsome young security guard shouted at the fat security guard. The young security guard is 1.85 meters tall, well-proportioned, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. The security uniform he wears gives him a military-like temperament. He shall, let me tell you a piece of gossip. Do you want to hear it? Said the fat security guard. Have you seen another beautiful woman move into our neighborhood? He shall knew that Fatty loved gossip, especially about the beautiful female owners in the community. Every time a beautiful female owner moved into the community, he would tell He Xiao about it, and He Xiao also loved to hear it. What man doesn't love beautiful women? This time it's gossip about a first-class goddess. The fat man laughed filthy. Their community is called Yipanjian. As one of the most upscale communities in Shangang City, the owners there are either rich or noble. Many of them are wealthy people who keep their lovers in the community. Their security guards like to gossip about these beautiful owners when they have nothing to do. The most beautiful person in the entire community is Shui Yanran. So they gave her a nickname, the first-class goddess. Chapter 11 Shenyuan Sword Technique, take a video. When He Xiao heard the words first-class goddess, his heart skipped a beat. Ever since he first saw Shui Yanran, his soul had been hooked, and he secretly vowed in his heart that he would find an opportunity to take her down. He Xiao also knew that he came from a humble background, but fortunately he had a good appearance. With his handsome face and tall stature, many female owners flirted with him. There are many wealthy women among them, as well as some young and beautiful mistresses kept by wealthy men. But He Xiao looked down on all of them and only set his sights on Shui Yanran, treating her as the goal of his life. He tried to contact her several times, but Shui Yanran always had that cold expression on her face, which made He Xiao feel frustrated several times and very distressed. Now that he heard the gossip about the goddess, how could he not be moved? You mean Miss Shui? What happened to her? She has a boyfriend. The fat security guard said word by word. He Xiao picked up the fat security guard and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you so excited? I know you have a crush on the first-class goddess, but there is no need to be like this. Put me down quickly, you are hurting me. He Xiao also knew that he had lost his composure, so he put the fat security guard down and said, tell me clearly what happened? The fat security guard told Linny everything that happened during his encounter. You said that man rode Miss Shue's caddy mountain bike out. Did you see it clearly? It's Miss Shue's caddy, which costs 300,000 yuan. There's only one in the whole community, there's no doubt about it. And that person personally admitted that he was Miss Shue's boyfriend. He Xiao was silent, feeling a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. Although he knew that he was not worthy of Shui Yanran, and although he knew that sooner or later Shui Yanran would have a boyfriend and get married, when that day really came, he still felt indescribably lost. If he says yes, then it is yes. Maybe he is just wishful thinking. He Xiao said. You're right. Although that guy is a bit handsome, he doesn't look like a rich second generation. Rather, he looks like an ordinary person. How could a top goddess fall for such a guy? Said the fat security guard. Really? I want to see what kind of person he is. He Xiao said. Linny rode his bicycle to the unfinished building. You know what, this bike is really easy to ride. Linny feels that it is better than any bike he has ridden before and much lighter. From this, it can be seen that the price of this car should not be cheap. Linny estimated that it would cost at least more than 1,000 yuan. He went up to the second floor, took off the scabbard of the sword behind him, drew out the sword, and began to practice. In an instant, the unfinished building was filled with flashes of swords and sabers. The sword was like a dragon in Lin Yi's hand, performing various difficult moves. Lin Yi was in it, feeling very refreshed. Although he couldn't see his swordsmanship clearly from a third person's perspective, he thought it must be very shocking, stronger than those classic martial arts movies, and those movies couldn't capture some of his complex movements. After finishing a set of sword skills, Lin Yi just breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the sword marks on the wall of the unfinished building, it can be seen how wonderful the sword skills were at that time. Lin Yi took a look at the sword and found that it was indeed worth the money. After a round of chopping, it was still as sharp as before. It's a shame for me to be the only one watching such a brilliant sword technique. Lin Yi thought to himself. He remembered that when he was browsing short videos before, he had seen a video of a video blogger practicing swordsmanship, and the like rate was very high at that time. If he imitated it, he might be able to increase his popularity and make some money, which would be a way to kill time. Thinking of this, Lin Yi decided to give it a try. He was not in a hurry, but bought a mask and wore it to shoot the video. He did not want to expose his true identity. After all, his Xianyuan sword skills were really powerful. If it was noticed by someone with ulterior motives, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After everything was ready, Lin Yi was still struggling with what to shoot. His Xianyuan sword technique has very diverse moves, and there are variations after each move. These variations range from 5 or 6 to dozens. If he were to film this sword technique, he would not be able to finish it in a year. But the question is, would it be too ostentatious to use the ultimate move at the very beginning? To this end, Lin Yi specifically searched for short videos and found that many of the bloggers had very few moves. Some could even get high praise for ordinary slashing, and the very few difficult moves were also cut and pieced together from the videos. Lin Yi knew what was going on, and he thought he should start with the opening move of the Xianyuan sword technique. He set up the camera, put on the tiger mask he had bought, stood in the center, held the sword in his left hand, extended his right index finger, and pulled out the sword with the tip of one finger against the hilt. Then the index finger rotates, driving the hilt of the sword, and then the entire sword body rotates as well. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the sword blade cutting through the air, the momentum instantly emerged. After rotating dozens of times, the sword suddenly flew up, caught the sword, and swung it in one go. After completing this set of movements, Lin Yi closed the video. He checked it and found that the effect was better than he had imagined. Well, not bad, let's upload this first and see how it works. There are many short videos on mobile phones nowadays. Lin Yi chose the most popular one, a certain audio and video. Since he had never uploaded any content before, he had to re-register his information. After entering a series of information, he had to choose a nice name. Lin Yi thought about it and gave himself the name Xianyuan Swordsman. After everything was ready, Lin Yi uploaded the video. Then he put away his sword and rode his bike back to the community. When entering the residential area, Lin Yi keenly noticed someone looking at him. He looked in the direction he felt and saw that it was actually a security guard in the security booth. Thinking about how the fat security guard mistook Lin Yi for a car thief this morning, it seemed that this security guard had the same idea. Lin Yi didn't care either. He Xiao looked at Lin Yi as he walked into the community with a complicated expression. The fat security guard was right. Apart from being handsome, Linny didn't have the temperament of a rich second generation, and he was not as handsome as himself. I don't know why Shui Yanran chose him as her boyfriend. This guy must be lying. There is no way the goddess would be interested in him. No, I have to ask her carefully. He Xiao waited until nightfall, when the familiar red Ferrari finally appeared. Shui Yanran was sitting in the driver's seat, waiting for the security guard to lift the barrier, when she suddenly noticed the security guard coming over. Hello, Miss Shui. He Xiao gave Shui Yanran a smile that he thought was handsome. Most women would be unable to resist such a smile, but Shui Yanran was an exception. She only took a glance and turned her head away. Is there something? Shui Yanran's tone was still so calm, as if nothing in this world had anything to do with him. Miss Shui, this is what happened. Today I saw a man riding a white caddy mountain bike. Is this your bike? Shui Yanran nodded. I was afraid that he was a thief, so I questioned him, but he said he was your boyfriend. I couldn't tell whether it was true or not, but he did have permission to go out, so I didn't call the police. I want to ask, is he really your boyfriend? If the answer is no, then he must be a thief, and I will call the police for you now. He didn't lie, he is my boyfriend. Shui Yanran said. He Zhao's smile froze. It's actually true. Chapter 12 Jealousy from the Security Guard. When Shui Yanran's Ferrari left, He Xiao had not yet come to his senses. He Xiao was distraught at the fact that his beloved goddess was actually taken. But He Xiao was not convinced. She thought that Linny was not as handsome as herself, and was not a rich second generation. So why did Shui Yanran choose him? This guy must be an expert at picking up girls. He Xiao came to the conclusion secretly. Beep beep. Car lights flashed again in the distance, and a brown Porsche sports car drove over and stopped in front of He Xiao. The car window opened and a wealthy woman in her 50s appeared. Although she is very old, she is dressed in jewels and fashion, and her face is covered with white powder to cover the wrinkles, making her look like a white-faced ghost. When she saw He Xiao, she smiled with her buck teeth showing and said, Xiaohe, what are you doing here? Miss Wang, I knew you were coming, so I'm here to greet you at the door. He Xiaoqiang said with a smile, suppressing his nausea. Xiaohe, you are getting better and better at talking. The rich woman laughed so hard that her body shook. She felt even more nauseous when she saw He Xiao. Xiaohe, I have a bottle of red wine worth 100,000 yuan upstairs. Do you want to go up and taste it? As she spoke, the rich woman showed a look of anticipation. Sorry, Ms. Wang, I'm on duty. I'll be free another day. He Xiao said with a smile. That's a bottle of red wine that costs 100,000. The opportunity is right in front of you, you must seize it. The rich woman said meaningfully. He Xiao showed a hint of hesitation, but finally refused. I'm sorry, Ms. Wang, your red wine is too expensive, I can't afford it. The rich woman's expression changed instantly and she gave He Xiao a sidelong glance. Shame on you. He Xiao naturally heard the rich woman's curse and smiled bitterly in his heart. He naturally knew what the rich woman meant. As long as he was willing to go upstairs with the rich woman, it would mean that he had surrendered to the rich woman and was willing to be kept by her. He enjoyed endless wealth and glory every day, which was much better than being a security guard. In fact, since he started working, many wealthy women have offered to support him, but he refused them all. It's not because he doesn't like money, nor because he has any principles, but these people are all so ugly that he really can't bring himself to eat them. In addition, He Xiao was depressed by the blow he received from Shui Yanran today, and he urgently needed to find a place to vent. He didn't want to use these ugly old women as objects to vent his anger. These old women were rich but perverted and would only use him as an object to vent their anger. Beep beep. The sound of a car was heard again in the distance, this time it was a black Audi. He Xiao was very familiar with that license plate, it belonged to a wealthy man's mistress. The mistress was called Lin Jing, she was in her 20s and had been kept by him during college. She had a plump figure and fair skin. Although she was not as pretty as Shui Yanran, she was much better than most girls. Seeing her, He Xiao showed a wicked smile on his face and took the initiative to greet the oncoming car. The car really stopped. The car window opened, revealing a charming and delicate face. Good evening, Ms. Lin. Where are you from? Just came back from the mall. I bought some clothes. Do you need me to help you carry it up? Lin Jing thought for a moment and nodded. That's troublesome. He Xiao came to the parking lot, picked up all the bags, and followed Lin Jing upstairs. Thank you for your hard work. Have a glass of water. Lin Jing poured a glass of water for He Xiao. Thank you, Ms. Lin. He Xiao drank it all in one gulp and said, last time I heard that Miss Lin's bathroom was leaking. I wonder if it has been fixed. Not yet. The property management said they will come to fix it in a few days. It just so happens that I know some maintenance techniques. Would you like me to help Miss Lin fix it? He Xiao volunteered. Thank you very much. Lin Jing took He Xiao into the bathroom, and He Xiao started to get busy. He deliberately turned up the pressure on the water pipe, and the leaking water immediately splashed all over him, soaking his upper body. Are you okay? I'll get you a towel. While Lin Jing was getting the towel, He Xiao had already taken off his shirt, revealing an upper body that was enough to make the opposite sex's heartbeat faster. Sure enough, when Lin Jing appeared with a towel, she looked at He Xiao's naked upper body with 8 abdominal muscles, and she looked dazed for a moment, and couldn't help swallowing. He Xiao took the towel, wiped the water stains on his body, and deliberately sniffed the towel. It smells so good. This towel must have been used by Miss Lin. Lin Jing's heartbeat quickened, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. How did you know? Because this smell is very similar to the smell on Miss Lin's body. He Xiao joked. Have you ever smelled the smell of me? He Xiao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I have been smelling it the whole time. Lin Jing's face suddenly turned red. He Xiao knew that Lin Jing was aroused by him and the time was ripe. He took the opportunity to grab Lin Jing's hand and scratched her palm. Lin Jing shuddered all over, his eyes were blurred, he couldn't stand steadily, and fell directly into He Xiao's arms. The bathroom is full of spring scenery. 2 hours later, He Xiao got dressed and left the room. He had finally vented his inner depression and felt a little relieved. But Shui Yanran's appearance was still lingering in his mind, so much so that during the 2 crazy hours he spent with Lin Jing, he was always thinking about Shui Yanran in his heart. He Xiao knew that he still had not been completely released, and seducing Lin Jing to vent his feelings was only treating the root cause. My woman, I must not give up easily. When Shui Yanran returned home, Lin Yi was lying on the sofa, watching a short video on his phone. She had been looking forward to it since he uploaded the video. The result was somewhat disappointing. Although there were likes and reposts, there were only 100 or 200 in a day, far less than our previous expectations. That night in the forest is not as good as me in swordsmanship. Although there are some difficult moves, and it is also shot in one shot, it still feels weird. Every one of his videos actually gets over 10,000 likes, sometimes even hundreds of thousands or millions, but I only get a few hundred. I really can't accept it. Lin Yi murmured. The knight in the forest that Lin Yi mentioned also practiced swordsmanship and wore a mask. The difference is that he shot the video in a bamboo forest. He was wearing a black cloak and looked very martial arts-like. Shui Yanran came back, and Lin Yi stood up hurriedly to greet her. I'm back. Shui Yanran had a cold face and did not respond. Lin Yi was helpless and was about to continue brushing when Shui Yanran spoke. You rode my bike out today, did the security guard question you? Lin Yi expected Shui Yanran to know this. Then he thought that the security guard must have told her. Nodding, he said, yes, they recognized your car and asked me what my relationship with you was? So how did you answer that? I answered that you are my boyfriend, that's not against the rules. Since a boyfriend is not a husband, there is naturally no violation. Sure enough, Shui Yanran didn't say anything else. Your bike is very comfortable to ride. It feels very light for me. Where are you from? I will buy one someday. Lin Yi said. That car is worth 300,000. Can you afford it? Shui Yanran looked at him with contempt. Lin Yi was stunned. A bicycle costs 300,000 yuan. What on earth do rich people think? He thought it was only a few thousand yuan. Don't lose it, or I won't forgive you. When returning to the room, Shui Yanran left these words. Chapter 13 video upload. This guy has a problem with his swordsmanship. A certain audio company. Xinfen drank a cup of coffee and watched short videos within the company. His main task in the company is to screen high-quality content. That is, he can tell at a glance which videos uploaded to the company's website are nutritious and meaningful, likely to go viral, and which are shoddy. He will report high-quality content to the next level as the company's main promoted products, while junk content will be directly discarded. Hey, this video is interesting. Xinfen suddenly found a video, which was Lin Yi's video. This content is imitating the forest knight, and it is also shot in one shot, but his swordsmanship seems to be more perfect. Many of the difficult moves of the Forest Knight are spliced together. Although the techniques are superb and seamless, ordinary people can't tell the difference at all. But fake is fake. As a professional, Jinfen can still see flaws in some very individual videos. But Lin Yi's video is different. The whole action is done in one go, without any trace of splicing at all. Of course, Jinfen couldn't possibly believe that Lin Yi had real kung fu skills. It was simply impossible for him to spin the sword with just one finger. This is a puzzle master, a better master than the knight in the forest. Jinfen came to the conclusion. Jinfen was very optimistic about this video and was about to pass it on to his superiors, but then he thought again and decided to just make a phone call. Levi, I have an interesting video here. Do you want to come and take a look? Okay, I'll wait for you. Jinfen hung up the phone. After a while, a man in formal clothes, about the same age as Jinfen, came over. If you have anything good, just pass it to me directly. Why ask me to come over? Li Wei said. He is Jinfen's superior, and all high-quality products will be passed to him, and then he will do the promotion. This one is different. Take a look first. Jinfen said as he showed Lin Yi's video to Li Wei. Interesting, good splicing, and high-quality content. Li Wei also praised. This video blogger is a newbie. This is his first time to release content. It has been 5 hours since it was uploaded. Without any promotion, it has received 200 likes and reposts, which shows that the content is indeed good. Jinfen said. Then what is the purpose of calling me here? Levi asked. You are doing video promotion, what level do you think should be used? Li Wei thought for a moment and said, he's a newcomer, so it stands to reason that we should use level 8. But his content is really good, and you're so optimistic about him, so I think we should use level 7 for promotion. I think this level is too low. Jinfen said. Brother, level 7 promotion is already very good for a newcomer. Whether he can reach 10,000 likes is still unclear. How can we give him more promotion resources? 10,000 likes, I don't think it's difficult. I have a feeling that this video will go viral. Do you want to gamble? Levi also became interested. Okay, how do we bet? I bet he can get 50,000 likes, win or lose a pack of cigarettes. You think so highly of him? Jinfen nodded. Okay, I'll give him a level 6 promotion. If he can reach 50,000 in 2 days, I'll admit defeat. It's a deal. Lin Yi naturally didn't know that his video had been promoted to the 6th level by a certain audio platform. He waited for a whole night but didn't see any data going up, so he lost interest. I fell asleep after taking a shower. When he woke up and opened his phone, he saw a lot of likes and comments. Oh my god, so many. Lin Yi took a closer look and found that the video had as many as 20,000 likes. Before he went to bed yesterday, there were only more than 200 likes, but when he woke up, the number had increased tenfold. These people are night owls. They watch at night instead of during the day. Lin Yi muttered. He naturally didn't know that the video he uploaded was promoted to the 6th level, which greatly increased its exposure and increased so much data overnight. I looked through the comments again and found the content to be quite diverse. This is amazing kung fu, it's obvious that he's a master, I'm paying attention. Master of farts, I can only say that the video editing is good. This guy is obviously imitating the knight in the forest, but the knight in the forest's kung fu was real. Really? The knight in the forest is also a master of editing. How could he have such strong kung fu? It's amazing that you can spin a sword with just one finger. Regardless of whether it's true or not, this video is really interesting and novel. At least I haven't seen the same action content on other bloggers. Fake is fake, no matter how new it is, it's useless. If you want to see the real thing, go to Yingbao Wushu. The beauty there has really practiced martial arts, and many of her moves are real. Yingbao's movements are indeed real. That was a real fall. Many movements can be done with practice. Unlike this blogger, who can turn the sword with just one finger, how can an ordinary person do such a movement? So it must be fake. I think the content of this blogger is very real and doesn't seem to be spliced together. If this is true, I will do a live broadcast of myself eating shit while standing upside down. Lin Yi was delighted by the various comments, especially the one who was going to do a live broadcast of himself eating shit while standing upside down. Lin Yi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. More than 20,000 likes restored Lin Yi's confidence, and he decided to continue filming. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Yi rode the 300,000 yuan caddy mountain bike out. When he arrived at the gate of the community, he still keenly felt that someone was watching him. "Why, do you still think of me as a thief?" Lin Yi looked towards the security booth, only to see a handsome face inside. Seeing Lin Yi looking at him, he quickly looked away. Lin Yi took it seriously and rode away on his bike. He Xiao watched Lin Yi leave and fell into deep thought. This guy must be an expert to be able to seduce Shui Yanran. I wonder why he is riding a bike so early in the morning. Is he looking for another woman to date? He Xiao thought to himself. He Xiao, I'm here to take over. The fat security guard interrupted He Xiao's thoughts. You're just in time. He Xiao quickly left the security booth, hailed a taxi, and chased in the direction Lin Yi left. He wanted to see where Lin Yi had gone. In a large manor in Sutin city, an old man in white was sitting on a throne and watching videos leisurely. When he saw the video of Lin Yi dancing with a sword, he suddenly sat up. Father, what's wrong with you? A man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked with concern. There's something wrong with this guy's swordsmanship. The old man showed the video to the man. After watching it, the man said, the sword dance is good, but the video is spliced together. Why do you think so? The old man asked. Look at the way he dances with the sword. It's impossible for an ordinary person to do that, unless they are a master of ancient martial arts. Maybe he is it. The old man said again. That's impossible. There are very few ancient martial arts masters. Even if there are, they can't post videos to show off their martial arts. Father, I know that you are troubled by my elder brother's matter. Don't worry, I will find a real ancient martial arts master to cure my elder brother. The old man said, I think you should check this Xin Yuan swordsman. The man said, last time you said that the knight in the forest was a master of ancient martial arts. What happened? I asked someone to study his videos and found that they were all spliced together. Father, believe me, a real master of ancient martial arts would never do such a thing. The old man did not give up, and said, this man's swordsmanship is smooth and seamless. I always feel that it doesn't look fake. Find someone to study this video so that I can give up. The man had no choice but to agree, okay, father. Chapter 14. The system forced me to wear handcuffs. He Xiao walked out of the security booth and hailed a taxi. Master, follow the bicycle in front. He Xiao said to the taxi driver. You are. The taxi driver wanted to ask He Xiao's purpose. He Xiao directly handed him $300 bills. The taxi driver happily took it without asking any questions. Okay, I promise I won't lose you. The taxi followed the bicycle, slowly turning left and right, from the busy street to the sparsely populated road. This made He Xiao even more certain that Lin Yi had other purposes for coming out this time. Finally, the car stopped in front of an unfinished building. There is no road ahead, said the driver. He Xiao got out of the car and looked at the unfinished building in front of him with a hint of understanding in his eyes. So you're dating here, you seem to be quite romantic. Well, this place is sparsely populated, so no one will see you if you do it, and it's exciting. He Xiao was certain that Lin Yi came to this remote place to date his lover. He has already seduced a top-ranking goddess, yet he still comes out to cheat on her. He is so greedy. He thought about whether he should notify Shui Yanran and ask her to catch the adulterer on the spot, but unfortunately he did not have Shui Yanran's contact information. I wondered whether I should go up and secretly record a video of the adulterous couple, but I was afraid of alerting them. While hesitating, he suddenly saw Lin Yi's bicycle parked downstairs, and a plan immediately came to his mind. He sneaked up and stole the bicycle. This bicycle is very valuable. If it is lost, Shui Yanran will surely be furious. At that time, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, so He Xiao decided to do it. Lin Yi knew that someone was following him. At this moment, he was thinking about what video to record next. He set up the camera, walked to the center of the venue and started recording. He was seen holding the sword behind his back with his left hand, picking up the hilt with his right index finger and taking the sword out of the scabbard. In an instant, the sword was thrust out from his back. He caught it casually and performed several sword moves by twisting his wrist. After doing all this, Lin Yi stopped recording, and after watching it, he found that his movements were as smooth as ever. He was very satisfied and recorded another segment. In this section, the sword in his hand kept moving around his wrist, and finally, it broke away from his wrist, spun around Lin Yi's body several times in the air, and was caught by Lin Yi. Then there was another scene. When the sword was dancing, Linny suddenly let it go, and before the sword hit the ground, he kicked it up, and then spun in the air again. Then there is another paragraph. He recorded dozens of videos in a row before stopping. Linny naturally didn't plan to release all these videos at once, as that would be too boring. Eat food bite by bite and take medicine bit by bit. He prepares one a day. He opened a certain audio app and looked at the data, only to see that the number of likes had reached more than 30,000. Linny was very satisfied with such data. After he packed everything, he prepared to go home. Where's my car? Linny suddenly discovered that the bicycle parked in front of the unfinished building was gone. He felt a moment of nervousness. Shui Yanran just said that she would make him suffer if his bicycle was lost, but she didn't expect that it would really be lost. Damn it, which bastard did this? It's still a steal in this day and age. Linny cursed while looking around. After a round, he didn't even see the shadow of the bicycle. Now Linny was sure that it was lost. This bastard is quite knowledgeable. Could it be that he knows the value of this car? Linny cursed. Before he knew the value of the car, he didn't think much of it, but since he learned from Shui Yanran that the car was worth 300,000, he naturally realized the seriousness of the situation. No, I'm going to call the police. Linny decided to call the police. Hello, this is 110. I want to call the police. My bicycle is lost. The location is. Linny told the police what happened. He thought the police would arrive soon, but after waiting for half an hour, they finally arrived. The two who came were an old policeman and a young policeman. You were the one who called the police. The young policeman looked impatient, as if Linny owed him something. Yes, I called the police. My bicycle was lost. Linny described what happened and the style of the bicycle, and the police also took notes. Go back and wait for notification. We'll notify you if we find it, but don't hold your hopes too high. This place is deserted and there are no cameras around. The chances of finding it are slim. That won't work. My bicycle is very expensive. Linny said. No matter how expensive it is, it's only a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. I'll buy another one later. It's strange that people still steal bicycles these days. The young policeman looked at Linny with contempt. Mine is not a cheap item worth a few hundred or $1,000. My bicycle is worth 300,000 yuan. Linny said. What did you say, 300,000? The young policeman laughed. What nonsense! A junky bicycle is worth the price of a BMW. I'm not kidding, my car is worth 300,000. Linny said seriously. The old policeman couldn't stand it anymore and said, You said your car is worth 300,000, then show us the evidence. If it's really worth that much, it's enough to file a criminal case. Linny was stumped by the question. If he wanted to get evidence, he had to notify Shui Yanran. If Shui Yanran knew that the car was lost, he would be dead. Why, you can't take it out? If you can't take it out, that's cheating. You dare to cheat the police. You are very brave. Do you want me to handcuff you? Go back to the police station and tell us. The young policeman looked at Linny with disdain. Linny wanted to slap him in the face. Such an expression was really a disgrace to the identity of a police officer. Bite. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. The system has issued a task. Task content: This young policeman deserves a beating. The host slaps him in the face. Oh shit. Linny's brain was so frightened by this task that it almost froze on the spot. System, this is an attack on police officers. Linny said. Does the host want to refuse the mission? Linny wanted to say no, but the words couldn't come out. Damn it, just go for it. Linny gritted his teeth and slapped the policeman on the spot. Of course, the slap was not very strong and only left a faint red mark on the policeman's face. But this matter is very serious. The young policeman was stunned at the time. Not to mention him, even the old policeman didn't expect Linny to do such a thing. Assaulting a police officer. The two policemen reacted and pinned Linny down. Linny also cooperated by putting his hands behind his back and letting the silver bracelets handcuff them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining the skill-sensitive sense of smell. The voice of the system came from my mind. Linny did not feel any joy at this moment. All he could think about was what would happen when Shui Yanran went to the police station to rescue him. Chapter 15. There is a mosquito on his face. When Shui Yanran arrived at the police station, Lin Yi was sitting drowsily on a chair in the police station. He had been interrogated by the young policeman for 2 hours. This guy must have been asking for revenge, as he asked the same question several times, making Lin Yi very annoyed. You are. When the young policeman saw the arrival of the stunning beauty Shui Yanran, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not only him, even the old policeman couldn't help but look over. I'm his wife, Shui Yanran said lightly. Lin Yi had already sobered up when he saw Shui Yanran. After hearing her words, he smiled at Shui Yanran. He loved to hear the words I am his wife. What did you say, you are his wife? The young policeman looked incredulous. He would rather believe that the sun rises from the west than believe that there is really a toad in this world that can eat swan meat. The old policeman saw the young policeman lose his composure and stabbed him secretly. Shui Yanran saw it all, but ignored it and asked, why do you want to arrest him? The old policeman answered, this is what happened. We received a call from your husband, saying that his bicycle was stolen. After we responded, your husband claimed that the lost bicycle was worth $300,000. Because he was suspected of assaulting a police officer, we took him back to the police station. The old policeman told the whole story in detail. Shui Yanran listened expressionlessly and looked at Lin Yi, waiting for his reply. It's unfair, I didn't attack the police. Lin Yi shouted in injustice. The young policeman said, you still dare to cry injustice? You clearly hit me. If this isn't assaulting a police officer, then what is it? Lin Yi said, I just saw a mosquito on your face, so I couldn't help but want to kill it, but I didn't expect it to hit your face. You're talking nonsense. When did I get a mosquito on my face? The young policeman retorted. There really is a mosquito, I swear. Lin Yi argued. Even if there are mosquitoes, you don't need to do anything. So I said I couldn't help it, police comrade, I was wrong, please let me go this time. Next time there's a mosquito on your face, I promise I won't do it. There will be no next time. You are so full of lies, saying that the bicycle is worth $300,000 and that there is a mosquito on my face. Do you think I am a fool? The young policeman shouted. Lin Yi was about to explain, but Shui Yanran said first, I don't know if there is a mosquito on your face, but that bicycle is indeed worth $300,000. Shui Yanran's words stunned the two policemen. Lin Yi said the bicycle was worth 300,000 yuan, but they didn't believe it. But the beauty in front of them was obviously rich or noble, and she said the bicycle was worth 300,000 yuan, so they had no reason to doubt it. Is it really that valuable? The two policemen looked at each other and gasped at the same time. Spending hundreds of thousands to buy a bicycle is not something you can do even if you have money. It is poverty that limits their imagination. At this moment, Shui Yanran had already picked up the phone to make a call. Hello, it's me, Tang Xin. I'm at the police station. Can you come over for a moment? Seeing that Shui Yanran was actually calling Tang Xin, she must be seeking external help. However, Lin Yi didn't know that Tang Xin was actually alert to someone. About 10 minutes later, Tang Xin arrived. Also with them was a tall man in police uniform. The man on horseback was about 1.9 meters tall, half a head taller than Lin Yi, and looked to be in his 30s. Seeing the man, the two policemen stood up immediately. Team Tang. What's going on? Asked Captain Tang. The old policeman told the whole story. This young man said he was hitting a mosquito, and I believed him. After all, he is not stupid. How could he deliberately attack a police officer? After listening to the old policeman's report, Captain Tang defended Lin Yi. Xiao Chun, that slap wasn't heavy, and you weren't injured. I think we should just let it go. Just give me some face. Okay, Team Tang. Since Captain Tang had said this, Xiao Chun didn't know what to say. However, the bicycle is indeed worth 300,000. The loss of something of such great value is no small matter. You should open a case for investigation now. Yes. Two policemen went to investigate the case. Thank you, Captain Tang. Shui Yanran thanked Captain Tang. You're welcome. You're Tang Xion's friend, so it's my duty to help. Captain Tang said. Thank you, third brother. Tang Xian also said with a smile. The words third brother also let Lin Yi know the relationship between them. Tang Xian led Shui Yanran and Linny out of the police station, and Tang Xian gave Linny a slap on the head. You are so bold that you actually dared to attack the police. I really don't know what's going on in your head. And you can even make up a reason like hitting a mosquito. You are a fool to think you are a police officer. Linny dared to refute. This reason was indeed a bit childish. This time, I invited my third brother out for Yenran's sake. If there is a next time, I won't be responsible. Tang Xian said angrily. It won't happen again, I promise. As Linny spoke, he cursed the system's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Also, Yenran's bicycle is lost. If you can't find it, even if Yenran doesn't make things difficult for you, I won't let you go. Don't worry, I promise to find it back tonight. Linny sniffed deeply and said. He was rewarded with a keen sense of smell by the system. The bicycle had his scent on it and he would definitely be able to find it. You really dare to guarantee that you will find it back tonight? Tang Xian naturally didn't believe it. Do you want to make a bet? Linny asked. Okay, let's bet. Who's afraid of who? If you really find it back tonight, I won't hold you accountable for losing the bicycle. If you can't find it back, Yenran, tell me how to deal with him. Tang Xian asked Shui Yenran. If we can't find it, we will terminate the contract tomorrow. Shui Yenran said calmly. Tang Xian didn't expect Shui Yenran to say this and was stunned for a moment. Linny didn't expect this either. He looked at Shui Yenran deeply and nodded, okay. Tang Xian was stunned again. Linny actually agreed. Was he kidding? Looking at Linny's departing back, Tang Xian asked, do you want to take such a big gamble? You want to terminate the contract after just a few days. Do you think he is not suitable? Shui Yenran nodded. After what happened in the past few days, I feel that he and I are not compatible in personality. I can no longer continue with him. It is better to terminate the contract. That's true. Since it's not suitable, it's better to end this relationship as soon as possible. This guy is messing around. It's also my fault that I didn't analyze him thoroughly at the beginning. I didn't expect he has this kind of personality. After you terminate the contract with him tomorrow, I will find you a new one. Tang Xian asked. No need for that. I'll deal with my own affairs alone and don't want to involve other people. I suddenly feel like drinking. Let's go. I'll make you something delicious when we get home to thank you for your help today. Chapter 16 confirmed, it's him. Linny returned to the unfinished building and took a deep sniff. Suddenly, a smell that ordinary people could not smell rushed into his nose. It's indeed very sensitive. Linny praised inwardly. Again, products produced by the system must be high quality. Linny began to search following the smell. After walking for about an hour, he finally stopped in front of an old residential area. Found it. It's inside. Linny continued to sniff and walked into the community. After turning a few corners, we finally stopped in front of an old storage room. He was sure that the Caddy mountain bike was hidden inside. Hello, this is 110. I found my bicycle. Linny called the police. Xiao Chen, we just received a call from the person who called the police. He said that the car has been found and asked us to go over and arrest the person now. Inside the police station, the old policeman said to the young policeman. The old policeman is named Lu Dahai and he has been in the police force for 10 years. The young policeman is called Chen Shang and he has just been in the police force for a year. Since Captain Tang Hui asked them to open a case for investigation, the two of them gathered several police officers and checked the surrounding surveillance. But before we had been checking for long, we were told that the car had been found. This made the two of them feel less worried. After all, a car worth 300,000 yuan was considered a big case. In less than 10 minutes, two policemen arrived. My car is inside. Linny pointed to the storage room. Are you sure? Chen Shang had some grudges against Linny. After all, Linny slapped him. Although the matter was forgotten for Tang Hui's sake, Chen Shang still had a grudge against Linny. Sure, you'll know when you open it. Lu Dahai contacted the property management to inquire about the ownership of the storage room, and the property management quickly gave an answer. This storage room belongs to 302, the owner's surname is Chen, and it seems that he has rented out the house. The police knocked on the door of room 302, but no one was inside. Lu Dahai contacted the owner, Chen, and finally got the suspect's information. The tenant of room 302 is named He Xiao. He works as a security guard in Yipanjian community. He is not in the room at this moment and no one knows where he is gone, said Lu Dahai. Yipanjian, that's my residential area. Lin Yi said. He suddenly remembered the handsome security guard who saw him when he went out this morning. Could it be him? The three of them drove to Yipanjian again, and the fat security guard was on duty at this time. You are the security guard here, we are the police, let me ask you a few questions. Do you know He Xiao? Do you know where he is now? Lu Dahai demonstrated the authority of a police officer. When the fat security guard saw that it was the police who were questioning him, he dared not hide anything. I know He Xiao. I saw him enter the residential area 2 hours ago, but I don't know where he went. Lu Dahai and Chen Qing looked at each other. They didn't expect that He Xiaozhen was here. But the community is so big, where would He Xiao be? It seems that we can only ask people to guard the entrance of the community and wait for He Xiao to fall into the trap. 2 officers, come with me, I know where he is. Lin Yi said. He Xiao left a smell when he stole the bicycle. With Lin Yi's keen sense of smell, it was not difficult to find him. Lin Yi followed the smell and quickly found the floor where He Xiao was. It's right here. Lin Yi pointed to a room number on a certain floor of a certain building. How do you know? Chen Qing said in disbelief. I have a good nose. I can smell him. Chen Qing was skeptical, but still went to the property management company at Lu Dahai's suggestion. The property company took the key to open the door, and several people entered quietly and walked around the living room, but found nothing. Lin Yi pointed to one of the bedroom doors. Lu and Chen understood and approached quietly. Lu Dahai tried to turn the door handle and found that the door was locked. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly kicked the door open. Lu and Chen didn't expect Lin Yi to do this. If they couldn't kick him open, wouldn't that alert the enemy? Fortunately, the kick was strong enough to break the entire wooden door into pieces. This kid is really strong. They both thought at the same time. Don't move, police. Lu and Chen rushed in. There were 2 naked people in the room, engaging in sexual intercourse. These 2 people are He Xiao and Lin Jing. After He Xiao stole Lin Yi's car, he hid it in the room he rented. He fantasized that Shui Ran would dump Lin Yi and he would find a chance to return the car to Shui Yanran, maybe he could win her heart. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, so he sent a message to Lin Jing, wanting to go back to his old dream. Lin Jing was also very fascinated by He Xiao and was very satisfied with his physical strength and skills. In addition, the person who supported him was not coming tonight, so she agreed. When the 2 met, they were very passionate and had a lively conversation. They never expected someone to break in at this time. Suddenly, the house was filled with the roar of a man and the scream of a woman. Lu and Chen pressed He Xiao under them, while Lin Jing was so scared that she hid in the corner, covering herself with the quilt and trembling. If what happened today got out, she would be finished. Seeing that He Xiao was restrained, Chen Qing asked, Are you He Xiao? Are you? Did you steal the car? Only then did He Xiao realize that his car theft had been leaked, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was the one who stole my car. Lin Yi saw He Xiao's face clearly and realized that it was the security guard who was hostile to him, so he spoke. He Xiao was shocked, and when he looked up, he saw that it was Lin Yi, and suddenly he was filled with infinite anger. Asshole, I'll kill you. He Xiao's strength instantly doubled, and he broke free from Lu and Chen's restraints and pounced towards Lin Yi. Lu and Chen never expected that He Xiao's strength suddenly increased so much that they were able to break free before they knew it. Oh no, be careful. Lu Dahai reminded Lin Yi. Lin Yi kicked out and hit He Xiao in the chest. He Xiao's 1.85 meter tall body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Oh my god, that's awesome. This kick started Lu and Chen Qing couldn't help but praise him. Seeing that He Xiao was trying to get up, the 2 of them hurriedly restrained him. He Xiao was injured internally by Lin Yi's kick, and he no longer had the strength to break free. But seeing Lin Yi's eyes still look like he wanted to eat him alive, Lin Yi was also frightened and felt a chill in his heart. You know me, right? I haven't offended you, so why did you steal my car and kill me? Lin Yi asked several questions in a row, and the murderous look in his eyes still responded to him. Lin Yi was also depressed. He was sure that he didn't know He Xiao, and it was impossible for him to offend him. Why did he hate him so much, as if he had killed his entire family? Do you know Yan Ran? Lin Yi suddenly asked. An idea struck him. Sure enough, he Xiao became excited again when he heard Shui Yanran. Oh my god, that's what it is. Lin Yi understood instantly. It must be that he Xiao was jealous of him marrying Shui Yanran, so she treated him like this. How much he hated Lin Yi showed how much he secretly loved Shui Yanran. Yanran is my wife, you'd better not have any wishful thinking. Lin Yi warned. In response to Lin Yi, He Zhao's smile was meaningful and full of cruelty. This made Lin Yi have a bad feeling. If this guy is really released, it will definitely be bad for Yanran. Lin Yi thought to himself. Chapter 17 He raped me. Chen Shang took out handcuffs and handcuffed He Zhao's hands before escorting him out of the house. Lin Yi took the opportunity to ask Lu Dahai, Captain Lu, how many years will you be sentenced for stealing 300,000 yuan in property? 300,000 is a significant amount of property, and the sentence must be severe, at least 10 years in prison, said Lu Dahai. Hearing this result, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Dahai suddenly changed his tone. If the other party insists that he didn't know your bicycle was worth so much and just treated it as an ordinary bicycle, he might just be detained administratively. Wipe. Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Administrative detention would last no more than a dozen days. If this guy was released after being detained for only 10 days, he would definitely take revenge after he got out. Lin Yi is not afraid of him. With the current Lin Yi, even 10 He Xiaos cannot beat him. I'm afraid that this guy will turn love into hate and attack Shui Yanran, and that would be disastrous. He saw Lu and Chen both walked out of the bedroom and quietly walked up to Lin Jing. At this time, Lin Jing was still shivering under the quilt. When she saw Lin Yi sneaking up to her, she was so scared that she dared not breathe. Miss, are you and He Xiao willing to do this? What do you mean? Lin Jing was confused by the question. You are so beautiful and rich, how could you fall in love with He Xiao, a poor security guard? Did he force you? I guess he did. You should think carefully, this concerns your reputation. Lin Yi seduced her step by step. Lin Jing seemed to understand something and fell into deep thought. Why haven't you come out yet? Chen Qing urged Lin Yi when he saw him still in the room. Lin Yi gave Lin Jing a meaningful look and then walked out the door. Chen Qing asked, what were you whispering to that woman just now? Nothing. I praised her for her great figure and thanked her for her live performance. I benefited a lot from it. Lin Yi lied. Police, officer. Just as several people were about to go downstairs, Lin Jing suddenly ran out of the house holding a quilt and called out to Lu and Chen who were escorting He Xiao. The two looked at her in astonishment, not knowing what was wrong. Lin Jing suddenly pointed at He Xiao. I want to call the police. He raped me. What are you talking about, bitch? He Xiao became furious when he saw Lin Jing, who had just been so affectionate with him and called him dad all the time, suddenly turned against him and accused him of rape. It was you who seduced me. I didn't, you raped me. Officer, you have to believe me, he wanted to rape me, I refused, he beat me, I had no choice but to give in. Lin Jing cried as she spoke, looking aggrieved. Lin Yi secretly gave her a thumbs up. With such acting skills, it would be a pity if he didn't become an actor. What, he hit you, where did he hit you? Chen Qing asked. If there are scars on the woman's body, it means that the crime was committed against her will and there is suspicion of rape. He spanked me. Lin Jing stammered. Lu and Chen looked at each other with strange expressions. There is still his palm print on my butt. Officers, you can find someone to identify it. Lin Jing said. You're talking nonsense. The palm print on your butt is clearly mine. When He Xiao said this, Lin Yi had already covered his mouth. Shut up. If you say you raped someone, then you raped them. As long as the woman identifies you, you can't get away, right, officers? The two nodded in tacit understanding. This was indeed the case. As long as the woman insisted on rape, the man would eventually be tried. Miss, you don't have to be afraid. As long as you accuse him of rape, the law will give you a fair trial and your reputation will not be damaged. Lin Yi did not forget to cheer up Lin Jing. He Xiao looked at Lin Yi angrily. He was not stupid. Lin Yi's words were clearly meant to instigate Lin Jing. It's you. He Xiao came to his senses and realized that it was Lin Yi who was behind all this, which led to Lin Jing suddenly turning against him and accusing him of rape. His eyes seemed to tear him apart. This time Lin Yi did not back down. He looked at him seriously, lowered his head and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You were the one who targeted me first. You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Go to prison and reform yourself, rapist." Puff. He Xiao was so angry that he spat out blood. He Xiao was taken into the police car. As he watched the police car leave, Linny also returned to his residence. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Shui Yanran and Tang Xian frying steak and drinking a bottle of red wine. Seeing Linny coming back, Tang Xian stopped the steak that she was about to put into her mouth. "Why did you come back so soon? Didn't you say you wanted to find a car? Let me tell you, we made a bet. If you lose, you will have to terminate your contract with Yanran," Tang Xian said. Linny shrugged and did not answer. He came to the dining table and sat down, picked up a wine glass and poured himself a glass of red wine to taste. Shui Yanran frowned when she saw Linny's actions. Tang Xian was even more furious. "Who allowed you to drink?" Linny took a sip of the wine, and then said slowly, "We found the car in the middle of the night. Even if it's not a credit, it's hard work. It's not too much to have a drink to celebrate." "What did you say? The car was found?" Linny's words made Shui Yanran and Tang Xian look surprised. Ring ring ring. At this moment, Tang Xian's phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was my third brother Tang Hui calling. "Hey, third brother, I understand, okay, bye." Tang Xian hung up the phone and looked at Shui Yanran. "I really found it." Shui Yanran nodded and looked at Linny again. The latter was smiling at her and raising his glass to her with the attitude of a winner, as if to say, "I won. Don't be so proud. In fact, you still lost the bet. Our bet was for you to find the car yourself, but it was the police who found the car, not you. So, you still lost. After you drink this glass of wine, we will terminate the contract tonight," Shui Yanran said. Unexpectedly, Linny said, "I didn't lose, I found the car." After saying that, he took another sip, carefully savoring the charm of the red wine. Shui Yanran looked at Tang Xian in surprise, and the latter nodded helplessly. Third brother made it very clear on the phone that it was indeed him who led the police to find the thief. He also led people to catch the thief. Shui Yanran suddenly felt embarrassed. Tang Hui called Tang Xian and made her mistakenly believe that the car was found by the police, so he informed her. She didn't expect that it was a misunderstanding. "Okay, you win." Linny listened to the 3 words "you win" with satisfaction, drank the red wine in the glass, then got up and went back to the house. "How did you find it?" Before entering the house, Tang Xian suddenly asked. "It's a secret," Linny said. "TSK, whether you want to say it or not, who cares?" Tang Xian said. Linny returned to the room and immediately turned on his mobile phone to check the data. At this time, the number of likes reached 60,000, and the number of fans exceeded 20,000. "Not bad," Linny said with satisfaction. Looking through the comments, there are all kinds of praise and criticism, with doubts accounting for the majority. The vast majority of people think that Linny's video editing is good. There are still many people urging for updates. Since recording the video, Linny has no time to upload it because of the lost bicycle. Now that he has found the bicycle, he naturally wants to update it. He uploaded a video of one of the flying swords spinning in the air before washing up. Chapter 18 100 and 100. In Sutin City, inside a large manor. The old man came to a room with carved railings and jade walls. The room was elegantly decorated with various exotic potted plants. The whole room was mainly made of wood, and the materials used were extremely exquisite. A maid saw the old man coming, bent down and respectfully called him master. The old man nodded slightly and walked towards the big bed in the room. A thin, pale middle-aged man was lying on the bed. Looking at the middle-aged man, the old man couldn't help but shed tears. This person was none other than the old man's eldest son, Nya Yun. The old man's name is Nya Tian, and he is one of the most important figures in Sutin City. The reason why his Nya family was able to dominate Sutin City and even have a place in the entire Jiangnan region was because their ancestors were a family of ancient martial arts and passed down a secret book of ancient martial arts. However, since the death of the first generation head of the family, several generations of the family have been unable to practice successfully, resulting in the Nya family being without an ancient martial arts master for hundreds of years, and the family's status has also declined. By the time of Nya Tian's generation, the family had gradually declined and could only dominate one city. And the change happened to Nya Tian's eldest son, Nya Yun. Nia Yun was gifted since childhood, and Nia Tian devoted all the family resources to him in order to cultivate his cultivation. As a result, he lived up to expectations and successfully mastered the family secret manual, becoming a rare ancient martial arts master. As a result, the Nia family once again became prosperous, the family status rose sharply, and became more stable. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, Nia Yun was invited to visit Japan, but he was ambushed and returned injured. After that, he fell ill and fell into a coma. Nia Tian visited many famous doctors to cure his son's illness, but finally learned that only masters of ancient martial arts could cure him. However, masters of ancient martial arts were rare, and Nia Tian had found a few in the past 20 years, but they were all unable to cure him for some reason. Alas, son, your father is sorry for you. You are too aggressive and young and energetic. If I had persuaded you to restrain yourself in time, you wouldn't have been plotted against. Nia Tian regretted it deeply. But don't worry, even if your father has to sacrifice all his fortune, he will still cure you. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Nia Yun was too outstanding, which is why he attracted the attention of Japan. Such a young ancient martial arts master has a promising future. As a hostile force, they naturally cannot let him go. So he took the opportunity to invite Nia Yun to Japan, and then took action secretly. They do things without leaving any trace, and the country can do nothing about it. There was a noise outside, and it was obvious that someone had run in a panic. The person who ran into the house was Nia Tian's second son, Nia Shang. Why are you panicking? Nia Tian scolded. What he hated most was anyone disturbing Nia Yun. The doctor said that Nia Yun's illness required rest. Father, I have asked an expert to carefully analyze the video you asked me to investigate. There is not a single trace of editing in the entire video, and it is basically determined to be authentic. Nia Shang said. So, this Xian Yuan swordsman is really a master of ancient martial arts? Nia Tian said excitedly. It's just this possibility. It's also possible that he has undergone special training and succeeded this time after many failures. Nia Shang said. Nia Tian calmed down. What Nia Shang said made sense. This was indeed a possibility. Have you found out the identity of that person? Nia Shang shook his head. The video was uploaded from Shanghai Port City, and I don't know the details. The country is now strictly controlling personal information, and it is impossible to use special channels. Then spend money to solve it, give him a reward, and then ask for his contact information. I've thought about this, too. I've asked someone to follow him 24 hours a day. If he can start a live broadcast, I will reward him as soon as possible. Why wait until he starts live streaming? Give him a tip now. Nia Shang smiled bitterly. You can't give rewards without live streaming. You can only give rewards through gifts, but the limit is very small, only 100 yuan each time. Then give him a gift. A little bit will add up to a lot. Nia Shang was helpless. Okay, father. He took out his cell phone and prepared to give a tip. Hey, father, this Xian Yuan swordsman has updated a new video. Nia Shang said. Nia Yun hurried to check. In the new video, Lin Yi is seen holding the sword behind his back with his left hand, while the sword flies out from behind with his right hand, and then he moves the sword with his hand like a swimming dragon. In the end, the sword flew out of his hand and kept spinning horizontally in the air, which was very mysterious. Send this video to an expert to see if there are any signs of editing. Nia Shang took the order and left. Before leaving, Nia Tian reminded him, don't forget to give him a reward. Watching Nia Shang go away, Nia Tian fell into deep thought. Xian Yuan swordsman, I hope you won't let me down. Inside a certain audio company. Qin Fan sat in front of the computer, looking at Lin Yi's data. At this point, the number of likes had reached 60,000, and in just over a day, the goal of over 50,000 was achieved. Levi on the side also smiled bitterly. You won, you have to accept the loss. What did I say? This guy will definitely become famous. The data is indeed beyond my expectations. I thought it would be at most 20,000 or 30,000 likes, but I didn't expect it to increase so fast. Looking at the momentum, it is possible to exceed 100,000 in 2 days. For a novice, this is simply a miracle. Li Wei said. So have you thought about how hard you want to promote his next content? Qin Fan asked. It depends on his subsequent content. If the content is still of such high quality, I think we can consider giving him a level 5 recommendation. Li Wei said. Level 5, can't you consider going a little higher? If it's higher, that would be a big V-level promotion. With his current number of fans, he can't enjoy that kind of treatment. Li Wei said. Even if he has reached the required number of fans, it still depends on the amount of live broadcast rewards. If the amount of rewards is not proportional to the number of fans, it won't work. After all, making money is king. Xinfun nodded. Indeed, I really want to know how much money he gets from tips when he's live streaming. Hey, look, he's updated his video. Levi hurried to the computer to check. Oh my god, it's so wonderful again, without any traces of cutting. Xinfun praised. It's just too amazing to be impossible. Look at that sword spinning in the air, ignoring gravity. I dare say there must be a rope hanging on it. But the naked eye can't see any traces of splicing. I have to say, this guy is a master who is more powerful than the swordsman in the forest. The knight in the forest knew that it was a team of professional technical instructors, professional photographers, and professional video editors who made the video perfect. I think Xianyuan Swordsman also has a similar team, and the team members are more professional. Do you think we should consider level 4 promotion for this video? Xinfun asked. Level 5 means level 5. As I said before, making money is the kingly thing. Without the income from live broadcasting, the value cannot be realized, and it is useless no matter how exciting the video is. Li Wei said. That's right, but it seems like someone has already given him a gift. Xinfun said. Levi took a closer look and found that someone had indeed given a gift under the video, and the maximum value was 100 coins. Not bad, it means that there are indeed people who appreciate him. But it's a pity that there is a limit on this kind of gift, and this amount of money is really not worth mentioning. Li Wei said. Look, it's coming again. Xinfun suddenly became excited. When Levi took a look, he found that they were gifts from the same person, and all of them were worth up to 100 coins. This person really admires him and keeps giving gifts. If it were a live broadcast, maybe he could give him a rocket as a reward. Li Wei said. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party gave him another 100 coins. Well, it looks like it's more than just a rocket, at least a cloud-piercing arrow. Another 100. I was wrong, at least it was the Tower of Babel. Another 100. I was wrong again. It should be flying dragon soaring into the sky. Another 100. Dragon and Phoenix bring good luck. Another 100. Lightning 1. Another 100. Levi. Chapter 19 Drunk Shui Yanran. Early in the morning, Linny stretched and sat up from the bed. It's another beautiful day. Linny muttered to himself while yawning. I reached for my phone, ready to see how many likes there were on the video I posted last night. What's going on? The moment it came into view, Linny's brain short-circuited. He found that the videos he posted could not be clicked, and he couldn't even log into his account. Could it be that there are too many likes and the computer has jammed? Linny thought. He can only log in again. After entering the information and clicking the login button, a few big words instantly appear in the background. This account is suspected of money laundering and has been blocked by the system. The unblocking time will be notified separately. Linny's computer froze on the spot and it took about a minute to restart. Damn, it's suspected of money laundering. How can I afford to launder money? What a broken system. Linny cursed. He immediately called the customer service number. Hello, TikTok customer service, I want to complain to you for arbitrarily banning my account. Sutin City. Nya Mansion. How's things going? Nya Tian asked while drinking tea. He didn't sleep all night last night and called his son Nya Sheng over to ask him early in the morning. Father, I sent the second video to an expert for identification and just got the result. It is authentic and there is not a single trace of editing. Nya Sheng said. Okay. Nya Tian said okay 3 times in a row. Now he was more confident that this Xianyuan swordsman was most likely a master of ancient martial arts. How about the reward you gave him last night? Nya Tian asked again. Well, this. Nya Sheng suddenly hesitated. Nya Tian's expression changed. Why, you haven't forgotten about this, have you? No, father. I kept giving him tips when I got home last night, but... Just what? Just tell me. Nya Tian's face turned red because of his son's anxiety. It was just because the rewards were too frequent and the amount was too large that the system determined that it was suspected of money laundering, so both accounts were blocked, and the reward money was returned. What? Nya Tian was so angry that his face turned green. Father, don't be angry. I have already filed a complaint and I believe there will be a result soon. A certain audio company. Qin Fun yawned. He didn't sleep the whole night. He just stared at the computer, looking at those hundreds and hundreds of gifts for several hours. Qin Fun himself didn't know how much he had given as reward, but a rough calculation showed that it was at least a few 100,000. Damn, even if you have money you can't be so bored, 100 clicks at a time, tens of thousands of clicks, your fingers are going to get blisters. In the end, it directly triggered a system warning and banned both accounts. As an old employee of the company, Qin Fun was like a stabbed in the butt. He finally opened his eyes. Just then, Levi came over. He brought the coffee, gave one to Qin Fun and drank one for himself. He didn't sleep well last night, or rather, he didn't sleep at all. Like Qin Fun, he kept staring at the screen and watching the hundreds of rewards until the two accounts were banned. Do you think those two accounts are really involved in money laundering? Qin Fun asked. Of course, otherwise who would be so bored? Li Wei said, but I just heard that we received a complaint backstage. Who is it? The one who transfers the money or the one who collects the money? Qin Fun asked. Both sides. In this way, I don't think it's money laundering. Who knows? The boss will hold a meeting to study this issue. We just need to wait for the result. If it really does not involve money laundering, then we will contact this Xinyuan swordsman immediately to start a live broadcast. By then, he will definitely make a profit. At this point, Levi paused. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of any gift that would be worth 1 million. Damn, if the company allows employees to give suggestions again, I will definitely suggest adding a gift worth 1 million to the gift list. Qin Fun raised his hand in agreement. I agree. I have already thought of a name. Let's call it Li Wei Shameless. You are shameless. Linny complained, but ultimately did not get the desired result from customer service. They only said that the leaders were in a meeting to study the issue and there would be a result soon. Linny was so depressed that he didn't go out all day. He just lay on the sofa and watched videos on his phone. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the doorbell suddenly rang. Linny was surprised. Why did Shui Yanran ring the doorbell at this time when she was off work? Did she forget to bring her keys? He opened the door and suddenly a burst of fragrance hit his nose, followed by Shui Yanran's beautiful face. At this time, her cheeks were slightly red, she was breathing heavily, and there was a smell of alcohol in her breath. Drinking. Linny quickly supported Shui Yanran. When I touched her soft body, my heart was moved. I didn't expect that my first intimate contact with her was when she was drunk. Alas, I can only say that happiness comes too suddenly. Mr. Shui, please slow down. A woman's voice suddenly sounded beside him, bringing Linny's thoughts back to reality. Only then did Linny realize that there was someone else. That delicate and beautiful face belonged to her secretary Yi Yushu. What's going on? Why did Yanran drink so much? Linny asked. Mr. Shui received a big client today, who insisted that Mr. Shui drink. Mr. Shui couldn't refuse, so he drank 2 glasses of white wine. Yi Yushu said. 2 glasses of white wine? Lin Yi knew Shui Yanran's alcohol tolerance. Usually, she and Tang Xian would only drink 2 glasses of red wine. 2 glasses of white wine were obviously beyond her limit. The two men helped Shui Yanran onto the bed, and Yi Yushu took off her suit jacket and black high heels. Shui Yanran had obviously lost consciousness under the influence of alcohol and allowed Yi Yushu to control her. Linny stood aside and watched. At this time, Shui Yanran had lost her cold temperament and became a sentimental woman. Linny couldn't help swallowing. Mr. Shui, I'm leaving. Yi Yushu tried to call out. Shui Yanran did not respond. Mr. Lin, please take care of Mr. Shui. Yi Yushu said to Lin Yi again. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment when he was called General Manager Lin. You said it was me. Don't call me Mr. Lin. I'm not Mr. Lin. Just call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi sent Yi Yushu out the door, and when he saw her about to leave, he quickly called her. Ms. Yi, thank you for sending my wife back today. You're too polite. This is my job. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Yi Yushu said. Wait a minute. There is something I want to trouble you with. What is it? It's like this. My wife is always busy at the company, but as a husband I can't help her. I feel a little derelict in my duty. But I don't know what she's busy with every day or what troubles she's encountered. You're her secretary, so you must know the details. So I want you to be my spy and tell me about her situation. You want me to monitor Mr. Shue's whereabouts? Sorry, I can't do it. Yi Yushu suddenly became alert and refused directly. Linny didn't expect Yi Yushu to react so strongly. He said, "Don't get me wrong. I don't want you to monitor her. I just want you to tell me about the problems she encounters that she can't solve. As for her whereabouts and work plans, I won't ask." Yi Yushu knew that she had misunderstood, and apologized. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Hey, you don't know, since I became Mr. Shue's secretary, many of Mr. Shue's suitors want to bribe me and want to know Mr. Shue's whereabouts, so I am more sensitive to this matter. I'm not Yenron's suitor, I'm her husband. I won't hurt her, I'll only protect her," Linny emphasized. Yi Yushu nodded and said, "I understand. I will consider what you said." The so-called "will consider" means that we have not agreed, but we still leave room for maneuver. Linny also felt that Yi Yushu was no ordinary person, and that she was very careful with her words. He didn't dare to push too hard, and said, "Okay, I look forward to your reply." Chapter 20 The System Tempted Me. After seeing Yi Yushu off, Linny returned to Shui Yenron's room. This was his first time coming to Shui Yenron's room, and he couldn't help but take a closer look. The room is elegantly and simply decorated. The layout is similar to Lin Yi's bedroom, both are large bedrooms with balconies and bathrooms. The bathrooms are also separated into dry and wet areas, allowing for a one-stop service for bathing and washing. Apart from the big bed and the dressing table next to it, the most eye-catching thing in the bedroom is the guqin. Linny often heard the sound of guqin in the bedroom. Shui Yenron was very good at playing the guqin. The music she played was pleasant to the ears and could be heard faintly across the room. Just as Linny was watching carefully, a sound suddenly came from the bed. It's Shui Yenran. She was seen trying to twist her body because of the discomfort. Her lazy figure kept twisting, and her shirt became messy. Her fair waist was freed from the cover of the shirt, as if flashing with a moving light. Linny's index finger moved and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. At this moment, there was only one voice in his mind. Should I go up or not? Logically, he should go, because the opportunity is rare, and if he misses this opportunity, he will never get it again. Maybe after the matter is settled, Shui Yenran will look at him differently and fall in love with him. Linny is not making this up. There are real examples of beautiful women falling in love with rapists in real life. But reason told him that he should not go. Because he couldn't afford the price. One is that Shui Yenran is likely to bear a grudge against him and terminate the contract, and then the comfortable days of being a pretty boy will be gone forever. Second, Shui Yenran would sue herself for rape, just like he shall, with a minimum sentence of 3 years. Of course, he could afford the above two prices. He would rather not be a gigolo than sleep with such a beauty for one night. As for suing him for rape, the minimum sentence would be 3 years, which would be a huge profit. He would also fight till the end with 10 years. But the third reason was what he had to consider, and that was Tang Xian's warning. Tang Xian had warned him that if he dared to force Shui Yenran, he and his family would be retaliated against. This was something Linny could not accept. He could risk his life for his momentary greed, but he could not put his sister and other relatives in danger. I can't go. Linny finally made a decision. Bite. The system task range at this moment. System task released. Task content: the host takes advantage of Shui Yenron's unconsciousness to make the rice a fait accompli. Damn it, do you want me to die, system? Linny cursed when he heard the task issued by the host. He had just made up his mind with great difficulty, and the system came to tempt him at this time. Which cadre could withstand such a test? Does the host accept the mission? Linny couldn't utter the 3 words "I don't accept" when they came to his lips. Accept. Linny felt his heart tremble violently. He made up his mind, went to the kitchen, took out a bowl of rice and put it directly in the pot to cook. After about 10 minutes, he turned off the fire and poured the rice into a bowl. It's done. It's a done deal. System. The host has misunderstood. This is not what the system means when it says that a done deal has been made. Then what do you mean? Lin Yi asked. What the system means by making the rice a fait accompli is to let you take the opportunity to percent. After listening to the system's detailed explanation, Lin Yi flew into a rage. You are a system, but you are full of foul language. How can you be so disrespectful? System. Does the host accept the mission? I don't accept it. This time Lin Yi was firm. Ding, mission cancelled. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. I have made such a great decision. Oh, you can't play with me like this. After wiping off the cold sweat on his body and about to go back to his room, a noise suddenly came from Shui Yanran's bedroom. Lin Yi walked over and opened the door to check. Shui Yanran was seen curled up in a corner vomiting, and her vomit had stained the bedsheets and some of her clothes. Lin Yi felt that all the strength in his body was gone, and thought to himself, God, you want to kill me, don't test me anymore, I can't bear it. He walked in front of Shui Yanran. At this time, the beautiful woman had stopped vomiting. Although there was some vomit at the corners of her mouth, it could not hide her beauty. A few strands of messy long hair covered her face, which made her look even more miserable. I don't mean to violate you. You vomited all over yourself. I'm just helping you clean it up. Don't blame me. Lin Yi murmured. Then he started to take off Shui Yanran's shirt, then her skirt, then her stockings, and then. Finally, he changed the bedsheets, brought a cup of hot water, wiped the vomit off Shui Yanran's body, and finally covered her with a quilt before leaving reluctantly. Lin Yi returned to his room, took a cold shower, and played with the airplane for a while. No, it was a pistol. No, it was a cell phone. Only then did he feel calm. Early the next morning, Lin Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a woman's scream. He hurried to Shui Yanran's bedroom, pushed open the door, and saw Shui Yanran covering herself with the quilt, looking dazed and shivering. This scene reminded him of Lin Jing, who was caught cheating. Bastard! Shui Yanran looked at Lin Yi with undisguised hatred on her face. Calm down, I didn't do anything last night. Lin Yi said. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had controlled himself last night. Shui Yanran obviously lost her mind and picked up a pillow and threw it at Lin Yi. Then he picked up his phone and called the police. Lin Yi naturally couldn't let her call the police, so he stepped forward to snatch the phone and said, I really didn't do anything, you have to believe me. Lin Yi, who had taken the solid Peiyuan pill, was very strong. How could Shui Yanran be his opponent? Her phone was quickly snatched away and her body was pressed under Lin Yi, unable to move. Although separated by a quilt, Lin Yi still felt a strange sense of difference. Looking at Shui Yanran again, her eyes were slightly red and a tear rolled down her face, making me feel pity for her. There was still unspeakable anger in her expression as she stared at Lin Yi emotionlessly. Lin Yi was both afraid and in love with her. What he loved was naturally her pitiful look, but what he was afraid of was that she would become depressed and do something that she could not control. Calm down, I really didn't do anything last night. I swear, if I did something to you, you would have felt something, right? These words seemed to remind Shui Yanran, and her expression calmed down. Let go. Lin Yi obediently let go and stood up from pressing on Shui Yanran. Go out. Lin Yi walked out obediently again. He knew that Shui Yanran had calmed down, and the reason she asked him to go out at this time was probably to check whether he had been violated. As for how she tested it? Lin Yi's mind flashed with a picture. After Lin Yi left the room, Shui Yanran lifted the quilt and lowered her head to check her lower body. Pooh, what am I thinking about? How could a goddess do such a thing? Lin Yi cursed himself inwardly. Chapter 21 Yi Yushu's Emergency. Just as Lin Yi thought, after he left, Shui Yanran began to verify whether she had been violated last night, but the method of verification was not what Lin Yi thought. Shui Yanran quickly stood up, turned on her mobile phone, clicked on a program in the phone, and soon a picture appeared on the phone. This scene is exactly what is happening in her bedroom. It turned out that she had installed a camera in a hidden place in her bedroom. The camera was directly connected to her mobile phone, and every move in the bedroom was under her monitoring. The purpose of doing this is naturally to guard against Lin Yi. With a nervous mood, Shui Yanran began to check the surveillance footage from last night. In the scene, Shui Yanran saw Yi Yushu and Lin Yi helping her lie back on the bed, and then Yi Yushu left. After Lin Yi sent Yi Yushu away, he returned to the room alone. Lin Yi first looked around the bedroom, then looked at himself lying on the bed drunk. His expression was full of confusion, as if he was making a decision. Shui Yanran was worried. She knew what Lin Yi was struggling with. That was something every man wanted from her. Fortunately, after some hesitation, Linny finally walked out of the room. Then there was a scene of himself vomiting. Linny returned again after hearing the sound. Then he said to himself, I don't mean to violate you. You vomited all over yourself. I'm just helping you clean up the vomit. Don't blame me. Then Linny started to take off her clothes, change the bed sheets, and then used hot water to clean the vomit on her body. After cleaning, he covered her with a quilt and left. Shui Yan read until the end, and until she woke up early in the morning, Linny never entered her room again. Seeing this, Shui Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the worry in her heart. Linny didn't do anything to her, and she knew that she had misunderstood Linny. Then she blushed again. Although Linny did not do anything to her last night, he took off her clothes and washed her. He looked at and touched her whole body inside and out, which made Shui Yan feel indescribably ashamed. From childhood to adulthood, no one has had such close contact with her. Now that Linny has done it, she can't be angry. Damn you, you got away with it. In the end, Shui Yan could only sigh helplessly. When Shui Yan came out, she had changed her clothes. Linny, who was sitting on the sofa anxiously waiting for the result, stood up from the sofa instantly. I didn't lie to you, did I? I really didn't do anything to you last night. Linny said. Shui Yan nodded, I was wrong about you, I apologize. Thank you for what happened last night. You finally believe me. Linny said happily. Shui Yan didn't say anything else. She went to the kitchen and made a hearty breakfast. Let's eat together. Shui Yan invited Linny. Linny expected Shui Yan to make breakfast for him. This was the second time since they got married. The first time was on their wedding day, and after that, they have been eating separately. Now that Shui Yan has taken the initiative to invite me, does it mean that they can cook and eat together in the future? Linny expressed his thoughts, but Shui Yan poured cold water on him. Don't get me wrong. I made breakfast for you this time simply to thank you for what you did last night. As for the future, we should still eat our own meals according to the old rules. After Shui Yan ate a few bites of food, she drove to the company. When she arrived at the company, she saw her secretary Yi Yushu waiting for her anxiously. She looked anxious, obviously she hadn't slept well the night before. Mr. Shui, were you okay last night? Yi Yushu asked nervously. It's okay. Shui Yan said. You took me back last night? Yi Yushu nodded. After you drank those 2 glasses of white wine last night, you were a little unconscious, so I sent you back. Thank you. After Shui Yan finished speaking, she walked back to her office. Yi Yushu watched her leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Shui Yan would scold her for what happened last night. In fact, she regretted it after leaving Shui Yan last night. She always felt that she shouldn't leave Shui Yan alone in the room, and should stay with Shui Yan. You have to know that Shui Yan was unconscious at that time. If Linny wanted to do anything to her, she would be powerless to resist. In this way, wouldn't he be putting a sheep into the tiger's mouth with his own hands? But on second thought, Shui Yan had personally admitted that Linny was her husband. Since they were already married, it was normal for Linny to do anything to her. That was a matter between them, and how could she, Yi Yushu, interfere? But even so, with Shui Yan's beauty and financial resources, she would have to find a husband who was well-matched and talented. With Lin Yi's wealth, he is obviously not qualified. Is there something fishy about Shui Yan and Lin Yi's marriage? Is it just a fake marriage, and Lin Yi is just a shield for Shui Yan? If there really is something fishy going on, then Shui Yan would be in danger right now. After realizing this, Yi Yushu became nervous again. She was struggling over whether to stop it from happening, but she felt that she was overthinking. After this hesitation, an hour passed so quickly. When she really decided to stop it, she found it was too late. In 1 hour, everything that was supposed to happen had happened. Yi Yushu regretted her indecision and spent the whole night in this state of hesitation and entanglement. Yi Yushu did not sleep all night. When she arrived at the company, she was anxiously waiting for Shui Yan to appear. If Shui Yan is mentally ill or loses her temper with me, it means that I guessed right and there is really a problem in their marriage. But the result was that Shui Yan was fine and even said thank you to herself. It seemed that she had been overthinking it, and the two of them were really married, which made him feel relieved. Yi Yushu couldn't help but think of what Linny said to her before he left last night. For Shui Yan, she really should think about it carefully. Lin Yi and Yi Yushu met in a cafe far away from the company. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Yi Yushu also wore sunglasses for fear of being recognized. Ms. Yi wants to talk to me about something. Have you thought carefully about what I said yesterday? Lin Yi asked. An hour ago, Lin Yi received a call from Yi Yushu asking her to meet him. She knew that Yi Yushu must have responded to what she said last night. Sure enough, Yi Yushu took a sip of coffee and said, I have carefully considered your words. Now I want to give you a clear reply. I agree to help you. Lin Yi smiled happily. Ms. Yi, your decision is right. Believe me, Yanran is my wife. I will not harm her, I just help her when she is in trouble. You were able to take the time to sneak out and meet me at noon. I think it's not just to show your attitude. Is Yanran in trouble at this time? Yi Yushu looked at Lin Yi deeply and exclaimed, You are right, the martial arts world needs help. Mr. Shui is in trouble tonight, but I don't know if you can help. Please tell me in detail. Lin Yi said seriously. Chapter 22 Shui Yanran's Trouble. Yi Yushu took a sip of coffee and said, Do you know why Mr. Shui got drunk last night? Didn't you say that Yanran was dealing with a client last night? Lin Yi said. Yi Yushu nodded, That's true. But you don't need Mr. Shui to come in person to deal with clients. Even if you have to deal with them, no one can force Mr. Shui to get drunk. We really encountered a special situation yesterday. Ms. Shui's company is a joint stock company. Although she is the chairman of the board, she does not have the final say on many decisions of the company, and she does not hold an absolute number of shares. There are many people in the company who covet Ms. Shui's position, especially since she is young and beautiful and is qualified to be the chairman. Many directors are dissatisfied. But due to Mr. Shui's ability and the assistance of the company's vice president, Mr. Dong, no one could shake Mr. Shui's position until you showed up. Having said that, Yi Yushu looked at Lin Yi deeply, which made Lin Yi confused. What does it have to do with me? Yi Yushu rolled her eyes at him and said, It's because you forced Ms. Shui to say that you are her husband, which caused Ms. Dong's dissatisfaction. Mr. Dong is also a suitor of Mr. Shui. In order to pursue Mr. Shui, he even spent a lot of money to buy shares in the company. Now, Mr. Shui said in public that he was getting married, but Mr. Dong did not support Mr. Shui, but instead added insult to injury. You have to know that he is the second largest shareholder of the company, and he and other shareholders have joined forces to put a lot of pressure on Mr. Shui. I see. Lin Yi didn't expect there were so many things in it, and couldn't help but curse the system inwardly. If it hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have gone to Shui Yanran's company, let alone forced her to admit her identity. Shui Yanran is now in such a passive position, it's all the system's fault. Yi Yushu continued, Mr. Shui focuses his energy on company management and is not good at product sales. Mr. Dong joined other directors to make a fuss about this and embarrass Mr. Shui, and finally achieved the goal of forcing him to step down. Mr. Shui had no choice but to make achievements in sales if he wanted to keep his position. It happened that a big customer came to inspect the company and wanted to sign a big contract. Mr. Shui personally received him. In order to get the order, he drank 2 glasses of white wine at the banquet, which made him drunk and unconscious. That's when the following happened. Lin Yi nodded, finally understanding the cause and effect. Since Yanran has already drunk 2 cups, the contract should have been signed. Then what is the trouble you are talking about? Yi Yushu said angrily, Those clients are playing tricks and denying the contract. They also said that they would continue to set up the banquet tonight and asked Mr. Shui to continue to drink with them, so they signed the contract. Lin Yi was furious after hearing this. These people are obviously bullying Yanran. What did Yanran say? Yi Yushu sighed, This contract is not only related to Mr. Shui's position, but also to the future development of the company. The company's capital chain is already a bit tight. If we can take on this big order, the company's capital will be greatly relieved. So for the sake of the overall situation, Mr. Shui agreed. Lin Yi was not surprised. If Shui Yanran did not agree, Yi Yushu would not have rushed to find him. Okay, Miss Yi, thank you for telling me about it. I will try to help Yanran solve it. Yi Yushu said, How do you want to solve it? I warn you, if you are not sure, don't force it, otherwise it will backfire. Of course I'm sure. You just need to tell me the time and place of drinking tonight, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Yi said. Since these guys want to drink, Lin Yi might as well accompany them to the end. You know, he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. After parting with Yi Yushu, Lin Yi returned home. Not long after he got home, the phone rang. Is this Mr. Lin Yi? There was a man's voice on the phone. Who are you? Lin Yi asked. I am an employee of a certain audio company. My name is Qin Fun. Mr. Lin, I am calling to inform you that your account has been blocked by the company. The leadership has held a meeting to discuss the matter and decided to unblock your account. Mr. Lin, your account has now returned to normal. Really? I was wondering what's going on with your company. You actually said that I was suspected of money laundering. How did I launder money? Can you give me an explanation? Lin Yi asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. It's because an account kept giving you gifts the night before yesterday, and the amount was huge, which triggered a system warning, which led to this misunderstanding. However, after our investigation, these gifts were normal consumption and did not involve money laundering, so the account will not be blocked again in the future. Qin Fun explained. After hearing this, Lin Yi became even more confused. What did you say? Someone gave me a gift of a huge amount? That's right. Our Douyin app uses live streaming as a cash withdrawal method. There is a limit of 100 yuan for short video gifts. Last night, someone swiped your limit more than 10,000 times, and the total amount exceeded 1 million, which triggered the system warning. Is this true? Lin Yi was confused himself. No wonder a certain audio platform blocked his account on charges of money laundering. Such a bizarre thing actually happened. As the saying goes, when something is fishy, there must be something fishy going on. Lin Yi instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Could it be that someone saw something from my video? Lin Yi thought to himself. Mr. Lin, the quality of your video content is excellent. The company has decided to give your content a level 4 promotion in the future. Moreover, you are so popular. If you start a live broadcast, your popularity will definitely soar. Have you considered starting a live broadcast? Qin Fun asked. This was also the purpose of his calling Lin Yi this time. Not yet, let's talk about it later. Lin Yi said, not wanting to talk any more nonsense, and hung up the phone directly. Qin Fun was about to say something, but suddenly there was a hang-up sound on the phone, leaving Qin Fun stunned. So what did he say? Asked Levi, who had been eavesdropping nearby. He hung up. Didn't he mention the live broadcast? Qin Fun shook his head. He said that he has no plans for live broadcasting for the time being, and will talk about it later. What do you mean by let's talk about it later? All this wealth has already fallen on his head, but he doesn't want it. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Li Wei looked as if he was disappointed in his child. Qin Fun was also speechless. Look, that person gave him another gift. Qin Fun suddenly pointed at the computer screen. At the same time, Lin Yi also saw the gift on his phone. Along with the gift, there was also a message from the other party requesting contact information. So he wants my contact information. Could it be that this person knows that my swordsmanship is real? Then what is his purpose in contacting me? Questions flashed through Lin Yi's mind one after another. Ignore him for now. I want to see how much he can give me. Chapter 23. Drink as much as you want, take as much as you want. In a VIP room of Dihao Hotel. At this time, there were 3 men sitting around the table. These 3 people are exactly the clients that Shui Yanran is going to receive. The 3 people belong to 3 different companies. They came to SIPG together to discuss cooperation, and each of them brought a big order. Mr. Li, Mr. Chen, how do you think we should discuss the deal with Mr. Shui tonight? The middle-aged fat man with balding hair sitting in the middle seat smiled obscenely at the other 2 people. This man is called Zheng Hai. This time he obtained a quota of 40 million on behalf of the company. Of course, 40 million could not be given to Shui Yanran's family. Mr. Li's name is Li Ming, and he also has a 40 million yuan limit. He also smiled obscenely and pointed at the wine glass on the table and said, the wine glass last night was a bit big. Mr. Shui can't drink much, and he got drunk after 2 glasses. Tonight I specially arranged for the hotel to change to the small wine cup, so that Mr. Shui can have more time to play with us. After hearing this, the remaining 2 people also laughed obscenely. Being able to have a beauty like Shui Yanran drink with you and get you drunk is an infinite temptation for men. In fact, those who do business don't care who they sign the contract with. What they care about is the fun of the contract signing process. The most important part is naturally the wine and the beauties. With a stunning beauty like Shui Yanran by my side, I believe tonight's drinking party will be extremely exciting. I heard that President Shue's position is not stable now. The second largest shareholder of the company, Dong Yuchuan, has joined forces with other small shareholders to force him out. So this big order is very important to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have drunk 2 glasses of white wine last night. The person who said this was Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's full name is Chen Xing. He is in his 40s, wears black framed glasses, has a fair face and no beard. He gives people a gentle feeling, but unexpectedly his smile is quite vulgar. Zheng Hai nodded. I have heard about this, too. That's why tonight is so interesting. Now that we know the cards, Mr. Shue can let us control him. Li Ming said, in addition to the wine glasses, I also had people replace the wine with white wine with a lower alcohol content, so that Mr. Shue can hold on a little longer. Chen Xing nodded in agreement. When she gets drunk, we will threaten her with signing a contract and ask her to dance for us. Do you think Ms. Shue will obey? Zheng Hai said, if she doesn't listen, we will threaten to give the order to someone else. I want to see if she listens. The 3 of them laughed obscenely again, looking confident of victory. At this moment, the hotel door was pushed open by the waiter, and then Shui Yanran walked in accompanied by Yi Yushu. Looking at Shui Yanran's beautiful face and elegant temperament, the 3 of them were dazzled and couldn't help swallowing. Welcome, Mr. Shui. Zhang Hai was the first to stand up and greet him. The other 2 also stood up. Boss Zhang, Boss Li, Boss Chen, didn't we agree last night that we would sign the contract after I have a couple of drinks? If you 3 don't sign, you are breaking your promise, and you are just playing tricks on us. As soon as Shui Yanran came up, she started questioning. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Zheng Hai took the lead and said, it's not that we don't want to sign it. Last night, Mr. Shui had a good alcohol tolerance. We admire him very much. So we signed the contract right away. Look, we have brought the contract with us. As Zheng Hai spoke, he took out a contract from his briefcase and signed it in front of Shui Yanran. The other 2 followed suit. Seeing that the 3 people gave in so easily, Shui Yanran's expression returned to calm. But when he saw the contract amount, his face changed again. Why is it only 1 million? Isn't it 40 million? Li Ming said with a smile, how can I give you a 40 million order? Mr. Shui, your appetite is too big. Even if they don't give us 40 million, it's impossible that they only give us 1 million. You know, we have been cooperating for many years, and every cooperation has been more than 5 million. Chen Xing said, Boss Shui is right. We can't just give Boss Shui a 1 million contract this time. On the contrary, if Boss Shui is capable, the 40 million can be given to Boss Shui and his family. As Chen Xing spoke, he took out a stack of contracts from his briefcase. The other 2 followed suit. Zheng Hai smiled and said, these contracts are here. As for how much you can sign, it depends on your performance tonight. Li Ming continued, except for the 1 million just signed, the other contracts are added up, namely 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 10 million, and finally 15 million. Each contract is 40 million, a total of 120 million. Chen Xing said, how much you can get depends on how much Mr. Shui drinks tonight. Looking at the 3 stacked contracts on the table, Shui Yanran instantly understood what they meant. They wanted to force her to get drunk just like they did yesterday. The food and drinks were served soon. Zheng Hai raised the wine first and said to Shui Yanran, Boss Shui, this glass of wine is for you. As he said this, he drank it all in one gulp. Shui Yanran had no choice but to drink a glass as well. Then Li Ming and Chen Xing toasted. Shui Yanran drank 2 more cups. Although the wine glass was small and the alcohol content was low, after 3 cups, Shui Yanran still felt a little dizzy with her alcohol tolerance, and her face seemed to be covered with a hint of red. After 1 round, the 3 were very satisfied and praised Shui Yanran highly. They signed a second contract worth 2 million on the spot. They took a few more bites of the food and started the second round. Zheng Hai stood up and said, Boss Shui, I toast you again. Let's have 2 drinks this time. After saying that, without waiting for Shui Yanran to object, he drank 2 cups in a row. Yi Yushu, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, Boss Zhang, why are you still adding more? Zheng Hai glanced at Yi Yushu with disdain and said sarcastically, little girl, the contract amount is also stacked, and the money is not so easy to get. Yi Yushu was about to say something, but Shui Yanran held her down and drank 2 cups in silence. This immediately caused applause from Mr. Chen and Mr. Li. Mr. Chen, Mr. Shui has a good alcohol tolerance. Come on, let's have 2 cups too. Shui Yanran drank 4 cups in a row. After drinking 6 cups in a row, Shui Yanran's face turned as red as an apple. Her eyes were seductive and she was breathing heavily, obviously she could no longer drink. The three were satisfied and signed another contract for 3 million. President Zhang winked at the two of them secretly, then smiled at Shui Yanran and said, "Next, it depends on what President Shui chooses." "What do you mean?" Shui Yanran asked vigilantly. Chen Xing said, "We also know that Mr. Shui's alcohol tolerance is limited. Mr. Shui, do you want to drink 3 cups in a row or perform a show? Mr. Shui, please choose one. I think Mr. Shui has drunk almost enough. How about we not make things difficult for him and let him dance with us?" Li Ming suggested. The two of them agreed immediately. If Mr. Shui doesn't want to dance, that's fine. I just don't know if Mr. Shui can drink 3 glasses in a row. Zheng Hai said with a hint of amusement. Yi Yushu knew that Shui Yanran would not be able to drink it, so she said, "I will drink the next 3 cups on behalf of President Shui." Li Ming smiled and said, "Little girl, you are not qualified. If you want to replace your CEO Shui, it won't be as simple as drinking 3 cups in a row." Yi Yushu looked unhappy and cursed in her heart. She knew these people did it on purpose, but she could do nothing about it. Why hasn't that damn Linny come yet? Didn't you say you had a solution? If he doesn't come, President Shui won't be able to handle it. Yi Yushu was so anxious that she almost cried. "I drink." Then Shui Yanran said, "Mr. Shui, you can't drink anymore. You have already got the contract worth 6 million, that's enough." Yi Yushu stopped him. "Don't persuade me, I know myself well." Shui Yanran said, "If I'm still as drunk as I was yesterday, don't take me home, take me to your house." "Send it to my home?" Yi Yushu didn't expect Shui Yanran to say that. "Yes, send me to your house to sleep. You rent a house by yourself." "Okay, Mr. Shui." Yi Yushu agreed. The reason why Shui Yanran asked Yi Yushu to send her home to sleep was because she was afraid that if she sent her back home, Linny would lose control of himself. It is true that Linny managed to control himself the first time, but who can guarantee that he can do it the second time? Shui Yanran didn't dare to take the risk. Just as she picked up the glass to drink, the door was suddenly pushed open. Then a voice said, "Sorry, I'm late." Chapter 24 Linny, I really can't drink anymore. The person who came was naturally Linny. Seeing him coming, Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But then she became curious again. The current situation is clearly a trick set up by that guy to embarrass Mr. Shui. I wonder if Linny can break it. Shui Yanran frowned when she saw Linny coming. She didn't understand why Linny came here and who told him. Shui Yanran looked at Yi Yushu, who lowered her head and avoided looking directly at her. This made Shui Yanran instantly understand that it was Yi Yushu who told Linny. "Who are you and who let you in?" Zheng Hai scolded Linny when he saw the uninvited guest suddenly breaking in. "Excuse me, Mr. Zhang. Let me introduce myself. My name is Linny and I'm a salesperson in the company. Mr. Shui originally asked me to receive everyone this time, but there was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm late." "I'm sorry," Linny said. "Corporate sales?" Zheng Hai and the other two looked at Linny with suspicion. Obviously they had never seen this salesman before. Yi Yushu also frowned slightly, not understanding why Linny pretended to be a company salesperson. What is he doing? Is this what he said? Yi Yushu began to have doubts in her heart, and for the first time she felt that asking Linny to come was not a wise choice. Boss Shui has drunk too much. The 3 CEOs should let him go. I will drink with you from now on and I guarantee that you 3 will be happy. Linny said. Who do you think you are? Why do you think you deserve to accompany us? Let your General Shui drink with us. Chen Xing sneered. Li Ming rolled his eyes and said, Boy, we are drinking with Mr. Shui this time. Now it's the 3rd round. If you drink this cup, you can sign a contract worth 4 million. If you want to drink with us, we will see if you are qualified. Mr. Li, what qualifications do you mean? Linny asked. How about this, if you finish this bottle of wine in one go, I'll let you take Mr. Shui's place. As Li Ming spoke, he handed a whole bottle of wine with the lid still on to Linny. The other two smiled knowingly and immediately revealed playful expressions. This bottle weighs more than 1 pound. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to finish drinking it, let alone drinking it all in one breath. Mr. Li, you are making things difficult for me. I can't drink that much. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. Li Ming's face changed. You don't want to drink, right? Then you have no right to accompany us. No, it's okay for me to drink. Lin Yi quickly changed the topic. As Lin Yi spoke, he had already unscrewed the bottle cap. You're crazy. How can you drink this bottle in one gulp? Shui Yanran stopped her. Although she didn't feel anything about Lin Yi's rescue, she didn't want to see him make a fool of himself in public. After all, they were still nominally married. Lin Yi's embarrassment was also a slap in her face. Don't worry, I can drink it. As Lin Yi spoke, he raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. As Lin Yi's throat moved, the bottle of white wine slowly went down and finally all entered Lin Yi's throat. I wonder if I am qualified to drink with you guys now. Lin Yi said, wiping the wine stains at the corners of his mouth. Okay, you have guts. The three of them applauded at the same time. At the same time, his face changed. He didn't expect that Lin Yi actually drank the whole bottle in one breath. Zheng Hai said, you are indeed qualified to drink on behalf of your Mr. Shui. Mr. Shui will drink 3 cups in a row, so you will take his place. Lin Yi was about to pick up the wine cup next to Shui Yanran when he heard Chen Xing say, wait, brother, this is not for you to drink. You should use this cup. As he spoke, Chen Xing handed him a goblet. Yi Yushu cursed inwardly. This goblet, when filled with wine, held at least 2 taels of wine, more than twice as much as the small wine cup. Protested, Boss Chen, you guys are cheating, you said you would replace Boss Shui, why did you change the cup? Li Ming said, we just said he was qualified to take over, but we didn't say he could drink from the previous cup. How can he compare with Mr. Shui based on his status? Mr. Shui can have a small cup, but if he wants to drink with us, he can only have a large cup. Yi Yushu was about to say something, but Lin Yi stopped her and said, don't worry, I can drink it. Then he turned to Zheng Hai and said, come on, President Zheng, I toast to you. After saying that, Lin Yi drank 3 large cups in a row. Okay. Zheng Hai also drank 3 cups in a row. Then he drank 3 cups with Li Ming and Chen Xing respectively. When Lin Yi finished the last glass, the 3 of them stared at him, expectantly waiting for him to spit it out, or just lie down under the table. But in the end the 3 were disappointed, as they saw Lin Yi just shook his body and burped, and there was nothing else wrong with him. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. You have to know that Lin Yi had just drunk a bottle of white wine, and now he drank another glass of wine, which is nearly 3 kilograms of white wine. It is incredible that he did not vomit or fall down. Could this guy be the god of wine? The 3 thought at the same time. Everyone, please sign the contract. Seeing that Lin Yi was fine after 9 drinking glasses of wine in one breath, Yi Yushu felt relieved and reminded him. The 3 of them looked at each other, and had no choice but to sign their names on the 4 million contract. Yi Yushu took the contract and handed it to Shui Yanran, who nodded. Zheng Hai looked at Lin Yi and said with a half smile, little brother, you have a really strong alcohol tolerance. I wonder if you can drink 4 glasses in a row. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Boss Zhang, I've had too much to drink now. I really can't drink anymore. After saying this, Lin Yi shook his body a few times, looking like he was about to fall to the ground at any time. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and laughed secretly. Chen Xing said, since the little brother can't drink anymore, then let Mr. Shui drink next. Shui Yanran was silent for a moment, and said, 3 bosses, today's drinking party ends here, we will have the chance to meet again another day. These words surprised the 3 of them. They didn't expect that Shui Yanran wanted to quit when they were having so much fun. Naturally, they couldn't let Shui Yanran leave easily. Li Ming said, why, Mr. Shui has just signed a 30 million contract, and there are still 90 million waiting for him. Is Mr. Shui willing to leave? Zheng Hai said, since Mr. Shui can't drink, let's follow the old rules. Dance for us. If we are satisfied, we will sign the 5 million contract with you. Before Shui Yanran could answer, she heard Lin Yi suddenly shout, what, 5 million? The 3 were startled by Lin Yi's shouting. Li Ming looked at him with contempt, yeah, 5 million. What, brother, do you want to drink more? After drinking, the 5 million contract will be signed. But I really can't drink anymore. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. Then he seemed to have made up his mind and shouted, okay, let's fight for 5 million. I'll drink. You're crazy. This time it was Yi Yushu who spoke up to stop them. Lin Yi had just drunk nearly 3 kilograms of liquor. If he finished this round, it would be another 2.5 kilograms, a total of more than 5 kilograms of liquor. Even the god of alcohol would vomit. The three of them obviously had the same idea as Yi Yushu and would not miss the opportunity to play a prank on Lin Yi. Zhang Hai said, "Okay, that's quite generous. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." After saying that, Zhang Hai drank 4 cups in one breath. Although it was a wine cup, Zhang Hai couldn't bear to drink 4 cups in a row. He felt a tightness in his chest and his body shook. "It's your turn now, don't be disrespectful." Zhang Hai was afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his word, so he threatened and forced Lin Yi to finish the drink. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. "I really can't drink anymore." "Hey, how dare I not give Mr. Zhang face, I drink it." With the last 2 words did it, he seemed to have made a great determination. He tilted his head back and drank 4 cups in a row. Chapter 25. I really can't drink anymore. Lin Yi drank 4 cups and his body was staggering. The 3 of them were all waiting for him to lie under the table, but Lin Yi didn't do as they wished, which made the 3 of them so anxious that they broke out in sweats. "This kid can drink a lot," Zhang Hai said secretly. "Come on, brother, it's our turn." Li Ming said this and drank 4 in a row. Lin Yi also drank 4 cups, and he just swayed a few more times. Next came Chen Xing. After drinking 4 cups with Chen Xing, Lin Yi's face suddenly changed, and it seemed as if something was about to come out of his throat. This made the 3 of them very happy. As long as Lin Yi vomited it out, no matter how much he vomited, they would have a reason to cheat and not sign the contract. Unfortunately, they were too happy too soon, because they saw Lin Yi trying to hold back from vomiting with a look of pain on his face, and in the end, he didn't vomit anything. Damn, even if this guy is the god of wine, he can't drink so much. The 3 of them were secretly shocked. "3 of you, please sign the contract." Yi Yushu did not forget to remind him. The 3 had no choice but to sign the contract again. "Let's continue," Zhang Hai shouted after signing the contract. He stared at Lin Yi fiercely. Lin Yi was a nobody, but he managed to get a contract worth 27 million from them, which made them very embarrassed. They were originally thinking about seeing Shui Yanran make a fool of herself, but Lin Yi jumped out and successfully made them turn their target to him. Zhang Hai was determined to make him look bad today. "Brother, after this round of drinking, you will get a contract worth 10 million yuan." Zhang Hai tempted. "What, 10 million? Lin Yi, who was still a little confused, immediately widened his eyes when he heard this. "That's right, 10 million, 3 people make 30 million, do you want to drink it or not?" Li Ming pointed at Lin Yi and shouted with a red face. He was obviously extremely anxious, and with the influence of alcohol, he was now somewhat irrational. I really can't drink anymore." Lin Yi burped in the middle of his speech. "If you don't drink, don't even think about leaving this door." Chen Xing shouted. Zhang Hai didn't even bother to say anything, and didn't care whether Lin Yi agreed or not, he just started working. After drinking 5 cups in a row, Zhang Hai felt dizzy, sprained his ankle, and almost fell under the table. "Drink quickly, President Zhang has already drunk. If you don't drink, you are being disrespectful to him." Li Ming shouted. "If you dare not drink, I will have someone break your legs today." Zhang Hai also shouted. At this point they had already directed all their anger at Lin Yi. If he doesn't make Lin Yi vomit and fall down, how can he be worthy of the contract worth tens of millions? Okay, since the bosses have said so, I would be giving them no face if I don't drink. I drink. Lin Yi picked up the wineglass and was about to drink. Shui Yanran quickly gave Yi Yushu a look, asking her to stop Lin Yi. Yi Yushu was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although the 30 million order is very tempting, compared with life, 30 million is nothing. Lin Yi has already drunk more than 5 kilograms of liquor. If he drinks more, it will be more than 8 kilograms of liquor. This is tantamount to suicide. Even the god of wine will be drunk to death. Yi Yushu didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yi, so she tried to snatch the wineglass from Lin Yi's hand, but was pushed away by Lin Yi. "Go away, don't stop me, I can drink." Then he drank 5 cups in a row. Yi Yushu couldn't stop him and she was so anxious that she jumped to her feet. Vomit. Lin Yi retched twice, but didn't spit out anything. Li Ming and Chen Xing also drank 5 cups. After 5 drinks, the 2 were as drunk as Zhang Hai, staggering and unable to stand steadily. Then Lin Yi drank another 10 cups. After 10 cups, Lin Yi's expression suddenly calmed down. He was motionless, his eyes were closed, and there was no expression on his face, as if he was in a coma. This scared Yi Yushu, who was standing by, and even Shui Yanran, who was usually calm, became nervous. I don't think anything bad will happen if I drink it. When Zheng Hai and the other two saw this, they just laughed foolishly. Drink until you die, you bastard. Zheng Haibian laughed and jumped, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. They didn't even think about the fact that if Linny really got drunk and got into trouble, they would also be held responsible. Just when Yi Yushu was about to pick up the phone to call for help, Linny finally moved. He let out a long sigh, as if the computer had just restarted after a crash. Are you okay? It's okay. Linny waved his hands, then showed an uncomfortable expression again. It was obvious that something happened to him. 3 of you, it's time to sign the contract. This has become Yi Yushu's catchphrase. Maybe it was because all 3 of them were hungover. This time, they were not vague and signed directly. For the last time, 15 million. Do you want to drink it? After signing, Zheng Hai pointed at Linny and shouted. This time, Linny seemed to be driven to desperation. He no longer said that he couldn't drink it, but also shouted, "Drink, whoever doesn't drink is a grandson." Then he picked up the cup and drank it first. With a gurgling sound, Linny drank 6 cups in one breath. Then another 6 cups. Then another 6 cups. After drinking, Linny threw the glass down. There was a loud snap and the wine glass shattered all over the floor. Drink. Linny pointed at the 3 people, like a king, full of momentum. On the other hand, the 3 of them no longer had the arrogance they had before, and they were all deflated. They were really scared. Linny drank 12 kilograms of white wine in one gulp. Damn, this is simply not a human being. But they no longer had the courage to drink. Although their wine glasses are small, their alcohol tolerance is also small. They have already drunk more than 1 kilogram. If they drink these 6 glasses, each of them will have drunk nearly 2 kilograms of alcohol today. I surrender, I can't drink anymore. After saying this, Zheng Hai couldn't hold on any longer and lay down under the table. Get up and sign the contract before going to sleep. Yi Yushu looked at Zheng Hai, who was lying on the ground like a dead pig, and poured cold water on his face. Zheng Hai shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. Yi Yushu said to the waiter serving drinks, "Lift him up." The 2 of them struggled to lift Zheng Hai out from under the table. Yi Yushu slapped him twice more to wake him up. Sign it. Zheng Hai took the pen in a daze, signed his name after a few strokes, and fell asleep on the table again. And you too. Yi Yushu looked at Li and Chen beside her. The 2 were slightly stronger than Zheng Hai and didn't lie on the table, but they were not far from being drunk. After signing, the 2 of them passed out drunk. Mr. Shui, what should we do now? Yi Yushu looked at Shui Yanran and asked. Put away the contract, and ask someone to send them back to the hotel. I'll take Linny to the hospital. He drank so much, he might have alcohol poisoning. Shui Yanran ordered. At this moment, Linny seemed to have lost consciousness. He grabbed Shui Yanran's arm and refused to let go, and Shui Yanran couldn't pull it out no matter what she did. Fortunately, he was still able to stand steadily. Shui Yanran supported him, and the 2 of them staggered out of the hotel. Chapter 26 Shui Yanran's Leap. There was a cool breeze tonight, blowing Shui Yanran's hair on her forehead, making her feel a little cool. Shui Yanran looked up at the bright moon hanging in the sky, somewhat absent-minded. The moon tonight seemed somewhat familiar, and coupled with the effect of alcohol, she seemed to be hallucinating. The bright moon gradually lost its original color and turned into a human figure. Shui Yanran felt her eyes moisten a little, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but tremble, as if she wanted to say something. The movement on her arm brought her back to reality. When she lowered her head, she realized that Linny was still holding her, with his head buried in his arms. Shui Yanran sighed and pulled Linny towards her Ferrari. After walking a few steps, I suddenly couldn't walk anymore. It turned out that Linny was holding her and standing there motionless. He seemed to be asleep. Shui Yanran frowned. She pulled hard, but it didn't move. Just when Shui Yanran wanted to seek help, Linny's throat suddenly moved, and then he looked up at his chest and was about to lower his head to vomit. This sudden change scared Shui Yanran. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't pull her hand away. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She could only close her eyes, turn her head, and wait for Linny to pour out his power on her body. The imagined disgusting scene did not happen, only a laugh was heard. Shui Yanran opened her eyes and saw Linny with a sly smile on his face. His eyes were clear and his expression was normal, without a trace of drunkenness. "You're not drunk?" Shui Yanran asked in surprise. "No, there's no way those 3 old guys could get me drunk." "How is that possible?" "You just drank more than 10 bottles of liquor. I saw it with my own eyes. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." Linny shrugged. Shui Yanran was silent for a moment, and seemed to have finally accepted the fact that Linny was not drunk. "So you were just pretending?" Linny nodded. "If I don't pretend, how could those 3 guys sign the contract obediently? Do they really think I'm stupid?" Shui Yanran took a deep breath, knowing that she had just been deceived. Naturally, she didn't believe that Linny could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. She just thought that he used some kind of sleight of hand to secretly pour out more than 10 glasses of wine. "Thinking about how I just cared about him and wanted to send him to the hospital for treatment, I didn't expect that he had been playing tricks on me. He pretended to be drunk and hugged me, taking advantage of me." "Is it funny?" Shui Yanran walked towards her Ferrari sports car angrily. "Don't be angry. After all, I signed a 100 million contract with you. It's okay for me to take advantage of you," Linny said. Shui Yanran ignored Linny and got into the car. "You can't drive after drinking," Linny said. "What do you care about me?" Shui Yanran started the engine. Linny took the opportunity to get in the car. "Get off." Linny shook his head. "We are going home anyway, so give me a ride. Don't forget that I just signed a 100 million yuan contract for you." Shui Yanran didn't say anything else and started the car. The car drove away with a roar. Linny looked at the scenery outside the window and the envious eyes from the people around him, and once again felt the pleasure of being a rich man. Now that you have a sports car and a beautiful woman, it's hard not to be envied by others. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. "This is not the way home. Where are you going?" Linny asked. There was no answer, but instead he got the sound of accelerator pedal and roar. Linny'd care. It was indeed too early to go home. He might as well go out for a ride. This was his first time to go for a ride in Shui Yanran's car. The car finally stopped at the famous Nandun Bridge of Shanghai port. Shui Yanran got out of the car and walked to the bridge to enjoy the cool breeze. She looked at the full moon hanging in the sky, and her expression became confused again. Linny stood close to her and turned his head to steal a glance at her cheeks, which were flushed from drinking. Under the white moonlight, she looked so sacred and inviolable, like a fairy from the underworld. This feeling of being neither drunk nor intoxicated is the best desire a man has for a woman. He deliberately arrived late for tonight's drinking party, just to wait for Shui Yanran to get drunk. That way, he could undress her like he did last night and satisfy his eyes and hands. But when he showed up, Shui Yanran was not drunk, which made Linny hate himself for not being a few minutes late. Thinking about it now, it's really ridiculous. Although Shui Yanran, after being drunk, could make him do whatever he wanted, she lacked agility and vitality. She is the most beautiful when she is slightly drunk at this moment. He stretched out his hand to touch the goddess body, but in the end he did not dare to act rashly. He was deeply afraid of ruining this beautiful mood. Just as Linny was immersed in the beauty of watching the moon with Shui Yanran and feeling complacent, he suddenly found that Shui Yanran beside him was trembling all over. Linny looked at her beautiful face in astonishment. At this moment, 2 lines of tears were left on that holy face. She whispered in her magnetic and seductive voice, "Dear, I miss you." Although the voice was soft, Linny heard it clearly. Linny felt as if he was falling into an icy cave. He knew, of course, that the word dear was not referring to him, but to someone else. He felt a little jealous and a little angry. He was jealous of that person and angry at that same person. Since you have won the heart of the goddess, why make her sad? It's really unforgivable. Linny wanted to hug Shui Yanran's waist to calm her down, but all he got was her cold and calm voice. "Don't touch me." Linny stretched out his hand halfway and retracted it helplessly. The two fell silent again. After a long while, I suddenly heard Shui Yanran say, "Do you believe in light?" Linny was stunned by this sudden question and didn't know why Shui Yanran asked this. Then Shui Yanran continued, "Is there a place in this world that you yearn for?" Linny thought to himself, "I long to be with you. With you by my side, everywhere is paradise." Unfortunately, he didn't dare to express his feelings so bluntly and could only shake his head. "What I yearn for is that light. Wherever that light exists, that is where I yearn for." As Shui Yanran spoke, she suddenly looked down at the river below. Linny found that the river below was dark, with no light at all. Only a ray of white light was reflected by the moonlight on the river's surface not far away. He suddenly felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Just as he was trying to figure out what Shui Yanran meant by this, the goddess spoke again. "I'm thirsty, go get me a bottle of water from my car." Oh well. Without thinking, Linny turned around and walked to the Ferrari. When he turned around with the water, he found that Shui Yanran had climbed up the railing. She stood on the railing of the bridge, the bright moonlight became her background, and the breeze blew her long black hair and caressed her face. She seemed like Chang'e who had ascended to heaven, looking so lonely, proud, and untainted by the mundane world. "Yanran, don't be impulsive," Linny advised in a low voice. The steps also moved forward little by little. He didn't dare to make too much noise, for fear that it would be too much of a stimulus and cause Shui Yanran to do something extreme. Shui Yanran just smiled at him. That smile was miserable, pitiful, and carried a trace of indelible sadness. Then she leaped over the railing. Ding, the system task is triggered. Mission content: the host rescues Shui as soon as possible. Linny no longer had time to pay attention to the system tasks. The moment Shui Yanran jumped down, he quickly ran to the bridge railing, then leaped up and jumped down. Chapter 27: Taking off the goddess clothes again. The cold river water wrapped around Shui Yanran's whole body, gradually eroding the temperature in her body. She slowly opened her eyes, and saw endless darkness below her, and her body was slowly sinking. The bright moonlight shone on the river's surface above, making it the only ray of light in the endless darkness. Shui Yanran stretched out her hand and beckoned, as if saying goodbye to the only remaining warmth in the world. The white light transformed into a human face. It was a handsome face. The corners of his mouth lifted up, revealing a wicked smile that the woman could not forget. He looked unruly, as if this world was not worthy of his existence. Shui Yanran stretched out her hand, wanting to touch this face, but she couldn't touch it at all. She found that the face was rippled and seemed to be breaking. No. She wanted to shout out, but she couldn't make a sound in the water. Finally, the face shattered before her eyes, and another face appeared. That face didn't have a wicked smile or a dissolute look. Instead, it was just a look of anxiety and concern. It's him. Shui Yanran's consciousness fell into darkness. Linny swam to Shui Yanran and pushed her sinking body towards the surface. Fortunately, his physical fitness was improved by the solid Peiyuan pill, otherwise he, who was not good at swimming, would never have been able to rescue Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran was dragged from the cold river to the shore, but she had lost consciousness. Linny carefully checked her breathing and found that she had stopped breathing, so he quickly gave her artificial respiration. This was the first time Linny kissed a goddess, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. After some operations, Shui Yanran finally breathed again and spit out a lot of river water. Linny finally let go of his worried heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and I will reward you with a prescription for sleeping pills. The system's voice came from my mind. Linny had no time to pay attention to it, as all his energy was focused on Shui Yanran. He carefully examined Shui Yanran and found that she had no external injuries. Although Shui Yanran's breathing was normal, her consciousness was still in a coma. The cool breeze from the lake blew past, and Linny shuddered and trembled all over. Linny was afraid that Shui Yanran would catch a cold, so he picked her up, got back into the sports car, and drove home. This was his first time driving a Ferrari, and because he was not skilled, he drove very slowly. He observed Shui Yanran while driving, fearing that something might happen to her. Fortunately, everything was fine. Shui Yanran lay on her back in the passenger seat, breathing heavily, and fell asleep. Linny drove the car back to the garage and carried Shui Yanran upstairs. Go back to the room and put it on the bed in the bedroom. I touched her forehead and found that her temperature and everything else were normal. Then he looked at Shui Yanran's wet clothes and fell into deep thought. Shui Yanran jumped into the river, her clothes were already soaked. If she didn't take off her clothes, she would not only be uncomfortable sleeping, but also easily catch a cold. No, I have to take it off for her. I have no other purpose, I just do this for her good. Linny defended himself. Then he took action. This was the second time in a row that he had undressed Shui Yanran. The difference from the last time was that this time, he took off his clothes very slowly, as if he couldn't bear to let the good times pass by so quickly. Just like delicious food, it tastes better if you chew it slowly. After stripping off all of Shui Yanran's wet clothes, Linny reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Shui Yanran, covered her with a quilt, and took away the wet clothes to wash. His own clothes were also wet, so he took them off and took a shower. After taking a shower and going to bed, I subconsciously wanted to play with my phone for a while, then I realized that my phone was missing. Oh no, it must have fallen into the water. Linny remembered that when he jumped into the water to save Shui Yanran, he had kept his phone in his pocket. Now it was gone, so it must have fallen into the river when he was saving her. It looks like I'll have to buy a new phone tomorrow. The next day, Linny woke up early. He first came to Shui Yanran's room and found that she was still sleeping with a smile on her lips, as if she had a good dream. Linny went to the kitchen to make breakfast, and at this moment, the doorbell rang. It was Tang Xin who opened the door. Is Yanran here? Tang Xin asked. Linny nodded, sleep in the room. What's going on? She didn't answer my phone calls. I thought something had happened. Linny frowned slightly, thinking that he had not noticed Shui Yanran's cell phone. He was afraid that her cell phone was also lost in the river when she jumped into the river. She lost her cell phone. Linny said. Lost, where? It was thrown into the river. What's going on? Tang Xin frowned, finally realizing that something had happened. Linny told Tang Xin what happened last night, and Tang Xin's face changed drastically. This silly girl actually did such a stupid thing. Tang Xin's eyes were red and she was very emotional. Thank you for saving her. You don't need to be grateful to me. I'm his husband and this is my responsibility. If it were in the past, Tang Xin would definitely ridicule him, but this time, Tang Xin surprisingly did not refute. You are her girlfriend, her best friend. There are some things you must know very clearly. Linny said. What do you mean? I want to know Yanran's past, the person who made her jump into the river. Linny said. The one she called dear. Tang Xin pursed her lips but did not answer him. I promised Yanran that I would not tell anyone about that person. Although you saved Yanran, she will not be grateful to you, and may even hate you. Oh, damn, it's better to let her drink less in the future. Linny frowned. He was somewhat disgusted that Tang Xin spoke to him in such an affirmative tone. Tang Xin is not Shui Yanran, so how could she know what she is thinking? She won't be grateful, maybe. But it doesn't matter, I don't expect her gratitude, I just want to untie the knot in her heart. I can save her the first time, but I can't guarantee that I can save her the second time. Only by untying the knot in her heart can I ensure that she won't do stupid things in the future. I know you are doing this for her own good, and I also want to tell you about that person, but you are not qualified now. If you are qualified in the future, I will naturally tell you. Tang Xin said. What does it mean to be qualified? Linny asked. If she has you in her heart, you are qualified to know her past. Tang Xin said. I saved her life, how can you be so sure that she doesn't have me in her heart? Linny said. Tang Xin nodded, I'm sorry to tell you, there is none. Perhaps you feel that your act of risking your life to save others is very touching. I believe that if it were other women, what you did would indeed move them, but Yanran is an exception. She will not easily fall in love with others, and once she does, it will not end easily. You still have a long way to go. Linny stopped talking. Although Tang Xin's words were discouraging, they were not unreasonable. During this period of time, he had come to understand Shui Yanran a little better. Tang Xin didn't know what she was thinking about, and her expression suddenly became nervous. You, Yanran jumped into the river yesterday. Did you save her and send her back home? Yeah, is there any problem? Linny asked. You didn't take the opportunity to do anything to her? Only then did Linny understand why Tang Xin was so excited. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman, how could I take advantage of someone in distress? Real? Absolutely. Tang Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I heard Linny continue, but when I rescued her, she was already not breathing, so I gave her artificial respiration. Tang Xin. Also, when we got home, I helped her take off her wet clothes. Tang Xin. You undressed her? If you don't take off your clothes, you'll easily catch a cold. I can't do anything about it. So, you've seen her body? Lin E nodded. What a fuss. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Of course, Linny could only say this in his heart. Chapter 28 Shui Yanran's Transformation. When Shui Yanran woke up, it was almost noon. Tang Xin personally cooked porridge for her and went into the bedroom to serve her food and drink. Linny knew that he was not qualified to enter Shui Yanran's room, so he simply lay on the sofa and studied the prescription for the sleeping pills out of boredom. The so-called sleeping pills mean to sleep peacefully, which is similar to the sleeping pills on the market. The difference is that sleeping pills are Western medicine, but sleeping pills are authentic Chinese medicine. The prescription uses traditional Chinese medicinal materials and goes through a complicated process before finally becoming medicine. It is said that products produced by the system must be high quality. I believe that the sleeping pills must be much more effective than those on the market. Just as Linny was studying the prescription, the bedroom door was pushed open, and then Tang Xin and Shui Yanran walked out. Shui Yanran has returned to her cool and aloof self, completely devoid of the fragility she had last night. "Are you okay?" Linny asked with concern. "It's okay," Shui Yanran said. Her mind has returned to normal, and from her appearance, one would not think that she would jump into the river last night. However, she did not show any gratitude to Linny, and she even deliberately avoided Linny's gaze. This made Linny sigh secretly. Linny thought that his act of risking his life to save her last night, even if it didn't win the heart of the beautiful woman, would at least attract her favor. Even if it was just a little bit of favor, Linny would be satisfied. But the reality is cruel. Just as Tang Xin said, she would not be grateful for his rescue last night, and she even hated him a little. She hated him for stopping her from leaving this world and searching for the legendary light. Whether that light really existed, Linny didn't know, and neither did Shui Yanran. But after getting drunk, Shui Yanran believed in its existence. "Sure enough, I really moved myself," Linny sighed. However, he did not regret it. If Shui Yanran jumped into the river again, he would jump in to save her without hesitation. "Linny, Yanran and I have discussed going out for a walk to relax. If you are free, come join us." Tang Xin winked at Linny, who was lying on the sofa watching TV. "Okay." Linny naturally would not refuse an invitation to go shopping with beautiful women, let alone two beauties. Sitting in Shui Yanran's black Maybach, the three of them came to the famous shopping mall of SIPG. They first came to the mobile phone store. Shui Yanran lost her mobile phone, so her first task was to choose a mobile phone for herself. Linny also lost his cell phone, so he decided to take this opportunity to buy one. The difference is that Shui Yanran chose in the high-end area, while Linny chose in the low-end area. Shui Yanran made her choice quickly. "This is it," Shui Yanran said to the female clerk in the mobile phone store. Linny glanced sideways and saw that it was a latest model of a pink mobile phone from a certain brand, priced at 19,999. Linny secretly clicked his tongue. This price was equivalent to 2 months' salary for him. It is indeed the choice of rich people. Considering that the phone he lost was worth $19.99, the difference was 10 times. They were both human beings, but the difference was obvious. They were from two completely different worlds. If it weren't for the contract, he and Shui Yanran would never have gotten together. Even if they were together, his sincerity could not warm Shui Yanran's heart, and he became a toad in the eyes of others. Thinking of this, Linny felt very discouraged. At this moment, Shui Yanran suddenly asked, "Haven't you chosen a cell phone yet?" "Not yet, why rush?" There was a hint of complaint in Linny's tone, and even he himself was surprised that he complained to his goddess. Could it be that he realized that his infatuation had been in vain, so he didn't plan to be a bootlicker anymore? No, he still has to be a licker, just in case he really can get it. It doesn't matter even if he can't lick it. It's not the first time anyway, and Linny has gotten used to it. Looking at Shui Yanran again, she seemed not to hear the complaint in Linny's tone, but picked up a black mobile phone. "No need to choose, just this one." Linny took a look and found that this phone was the same as Shui Yanran's, just in a different color. There was a change on his face, as if he had just met Shui Yanran for the first time. She actually bought herself a cell phone and chose the most expensive one? Linny felt incredible. Tang Xin said, "You have already risked your life, what does a cell phone mean to you?" "Right, Yanran?" Shui Yanran didn't say anything and urged the teller to settle the bill together. "Yanran, you are so nice to me," Linny said with a smile. "Who said that bootlickers are useless? Now he has licked a good mobile phone. Don't get me wrong, you lost your phone while saving me, so it's only right that I compensate you with one." Tang Xin teased, I have to say, Yanran, you have good taste. You two actually have couple phones, black and pink, they match very well." Linny nodded vigorously, secretly praising Tang Xin for her good words. After buying the mobile phone, the three of them went to the mobile business hall to renew the card. Afterwards, the three of them went shopping for some more clothes. Shui Yanran and Tang Xin bought large and small bags of clothes. Finally, Shui Yanran even went to the men's clothing store to buy clothes for Linny. She even personally selected the clothes and brought them to Linny for him to try on, which made Linny flattered. He suddenly realized that he was wrong. Shui Yanran definitely had a good impression of him, otherwise she would not have tried on clothes for him personally. I hope I'm not being too sentimental. Lin Yi prayed secretly. He looked at Tang Xin and found that Tang Xin also looked a little confused. Obviously, her best friend also felt the change in Shui Yanran. This made Lin Yi very happy. I told you, I risked my life to save her, even a stone would be warmed up. Ha, Tang Xin, Tang Xin, it seems that you still don't understand Yanran. Linny said secretly proudly. Yanran, what's wrong with you today? I've never seen you treat other opposite sex like this before. Tang Xin couldn't help but speak. He saved me, so it's reasonable for me to buy him clothes. Shui Yanran explained. Tang Xin stopped talking. It was reasonable to buy him clothes, but it was not reasonable to have them measured for him personally. Linny, tell me the truth, did you really do nothing else last night except saving her? While Shui Yanran was paying, Tang Xin pulled Linny aside to ask him. I've said everything I need to say, don't you believe me? That's not the case. I always feel that Yanran is a little different. She seems to be interested in you. Did you feel it too? Linny was delighted. Tang Xin's words proved that her feelings were correct. Shui Yanran had indeed changed. I told you that Yanran couldn't help but be moved by me. You still don't know her well enough. Tang Xin did not refute. Maybe, people will make changes after escaping death. No matter what, this is a good thing for Shui Yanran. She was finally no longer affected by that person and could accommodate other people in her heart. In that case, should I tell him about that person? Tang Xin thought to herself. Chapter 29 Mobile Phone Online, Winning $1 Million. After buying clothes, the three drove back home. After arriving home, Shui Yanran and Tang Yan prepared another sumptuous dinner, but this time they did not drink any alcohol. Just when Linny was thinking about preparing something to eat for himself, Shui Yanran suddenly invited Linny to eat with her. Linny was overjoyed herself. Shui Yanran had really changed. First, she bought him a mobile phone, then she measured his clothes, and now she even took the initiative to invite him to eat together. It was worth his life-saving efforts. After dinner, Tang Xin also said goodbye and left. Linny was still thinking about taking the opportunity to have a good chat with Shui Yanran, but Shui Yanran went back to the house first, which made Linny face the reality. He sighed helplessly. Although Shui Yanran did change her attitude towards him, this change was obviously not enough to improve their relationship. It could only be said that Shui Yanran no longer hated him, or that she had a little bit of affection for him, but more work was needed to achieve the final positive result. The first step of the long march has just been completed. After realizing this, Linny stopped complaining. He washed the dishes and went back to the house. The results of today were still placed on the bed in the room, 3 sets of clothes and 3 pairs of shoes. Each of these clothes and shoes is a top brand and is worth a lot of money. They are bought by wealthy people to show off their status. With Linny's current salary, he can't even afford to buy one in several months. At this time, Linny once again felt the joy of being a gigolo. Especially when Shui Yanran personally selected clothes for him and measured them in front of him, the customers in customer service, both men and women, cast envious glances at him, even Tang Xin. It was as if Linny had saved the earth in his previous life, and only then did he have the opportunity to eat gigolo meals and eat the body of a beautiful woman in this life. Linny enjoyed this very much. He took out the new mobile phone he bought today and played with it carefully. This new phone is so good. Both its material and functions are top-notch and it is totally incomparable to my 1,000 yuan phone. After Linny finished playing, he remembered that he had not logged into his Douyin account. He had been shopping with the 2 girls all day and had actually forgotten about it. By the way, that unknown fan has been giving him gifts all the time. I wonder how much he has given him in tips during this period of time. He opened TikTok, logged into his account, and verified it. After the verification was completed, Linny checked the background and was immediately stunned. I saw that there were tens of thousands of messages in the background, and all of them were gift-giving reminders. One gift is 100 yuan, and it is split 50-50 with the platform, which is 50. These tens of thousands of gifts would amount to tens or even millions. I won the lottery. I never thought I could become a millionaire one day. Linny fell into ecstasy. He couldn't quite believe it. He has lived in poverty since he was a child, and he has never seen $100,000 in his wallet, let alone $1 million. After graduating from college, the maximum monthly salary I could earn by working was about 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. Ever since the beautiful rich woman Shui Yanran appeared on the list, her salary has reached 10,000, and this is just luck. I just never thought that one day I would reach $1 million, and it would come so easily and suddenly. Is this guy crazy? He spent so much money and wants my contact information. What on earth is he trying to achieve? After being happy, Linny fell into deep thought. He probably thought that the other party must have seen something fishy about his swordsmanship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much money on him just out of admiration. However, even if my swordsmanship is great, what does it have to do with him? Could it be that he wants to make friends with me? Then what is the purpose of making friends with yourself? Could it be that he has an enemy who wants to bribe me with money to avenge him? Linny's mind was full of thoughts, thinking about the other party's intentions. What should I do? Should I give him my contact information? Linny was in a dilemma. He has spent so much money, it would be unreasonable for me not to give it to him. Finally, Linny made a decision and sent the number of the message. At the same time, he also wanted to know what this person meant. Sutin City. Nie Tian was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed, listening to his son Nie Shang's report. He had asked Nie Shang to spend nearly 2 million yuan on Linny just to get his contact information. However, the message he sent fell on deaf ears and he did not receive any response, which made Nie Tian unable to figure out the other party's thoughts. Father, what should we do now? Nie Shang asked in a low voice. What else can we do? Keep giving him gifts. Nie Tian said. But I've already spent 2 million and still haven't received a response. I wonder if the other party is playing tricks on us. It's just 2 million. When did my Nie family not even be able to afford 2 million? I'm not heartbroken about the money, I just think it's meaningless to continue like this, we should think of other ways. Although 2 million is not a lot for the Nie family, no one's money comes from the wind. The fact that no one got their contact information after paying 2 million means that this method doesn't work and they have to find another way. Do you have any good ideas? Nie Tian asked. Not yet. Then stop talking nonsense and continue brushing him. Yes. Nie Shang replied helplessly. He took out his cell phone and was about to continue browsing for gifts when he suddenly saw an unread message. When I opened the message, it was Lin Yi's response. Father, there is a response. Nie Shang shouted happily. Nie Tian stood up from his chair instantly and snatched the phone from Nie Shang. Quick, add him in. Soon, the two added each other as friends in a certain message. Add father. Nie Shang said. How do I tell him? Nie Tian thought for a moment and said, wait for him to speak first. So, the two of them began staring at their phones, waiting for the other to send a message. Little did they know that Lin Yi on the other side, after adding the other party as a friend, was also staring at his phone waiting for the other party to send him a message. Both sides stared at each other's phones, and no one wanted to speak first. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Nie Tian finally couldn't bear it anymore. He typed a few words on his phone. Are you a master of ancient martial arts? Nie Shang frowned after seeing this. He thought his father was asking too directly. He should at least say hello. Father, this is not a good way to ask questions. It is better to proceed step by step. Nie Shang spoke out to stop Nie Yan before he could send the message. Then you come and talk to him. Nie Tian gave the phone to Nie Shang. Nie Shang thought for a moment and started sending messages. Hello, nice to meet you. Your sword dance is very good, I like it very much, and I want to get to know you. Lin Yi on the other side received the message and replied, thank you for your reward and love, I will try my best to update the video. Nie Shang, can you find a time to meet me? I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Lin Yi, my swordsmanship is average, there is nothing worth learning, it's just that the video editing is good. Nie Shang, it's not edited, I have carefully analyzed it frame by frame, and there is no trace of editing. Lin Yi was shocked, he really saw it. Chapter 30 Lin Yi, I'm really not a master of ancient martial arts. Linny guessed that the other party would not give him so much money for no reason. It turned out that he wanted to learn his swordsmanship. However, his swordsmanship was not acquired through practice, but was taught by the system. He had never taught a disciple and had no experience at all. Moreover, the Shenyuan sword technique was so profound that ordinary people could not learn it. He did not know the other person's character, and what if he learned the sword technique and did something bad? Wouldn't that make him an accomplice? For a moment, Linny didn't know how to answer. Nya Shang, I was right. Your swordsmanship is not something that an ordinary person can master. Therefore, you are not an ordinary person either. Linny, I am not an ordinary person, then what am I? Nya Shang, you are a master of ancient martial arts, am I right? Ancient martial arts master, what is that? Linny fell into deep thought. Seeing that Linny didn't reply for a long time, Nya Shang suddenly became respectful. Senior, I have no ill will towards you. I just want to get to know you and ask you for a small favor. This is just a piece of cake for you. Senior, is he calling me? Linny fell into deep thought again. Nya Shang, I know I am being rude. You are a master and you cannot show yourself to others easily, but I really want something. As long as I can meet you, you can set any conditions. Linny thought to himself that it turned out that he didn't want to learn swordsmanship, but mistook him for some ancient martial arts master and wanted to ask me to meet him to help him. Linny, sorry, I think you are mistaken. I am not a senior, nor am I a master of ancient martial arts. Nya Shang, I understand that you do not acknowledge your identity, senior. After all, the identity of a master of ancient martial arts is mysterious. You do not want to be disturbed by outsiders and affect your practice. But I really need your help, otherwise I would not dare to disturb you. Linny, I am really not an ancient martial arts master. I have never heard of the ancient martial arts master you mentioned. Nya Shang, you said you are not a master of ancient martial arts, but what about the video of your sword dance? You said you edited it, but I asked someone to investigate and found that the sword dance was done in one go without any trace of editing. Senior, do you want to deny it? Linny knew he couldn't hide it, so he had to admit, I admit that the video was indeed not edited, but this does not mean that I am a master of ancient martial arts. Nya Shang was overjoyed. That's right, since you admitted that the video was not edited, then how could an ordinary person use such a profound sword technique? Only a master of ancient martial arts has this ability. Linny was also speechless. Why couldn't he explain himself clearly? Why did the other party think that he was a master of ancient martial arts? Nya Shang, I understand that you don't want to reveal your identity, but I can be honest with you. My family is the Nya family of the Sutin family. Our Nya family was also a family of ancient martial arts 100 years ago, so I have a deep understanding of ancient martial arts and know that there are ancient martial arts masters in this world. There are no ancient martial arts masters in our Nya family now, but the family's prestige is still strong. If you agree to meet me, I will definitely give you a generous gift. Linny, I have said many times that I am not a master of ancient martial arts, why don't you believe it? Nya Shang, you said you are not, then how do you explain that sword technique? Linny, I can't explain it. Anyway, it's not true. Believe it or not. Nya Shang turned his head and looked at Nya Tian beside him, and said, Father, he doesn't admit it, maybe we really made a mistake. Nya Tian's face was solemn. He took the phone and sent a message to Linny himself. Nya Tian, Senior, if you are willing to meet me, I would like to give you my family's ancient martial arts secret book. Father, you can't do that. Nya Shang was shocked to see that his father was going to hand over the family's ancient books. This secret book is the foundation of the family, how can it be given to outsiders at will? If I can cure your brother's illness, everything will be worth it. Besides, I only gave him a copy. Nya Tian said. Linny, I'll say this one last time, I'm not a master of ancient martial arts, you've got the wrong person. Nya Shang said, Father, he doesn't even care about the ancient martial arts secrets, it seems that he really is not. Nya Tian nodded and said, You are right. If he is a master of ancient martial arts, it is impossible that he is not interested in the ancient martial arts secrets. Alas, I thought I saw hope, but I didn't expect. Nya Tian looked extremely disappointed. Since he is not a master of ancient martial arts, how do we explain his swordsmanship? How is it possible for an ordinary person to perform such mysterious swordsmanship? Nya Tian became confused again. Nya Shang didn't know what he was thinking about, and he hesitated to speak. Just say whatever you want to say. Nya Tian said. Nya Shang said, Is it possible that he is a master of ancient martial arts, but he himself doesn't know that he is. After saying this, Nia Shang also felt that this idea was a bit ridiculous. The possibility of what you said is very small, but it is not impossible. In any case, I should find a chance to meet him, so that I can give up. Nia Tian said. Clear. Nia Shang sent another message, sorry, I may have made a mistake. You may not be the person I am looking for, but I am indeed very interested in your swordsmanship. I would like to get to know you. My name is Nia Shang. Can you tell me your name? Linny thought about it and decided to tell the truth. After all, the other person had spent so much money, it would be unreasonable if he didn't even tell him his name. Lin Yi. Nia Shang, Lin Yi, are you an SIPG? Lin Yi, yes. Nia Shang, I will also go to SIPG in a couple of days, let's have dinner together and get to know each other then. Lin Yi, okay. The conversation ended there. Nia Shang put away his phone and said to Nia Tian, Father, I have already agreed with him to meet in the next few days. It happens to be Mr. Chow's birthday in 2 days, so I have to go to Shanghai port to celebrate his birthday. Nia Tian nodded, I won't go. You carefully select a gift and say hello to Mr. Chow for me. Mr. Mo should be there by then. He is a master of ancient martial arts. Find a chance for Mr. Mo to meet that person named Linny. Mr. Mo will definitely be able to tell whether he is a master of ancient martial arts or not. Nia Shang said, Father and I have the same idea. It's a pity that Master Mo's skills are not compatible with the properties, so he can't use the golden needle to save my brother. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Nia Tian also sighed and said, I'm afraid this is just fate. However, with Master Mo's protection, my Nia family's position is temporarily stable. By the way, don't forget to bring the Shenlong grass you bought at the auction to Master Mo when the time comes. Nia Shang agreed and was about to leave when Nia Tian called him back. How is Xiao Ai now? Is his training with the Black Dragon squad going well? Nia Shang looked a little worried. Nia Ai was his son, who was sent to the Black Dragon squad for training at the age of 15. Now he hadn't seen his son for 3 years. Father, the Black Dragon training has now doubled, and Xiao Ai can no longer bear it. You don't allow him to take the Qianlong pills, so I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Nia Tian said, although taking Qianlong pills can strengthen the body in the short term, it has too many side effects on the body in the long run. If he gets addicted, he won't be able to practice the 9 Daoju of my Nia family, so we must not let him take Qianlong pills. Tell Xiao Ai to hold on. As long as he can complete the 3 levels of the Black Dragon, his physical condition will meet the standard. Let him come back immediately to practice the 9 Daoju. When the time comes, I will use the strength of the entire family to help him. Chapter 31 Boardroom Debate. After Linny and Nia Shang finished chatting, he sent 2 videos in a row. The next day, Linny checked the results and found that the number of likes for the 2 videos exceeded 100,000 in one night, which was an impressive figure. However, Nia Shang never gave him any gifts again. It seems that last night's conversation made Nia Shang give up. Linny is not a master of ancient martial arts, so Nia Shang will naturally not waste money again. But Linny still doesn't know what that ancient martial arts master is. Could it be the kind of immortal cultivator mentioned in novels? Linny didn't know. After washing up and leaving the bedroom, Shui Yanran was eating breakfast. After saying hello, Linny started to make breakfast for himself. Are you free today? Shui Yanran suddenly asked. Yes, I have. Linny fantasized about whether Shui Yanran would ask him out for dinner or to see a movie. Judging from Shui Yanran's performance yesterday, she already has a good impression of me, so everything is possible. Come with me to the company after dinner. Shui Yanran said. What should I do in your company? Linny sighed. It seemed that he had been thinking in the wrong direction. You signed a big contract, and you are considered a hero of the company. I want to find you a position in the company. What do you mean? Okay. Linny agreed without thinking. In the company, he can have more opportunities to interact with Shui Yanran and cultivate their relationship. If Shui Yanran encounters any difficulties, he, as a husband, can also help his wife solve them. After dinner, Shui Yanran drove the red Ferrari and took Linny to the company. As soon as I entered the company gate, Yi Yushu came to greet me. When Yi Yushu saw Linny, she was also stunned, obviously not expecting him to come. Yushu, bring Linny to my office. I have to go to the meeting first. After Shui Yanran finished her instructions, she left. Yi Yushu brought Lin Yi into Shui Yanran's office. This was the second time Lin Yi came in. Looking at Shui Yanran's office environment, he couldn't help but sigh that she was worthy of being the boss, so impressive. Are you okay after drinking so much? Yi Yushu asked with concern. It's okay, thank you for your concern. Lin Yi said. Why did President Shui bring you to the company? After showing concern for Lin Yi, Yi Yushu became curious again. Yanran said that I performed well that night and made great contributions to the company, and she wanted to find a position for me in the company. I see. The company's conference room is full of people at this time. Except for the secretary Yi Yushu, these people are all company directors and department heads. The purpose of this meeting is about the 120 million contract. I have promised everyone here before that I will get a 6,000 contract for the company this time. Now it has exceeded twice. You should no longer have any objections to my business ability, right? Shui Yanran said. The purpose of her holding this meeting was to take the opportunity to suppress those who opposed her. Those people took advantage of her weak business ability and wanted to force her out of office. Now she was slapped in the face, and she felt indescribably happy inside. Shui Yanran looked at the directors and executives and saw that their expressions were different. Some were truly happy and approving, while others were dejected and lowered their heads, not daring to look them in the face. Those who praise her are her supporters, and those who bow their heads are her opponents. Shui Yanran looked at Dong Yuchuan, who was sitting next to her. He also tilted his head. Asked, does President Dong have anything to say? The leader of this palace coup is Dong Yuchuan, and Shui Yanran wants to slap him in the face the most. Dong Yuchuan was directly named by Shui Yanran, and his face was a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get. He said, Boss Shui's ability is obvious to all. I have nothing to say. I believe that under Boss Shui's leadership, the company's performance will grow by leaps and bounds angry this year. Thank you for the compliment from Mr. Dong. In fact, the reason why we were able to win this big order this time is not just my own achievement. Someone else deserves the credit. Dong Yuchuan asked, what does Mr. Shui mean? My husband Lin Yi was the one who conquered the 3 CEOs of Zhenghai with his drinking ability and forced them to sign the contract. As soon as these words came out, everyone started talking about it. Lin Yi's last visit to the company caused a lot of commotion, and everyone in the company knew about it. Now Shui Yanran praised her husband in person, which was too unreasonable. Miss Shui, I know you love your husband, but there is no need to say it in the company meeting. Dong Yuchuan said sarcastically. I'm just stating the facts. That night, Lin Yi desperately drank more than 10 bottles of liquor to get the contract. He made an indelible contribution. I think such a talent should not be buried. He should be given a position in the company. After these words were spoken, everyone started talking again. I object. Mr. Shui, you are abusing your power for personal gain and appointing people based on personal connections. Dong Yuchuan shouted first. I was afraid that someone would say I was abusing my power for personal gain and appointing people based on personal connections, so I brought it up at the meeting. If I really abused my power for personal gain and wanted to give him a job based on my position as chairman, who here can stop me? Shui Yanran's words were unquestionable, and Dong Yuchuan's face changed slightly, but he was unable to refute. That's true. Shui Yanran is the chairman. If she wants to place her own people in the position, who would dare to object? Mr. Shui, I'm not against your personnel appointment, I just think you're exaggerating a bit. You said your husband drank more than 10 bottles of liquor, and I don't believe anyone can drink that much. How about this, you let him perform on the spot so that we can broaden our horizons. If he really can drink that much, I will agree to your appointment. Dong Yuchuan said with a turn of his eyes. Shui Yanran frowned. Boss Dong, do you mean to say that I lied? No, I never dared to question what Mr. Shui said. I only questioned some things that went against common sense. Dong Yuchuan said with a smile. It is indeed against common sense for one person to drink more than 10 bottles of liquor. Shui Yanran remained silent. She knew that Dong Yuchuan's doubts were correct. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. And she firmly believed that Lin Yi did not really drink it at that time, and he must have used some kind of sleight of hand. But if she changed her words now, it would damage her prestige as the chairman. I cursed myself for not thinking it through. I shouldn't have told the truth earlier, as if she was exaggerating. Seeing Shui Yanran remain silent, Dong Yuchuan smiled and said, Why is President Shui silent? Do you think you are exaggerating? President Shui, we understand that you love your husband, but you cannot ignore common sense. Who said I was exaggerating? I saw it with my own eyes, and Yushu was also there. Yi Yushu nodded quickly. Yi Yushu is your secretary. No matter what you say, she dares not to nod her head. Dong Yuchuan said. Seeing the two deadlocked, a director in his 60s named Zhou Rong spoke up, Boss Shui, Boss Dong, please stop arguing. I understand what you mean. Boss Dong doesn't believe that someone can drink more than 10 bottles of liquor, so he wants to see it with his own eyes. But then again, even if someone has such a high alcohol tolerance, it is impossible to show it casually. After all, it is easy to get poisoned if you drink so much. Does Mr. Zhou have any suggestions? Shui Yanran asked. Boss Shui, the company's principle of employing people is to promote the capable. As long as it can be proven that Lin Yi is really capable, who would dare to accuse you of nepotism? Mr. Zhou is right. Mr. Dong, what do you think? Dong Yuchuan didn't know what he was thinking of and smiled and said, I agree. I have a difficult matter here, so why not let Lin Yi do it? As long as he can complete it, I won't object to him joining the company. Chapter 32 Lin Yi, I'm good at debt collection. Mr. Shui, Mr. Dong is deliberately making things difficult for us. He actually assigned such a difficult task to Lin Yi. How can he possibly complete it? Yi Yushu complained. At this time, the company meeting had ended and everyone else had left. Only Shui Yanran and Yi Yushu were left in the meeting room. What can I do? Dong Yuchuan just wants to make fun of me, but I won't let him succeed. Yushu, give all the company's resources to Lin Yi and try to help him complete the task successfully. Shui Yanran was determined to get Lin Yi to join the company, and this was also a game between her and the opposition represented by Dong Yuchuan. If she wins, her position becomes more secure. If she loses, her prestige is ruined. Therefore, she could only gamble and spare no effort to make Lin Yi win. When the two returned to the office, Lin Yi was sitting in Shui Yanran's leather chair, leisurely drinking tea. Seeing the two come in, he smiled awkwardly and stood up to give them his seat. Lin Yi, I mentioned you're joining the company at the board meeting, but encountered some obstacles. Shui Yanran said straight to the point. Lin Yi was stunned and said, I am your husband and you are the chairman. It is not a matter of a word for me to find a job in the company. Why is it so troublesome? When Shui Yanran heard the word husband, she surprisingly did not feel disgusted at all. Yi Yushu explained, Boss Shui was afraid that those who opposed her in the company would say that she was nepotism and abused her power, so she brought it up in a formal setting. Is that so? What should we do next? Lin Yi asked. Mr. Dong asked you to help the company with a task. If you can complete the task, he will agree to let you join the company. What mission? Is it difficult? Yi Yushu looked at Shui Yanran, who nodded, it's difficult, but I will do my best to help you. As long as you can complete the task, you can use the company's resources at will. Okay, tell me the content of the mission. I want to listen first. Yi Yushu said, the company made a deal with someone a year ago. The contract was signed, and the company also fulfilled the contract and shipped the goods, but it has not received the money yet. This mission is for you to get the money back. Collecting debts? Lin Yi didn't expect this to be the task. I'm good at debt collection. Don't worry, I'll take care of it and make sure the task is completed. Shui Yanran said, it's too early for you to be happy. If this account is really so easy to get back, I won't worry about it. Yi Yushu said, the debtor is not in Shanghai port, but in Yunhai City. The two cities are thousands of miles apart. We don't have any acquaintances there, only a few office employees, so everything depends on you. In addition, the debtor is suspected of being involved in organized crime, and those we sent to collect the debt have all been threatened, harmed, or even imprisoned by the debtor. What? They actually dared to deprive me of my personal freedom. This is against the law. Why didn't you call the police? Shui Yanran and Yi Yushu looked at each other, and the latter said, if calling the police could solve the problem, it wouldn't be so troublesome. The debtor has connections in both the black and white worlds, so calling the police is useless and will only anger the other party. Someone called the police before, and ended up getting beaten even more severely. Lin Yi stopped talking. They were simply gangsters. No wonder they were so arrogant. I really don't know why Shui Yanran's company would have business dealings with such a person. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient resources this time. I will send someone to protect you and give you a special driver to pick you up. Also, take this card. There is 1 million in it for you to use urgently when you encounter problems. If it is not enough, you can call me at any time. Shui Yanran said. Lin Yi took the card and said, I'll take this card. You don't need the others. The more people there are, the harder it will be. I can protect myself by myself. Lin Yi's current fighting power is beyond belief, and it is difficult for ordinary people to hurt him. Therefore, he does not need anyone to protect him. Are you sure you don't need protection? Shui Yanran was still a little worried. Don't worry, your husband won't get hurt that easily. Lin Yi said with a smile. Shui Yanran ignored Lin Yi's teasing and asked, What are your plans? I don't have any specific plans. I'll act according to circumstances when the time comes. The plane slowly landed at Yunhai Airport. Lin Yi walked out of the airport slowly with a backpack on his back. At the exit, I saw someone holding a sign with his name on it. Hello, I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the initiative to step forward and talk to the two men holding signs. These two people are staff members of the company's Yunhai office. The two men, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, form a sharp contrast. The tall and fat man is called Li Sijuan, and the short and thin man is called Zhang Chang. Hello, Mr. Lin. We have received a notice from the company and have come to pick you up. We will provide you with food, accommodation, and transportation in Yunhai City. If you need any help, you can also ask us. Li Sijuan, who was wearing glasses, said. Mr. Lin, we have already arranged a hotel for you. You can go back and have a rest first. We have booked a hotel to welcome you in the evening. Zhang Chang said. Both of them were very respectful to Lin Yi, because before Lin Yi came, Yi Yushu personally called them and asked them to take good care of Lin Yi. You have to know that Yi Yushu is the secretary of the company's chairman. She can arrange it personally, which shows how special Lin Yi's identity is. Moreover, Yi Yushu transferred a sum of money to their account through the company's finance department. This sum included Lin Yi's expenses for food, accommodation, and transportation. This treatment was much better than those of the previous ones. This person is not here to collect debts for the company, he is clearly traveling under the guise of debt collection. The two knew the truth very well, so they naturally did not dare to neglect it. They booked a suite in a luxury hotel for Lin Yi and also prepared to welcome Lin Yi in a 5-star hotel. In case he was transferred back to the head office one day, they might have to rely on Lin Yi for future work. Lin Yi naturally didn't know what the two were planning, and said, You two don't have to be polite, and there's no need to eat. This time we're mainly here to collect debts. I heard that the creditor has connections in both the black and white worlds, and he's a tough guy in Yunhai. You two have been in Yunhai for many years, so you must be more familiar with this person. Can you tell me in detail? Li and Zhang looked at each other, and Li Sijuan said, Let's get in the car and talk. The three of them got in. Zhang Chang was in charge of driving, and Li Sijuan sat in the passenger seat. He said to Lin Yi, This debtor is called Kaiguasen, a well-known gangster in Yunhai City. In his early years, he gathered a group of hooligans to dominate the market and forced buying and selling. Later, when he became rich, he entered the real estate market and relied on his ruthlessness and courage to suppress his competitors and became a famous developer in Yunhai City. It is said that in order to grab a piece of land, he kidnapped the entire family of his competitor and tortured them in extremely vicious ways. When Li Sijuan said this, his voice trembled unconsciously. Chapter 33 The system encouraged me to kill. Lin Yi could hear the fear in Li Sijuan's voice. Kaiguasen was definitely a ruthless character, otherwise Li Sijuan wouldn't be so scared just by talking about it. Zhang Chang added, This is just a microcosm of Kaiguasen's suppression of his opponents. This man has done a lot of evil things in his life, which are simply too numerous to list. Among them, the least known thing about him is that he is very lustful. It is said that any woman he likes in Yunhai City cannot escape his grasp. Mr. Lin, if you want to collect the debt from him this time, you must be mentally prepared. Those people have been beaten by Kaiguasen's men before, and the worst one is still in a coma. Lin Yi asked, Is this true? Indeed, the man was beaten and called the police in anger. As a result, he was retaliated by Kaiguasen a second time and was beaten into a vegetable. This is outrageous, it's simply lawless. Lin Yi cursed. What's the current situation of Kaiguasen? It is said that he is pursuing a beautiful internet celebrity. The internet celebrity came to Yunhai for filming and Kaiguasen fell in love with her at first sight. He then booked the big screen of the tallest building in Yunhai to celebrate the arrival of the beautiful internet celebrity. However, the female internet celebrity ignored him. This angered Kaigwasan, so he went directly to the filming site and used force on the female internet celebrity, but was resisted by the female internet celebrity. The female internet celebrity's brother was also a big internet celebrity. Naturally, he didn't want to see his sister being toyed with by Kaigwasan, so he argued with her. As a result, he was beaten by Kaigwasan's men and was sent to the hospital and admitted to the intensive care unit. Yoon Hai. He waited until the matter calmed down before taking action against the female internet celebrity. Linny listened to Zhang Chang's words and was burning with anger. Kaigwasan was simply a social cancer, extremely vicious and evil, and he deserved to die. No wonder Shui Yanran sent someone to protect him. If an ordinary person dared to ask Kaigwasan for money, he would be courting death. Bite. The system issues a task content, kill Kaigwasan. Does the host accept the task? At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded. Linny was shocked. He didn't expect the system to issue a task at this time, and it was to ask him to kill someone. This Nima. Although Linny felt that Kaigwasan's death was not a pity, it did not mean that he would do it himself. Linny didn't even dare to think about killing someone. System, are you kidding me? You even published something like murder. Do you want me to die? What good will it do you if the truth is revealed and I go to jail? Linny complained. He didn't expect to get a reply from the system, but he didn't expect the system to reply to him. Ding, the host is only responsible for killing people. There is no need to worry about being exposed. The system will help the host get rid of suspicion. What? It's possible to do this? Linny was a little stunned. He carefully considered the pros and cons. He would never doubt the system's words. If it said it could clear him of suspicion, then it would definitely be able to do it. He was only responsible for killing people. Okay, I accept. Linny accepted the mission, and was responsible for killing but not burying. Linny was confident in his abilities. Where is Kaigwasan now? Linny asked. Lee Sijuan said, I don't know the details. He could be in his own home, or in the bed of a woman he liked, or eating and drinking with his men in a hotel, or torturing people in his slaughterhouse, or playing with his white tiger. He also keeps tigers? Not only tigers, he also likes to play with some large dogs and falcons. What's more, he perversely likes to watch these beasts attack people. He keeps those beasts in a slaughterhouse, and every time he tortures people, he releases these beasts to increase the viewing experience. He is simply worse than pigs and dogs. Lee Sijuan cursed. Linny keenly noticed that Lee Sijuan's mood had changed, and asked in surprise, have you had any contact with that Kaigwasan? Lee Sijuan knew that Linny had discovered his emotional state. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down before saying, no, I don't want to have direct contact with this beast. It's just that a former good-looking female neighbor of mine was spotted by him while she was shopping. He then kidnapped her and raped her. The woman couldn't stand the stimulation and committed suicide by jumping off a building a few days after returning home. Linny discovered that Zhang Chang's expression had also become somewhat agitated. It was obvious that the two of them had a good relationship with that woman, and had even been taken care of by that woman, so they were so excited after the woman died. People have died, and no one cares? Lee Sijuan shook his head. Kaigwasan compensated the woman's husband with a sum of money and threatened him not to call the police. The man was afraid that he and his 2 children would be retaliated against, so he endured it. I thought about calling the police, but Zhang Chang stopped me. We also knew that calling the police was useless, so the matter was left unresolved. That female neighbor was very kind and a great cook. She would share all the delicious food she made with us. I still miss the sweet and sour pork she made. It's a pity that I can no longer eat it. At this point, the man in his 30s couldn't help but shed tears. Zhang Chang at the side also wiped his eyes and said to Lin Yi, Mr. Lin, when you came, Secretary Yi repeatedly reminded us to pay attention to your safety. We 2 brothers also tell you the truth, this mission is not for humans to do, you just pretend, and then have a good time in Yunhai for a few days and then go back to report. This money will not be returned. Lee Sijuan also said, Zhang Chang is right. There are people from all over the country who come to collect debts from Kaigwasan. I have never heard of anyone who succeeded in getting the money. Many of them have never even met Kaigwasan. Just treat this trip as a trip. Linny naturally heard that the 2 of them were concerned about him, but if he could not get the money back this time, it would affect Shui Yanran's face and prestige, so he could only succeed and not fail. What's more, this time he not only wants money, but also wants to kill people. Thank you both for your kindness. Now that I'm here, I have no intention of giving up. How can I know if I won't succeed if I don't try? Seeing this, the two stopped trying to persuade him. Linny said, what I want to know most now is Kaigwisen's specific whereabouts in the past few days. Can you two do it? Lee Sijuan shook his head, we can only find out the general situation. As for the specific whereabouts, we have no way of knowing. The two of us are not good at tracking, unless we find a professional. That's no problem. When I came here, Mr. Shui gave me a card. The money in it can be used to find professionals. That's not necessary. Secretary Yi has also transferred us a sum of money. In order to ensure Mr. Lin's expenses in Yunhai during these days, this expense can be paid from this amount. Li Sijuan said. Lin Yi expected that Shui Yanran would actually ask Yi Yushu to give them extra money, which showed how much importance she attached to this mission. Okay, let's do it. Chapter 34 Opportunity comes soon. Lin Yi was sent to the hotel by Li and Zhang, and he declined their invitation to dinner in the evening. This is all Shui Yanran's company's money, and he doesn't want to waste it on Shui Yanran. However, the hotel that Li and Zhang arranged for Shui Yanran was quite good, and could be described as magnificent. It was the first time that Lin Yi stayed in such a good hotel, and he felt like he was at home. The next day, Li Sijuan called. Mr. Lin, we have found a private detective who is willing to take on this job. He has already arranged the work and will notify me if there is any news in the next 2 days. Yeah, very good. Lin Yi said. Mr. Lin, what are your plans for today? Do you want to go out and take a look? There are many places worth visiting in Yunhai. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well go out for a walk. Lin Yi said. Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait for a moment at the hotel. Zhang Chang and I will be there in half an hour. Lin Yi waited for Li Sijuan and Zhang Chang to arrive downstairs of the hotel, and then drove away with them. The two have been in Yunhai City for many years and are very familiar with the scenic spots and historical sites here. Lin Yi listened to their introductions along the way and soon arrived at the first scenic spot of the Sea of Clouds. This is Tuoling Mountain, the most famous scenic spot in Yunhai City. It has all kinds of strange rocks and peaks and enchanting clouds and mist. It is the first choice for tourism in Yunhai City. Zhang Chang introduced. Lin Yi said, I have been to this place when I was in college. That was 3 years ago. At that time, he and his ex-girlfriend had not yet broken up, and the two of them and other friends, a total of more than a dozen men and women, came here to climb the mountain. Thinking back now, the memory seems like yesterday, but things and people have changed. Let's go, it's a different experience to revisit the old place. What Zhang Chang said was right. Tuoling Mountain is indeed the #1 attraction in the Sea of Clouds. There are all kinds of strange peaks and rocks on the mountain, as well as various types of bamboo, trees, flowers, and plants. The mountain is lush and green, surrounded by fog, like a fairyland. Lin Yi remembered that when he came here for the first time, he did not pay much attention to the surrounding environment. Firstly, he was too tired from climbing and lost interest. Secondly, he had to take care of his ex-girlfriend's emotions and put all his attention on her. Now when I revisit the place, I no longer feel tired and I focus on enjoying the scenery. I suddenly realized that my trip was in vain. The fresh air, the majestic mountains, and the aroma of exotic flowers and plants all made Lin Yi yearn for it. On the other hand, Li and Zhang were already exhausted and out of breath, just like themselves back then, with no time to pay attention to the scenery. Mr. Lin has great physical strength. Zhang Chang and I were both tired and sweating, but Mr. Lin was not even breathing hard. It's obvious that you must exercise regularly. Li Sijuan said breathlessly. It's okay. Lin Yi said modestly. He knew that it was the improvement of his body due to the Guban Peiyuan pill that allowed him to achieve physical strength and endurance that ordinary people could not achieve. After climbing for 2 hours, the three finally reached the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist. From a distance, the mountains are looming and seem like a fairyland. Li and Zhang drank water and rested on the side, while Lin Yi came to the stone platform on the top of the mountain. At this time, on the stone platform, there was an old man wearing Taoist clothes and a goatee, dancing with a sword on the stone platform. Several young college students nearby were watching and cheering, and one girl was taking photos with her cell phone. It must be said that this old man has good physical strength. He looks to be at least 70 years old, but his jumping and leaping seem unaffected. When his wrist turns, the sword also moves with it, flexible and changeable. No wonder those students cheered. Of course, this old man's swordsmanship is pretty good, but compared to Lin Yi's Xianyuan swordsmanship, there is a huge gap between them and it is not even good enough. Lin Yi suddenly felt itchy and wondered whether he should borrow the old man's sword to dance. But then he thought that the Xianyuan sword technique was profound and varied, and many of the moves could not be filmed in a movie. If he showed his skills, it would probably cause a commotion among the crowd, so he forced himself to suppress the idea. Just at this moment, Li Sijuan came over. Mr. Lin, I just received news that Kai Guosin will go to Yunhai Hospital at 7 o'clock tonight. So soon, is the news accurate? It's absolutely true. The man we hired is a professional paparazzi, and his subordinates are well organized. He was able to get accurate information this time because he used professional equipment to eavesdrop on Kai Guosin's conversation. However, he hasn't received tomorrow's schedule yet, so we don't need to worry too much. We can just wait for his future news. No need to wait until later, let's go back now. Li Sijuan was surprised and said, let's go back now. Mr. Lin doesn't want to go and collect the debt from Kai Guosin tonight, right? Lin Yi nodded. Mr. Lin, at least you can spend a few days in Yunhai first. Business is more important. When the opportunity comes, we must seize it. Once we get the money back, we will have plenty of time to have fun later. Lin Yi and his companions returned to the hotel, took a short rest, and then asked Li and Zhang to take them to Yunhai Hospital. On the way, Zhang Chang asked, Mr. Lin, are you in such a hurry? Do you have any plans? Lin Yi shook his head, there is no plan, we will act according to circumstances when the time comes. Li Sijuan and Zhang Chang looked at each other. They had no plan, yet they were so anxious and yet they acted so calm. If it were them, they would probably have difficulty breathing due to the nervousness. Zhang Chang reminded, Mr. Lin, if you want to see Kai Guosin, it may not be that easy. His subordinates will not let you see him. That's why I need to know his whereabouts in advance so I can wait for him. But even if you see him, what will happen? How are you going to get your money back? I naturally have my own way. The two of them stopped trying to persuade each other. The car stopped in front of Yunhai Hospital. Lin Yi got out of the car and said to Li and Zhang, go back and wait for my news. Mr. Lin, please be careful. If you really don't want to come back, don't force yourself. Li Sijuan reminded. Watching Lin Yi walk into the hospital building, Li Sijuan and Zhang Chang looked at each other. Zhang Chang lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and said, what should we do? Should we really go back and wait for news? Li Sijuan said, just wait here. He will definitely get beaten if he keeps asking for money without thinking. Fortunately, this is a hospital and he can get timely treatment if he is injured. Hey, this guy is not bad, but he is not smart. He knew he was facing a gun but still insisted on pushing forward. Zhang Chang asked, will the higher-ups not blame him if something happens to him? What can we do? We have said everything we should have said and advised him, but he just wouldn't listen. He is still young and doesn't know how dangerous this world is. About half an hour later, 3 black Mercedes SUVs drove into the hospital. Here I come. Li Sijuan pushed Zhang Chang, who was feeling a little drowsy in the car. Quite punctual. Zhang Chang looked at the time and it was the same as the information he received. Thank God, nothing happened. Li Sijuan prayed silently. In Li Sijuan's opinion, Lin Yi was definitely going to get injured this time. As long as no one died, they would be fine. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves. Chapter 35, The Vicious Kai Guosin. In the corridor outside the intensive care unit in Yunhai City, Li Siki, dressed in white, was anxiously making a phone call. Mr. Li, Mr. Kai beat my brother into the intensive care unit and wanted to do something bad to me. You have to think of a solution for me. You have many means and a wide network of contacts, so you can't just ignore this matter. I know that the Kai family is very powerful in Yunhai, but you, Mr. Li, are not jealous. I came to Yunhai to film this time for your sake. Now that something has happened to me, you can't just ignore it. I can put my brother's affairs aside for now, but Mr. Kai won't let me leave Yunhai now. What should I do? Mr. Li, please help me. If you continue like this, I will be driven crazy. If it really doesn't work, I can solve it with money and just ask him to let me and my brother go. Mr. Li, I just received news that Mr. Kai will be here soon. I don't know if I can hold on. Please find someone to rescue me and get me out of here. When she said this, Liseki's voice was filled with tears. The phone was hung up at this time, and Liseki's hope seemed to be shattered. Mr. Lee is the most powerful person she knows and her only hope now. If even he can't help her, then she really has no hope today. Am I really going to be insulted by Kaigwa-san? Liseki was conflicted. Although internet celebrity is not popular, Liseki is a breath of fresh air. She attracted fans with her singing skills because of her sweet looks and ethereal voice. With the help of her brother Lee Nyanbin, she gained millions of fans in just over a year. Different from other internet celebrities who run after money and meet the top guys for love, Liseki has never fallen for money, and she is not short of money. She became an internet celebrity just to become famous and have people appreciate her beautiful singing voice. As a result, she got what she wanted. She received love from many fans and held several live concerts, which were very successful. After her success, Liseki was not satisfied with the status quo and wanted to work in the film and television industry, so she took on a web drama and came to Yunhai to shoot, but was harassed by Kaigwa-san. Brother, I'm sorry. If I had listened to you and not come to Yunhai, this wouldn't have happened and you wouldn't have been hurt. Liseki looked at the still unconscious Lee Nyanbin and fell into regret. The phone rang again and Liseki quickly answered it. Xiao Hui, what did the union say? Have they come up with a solution? Can it be quicker? I received news that Kaigwa-san will come to the hospital to see me soon. I am scared to death now. Why wait until tomorrow? No, it's too late. Ding Hao is not with you. I can't get through to him on the phone now. This bastard is playing missing with me, but I am his girlfriend. The guy named Kai wants to take me away. Doesn't he worry at all? You should contact him quickly and ask him to find a solution. If it doesn't work, ask him to come to Yunhai to rescue me personally. Tell him that if he doesn't come, I will break up with him. Liseki was so angry that she almost threw her phone away. What a crappy boyfriend. What vows of love. He just hides away like a cuckold when something happens. Liseki has seen through her boyfriend Ding Hao. He is a coward. She can only blame herself for being blind and throwing her sincerity away. Thinking of this, Liseki couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Just as she lowered her head and cried, someone handed her a tissue. Liseki took the tissue and wiped the tears from her eyes. Then she thought of something, and suddenly stood up, looking at the person who had appeared beside her at some point. Who are you? Hello, my name is Linny. Linny said with a smile, showing that he had no ill intentions. How did you get in? Are you Kaigwa-san's man? Liseki looked alert. I'm not his man, but I'm here to collect a debt from him. When did you come? It's been about 10 minutes. So, you heard me calling just now? Linny nodded. I heard everything. You are the internet celebrity, right? I heard about you. I heard that Kaigwa-san beat up your brother and didn't let you leave Yunhai. Liseki remained silent. Linny suddenly said excitedly, I am also an internet celebrity. Linny also posted several videos on TikTok and gained quite a few fans, so he can be considered an internet celebrity. You too? Liseki looked at Linny carefully, but found that she didn't know him. Linny said, I'm different from you, I only have tens of thousands of fans, I'm considered a small internet celebrity. Hey, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Linny thought about it, took out his mobile phone, opened the video website, and finally saw a beautiful singing girl. Yes, it's you. When Linny was browsing videos, he once saw Liseki. He thought this girl was pretty and had a great singing voice, so he followed her. Liseki discovered that it was her own video. I didn't expect to meet fans here. Liseki also smiled bitterly helplessly. You want an autograph? Okay, but I didn't bring a pen. Linny touched his body. I have. Liseki took out a pen from her Chanel handbag. Where do I sign? Linny pointed to the clothes on his chest and said, sign here. Liseki picked up a pen and signed her name on Linny's chest. Linny's arrival made Liseki feel a little relieved. Why did you come to see Kaigwa-san just now? Liseki asked. Debt. You come to him to collect debt, are you crazy? Liseki looked incredible. He owes me money and doesn't pay it back. Is there any problem with me coming to collect the debt? Linny asked back. Liseki was speechless and looked at Linny as if he was a fool. Oh my god, why do I have such a brainless fan? Liseki thought to himself. Footsteps were heard in the distance, and then a dozen big men in black suits were seen walking towards this side. He's here. Lisiki was so scared that her heart beat in her throat. He sighed helplessly, alas, what is coming will always come. The crowd stopped and a fat man in white casual clothes pushed through the crowd and walked out. This man weighed at least 200 pounds, had shiny and oily hair, a small mustache, and walked in a sloppy manner with a hint of ruffian air. He is Kaigwa-san, the feared and vicious gangster boss in Yunhai City. Ms. Siki, let's meet again. What do you want? Lisiki pretended to be calm. Nothing, don't be nervous. I want to take Miss Siki out for a meal and take a look at the white tiger I raise. The white tiger can do somersaults, which is really fun. I'm sorry, my brother is still in the hospital, I don't have the heart to watch the white tiger. Kaigwa-san laughed out loud, I am not here to discuss this with you. You can stay here today if you want to go or not. You. Lisiki was too scared to refute. At this moment, a voice said, Are you Kaigwa-san? Chapter 36 I don't know how to write the word death. The sound rang out in the empty corridor, seeming so abrupt. Only then did Kaigwa-san realize that there was a man next to Lisiki. How dare you? You are the one who called Master Sen by his name. Next to Kaigwa-san, a tall and thin man about 1.9 meters tall with a tiger head tattoo on his face shouted. As he spoke, the man was about to teach the other bodyguards a lesson, and the other bodyguards were also ready to make a move. Kaigwa-san reached out to stop the bodyguard who was about to attack, looked at Linny, and said with ill intentions, I am Kaigwa-san, why are you looking for me? Linny nodded, My name is Linny, the company asked me to come to you to collect the debt. You owe our company a sum of money, and you haven't paid it back yet. When Linny said this, Kaigwa-san laughed, and the bodyguard behind him also laughed. Lisiki, however, was worried about Lin Yi's reckless behavior. After laughing, Kaigwa-san said, There are still people who are not afraid of death these days. You actually come to me to collect debts. I think you don't know how to write the word death. Kaigwa-san said as he walked in front of Lin Yi. He was about the same height as Linny, and he looked straight at Lin Yi with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Lin Yi responded to Kaigwa-san's provocation with a smile, and his eyes glanced at Kaigwa-san's neck. He thought to himself, at this distance, if I take action, I believe Kaigwa-san will definitely die in my hands. But in this case, what about the money he owes? He can't ask a dead person for money. Just as he was struggling, the big man with a tiger head tattoo behind him suddenly shouted, Master-san, be careful. He pulled Kaigwa-san behind him and stared at Lin Yi with a wary look. Lin Yi was surprised that his thoughts were understood by this big man with a tiger head tattoo. This man was no simple man. What are you doing? Kaigwa-san was almost knocked down by his bodyguard and immediately became furious and questioned. The big man with the tiger head tattoo didn't know how to answer. His name is Wang Kuwei. He was a soldier of the Wild Wolf Squad, a special forces unit of the army. After retiring, he worked as a bodyguard for Kaigwa-san. The Wild Wolf Squad is definitely one of the 4 major special forces squads. To be able to join the Wild Wolf Squad, Wang Kuwei must be very powerful. He is a soldier king level existence in the army. Just now, when Lin Yi and Kaigwa-san looked at each other, he vaguely felt a murderous aura emerging, which made him alert and pulled Kaigwa-san behind him regardless of everything. But it turned out that the other party had no intention of attacking, which made Wang Kuwei a little embarrassed. Could it be that his intuition just now was wrong? No, I would rather believe it is right than believe it is wrong. Uncle Sen, there's something wrong with this guy. Wang Kuwei said. Kaigwa-san looked at Lin Yi carefully. He had a well-proportioned body, fair skin, and looked non-threatening, so he immediately felt relieved. What a fuss! Kaigwa-san said to Wang Kuwei. Walked back to Lin Yi. Although Wang Kuwei felt that it was inappropriate, he did not dare to say anything. You said you came to collect the debt? That's right, please ask Mr. Kai to settle the money he owes to our company. Who are you? If you say to settle the account, I will lose face. Kaigwa-san said. However, I am in a good mood today, and I want to invite Miss Siki to see my white tiger. Since you are here, let's go together. After you see the white tiger, I will consider settling the bill for you. Thank you, Mr. Kai. I also heard that Mr. Kai has a white tiger. I would like to see it for myself. Lin Yi said. That's great. I'll let you get close to it later. After saying that, Kaigwa-san laughed. Lin Yi and Lisiki followed Kaigwa-san out of the hospital and drove away. Li and Zhang, who had been watching outside the hospital, felt something was wrong when they saw Linny get into Kaiguasen's car. Hurry, follow him and see where he is going. Li Sijuan urged Zhang Chang. After following for about half an hour, the car went further and further away and had already driven out of the Yunhai city area. Oh no! This is the way to the slaughterhouse. Zhang Chang suddenly realized something and shouted. There are white tigers in Kaiguasen's slaughterhouse. It is said that Kaiguasen likes to watch people fighting with tigers the most. If a person is bitten to death by a white tiger, the person will be minced directly in the slaughterhouse. Of course, this is just a legend. No one has ever seen the specific situation, and those who have seen it cannot be alive. What should we do? Should we call the head office? Zhang Chang asked. It's too late. The head office is so far away. Distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. Li Sijuan said. Let's wait and see. I hope the legend is false. Linny got out of the black Mercedes-Benz, and Li Siki followed closely behind him. She held Lin Yi's sleeve tightly. Under the siege of this group of vicious people, Linny became her only support. Linny patted the back of her hand gently, signaling her not to worry. I sniffed the air around me and it was filled with a strong smell of blood. Needless to say, this is Kaiguasen's slaughterhouse. Please come in, both of you. Kaiguasen smiled and made an invitation gesture to the two of them. The two followed Kaiguasen into the slaughterhouse. When they came to a fork in the road, Linny was about to follow but was stopped by the bodyguard. The bodyguard motioned him to go the other way. Li Siki was about to follow Linny, but was forcibly taken to the first fork in the road by the bodyguard. After turning several corners, Linny entered an iron gate, which was then locked. Linny then realized that he had walked into an arena. The venue was very large and there were many dried bloodstains all around. Applause was heard from above. Linny looked up and saw Kaiguasen sitting in the viewing platform applauding. Next to him was Li Siki, whose face had turned pale with fright. You want money, right? Come and fight with my white tiger. If you win, I will settle the bill. Kaiguasen said. You are crazy, he will be eaten by the tiger. Li Siki shouted. Wouldn't it be more exciting this way, Miss Siki? Let's eat steak and drink red wine while slowly enjoying the next performance. This beef was just slaughtered today and is very tender and smooth, just like you, Miss Siki. As he spoke, Kaiguasen licked his lips. Li Siki was so scared that she was shaking all over. Only now did she understand why even a big shot like Mr. Li couldn't help her. This Kaiguasen was simply not a human being. Mr. Kai, you have to keep your word. Linny shouted from below. Kaiguasen didn't expect Linny to say such a thing at this time. He looked at him in surprise and said, Young man, you are really brave. You can remain calm even when facing death. I really admire you. Don't worry, as long as you can come out alive, I will definitely settle the account with you. Okay, I believe what Mr. Kai said. But you should at least give me a weapon. Give him 2 axes. Kaiguasen ordered. I don't like using an axe. Give me a sword. Give him a sword. Suddenly, a steel sword was thrown next to Linny. Chapter 37, Xianyuan Sword demonstrates its power. Linny picked up the sword on the ground. The sword was very sharp, but a little light. I waved it twice and it felt pretty good. Wang Kuei looked at Linny swinging his sword, a hint of surprise on his face. Although Linny's action seemed casual, Wang Kuei could still see something fishy. This action is very consistent with the principles of sword wielding, and can most effectively avoid air resistance, thereby maximizing the force of the sword chopping. This guy is an expert with swordsmanship. Wang Kuei said secretly. Go and get the gun from my car. Wang Kuei whispered to a bodyguard in black beside him. Brother Kuei, what are you doing with the gun? Just in case, if this guy kills the tiger and attacks us, we'll have something to protect ourselves. Brother Kuei, are you kidding me? How can this guy kill a white tiger? Even if you are Brother Kuei, you can't do it. Without hot weapons in hand, how can humans defeat a tiger with cold weapons alone? Of course it's impossible for ordinary people, but for a master, everything is possible. As a member of the Wild Wolf Squad, Wang Kuei has participated in many dangerous missions and knows that the world is not as simple as it seems. Ordinary people are indeed unable to harm giant beasts, but some people can. These people can break rocks with their bare hands, control objects in midair, and climb walls and run on rooftops. They are called masters of ancient martial arts. Wang Kuei had once witnessed a martial arts master kill a 500-gene wild boar with his own hands. Wang Kuei would never forget that scene. That guy, a boy of no more than 20 years old, still with a childish look on his face, who would have thought that he could lift a 500-pound wild boar high up and throw it to the ground, and then use his iron fist to smash a hole in the wild boar's head. At that time, the dozen or so members of the Wild Wolf Squad were all shocked by the scene. Their pride and glory disappeared in front of the boy. Only then did they realize that there is always someone better than you. Now, this man named Linny also gave him this illusion, forcing Wang Kuei to be on guard. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Wang Kuei scolded. The man in black didn't dare to refute and left quickly. After a while, he took out a black pistol. Brother Kuei, I got it. Wang Kuei took the pistol and felt much more at ease. At this moment, the white tiger in the cage was released. This white tiger is huge and full of power. He slowly walked out of the cage where he was imprisoned, like a king. Its eyes were fixed on Linny, and it let out a low roar that made people's hearts tremble. Kai Guasin in the stands had shining eyes and was shaking with excitement. Look, it's out. Kai Guasin's breathing quickened, and he was so excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Li Siki was so frightened that her legs went limp and she sat down on a chair in the stands. Miss Siki, come and have a glass of red wine to calm your nerves. Kai Guasin handed a glass of red wine to Li Siki, but Li Siki refused to take it. Kai Guasin's expression suddenly changed, and he said viciously, "Drink it, if you don't drink it, I will throw you down too." Li Siki reluctantly took the wineglass and took a sip. Seeing her being so obedient, Kai Guasin said with satisfaction, "Very good, you have to be good and get drunk, then I will be interested in playing with you later. No matter what you do to me, I will not resist. I only ask you to let him go. He is just asking for debt. You don't need to take his life." Li Siki begged. "You don't understand. Only after I have seen my white tiger's fighting prowess can I be as majestic as it. When the time comes, I will take good care of you, Miss Siki." "You pervert." Li Siki cursed. "I like you scolding me like this," Kai Guasin said with a smile. "You're a sadist." Kai Guasin enjoyed it even more. Continue. Li Siki stopped cursing. She found that there were no words to describe Kai Guasin's shamelessness. Off the field, Linny saw the white tiger approaching step by step, but he did not feel the slightest bit of fear in his heart. The Guban Peiyuan pill not only enhanced his physical strength, endurance, speed, but also his courage. This is the confidence of the strong. He slowly raised his sword and held it horizontally in front of him, waiting for the tiger to attack. "Come on, beast." As if sensing Lin Yi's provocation, the tiger roared and pounced towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi rolled to the side nimbly and put some distance between himself and the tiger. The white tiger missed its attack and let out a deafening roar. An ordinary person would have gone weak in fear after hearing this roar, but Lin Yi was obviously not affected. "Stop now!" Li Siki shouted. Although Lin Yi dodged the attack of the white tiger, she couldn't always be so lucky. Sooner or later, she would be bitten by the white tiger. She tried her best to stop the killing. Kai Guasin slapped Li Siki directly on the face. "Just follow me and watch the show. If you keep talking and disturb my mood, I will throw you down." Li Siki covered her face with her hands, her eyes filled with tears, but she didn't dare to say anything more. The white tiger on the field pounced on the fierce tiger again, and Lin Yi rolled continuously on the ground to avoid the attack of the white tiger. Not bad, he actually dodged twice. This kid does have some strength. Kai Guasin took a sip of red wine and praised. "This is what makes it interesting. If it ends too early, it will be meaningless." Kai Guasin's face turned slightly red, not sure if it was because of the alcohol or because he was too excited. Lin Yi dodged the white tiger's attacks twice in a row and had already made up his mind. The reason why he kept dodging instead of using Shenyuan sword techniques to attack was because he had never had any combat experience and still had a sense of lack of confidence in his subconscious. At this point, after 2 attempts, he had regained his confidence. He was seen holding his sword and walking slowly towards the white tiger. This stunned Kai Guasin and others in the stands. This kid, is he looking for death? You're going to die anyway, so you might as well take the initiative. That way you can die with dignity. Everyone in the stands made jokes. The white tiger felt provoked, roared angrily, and pounced towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not dare to resist. As he dodged, the long sword in his hand slashed diagonally from bottom to top in a strange arc. The white tiger's left front paw was injured by the long sword and blood flowed out instantly. This stunned everyone in the stands. It was the first time they saw a white tiger injured. "Asshole, you dared to hurt my white tiger, bite it to death." Kaigwa-sen stood up and cursed. It seemed that the tiger was encouraged by its master, or perhaps because the injury aroused its ferocity, and it became even more violent. After a whistling sound, it pounced towards Lin Yi again. Lin Yi snorted coldly, and spun the long sword in his hand to block in front of him. It seemed as if sword countless were piercing out of the air, and the white tiger had no idea where to start. Everyone in the stands was stunned again. From their perspective, it seemed as if a powerful sword force had formed in front of Lin Yi. This was simply unbelievable. How could someone wield a sword so skillfully? Even movies wouldn't dare to portray it this way. All that was heard was a painful roar of a wild beast. Several long scars appeared out of nowhere on the white tiger's snow-white fur. The white tiger had lost its previous bestiality and was forced to retreat step by Lin Yi's mysterious swordsmanship, losing its kingly demeanor. On the other hand, Lin Yi's face was calm, but there was a faint flash of blood in his eyes. His blood was activated, and he was like a transformed beast, breaking through all obstacles. A few more swords slashed at the white tiger, leaving a few more deep red scars. One of the swords even slashed across the white tiger's head, blinding one of its eyes. After all, the white tiger is the king of wild beasts, and has never suffered such humiliation. It knows it cannot win, but it still wants to put up a final resistance. It desperately broke through Lin Yi's sword wall and grabbed Lin Yi's chest. Several shocking scars appeared on its body again. Lin Yi was also scratched in the chest by the tiger's counterattack, leaving a bloody tiger claw mark. The blood red in Lin Yi's eyes became even more intense. He changed the path of his sword and stabbed out several times in a row, each sword hitting the vital points. The tiger finally couldn't bear it anymore, let out a final roar and fell to the ground and died. Chapter 38 Bloody Storm. After killing the white tiger, Lin Yi wiped the scar on his chest. He didn't feel anything when he was fighting with the tiger just now. Now that the battle was over, he felt a slight pain in his chest. He held the bloody sword in his hand, walked slowly to the stand, looked up at Kaigwa-sen and said, "Boss Kai, the battle is over. I hope Boss Kai can pay back the money." At this moment, Kaigwa-sen seemed to have lost his soul and could not believe what he had just seen. Not only him, but others as well. They looked at Lin Yi in horror. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed like a god of death. You killed my white tiger?" There was disbelief, fear, and more anger in Kaigwa-sen's tone. "You are so brave. I will kill you." Kaigwa-sen roared. "Master Kai." Wang Kuei hurriedly stopped Kaigwa-sen. He was now very sure that Lin Yi was the kind of person they could not afford to offend. The one who was known as the master of ancient martial arts. Kill him quickly. Kaigwa-sen has fallen into madness by whose death has made him lose his mind. "Mr. Kai, calm down." Wang Kuei was still thinking about stopping him. But the bodyguards were already ready to take action. They didn't know who the ancient martial arts master was, they only knew that Kaigwa-sen's order was an imperial decree. The bloodshot in Lin Yi's eyes grew even more intense. He revealed a smile and suddenly jumped up. The 5-meter-high iron wall seemed to be unhindered. Kill him! Kaigwa-sen shouted in horror. When Lin Yi was there just now, Kaigwa-sen didn't feel threatened. It turned out that Lin Yi was very good at Qingdong and jumped in front of him. Only then did Kaigwa-sen realize the danger. The bodyguards rushed towards Lin Yi with short knives and iron rods. Lin Yi's sword can even kill a white tiger, let alone several bodyguards. The long sword in his hand stabbed left and right, changing in various ways. No one knew which direction Lin Yi's sword was coming from, and no one knew who his next target would be. In less than a minute, all the bodyguards in front of him were stabbed and fell to the ground, leaving only Wang Kuei and Kaigwa-sen. Wang Kuei finally reacted, took out his pistol and fired a bullet at Lin Yi. As a former member of the Wild Wolf Squad, Wang Kuei's shooting skills are both accurate and fast. The distance of this shot is so close that Wang Kuei believes that he can injure even the opponent who is a master of ancient martial arts. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. He saw Lin Yi spun forward and directly blocked the speeding bullet. Sparks flew between the sword and the bullet. When Wang Kuei wanted to fire the second shot, he felt a pain in his wrist. His entire wrist had been cut off by the sword. Before he could even utter a wail, he felt a pain in his neck, then his entire body lost all strength and he fell to the ground dead. When he lost consciousness, a strange thought came to his mind: who is more powerful between that boy and Linny? Linny dealt with Wang Kuei and looked at Kaiguasen, who was already frightened. At this moment, Kaiguasen's face was filled with fear, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. There was shit and urine flowing down his crotch, and he was so scared that he became incontinent. Don't kill me. I will pay you the money I owe you, right now. Kaiguasen was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Linny looked at Kaiguasen, who looked like a lost dog, and then looked around at the corpses he had killed, and his heart was filled with uneasiness. Why did I kill so many people without feeling anything at all? Am I a natural-born killer? If these people wanted to kill him at the instigation of Kaiguasen, and he fought back out of defensiveness, this would indeed not make Linny feel too guilty. The problem is that this was his first time killing someone, so why did he have no scruples or psychological barriers when he did it? This shouldn't be the case. System, are you playing tricks on me? This has nothing to do with the system, but with the Xianyuan sword technique. Every move of the Xianyuan sword technique is decisive and murderous. The host is immersed in it, and his heart follows the sword's will, so he has no time to worry about it. The system explained. I see. Linny secretly warned himself to use Xianyuan sword skills less in the future. He really couldn't accept that he had no psychological burden after killing someone. Where is the money? Take me there. Linny used his sword to force Kaiguasen to stand up, and then looked at Lisiki beside him. This girl had already fainted from fright at the horrific scene when Linny killed someone. Linny carried the girl and followed Kaiguasen down the stands to his office in the slaughterhouse. Kaiguasen took out a large suitcase from the secret compartment under his office, which was full of bundles of cash. This scumbag knew that he had committed many evil deeds, so he hid the cash and was ready to run away at any time if something went wrong. He didn't expect that Linny would benefit from it in the end. Linny was not vague either. He took the money and slashed Kaiguasen's neck with a sword. Kaiguasen covered his neck and looked at Linny with a ferocious face. He couldn't believe that he was breaking his promise and fell to the ground and died. Ding, mission completed. The host is rewarded with soul-stealing skills. The system voice came. Then Linny felt that there was some more knowledge in his mind, which should be the soul-stealing technique taught by the system. System, how are you going to hide the fact that I killed someone? This is what Linny is most concerned about at the moment. Ding, earthquake mode activated. Host, leave immediately within 5 minutes. Said the system. Then there was a countdown sound in my mind. Linny knew what the system was doing, but he knew the situation was urgent, so he carried Lisiki in a box of money and ran out of the slaughterhouse. Not far from the slaughterhouse, Li Sijuan and Zhang Chang were observing the situation in the car when they saw Linny running out of the slaughterhouse. Mr. Lin, here. Li Sijuan greeted Linny. Linny ran into the car. Hurry, drive. Without Linny's reminder, Zhang Chang stepped on the accelerator and drove away in an instant. Zhang Chang naturally thought that Linny had escaped and was afraid that he would chase him again. After driving for only a few minutes, I realized that no one was chasing me, so I breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on, Mr. Lin? Are you going to get your money back? We're coming back. Linny handed the box containing the money to the two of them. Are you really coming back? Li Sijuan still couldn't believe it. Just as he was about to say something, the ground around him suddenly shook. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Zhang Chang exclaimed while trying to control the car. Only Linny knew that it was the system that was causing trouble. Linny returned to the hotel, took a shower, and cleaned his wounds. Before he finished all this, he counted the money in the box. There were 2 million bundles of cash in total, all in foreign currency. According to the exchange rate, the total value was more than 12 million. Kaiguasen owed 10 million, so Linny naturally accepted the extra 2 million. Nieyun had rewarded him with 1 million in cash before, which made him feel rich for the first time. Now that he had received another 2 million, Linny didn't feel anything. After doing all this, Li Sijuan and Zhang Chang knocked on the door and entered. Is everything done? Linny asked. The two of them just sent Lisiki back to the hospital. We sent the girl back to the hospital as instructed by Mr. Lin, but she did not wake up during that time, said Li Sijuan. Very good, I'll treat you tonight and we'll celebrate properly. Linny said. Chapter 39 Lisiki, am I dreaming? Ah. A woman's scream was heard from a bench in the hospital corridor. Li Siki sat up from the bench and looked at the surroundings, feeling at a loss as to what to do. This is a hospital. After a few minutes of daze, she finally came to her senses. Why am I here? I remember being taken to Kaigwasan's slaughterhouse, and I saw. Li Siki shook her head vigorously. She seemed to have some images in her mind, but she just couldn't remember them clearly. Why don't I remember anything? Did I just dream? Li Siki thought. Li Siki was naturally not dreaming, but Linny had her memory erased by using soul-stealing magic. Linny'd expected that the soul-stealing technique he had just learned would be used on a girl. This soul-stealing technique is very magical. It can attack a person's mental memory and brain tissue and erase certain memories of the person. It is the most basic operation. Li Siki thought about it for a long time but still had no idea and could only attribute it to a dream. Just then, the phone rang. Shall we, how is it? Is there any result? Li Siki asked anxiously. Sister Siki, where are you? Are you okay now? I'm in the hospital, I'm fine, what's wrong, what happened? Didn't you watch the news? There was an earthquake in Yunhai City. It seems that the evil man Kaigwasan was buried by the earthquake. What? Li Siki was shocked. Her expression was complicated, including happiness, surprise, and more confusion. Why do I feel like something happened, but I just can't remember what it is? A figure flashed in her mind, but she couldn't remember what the person looked like clearly. She just vaguely felt that it was a man. Who is he? Why is he in my head? Do I know him? Questions came one after another, and Li Siki felt a splitting headache, which got worse the more she thought about it. She forced herself not to think about it, and the headache finally disappeared. Sister Siki, are you okay? Why didn't you say anything? I'm fine, I just had a headache. Since Kaigwasan is dead, I shouldn't be harassed anymore. You talk to the union and book me a plane ticket immediately. I want to leave here. And for my brother, send someone to take care of him immediately. When he wakes up, leave Yunhai as soon as possible. Li Siki ordered. Yunhai is her nightmare and she doesn't want to stay there for even a single day. Don't worry, Sister Siki, I have already arranged it, you can leave soon. Just after she hung up the phone, it rang again. This time it was her boyfriend Ding Hao calling. After receiving his call, Li Siki's mood, which had just improved, turned gloomy again. Ding Hao, you bastard, what have you been doing these days? You didn't even answer the phone. What, you are busy with something, your girlfriend is in danger, and you don't care about it and even have the mood to do other things. You say you don't know, but you are talking nonsense. Who are you trying to fool? You are obviously afraid of Kaigwasan, so you dare not show up. Now you tell me you want to come and see me, I understand, you must know that something happened to Kaigwasan, right? I tell you, don't come. Even if you come, I won't see you. Our relationship is over. After saying that, Li Siki hung up the phone angrily. Then the phone rang again. It was Mr. Li calling. Assholes, they avoided me like the plague before, but now that Kaigwasan is in trouble, all of them called to show their concern for me. Li Siki cursed inwardly, hung up the phone directly, and blocked the other party. The car drove into Yunhai Airport. Linny got out of the car and said goodbye to Li Sijuan and Zhang Chang. Brother Zhang, I was able to successfully receive the money this time, thanks to your help. I will report to President Shui when I get back, and I will give you 2 credit for your contribution. Look at what you said, Mr. Lin. We were only responsible for running errands and did nothing else. But you are lucky, Mr. Lin. Just when you asked for the money, Kaigwasan encountered an earthquake. I heard that now even his body cannot be dug out. Oh, God is really kind. Last night, the whole Yunhai was setting off firecrackers to celebrate God's mercy, except for this tyrant of Yunhai. Li Sijuan said. Take care, both of you. See you someday. Linny waved to the 2 of them and got on the plane. Watching Linny walk into the airport, Li Sijuan said to Zhang Chang beside him, You said you were drunk last night, how come you don't remember anything when you woke up? Where did we go yesterday? I feel like I forgot something. Zhang Chang said, I feel the same way. I'm getting older. I'd better drink less in the future. Li Sijuan and Zhang Chang didn't know that Linny had used soul-stealing magic on them after they were drunk, erasing their memories of that day. They thought that drinking had caused their memory loss. When Linny returned to the company, Shui Yanran had already learned the news and was waiting at the door with several company executives. How could Linny miss such a good opportunity? Wife, I have accomplished my mission. As he spoke, he stretched out his arms and hugged Shui Yanran before she could react. Linny could feel Shui Yanran's whole body tremble, and he was overjoyed. What are you doing? Let me go. Shui Yanran whispered. After all, I am also getting the money back for the company. Yanran, you won't even let me take advantage of this little bit. Just consider it as interest. Linny also replied in a low voice. Shui Yanran was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she could only greet others with a smile. She knew that Linny took advantage of her, and she thought about how he had seen her body twice, so a hug was nothing. However, she still took the opportunity to pinch Linny on the back to vent her anger. People in the company smiled as they watched the two of them publicly display their affection. Only Dong Yuchuan had a gloomy expression, and he wished he could kill Linny. I'll let you be proud for 2 days, but sooner or later I'll make you pay. At the company's board of directors meeting, many executives were present, including Linny. Linny successfully completed the company's task. I believe that no one will doubt his business ability this time. Shui Yanran said. Everyone nodded in approval. It was obvious that Linny's ability to get the money back was beyond everyone's expectations. Then now, I declare that Linny has officially joined the company. Suddenly Apple broke out. Linny nodded in thanks, then asked Shui Yanran, wife, what kind of job should I do in the future? Shui Yanran knew that Linny was doing this on purpose again and said, Linny, remember, from now on in the company, you have to call me President Shui, not your wife. I know, wife. Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him angrily and said, I'm going to put you in the sales department. Is that okay with you? Dong Yuchuan's face changed slightly. The sales department has always been under his jurisdiction and it is also Shui Yanran's weak point. Now that Linny is arranged in, it is obvious that he wants to plant a spy in his territory. However, Linny was in the limelight at that time, so he did not dare to object. No problem. Let's do whatever Mr. Shui says. Very good, since President Dong has no objection, then it's settled. Linny, from now on you will be responsible for the sales work in the East District. The specific matters will be handed over to you by someone sent by President Dong. Dongxiu, you are so good, Shui Yanran. You have made a good plan by giving such a fat piece of meat to your husband. But don't be too complacent. How could I let you take over this piece of fat meat so easily? Dong Yuchuan said secretly in his heart. Chapter 40 Dong Yuchuan's Trick. After the board meeting, Linny was taken to the sales department by Yi Yushu. The sales director is named Chen Shu, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wears glasses, has bald hair, and a greasy face. Boss Chen, Boss Lin has come to report to the department. Hello, Mr. Chen. Linny said. You don't have to call me Mr. Chen, just call me Brother Chen. Chen Shu personally showed Linny a seat and poured him some water, which made Linny feel embarrassed. Are you kidding? This is Mr. Shui's husband, he dare not neglect him. If there is anything inconsiderate and Chen Shu whispers in Shui Yanran's ear, he will be in trouble. Boss Lin, Boss Shui asked you to take over the East District. This is a lucrative job. Many of our company's big clients come from there. You must maintain good relationships with them. By the way, a big client will come to our place in a few days. You must receive him well. After a simple handover and seeing Linny off, Chen Shu's smile instantly disappeared and his face turned gloomy. He picked up the phone and dialed the number. Hey, Mr. Dong, the person has left. President Shui handed over the East District to him, which clearly shows that he doesn't trust us. Mr. Dong is right. We cannot allow him to take over the East District business so smoothly. I wonder if Mr. Dong has any good ideas. This is not good. This is betrayal. If Mr. Shui finds out, I will lose my job and won't be able to work in this industry anymore. Okay, let me think about it. Don't worry, I'm your man, so I'll naturally stand by your side. Linny was sitting in a separate office. In front of him, a female employee, who was wearing a formal business suit, had a delicate face and was wearing heavy makeup, was standing with a document in her hand. The female employee was named Wu Min. She was a top student who had just been hired as a regular employee. She was reporting to him at the time. Boss Lin, Boss Wang from Minjiang City will come to the head office in a few days to sign a contract. Boss Wang is our big client, so there can't be any mistakes in the reception. Okay, I understand. As for the reception, just follow the company's procedures. You can arrange everything. Since you are eligible for regular employment, I believe in your ability. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lin. I will do my best to make arrangements. However, I heard that our competitors also know that Mr. Wang is coming, and they will take action in the next few days. Mr. Lin, you have just taken over the East District, and you can't make any mistakes this time, otherwise, someone will question your ability. Thanks for your reminder, I know what to do. After Wu Min left, Linny picked up the landline and called Shui Yanran. Yanran, my office is so big, do you want to come over and take a look? There was a beep sound from the other end of the phone. Linny had no choice but to go to Shui Yanran's office in person. Yanran, why did you hang up the phone? I have something to tell you. What is it, business or personal? Private matter. If you want to talk about personal matters, go back and talk about business matters in the company. Linny didn't care about that and asked, are you free this Sunday? I've booked a Western restaurant to treat you to dinner. No. After being married for so long, we haven't even gone out for a meal together. This is just unacceptable. Linny, you have to understand that our marriage is a contract, a fake marriage, for outsiders to see. I personally have no feelings for you. Shui Yanran solemnly declared. No feelings, no way, I think you have developed feelings for me now. That's just your illusion. Then why did you try so hard to get me to work in the company? Isn't it to cultivate feelings? You misunderstood. I just think you are a talent and I don't want to waste you. I want you to earn more profits for the company. That's all. There is no personal emotional issue involved. Linny looked at her expression carefully, trying to see if she was being insincere. Shui Yanran also looked back at him without showing any weakness. Finally, Linny was the first to be defeated. Okay, maybe I'm just being sentimental, but I'm going to treat you to this meal. It's up to you whether you come or not. After saying that, Linny left. Shui Yanran watched the office door close, and her solemn expression suddenly relaxed. She let out a long breath. When she looked at Linny just now, she was actually panicked inside, and she didn't know why. No man except Juanhao would make her do this. However, due to her strong personality, she naturally could not show weakness to Linny. She felt a little regretful. Perhaps she shouldn't have spoken so cruelly. Did her words hurt him? Do you want to go this Sunday? Faced with this question, Shui Yanran fell into deep thought. Linny returned to the office, still thinking about what Shui Yanran had just said. Could it be that I was really overthinking it? Could it be that she still has no feelings for me? Linny didn't know. But he knew that there was a way that could allow him to find out the answer, and that was soul stealing. The soul stealing technique can see through a person's thoughts. If Linny uses it on Shui Yanran, he can see through the thoughts in her mind. However, soul stealing is too damaging to the brain, and one careless mistake may cause serious sequelae. Therefore, Linny would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. There was a knock on the office door and Wu Min walked in. Boss Lin, I just got accurate information that Boss Wang will arrive at SIPG in 3 days. This is Boss Wang's message, please take a look. Also, these are the information of our potential customers, and these potential customers are in the hands of our competitors. If Mr. Lin can poach 1 or 2 big customers, I believe Mr. Lin's prestige in the sales department will be immediately enhanced. This is information about our competitors, who are also trying to poach our customers. The one who should be paid the most attention to is Tian Fangfang. She is the sales director of Parks & Company in charge of the East region. I have heard that when Mr. Wang comes this time, Tian Fangfang is likely to take some action. Tian Fangfang? Hearing this name, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this name because his ex-girlfriend was called Tian Fangfang. Thinking of this woman, Lin Yi became furious. He had given everything he had to help her through the lows in her life and usher in her highlight moment, but in the end she kicked him away, making him a bootlicker among his classmates. It can't be such a coincidence, maybe it's just a coincidence. Thinking about it, it has been 2 years since they broke up and Lin Yi has never asked about her news. Could it be that she really came to Shanghai SIPG? Have you ever seen Tian Fangfang? Wu Min shook her head. I haven't seen her. I just completed my internship and became a full-time employee. I just heard that Tian Fangfang is very capable. In the more than 1 year since she joined Parkson, she has poached many clients from competing companies. She is also very young. At the age of 26, she became the head of Parkson's East District. 26 years old, the same age. It can't be such a coincidence. Lenny shook his head vigorously. Chapter 41, Contest at the Banquet. Shanghai Port Baiyun Airport. Today, our big customer Wang Yuan is coming to SIPG, and Lenny and Wu Min are at the airport early to greet him. Lenny looked at Wu Min, who was a little nervous, and said with a smile, "Relax, it's just a client, not a dangerous situation. Why are you so nervous?" Wu Min blushed slightly at what Lenny said, and said, "This is the first time I've received such a big client. I heard that he got a 50 million contract this time. I'm really worried that something might go wrong." Then he said to Lenny, "Boss Lin, you are really amazing. Although it is your first time, you are not nervous at all. It's only 50 million. I won a big order of over 100 million at the wine table." This aroused Wu Min's interest, and he asked, "Boss Lin, is the rumor true? Did you really drink more than 10 bottles of liquor that day? If you don't believe me, I'll let you see it for yourself sometime." "Okay, this time Mr. Wang is said to be able to drink a lot. I really want to see you get him drunk. Also, I heard that he is also very lustful, and Mr. Chen was able to win him over because of his efforts in this aspect. As for men, there are few who are not lustful. Especially in the sales industry, it is normal to be fond of wine and women," Lenny said. Speaking of this, Lenny thought of Zhang Hai and the other two who had been dealt with by him. These three bastards actually set their sights on Shui Yanran. Lenny regretted that he did not kick each of them when he got them drunk. "Should we make some arrangements for him in that regard?" Wu Min asked. Lenny thought about it carefully and shook his head. "Let's wait until he has that request. If it doesn't work, let him find it himself. I don't want to serve him well in that aspect. Here I come." As soon as Lenny finished speaking, Wu Min pointed forward. "I saw a man walking towards me from a few dozen meters ahead. He was pulling a suitcase, was in his 40s, and was wearing a black suit. The buttons of his shirt were about to burst due to his fat belly. He had a pale face and no beard, and his hair was a little bald, with only sparse hair around the edges and a shiny middle, like a bird's nest. This person is their client this time, Wang Yuan." "Hello, Mr. Wang, welcome. My name is Lenny, and I will be in charge of your reception." Lenny stepped forward and shook hands. "You are responsible for receiving me. What about Mr. Chen Shu?" Wang Yuan asked, glancing at Lenny. "Mr. Chen has handed over the sales rights of the East District to me, so I will be the one to receive you." Wang Yuan nodded, then glanced at Wu Min beside him. His eyes suddenly lit up. "This lady is. This is Wu Min, an employee in my sales team. Hello, Mr. Wang. Please take care of me in the future." Wu Min took the initiative to extend her hand and shake hands with Wang Yuan. "Good." Wang Yuan touched Wu Min's hand, which felt smooth and tender. He nodded and smiled in response. Wu Min pulled her hand back awkwardly. Lenny saw this and secretly cursed Wang Yuan for being a pervert. Taking the opportunity, he said, "Boss Wang, you've worked hard on the journey. I'll take you to the hotel to rest and welcome you tonight." Lenny drove Wang Yuan to the presidential suite of SIP's luxurious 5-star hotel. After settling Wang Yuan down, the two left the hotel. Wu Min let out a sigh of relief and complained, "This Wang Yuan is really a pervert. When I shook hands with him just now, he took advantage of me. And the way he looked at me was as if he wanted to eat me up." Lenny comforted, "Don't be angry. This is how sales work, especially for a beautiful girl like you. Just bear with him for a few days." Wu Min nodded, "I hope so, but I always feel that this time it won't be so smooth. I'm really afraid that Wang Yuan will have some ideas about me. And Tian Fangfang, I don't know what she will do. Oh, I hope I'm overthinking." Speaking of Tian Fangfang, Lenny felt inexplicably irritated and could only change the subject. "How are the arrangements for the evening banquet?" "It's already been arranged. These are Mr. Wang's favorite dishes. Tonight, Ms. Lin, you have to show your drinking ability and get Mr. Wang drunk. Then I can take the opportunity to slap him twice for letting him take advantage of me." The evening banquet was held at the Prince Hotel. Lenny and Wu Min drove to the hotel to pick up Wang Yuan. At the banquet, Lenny took out the contract that he had prepared long ago. "Boss Wang, please take a look at the contract. We can talk while we drink." Wang Yuan said, "There is no rush to sign the contract. I will stay for a few days this time and have a good time in SIPG. Then he looked through the contract again and said, we are all old customers, why don't you give us a discount? This is the company's lowest offer. After Lenny finished speaking, he raised his glass and said, come on, Mr. Wang, I'll toast you. However, Wang Yuan glanced at Wu Min, who was eating with her head down. Miss Wu doesn't drink? Wu Min was stunned and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I don't know how to drink. How can that be possible? It would be boring without a beautiful woman to accompany you at the table. Come, have a drink. As he spoke, Wang Yuan poured Wu Min a glass of wine. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I really don't know how. Wu Min waved her hand to refuse. What? You don't give me face. Wang Yuan was a little angry. Lin Yi quickly replied, how can I not give you face? It's just that Wu Min really doesn't drink. Mr. Wang, let me drink with you. If you drink 1 glass, I will double it up and drink 2 glasses. How about that? Not very good. What's the point of 2 grown men drinking together? Mr. Lin, you have to please your clients, especially big clients like me. Didn't Chen Shu tell you my hobbies? Wang Yuan gave Wu Min a malicious look. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, knowing that Wang Yuan was hinting at him. But how could he sacrifice Wu Min for the contract? I know Mr. Wang's hobbies. After drinking, I will take Mr. Wang out to have some fun. Wang Yuan did not appreciate it and said, it's good enough to have Miss Wu accompany you. Why do we need to go out for fun? Lin Yi cursed inwardly again. Wang Yuan was clearly asking Wu Min to accompany her. Wu Min's face was gloomy and he didn't dare to speak. Wang Yuan smiled and said, this is a 50 million contract. It's fine if you don't give in, but you won't even give in to this little bit of sweetness? I know you get 2 points of commission from it. Lin Yi looked at Wang Yuan in surprise, and saw the latter giving him a playful smile. Boss Wang, what are the 2 points? I don't understand what you mean. You are still pretending. Hey, Mr. Lin, we are all smart people. You know how lucrative the East District is. I know it, and knows it. If you can become the vice president of the East District, it is not impossible for you to buy a house in SIPG within a year. My contract this time is worth 50 million, and a 2% commission is 1 million. Mr. Lin, do you want to take this 1 million for yourself, or give some to Miss Wu Min? I have a crush on Miss Wu Min. If you want to keep it all for yourself, I won't agree, right, Miss Wu Min? Wu Min's face became nervous and hesitant, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a short-haired woman with beautiful looks and extraordinary temperament walked in. Chapter 42 Rivals Rip-Off. Who are you? Did you come to the wrong door? Lin Yi asked the uninvited guest. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tian Fongfeng. The short-haired girl smiled at Lin Yi. It's you. Lin Yi expected that his competitor would actually blackmail him. At the same time, he felt relieved, because it was obvious that this Tian Fongfeng was not his ex-girlfriend. I knew it, how could it be such a coincidence? Lin Yi thought to himself. This must be Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. I am the sales representative of Yum Brands. I heard that Mr. Wang was coming to SIPG, so I came to meet him. I wonder if Mr. Wang would be willing to have a meal with me. Tian Fongfeng said this and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked at Tian Fongfeng with lustful eyes, and his fat hands kept stroking the back of her hand. However, Tian Fongfeng didn't mind at all and even smiled at Wang Yuan. This made Wang Yuan and me tremble all over. How can I not be willing to have such a beautiful lady accompany me? Let's go now. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your honor. Wait a moment. Lin Yi stopped the 2 people who were about to leave. Miss Tian, you are taking my clients right in front of me. That's too much. Look at what you said. Mr. Wang's contract hasn't been signed yet. How can he become your client? Right, Mr. Wang? Wang Yuan nodded. That's right, Mr. Lin, if you want to sign a contract, you have to invest money. You are not sincere enough. I want to see who to sign the contract with. I still need to think about it. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Min again. It was obvious that Wu Min was the sincerity he mentioned. Lin Yi said, well, as the sales representative of the company in this negotiation, I am willing to give up a point on the original basis. Is this sincere enough? Wang Yuan shook his head. 2 points? Wang Yuan shook his head again. 3 points, Mr. Wang, this is my last bottom line. Linny gritted his teeth. Wang Yuan was finally moved. Looking at Tian Fangfang, who was standing beside him, he said, Miss Tian, I think we should have this meal another day. Mr. Wang, I can also make the same concession. Tian Fangfang said. Wang Yuan was surprised. Interesting. Looking at Linny, Boss Lin, can you make more concessions? After all, we are an old partner, and I don't want to change partners even if there is a choice. Linny said anything. Obviously, this was his bottom line. Wang Yuan sighed and said, That's a pity, Mr. Tian, let's go. I want to taste Mr. Tian's cooking skills later. Wang Yuan took Tian Fangfang's arm and left. Wu Min looked at Linny and asked anxiously, Boss Lin, what should we do now? Linny remained silent. Why, didn't you try to stop Wang just now? Did you just watch Tian Fangfang pry him away? Linny looked at Wu Min and asked, How can I persuade you to stay? I want you to sleep with Wang, will you agree? Wu Min shook his head. What if I give you a 1% commission? Wu Min was silent and did not answer. A contract worth 50 million, 1% is 500,000. Wang Yuan knew the interests involved, so he openly or secretly asked Lin Yi to share the benefits with him. This is also the reason why Wu Min was nervous and afraid. She was nervous, not because Lin Yi would force her to sleep with him. No one could force her. She was nervous because she couldn't get over this hurdle. If Lin Yi really tempted her with a 1-point amount, Wu Min didn't know if she could resist the temptation. After all, it was 500,000, a huge sum of money for Wu Min, who had just graduated from college and was penniless. She couldn't guarantee that she could withstand the temptation. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not do so, which also avoided the situation where she had to make a choice. Why don't you seduce me? Wu Min asked in a low voice. She also felt that this question was very embarrassing, but she couldn't help asking. After all, Lin Yi's choice was unexpected. If it were any other man, he would definitely do the same. Remember, what I want is your talent, not sacrificing your looks. If you want to get the contract through this means, then you'd better quit this job as vice president. Lin Yi said. Wu Min was somewhat moved. She looked at Lin Yi secretly and found that Lin Yi at this moment exuded an invisible aura. Praising secretly, no wonder Mr. Shui likes him, he is really handsome, not only on the outside, but also on the inside. Alas, it's a pity that he is already married. Throwing away this embarrassing thought, Wu Min said seriously, Boss Lin, don't you think today's events are a little strange? The man surnamed Wang actually knew our commission this time, and Tian Fangfang actually knew the location of our banquet. The most bizarre thing is that Boss Lin, you gave up 3 points, which is the bottom line of the company and authorized by the board of directors. Tian Fangfang obviously does not have such great authority. She dared to give up 3 points. She must have known our bottom line and seek the consent of the head office leaders. So the question is, how did she know that? You and I think the same thing. Lin Yi looked grim. There are people in our company who are betraying their own people. Dong Yuchuan's face flashed in Lin Yi's mind. If we talk about the biggest suspect, it must be Dong Yuchuan. After all, he is the one who most wants to make a fool of himself. In fact, Lin Yi has always been on guard against him. But I didn't expect that he would disregard the interests of the company for his own selfish desires. Damn it, we can't let the enemy succeed. We have to think of a way. The company's board of directors. All directors attended the meeting, including Lin Yi and Wu Min. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the failure and also to criticize Lin Yi, the new sales manager. What's going on? Lin Yi, tell us the details. Shui Yanran spoke first. Lin Yi explained the whole story. Shui Yanran frowned when she heard this. How did Tian Fangfang know that you were hosting a banquet for Mr. Wang at the Prince Hotel? Who leaked this information to your competitors? Shui Yanran looked around and no one spoke. Mr. Chen, you have always been responsible for Mr. Wang's reception. Please tell us about it. Shui Yanran named Chen Shu. Shen Shu shivered with fear and looked at Dong Yuchuan beside him, saying, I don't know about this either. Mr. Shui, it's true that I was responsible for Mr. Wang's reception before, but now I'm not in charge of the East District. I have handed over all matters to Mr. Lin. I'm afraid that Mr. Lin didn't do some details well and was seen through by the enemy. Chen Shu's move was brilliant. He cleared himself of all blame and pushed everything onto Lin Yi. Mr. Chen, although you handed over the work to me, I have arranged my work according to your previous work arrangements. Linny said. So I said, some details are not perfect. There is definitely no problem with my deployment, but success or failure is still determined by details. Mr. Lin, think carefully about which details have gone wrong. Chen Shu, this old fox, cleared himself with a few words and insisted that it was Lin Yi's problem. Chapter 43, Slap Dong Yuchuan. Shui Yanran couldn't stand it anymore and said, Boss Chen, this is where you're wrong. The East District is so important, you should find an experienced old employee to be assigned to Boss Lin to assist him in his work. But you assigned a new employee who just got regularized and has no experience. How can there be no mistakes in the details? Chen Shu was criticized by Shui Yanran and did not dare to refute. Yes, Mr. Shui is teaching me that it was my negligence. Mr. Shui, this is where you're wrong. Dong Yuchuan suddenly spoke. In the entire company, he, the second largest shareholder, was the only one who dared to question the chairman Shui Yanran in person. Mr. Dong, what do you mean? Do you think what I said is wrong? Shui Yanran asked. Dong Yuchuan said, that's wrong. Everyone knows that it was your husband who messed up. President Shui didn't let your husband reflect on his mistakes, but instead shifted the conflict elsewhere. This is a typical act of protecting someone who has done something wrong. I have to criticize Lin Yi for his poor performance, but Chen Shu also has an unshirkable responsibility. Am I wrong to say that? Chen Shu is responsible, but it is a secondary responsibility. The main responsibility still lies with Lin Yi. Speaking of which, Lin Yi was also promoted by you, President Shui. Now that something has happened, you, President Shui, also have an unshirkable responsibility. Dong Yuchuan finally showed his true colors and pointed the ultimate target of the matter to Shui Yanran. It seems like another trend of forcing the emperor to abdicate. Naturally, Lin Yi frowned when he saw Dong Yuchuan pointing the finger at Shui Yanran. At this time, as Shui Yanran's nominal husband, he naturally could not bear to see Shui Yanran suffer any injustice. Boss Dong, this matter is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with Boss Shui. Please don't point the finger at her. This incident is very strange. When I made 3 concessions, Tian Fangfang also made the same concessions. I don't believe that she, a sales manager, has such authority. I suspect there is a traitor in our company who revealed our secrets to the other party. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room was filled with discussion. Lin Yi looked at everyone and found that Chen Shu was fidgeting with sweat on his face, while Dong Yuchuan was much calmer. Could this be related to Chen Shu? Lin Yi thought. Mr. Chen, why are you so nervous? Do you know about the traitor? Lin Yi asked. I don't know what a traitor is. How could I be a traitor? Mr. Lin, we must have evidence for everything. Chen Shu said while wiping his sweat. Lin Yi, don't change the subject. Now we are discussing your dereliction of duty. Why are you talking about a traitor? Are you trying to change the subject? Dong Yuchuan snorted coldly. Lin Yi said, Boss Dong, now that the problem has occurred, it is useless to discuss responsibility. It is better to think about how to solve the problem. The company will not have peace until the traitor is found. This statement was recognized by everyone, and they nodded. What you call a mole is just your guess. As for the mole, everyone here is a veteran employee of the company, and you are the only newcomer. You are the most likely to be the mole, said Dong Yuchuan. Boss Dong, you need evidence for what you say. You said I'm a traitor. Do you have any evidence? The contract was just gone. As the person in charge, you are the biggest suspect. Lin Yi's face changed when he got angry at Dong Yuchuan. Dong Yuchuan was just making trouble. Boss Dong, first of all, I want to make it clear that the contract has not yet been cancelled and there is still room for maneuver. Secondly, Boss Dong keeps targeting me. Is it really just because I failed in my duties? I am afraid there is another purpose behind this. Dong Yuchuan's face changed and he cursed, bullshit, Lin Yi, who do you think you are to dare to question me like this? Don't think you are great just because you have a backer. In my eyes, you are nothing, just a gigolo who relies on women to get to the top. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present started discussing again, and some were even laughing and whispering. Dong Yuchuan, you've gone too far. Shui Yanran was also furious at Dong Yuchuan's words. I was too much. Was I wrong? He was able to climb to this position because of you, Yanran. Yen Ran, I don't know what you like about this guy. In terms of looks, I, Dong Yuchuan, am not inferior to him. In terms of financial resources, he is even worse than me. I love you, Yen Ran, and I am willing to invest hundreds of millions of yuan to support your career. How could you choose him instead of me? Yen Ran, as long as you follow me, I promise that the company will have no objection to you and the entire company will be united. As Dong Yuchuan was talking, he actually confessed his feelings directly, without noticing that Lin Yi was walking towards him step by step with an angry look on his face. Snap! There was a red palm print on Dong Yuchuan's cheek. Dong Yuchuan was speaking excitedly and had no idea that someone would interrupt his confession in such an insulting way. When he saw clearly that it was Lin Yi who hit him, he became even more furious. This was simply a humiliation. Bastard, Lin Yi, if you dare to hit me, I will kill you. As he said that, he was about to stand up and fight Lin Yi. But he was stopped by others. Let me go, don't stop me, I want to kill him. Dong Yuchuan struggled and shouted. The female colleagues next to me were so scared that they trembled with fear. Do you know why you were beaten? You dared to seduce my wife in front of me. How can I be considered a man if I don't beat you? Lin Yi said. Remember this, Yen Ran is my wife, she will be my wife for life, just give up on me, don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. If you dare to seduce her in front of me again, I will beat you up. Lin Yi, you bastard, just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you later. Dong Yuchuan said harshly. Stop it, now is meeting time, this is the time to discuss issues, not to fight. Whoever dares to do that again will be kicked out of the company. As the chairman, I have the right to fire any one of you. Shui Yanran slammed the table, her face livid. Lin Yi returned to his seat, and Dong Yuchuan calmed down from his rage. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yi was as if he wanted to eat him. Lin Yi, although you are my husband, the company has always been clear about rewards and punishments. You are not doing your job well now, and you are indeed no longer able to serve as the head of the East District. I think your position should be revoked. Shui Yanran said. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Dong Yuchuan's dark face, and it was obvious that his goal had been achieved. Wait a minute, Mr. Shui, it's not over yet. The contract hasn't been signed yet, and everything can still be salvaged. Lin Yi said. Do you think you can get the order back? Lin Yi nodded. It's just wishful thinking. Dong Yuchuan sneered. Okay, as long as you get the contract back, this matter will be forgiven. Otherwise, you will no longer be required to work as the head of the East District. I will arrange for you to work in another department. Shui Yanran said. It's a deal. Chapter 44 How to Get a Contract? This is a technical job. In Shui Yanran's office. Shui Yanran sat on the chair and looked at Lin Yi, saying, Are you sure you can get the contract back? Why, you don't believe me? Lin Yi asked back. Shui Yanran shook her head. If it were in the past, she would definitely not believe that Lin Yi could do it, but after a few incidents, Shui Yanran began to look at her cheap husband with a new respect. After all, Lin Yi had to drink more than a dozen bottles of wine to win a 100 million contract, and also got back 10 million yuan in debt from the devil Kaiguasen. The company had originally given up on this money. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi actually succeeded. Compared with the above two things, this contract is not a big deal. What are you going to do? Wang Yuan has been poached by Tian Fongfong, and you don't even know where he is now. Do you want me to mobilize the company's connections to find out his current location? But this may take a few days, and I'm afraid it will be too late by then. Shui Yanran said worriedly. Don't worry, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I have a way to find out where he is now. As he spoke, Lin Yi touched his nose. This is when his keen sense of smell comes in handy. He had already identified Wang Yuan's scent a long time ago. As long as he used his sensitive sense of smell, as long as he was still in Shangang City, Lin Yi would be able to find him. When I walked out of the office, I saw Wu Min. Mr. Lin. Let's go. Where are you going? Go find Wang Yuan. Do you know where he is? Certainly. The two left the company, with Wu Min driving and Lin Yi sitting in the passenger seat giving orders. After this intersection, turn left at the next traffic light. Go straight ahead through the next intersection, then park on the side of the road. After parking the car, Wu Min thought they had reached their destination, but saw Lin Yi get out of the car, sniff, and then get back in. Turn right at the next intersection, and turn left at the next two intersections. Mr. Lin, are you sure you know where the man named Wang is? Wu Min couldn't help but ask. She had been wandering around under Lin Yi's command for more than half an hour. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Turn left at the intersection ahead and park about 500 meters away. Wu Min obediently parked the car at the designated location. It's right here. Lin Yi got out of the car and looked at the Nangang Hotel in front of him. Wu Min was about to get out of the car and follow Lin Yi in, but was stopped by Lin Yi. You don't have to get out of the car, stay in the car and wait for my news. Lin Yi walked into the hotel lobby. He was not in a hurry to find Wang Yuan. Instead, he sat down on the sofa in the lobby. About 10 minutes later, a short-haired woman walked down from the hotel elevator. This woman is Tian Fangfang. Tian Fangfang had a worried look on her face, and it was obvious that she was worried about something. She didn't notice Lin Yi's presence and was about to walk out the door when she heard someone calling her. Mr. Tian. Tian Fangfang's body trembled when she saw Lin Yi sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face. Damn it, how did he find this place? Could it be that there is a traitor inside Parkson who informed on us? Tian Fangfang was shocked, but she pretended to be calm. Boss Lin, what a coincidence, we met here. It's not a coincidence. I came here on purpose. Mr. Wang was arranged by you to stay here. I have to say, this arrangement is not bad. The location is a bit remote, but the specifications are very high. You are here to see Mr. Wang, but you will be disappointed. Mr. Wang is not here. Tian Fangfang denied. Mr. Tian is still lying at this time. I smell Mr. Wang. He is here. Lin Yi said. Tian Fangfang thought that Lin Yi had received reliable information, so he was so sure. Little did she know that he really came here by smelling the scent. Okay, I admit that Mr. Wang is indeed here, but you don't have to waste your time. Mr. Wang has already signed the contract, and this big order belongs to our Parkson. Tian Fangfang said. Boss Tian, you really can't even lie. If you really got the contract, why would you look so sad? I guess you must have failed to meet Boss Wang's requirements, so Boss Wang is unwilling to sign the contract. How do you know? Tian Fangfang blurted out, only then realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. This is indeed the case. Wang Yuan has a big appetite. In addition to those 3 points, he also wants Tian Fangfang to sleep with him. Tian Fangfang did not meet this request, so the contract has not been signed yet. As for how Lin Yi knew it, it was very simple. If the two had had sex, Lin Yi would definitely be able to smell Wang Yuan's scent on her, but he didn't. This only means that Tian Fangfang did not sell her body in exchange for the contract. After knowing this, Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Firstly, since the contract has not been signed, he still has room for recovery. Secondly, Tian Fangfang has the same name as his ex-girlfriend, and he doesn't want Tian Fangfang to sell him out for money. Subconsciously, he confuses the two of them as one. Even if I didn't sign the contract, do you think you still have a chance? Signing a contract is a technical job. Don't think I can't see that the old pervert has also taken a fancy to your female subordinate. If you are unwilling to hand her over and let her serve the old pervert, you will have no chance to sign the contract. Tian Fangfang said. That may not be the case. We'll see. Tian Fangfang left the hotel. She was not afraid that Lin Yi would steal Wang Yuan away again unless Lin Yi met the old pervert's perverted demands. Wang Yuan is at Shanghai CPG these days, so it is impossible for him to sign the contract easily. So, neither of them had any chance in the past few days. The really crucial moment was the last 1 or 2 days. Tian Fangfang must prepare to take good care of Wang Yuan in the next 2 days. She doesn't want to sacrifice herself, so she can only satisfy him in other ways. Tian Fangfang heard that Wang Yuan liked jade, so she decided to work hard in this area. Watching Tian Fangfang leave the hotel, Lin Yi got on the elevator and came to Wang Yuan's room. After knocking twice, Wang Yuan opened the door. He was naked from the waist up, but his lower body was wrapped in a white towel, and he had obviously just finished a shower. Why, Miss Tian, have you figured it out? Wang Yuan thought Tian Fangfang had returned, and his face was full of anger. But when he saw Lin Yi, his face changed. It's you. Mr. Wang, we meet again. Lin Yi said with a smile. How did you find it? Wang Yuan asked. It's hard to explain. Mr. Wang, don't you want to invite me in for a seat? Are you alone? Wang Yuan opened the door with great anticipation, looked towards the corridor, and then was disappointed. Isn't Miss Wu Min here? She's here. She parked her car downstairs and will be up soon. Linny said. So, you figured it out? No, she figured it out? Of course, otherwise, why would I come to see Mr. Wang? Okay, it's you, Mr. Lin. I told you that Mr. Lin would never give up a $50 million order so easily. Come on, let's go in and talk. Wang Yuan let Lin Yi in. Just as I closed the door and was about to say something, I felt a sudden pain in my neck and then I lost consciousness. The moment he fell to the ground, he saw Lin Yi giving him a strange smile. Chapter 45 Lin Yi, I know your secret. Lin Yi cut Wang Yuan's neck with a knife, and Wang Yuan's fat body slowly fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Yi grabbed Wang Yuan's arm with one hand and dragged him from the door to the sofa in the hall. Wang Yuan's fat body was like a chicken in Lin Yi's hands. After doing all this, Lin Yi poured himself a glass of water, drank it in one gulp, and then looked at the unconscious Wang Yuan and fell into deep thought. The reason why he knocked Wang Yuan unconscious was not to kidnap or threaten him, but to use soul-stealing magic on him. The soul-stealing technique can sense other people's thoughts and memories. As long as Lin Yi knows Wang Yuan's memory, he can find a way to crack it. You can tell at first glance that this old pervert Wang Yuan is not a good person. He must have done a lot of extortion over the years. As long as you know this, it is equivalent to grasping his weak spot, and there is no need to worry that he will not surrender. Lin Yi reached out and touched the top of Wang Yuan's head. He closed his eyes and sensed that an invisible energy surged into Wang Yuan's brain. This is the soul-stealing technique given to him by the system. Suddenly, pictures appeared in my mind. These images were all of Wang Yuan's. The images flashed quickly, but Lin Yi remembered them firmly. About a minute later, Lin Yi withdrew his hand. He indeed discovered many secrets about Wang Yuan. Because the damage to the brain caused by soul-stealing technique is irreversible, Lin Yi did not dare to use it for too long, for fear that Wang Yuan's brain would be damaged and he would go into shock. But in this short minute, the secrets he uncovered were enough to force Wang Yuan to surrender. This old pervert is really not a good person. In just 1 minute, Lin Yi actually found out a lot of things about Wang Yuan. In addition to the imagined corruption and extortion, there are 2 other bad things. One thing is that the old pervert Wang Yuan once raped a female employee in his company. However, this incident happened 2 years ago, which is a long time ago, and the female employee did not know that she had been raped afterwards, so it is obviously not feasible to use this incident to threaten Wang Yuan. But another thing is more outrageous. Wang Yuan actually found a mistress outside behind his wife's back and even had a child with the mistress. Moreover, Wang Yuan seems to be lustful by nature, but he is actually dominated by his wife. He has no status at home and is strictly controlled by his wife who weighs 200 pounds. The monthly salary he hands over only gives him basic living expenses. In order to pay for his own expenses and support his mistress, he could only take a cut from the sales contract to support himself and his mistress. After understanding this, Lin Yi was happy. This was a perfect breakthrough. In addition, Lin Yi also found a traitor in the company in his memory. It was indeed Chen Shu. Unfortunately, apart from Chen Shu, no signs of collision with Dong Yuchuan were found. But Lin Yi knew with just a thought that Dong Yuchuan must be the mastermind behind this. A glass of cold water was poured on Wang Yuan's face. The latter shivered and slowly woke up. Why am I sleeping on the floor? My head hurts. Wang Yuan slowly stood up, covering his forehead and muttering. When he saw Lin Yi sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face, he suddenly remembered something. It was you. You knocked me out. As Wang Yuan spoke, he instantly moved away from Lin Yi, fearing that Lin Yi might do something to him. What did you do to me? Wang Yuan covered his chest and lifted the towel wrapped around his lower body. Just now when Lin Yi dragged Chen Shu, the towel was also dragged down, exposing Wang Yuan's white buttocks. Wang Yuan felt a chill all over his body. Damn it, he wouldn't have misunderstood me and personally widened the passage for me. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan felt nauseous. He is lustful, but not homosexual. What are you thinking about? I didn't do anything to you. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi's words made Wang Yuan feel relieved. Boss Wang, I know your secret. What nonsense are you talking about? My secret. I understand. You want to threaten me. But don't think you can threaten me just because you took my nude photos. I tell you I won't buy it. If you want to sign a contract, ask Wu Min to talk to me. Wang Yuan Dao. He thought that Linny knocked him out in order to threaten him with taking nude photos, so Wang Yuan would naturally not give in so easily. Mr. Wang, this is not what I'm talking about. The secret I'm talking about is that you have a mistress behind your wife's back. Linny said slowly. What did you say, mistress? I don't understand what you are saying. Damn, you are trying to trick me, get out of here right now. I tell you, Linny, don't even think about taking a penny from my 50 million contract. Wang Yuan cursed. Linny sighed, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Your mistress is called Chen Lu, right? You also have a child, a girl, 2 years old. You arranged for them to live in an apartment at number 19 Chunfeng Road. Your wife doesn't know about this. Oh, I forgot to introduce your wife. Her name is Wang Shangnan, and her cell phone number is 13 ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### There was a beeping sound from the phone. Looking at Wang Yuan again, he was already scared silly. With a plop, he knelt down in front of Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, Brother Lin, Mr. Lin, please be merciful and hang up the phone. I will sign the contract right now. Wang Yuan knelt down and begged with tears in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was answered. Hello, who are you looking for? There was a woman's voice inside. Wang Yuan shuddered with fear. This voice was very familiar to him. It was his wife's voice. Sorry, you dialed the wrong number. Lin Yi hung up the phone and looked at Wang Yuan with a smile. I believe it this time. Wang Yuan had already changed his smile to a flattering one. Boss Lin, you just want to sign the contract, no problem. I'll sign it, but I beg you not to tell my wife. The contract must be signed, but what about those 3 points? No need, just follow the original price. Wang Yuan said quickly. Wang Yuan's attitude made Lin Yi very satisfied. It was the first time he discovered that knowing a person's secret could be so satisfying. 3 points are still needed, but we need to add 3 points on the original basis. Lin Yi said. This. Wang Yuan hesitated. Why, you don't want to sign? I'll sign. Wang Yuan said quickly. As long as his secret could be kept, he would agree to 30 points, not to mention 3. If his wife knew he had a mistress, he would be doomed. Lin Yi handed the contract that he had prepared long ago to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan hesitated for a moment, but finally signed his name. Very good, Mr. Wang, thank you for your cooperation, and I look forward to getting bigger orders in the future. Wang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that Lin Yi would have to live with his secret for the rest of his life. Mr. Lin, how did you know my secret? Wang Yuan suddenly asked when Lin Yi was about to leave. He really wanted to know how Lin Yi knew this secret, since he had always kept it to himself. He knew so much about it, even the mistress's specific address and his wife's cell phone number, which made him alert. No comment. After saying these 4 words, Lin Yi closed the door. Wang Yuan was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 46 Slap Tian Fongfong. A red Bora Jetta sedan parked in the hotel's parking space. Then, a short-haired beauty hurried down from the car. The person who came was the returning sales director of Parkson Group, Tian Fongfong. Tian Fongfong looked anxious and walked quickly towards the hotel. Half an hour ago, she left the hotel and met Lin Yi. During the conversation with Lin Yi, I learned that he came to Wang Yuan to sign a contract. Tian Fongfong doesn't care about this. Since she was able to pry Wang Yuan away from her, she was not afraid of Lin Yi being pried away from her again. He also did not believe that Lin Yi had the ability to do so. However, not long after she drove away, she began to feel a little anxious, as if something bad was about to happen. Why do I feel this way? Did something happen? If there is anything that can make Tian Fongfong anxious, it is naturally the contract. It's impossible for Lin Yi to sign the contract, but why am I so anxious? No, I have to go back and take a look. Just like that, Tian Fongfong turned the car around again and returned to the hotel. As soon as she reached the hotel entrance, Tian Fongfong ran into Lin Yi, who was walking out. This actually made Tian Fongfong feel relieved. Lin Yi only stayed with Wang Yuan for half an hour. It was impossible to sign the contract in such a short time. Why is Mr. Tian back again? Could it be that Mr. Tian has figured it out? Lin Yi teased. Tian Fangfang ignored Lin Yi's teasing and asked, "Why did Mr. Lin come out so quickly? I'm afraid he didn't even go into Mr. Wang's room?" "Boss Tian, you guessed wrong. Not only did I go into Boss Wang's room, I also discussed the contract with him." "Really? Did the talks with Mr. Wang go smoothly? Did Mr. Wang make any harsh demands on you?" Lin Yi nodded. "It went smoothly, very smoothly. There were no harsh conditions, and the contracts were signed smoothly." Lin Yi raised the briefcase in his hand. "Mr. Lin, you really know how to joke. It only took you half an hour to go in and out, and you said the contract was signed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who can be easily deceived?" Tian Fangfang said with a smile. "Mr. Tian doesn't believe it. Here, let me show you the contract." Lin Yi said as he opened his briefcase and took out the contract. Tian Fangfang snorted coldly, "You really won't cry until you see the coffin." She took the contract with disdain and opened the last page to check. Then, her originally disdainful expression instantly turned into shock. Wang Yuan's name was clearly written at the signature section at the end of the contract. How could it be that they actually signed it? "Now you believe that I am not lying to you," Lin Yi said. "Impossible, you can't sign the contract so easily, unless—" "I know, you must have made concessions again. Damn it, aren't 3 points already the bottom line of your company? How could you give in again?" Tian Fangfang asked loudly. 3 points? Lin Yi showed a playful expression on his face. "So, you already knew the bottom line of the 3 points. Then who leaked the company's confidential information to you, Mr. Tian?" Tian Fangfang was stunned and then realized that she had accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Not daring to look directly into Lin Yi's intimidating gaze, Tian Fangfang said in a panic, "What do you mean you knew it a long time ago? How could I possibly know it? No one told me about it. Don't talk nonsense." Having said that, she cursed Qin Shu in her heart. "Damn it, Qin Shu, why didn't you tell me that you guys lowered the price again? This shouldn't be right." "No, that's not right. Chen Shu had no reason not to tell me. Unless he didn't know either. Yes, this must be the possibility." This time Lin Yi lowered the price without the approval of the board of directors. After figuring this out, Tian Fangfang regained her composure and said, "Boss Lin, you are really capable. It was you who took the initiative to continue to lower the price. Humph, although you got the contract, I really want to see how you explain it to the company's board of directors." "I lowered the price, Mr. Tian. When did I lower the price? How could you possibly get the contract if you didn't lower the price? The price is clearly stated in the contract, why don't you take a look?" "You don't have to tell me. Of course I can read it myself." As Tian Fangfang spoke, she turned to the page of the contract amount, but when she saw the number on it, she was shocked again. "This is impossible. You didn't lower the price. Instead, you raised it by 3 points. The man named Wang is an idiot. How could he sign such a contract with you?" Tian Fangfang shouted excitedly. This attracted the attention of other guests in the hotel, and they all looked here. "Don't get excited, Mr. Tian. It may be impossible for you, but for me, everything is possible." As Lin Yi spoke, he slowly took the contract back from Tian Fangfang's hand and put it back into the briefcase. "The winner has been decided, Mr. Tian, you lose this time." Tian Fangfang recovered from her trance and looked at Lin Yi with complicated eyes. Mixed with it are confusion, doubt, envy, and more importantly, jealousy and hatred. How could she not be jealous? As long as she could get this contract, she would get at least hundreds of thousands of commission. For Tian Fangfang, who came from the countryside and was determined to buy a house in SIPG, this was a considerable fortune. Together with her previous savings, it was enough to pay a down payment for SIPG. Tian Fangfang was born in a humble family and firmly believed that she could change her destiny through her own efforts. After graduating from university, she vowed to take root in the international metropolis of Shanghai, which is also her lifelong goal. But now, this wealth that was about to be obtained was taken away by Lin Yi right in front of her eyes. How could Tian Fangfang not hate him? Moreover, Lin Yi even mentioned 3 points. If he guessed correctly, half of these 3 points would definitely go into his own pocket. By this calculation, he could get at least 2 million in commission for this order. 2 million. If she could get it, then her dream would be a big step closer. Pity. Lin Yi, how did you do it? No comment. You, don't be so proud. Let's wait and see. After Tian Fangfang finished speaking, she hurried back to the hotel. It was obvious that she was going to confront Wang Yuan. Linny returned to the car. Woman asked, "What did you say to Tian Fangfang just now? Why was she so excited?" Woman parked her car in a spot where she could just see the hotel entrance, so she saw the whole conversation between the two. But because they were far away, she couldn't hear what the two were saying. But Woman could see that Tian Fangfang was very excited, which made her very curious. "It's nothing, it's just that I signed the contract and she couldn't believe this reality, so she was so excited," Linny said lightly. "What, you really signed the contract?" Woman's eyes popped out in shock, and it was obvious that she didn't believe it either. "See for yourself." Linny handed the contract to Woman. Woman first turned to the last page, and when she saw Wang Yuan's name, she believed the fact. "Thank God, it was actually signed. Why should I thank God? What does this have to do with heaven and earth? It's clearly my credit." Linny did not forget to joke. "Yes, Mr. Lin is still amazing. Woman admires you very much." Woman did not forget to flatter him. "This contract is a big one, and there will be a big commission if it is signed. As a member of the East District Sales Department, Woman is naturally indispensable." Although the signing of the contract had nothing to do with her, she believed that Linny would give her at least 10,000 yuan. If she complimented him at this time, maybe Linny would be happy and give her more. "Mr. Lin, since you have won this big contract this time, you should get at least 1 million in commission, right?" Woman said in a low voice. 1 million, are you kidding me? I raised the price by 3 points, how can it be only 1 million? Increase by 3 points? Only then did Woman realize that the amount had actually increased by 3 points. She was shocked again and found it difficult to breathe. Of the 3 extra points, at least 2 will be distributed to individuals, which means that Linny can get 5 points and eventually more than 2.5 million. Woman had never thought of earning so much money in her entire life. Now seeing Linny Feng's calm look, she was even more envious. He gets so much, will he give me some more? Should I give him a hint? Or maybe seduce him? He's so handsome, much better than that wretched man Wang Yuan. I shouldn't suffer any loss by sleeping with him. Wu Min couldn't help but think. Chapter 47. The Board of Directors catches the traitor. Linny returned to the company and pushed open the door of Shui Yanran's office. In the office, Shui Yanran was staring at the laptop on the table and looking at the documents. Seeing Linny coming back, she frowned and asked, "Why did you come back so soon? Did you find Wang Yuan?" "Found it, but..." Linny deliberately spoke only half of the sentence. "But what? Has Tian Fangfang already signed the contract?" Shui Yanran said hurriedly. "Why?" Linny sighed, picked up a cup, added some tea leaves, filled the cup with water, and then slowly tasted it. Shui Yanran saw that he was still in the mood to drink tea. Although she was anxious, she did not urge him. After seeing Linny finish the tea, he asked, "What's going on?" "Tian Fangfang did not sign the contract." "Then what?" "I found Wang Yuan and begged him to sign the contract with tears in my eyes." "Guess what happened?" Shui Yanran looked at Linny calmly, her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. She had already seen that Linny did it on purpose. "Can you please make it clear all at once?" "Well, Yanran, this contract." Linny paused deliberately. Seeing that Shui Yanran was about to get angry again, he knew that the joke had ended here and that too much was as bad as too little. He chuckled and said, "I got the contract. I've raised 3 points on the original basis. Take a look." Linny smiled and placed the contract on Shui Yanran's desk. Shui Yanran was obviously also surprised by Ling Yi's words. However, she was much better than Tian Fangfang and Wu Min. She was only slightly surprised, then she returned to normal and picked up the contract to read it carefully. The president is the president. He has indeed seen big scenes. Linny couldn't help but sigh. About a minute later, Shui Yanran finished reading the contract. "How did you do that?" Naturally, Linny couldn't say that he used soul-stealing techniques to find Wang Yuan's weak spot and force him to sign. "Didn't I tell you that I begged for this contract with tears in my eyes?" Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him, as if to say that she would never believe his lies. Then he dialed Yi Yushu's landline. "Yushu, notify all directors to hold a meeting immediately." Then he said to Linny, "Let's go." In the meeting room. "What's going on, Mr. Shui?" Why are you suddenly holding a board meeting? Did something happen? Dong Yuchuan asked impatiently. Everyone, this impromptu meeting is indeed about something. It's about the contract. I understand about the contract. The contract has been signed by Parkson, so Linny loses this time. Mr. Shui, you should announce in public that he will be dismissed. Dong Yuchuan said with a smile. Shui Yanran also smiled. Boss Dong, you guessed wrong. Linny did not lose. He signed the contract. Not only did he sign the contract, he also raised 3 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room exploded. This is impossible. Dong Yuchuan stood up from his seat. Others apparently thought the same thing. Boss Dong, do you think I would joke about something like this? The contract is right here, take a look for yourself. After saying that, Shui Yan ran through the contract in front of Dong Yuchuan. Dong Yuchuan picked up the contract, and his originally questioning face gradually turned ashen. When others saw his expression, they knew that what Shui Yanran said was true. Everyone, now no one doubts Lin Yi's ability anymore, right? Shui Yanran asked. Naturally, no one dared. Zhou Rong praised, we certainly won't doubt Mr. Lin's ability anymore. By the way, we would like to congratulate Mr. Shui. Having such a talented husband like Mr. Lin, I believe the company will have a more brilliant future. Shui Yanran didn't expect Zhou Rong to say that, and her face turned slightly red. I couldn't help but glance at Linny, and saw him looking at me with a smirk on his face, and I felt my heart beating faster. Why do I feel this way? Could it be that I really have feelings for him? Shui Yanran shook her head and put the thought aside. Okay, since everyone agrees with Mr. Lin's ability, I hereby announce that Mr. Lin will be reinstated as the East Region Sales Director. This is the end of this meeting, let's adjourn. Wait a minute. Linny suddenly shouted. Everyone who was about to get up and leave sat back down. Mr. Lin, is there anything else? Shui Yanran asked puzzledly. I want to talk about the traitor in the company. Linny said slowly. As soon as he said this, everyone started talking again. Linny said, I have said before that there is something fishy about this incident. I suspect there is a traitor in the company. If we don't find this traitor, it will be a big trouble for the company in the future. Mr. Lin, do you know who the traitor is? Zhou Rong asked. Of course. Lin Yi nodded. Who? Shui Yanran asked. She must eradicate this cancer that dares to betray her company. Lin Yi's hand slowly pointed at the people present, and finally stopped in front of the sales director Chen Shu. It's him, Chen Shu. Chen Shu was so frightened that he shuddered. Lin. Mr. Lin, don't frame a good person. Mr. Shui, I am a veteran of the company, how could I be a traitor? Yes, Mr. Lin, you might have made a mistake. Mr. Chen performed his duties conscientiously, and you said he was a traitor. What was his motive? Zhou Rong said. The motive is that he wants to kick me out of the position of East District Manager and take the East District as his own. Everyone knows that President Shui promoted me to East District Manager, so Chen Shu was naturally dissatisfied with his own interests being damaged, so he colluded with outsiders and set up a plan to get rid of me. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. Mr. Dong, you have to make the decision for me. Chen Shu asked Dong Yuchuan for help. Lin Yi, you are really good at making up stories. This is just your guess. Where is the evidence? Dong Yuchuan said. If you want evidence, here it is. Lin Yi took out his cell phone. He used soul stealing to find out that Chen Shu was a traitor, and also knew that their phone call was recorded by Wang Yuan, so he transferred the audio to his own phone. This is the record of your conversation with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was careful and recorded the conversation. Lin Yi played the audio live. Boss Wang, the fat of the East District will belong to someone else in the future. To be honest, I was able to get a 2% profit from the previous contract with you, so I had the money to honor you. Now that someone else has taken over, I'm afraid you won't be able to get the profit in the future. The voice belongs to Chen Shu. It doesn't matter. When you leave, others will come and show their respect naturally. This is Wang Yuan's voice. That's not necessarily true, Mr. Wang. Not everyone is as sensible as me. The new guy is a newcomer and is rigid. Most importantly, he is Mr. Shui's husband. Do you think he will sacrifice the interests of his wife to enrich an outsider like you? If this happens, what do you want to do? To be honest, the price we negotiated with you this time will be 3 percentage points lower. It's up to you to decide. Since Mr. Chen is so honest, I still prefer to sign a contract with him. This time I will find a way to get that guy out of here and let Mr. Chen take control of the East District again. Huh, that's what I want, Mr. Wang. Don't worry, as long as I can regain control of the East District, I will give all the 2 points of commission from this contract to Mr. Wang. In addition, there are several new female college students in the company who are very beautiful. I will send a few photos to them later. Just tell me which one you like, and I will take care of the rest. Then a man's understanding laughter came from the phone. The audio ended here, and the conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Looking at Chen Shu again, he was already frightened to death. Chapter 48. Linny, the acting was great, but it was a pity that it was a mess. In the meeting room. After Lin Yi's recording finished playing, everyone looked at Chen Shu, waiting for his explanation. But Chen Shu was so frightened that he didn't even dare to raise his head. If the recording was fake, he could still refute it. But now this abnormal behavior has further confirmed the authenticity of the recording. Shui Yanran was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Chen Shu, do you still want to quibble? I'm sorry, Mr. Shui. Chen Shu didn't dare to look up to face Shui Yanran's murderous gaze. He could only lower his head and speak in a low voice. I'm sorry, now that you admit it, I treated you like a key member of the company, but I didn't expect you to betray me. And you actually set your sights on the new female employees of the company. Do you think the female employees of my company are your harem? Shui Yanran scolded angrily. It is despicable that Chen Shu is a traitor, but what makes Shui Yanran most angry is that he does not respect women and wants to use his position to play tricks on women. As a working woman, Shui Yanran is naturally very angry. Chen Shu knew that he was finished and could only turn to Dong Yuchuan for help. Boss Dong, I am your man, please help me and say something for me. Dong Yuchuan secretly cursed Chen Shu for being an idiot. Lin Yi only provided the audio, and the recording could not be used as evidence at all. As long as Chen Shu insisted that Lin Yi had forged the facts, Dong Yuchuan would naturally speak for him. But now Chen Shu was so scared that he admitted it directly. What else could he do? Chen Shu, I was really blind. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Mr. Shui, I propose that Chen Shu be fired from the company immediately. At this time, the best way for Dong Yuchuan is to cut off his relationship with Chen Shu to avoid getting into trouble. But he is a veteran of the company after all, and today's incident involves the company's honor. If it gets out, it will have a bad impact on the company, so I suggest that today's incident only be known to, and there is no need to inform everyone the entire company. As for Chen Shu, just find a random reason to fire him. Dong Yuchuan's words seemed to be for the sake of the company, but in fact he was still trying to save Chen Shu's face. This is also the best arrangement that can be made for Chen Shu. After all, it was he who instigated Chen Shu to be a traitor. Now that something's happened, if he doesn't give him some face, it would be bad if he ends up betraying his father. Chen Shu obviously understood and knew that he would not be able to avoid being fired today, but as long as he could save his face, he might be able to make a comeback in another company. Chen Shu said, President Shui, President Dong, and all the directors, I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment and almost caused damage to the company. I regret my behavior. I don't have the face to stay in the company anymore, so I decided to resign. I hope the company can give me some face and not spread what happened today. I beg you all. Chen Shu also came to terms with it. Rather than being fired, it would be better to resign voluntarily. At least it would save face. Shui Yanran looked at Chen Shu, who had a regretful look on his face, and hesitated. Although she hated Chen Shu for being a traitor and playing with women, he was a company veteran after all. If she didn't even meet his request, it would probably discourage others. But if the matter was really reduced to a small one, she felt that the punishment was too light. After all, Chen Shu's behavior was too bad. She looked at Lin Yi standing aside, wondering what he was thinking. Invisibly, in her heart, Lin Yi became the person in charge of the company. Lin Yi saw Shui Yanran looking at him, smiled at her and said, Chen Shu, you acted really well, but it was a pity that you messed up. Do you think I don't know what you were planning? Chen Shu's face changed and he said, Boss Lin, what do you mean? I know I have let you down. I have brought this upon myself. I don't hate you. I also hope you won't ruin my reputation. This will do no good to you or the company. Chen Shu's words were so heartfelt that those who didn't know him would think he was a victim. Chen Shu, being a traitor is a big taboo in any company. No one would want such a person. If you don't expose this matter today, you will continue to harm others and play with the working women of other companies when you apply for a job in another company. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly woke up. Yes, if he didn't expose the matter, Chen Shu could still find another good place. With his strength, this was not a difficult task. No, Mr. Lin, please believe me, I really regret it and I won't make the same mistake again. Please give me a chance and don't kill me. After that, he begged Shui Yanran again, Boss Shui, I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. Please let me go this time because I have worked hard for the company for so many years. You don't want me to be unable to find a job for the rest of my life, do you? This time, Shui Yanran did not hesitate anymore. Boss Lin is right. I can't let you harm other people and play with women from other companies. Chen Shu, I will inform the whole company about your situation. You can forget about staying in this industry. Chen Shu immediately felt as if his father had died. Boss Dong, please speak up for me. He placed his last hope on Dong Yuchuan. But Shui Yanran had already spoken, and Dong Yuchuan couldn't say anything else. Dong Yuchuan simply ignored Chen Shu's request for help. Linny said, Boss Chen, I don't want to kill you all. This is all your own fault. You can't blame anyone else. But I know you are timid. I don't think you can do such a thing as betraying your own people. Tell me the truth, was there anyone who instigated you to do this? Chen Shu didn't know how to answer. However, Dong Yuchuan's expression had changed. Linny, what do you mean? Are you saying that I instigated Chen Shu? Linny said, Dong Yuchuan, I never said that, but you admitted it first. Dong Yuchuan said, although you didn't say it explicitly, everyone knows that Chen Shu is my man. You are clearly hinting that I am the mastermind behind it. Linny said, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Mr. Chen, tell me if anyone instigated you. No one ordered me to do that. I just refused to accept it. This was all my own opinion. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Chen Shu finally took all the responsibility on himself. Linny secretly thought it was a pity. Dong Yuchuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the look he gave Linny became even more gloomy. He thought to himself, I lost this time. Next time, I will kill you. After the meeting, Linny returned to his office. There was a knock on the office door and Wu Min walked in. Boss Lin, the whole company has been informed of Chen Shu's incident. Boss Lin, you are now a big celebrity in the company. Many people thank you for getting rid of the bad guys in the company. You don't know, there are 5 new female colleagues in the company, including me. Chen Shu's target this time is us, so his conspiracy was exposed. The 5 of us are very grateful to you. We thought that the day after tomorrow is Sunday, and we would like to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude. I wonder if Mr. Lin will do me the honor. Linny, no need to thank me. I have an appointment with Mr. Shui for dinner the day after tomorrow. I appreciate your kindness. Is that so? Okay then. Wu Min was a little disappointed. By the way, since you also have a share in the successful signing of this contract, I am going to give you a commission of 1 point. Wu Min was stunned, then ecstatic. 1 point, that's 500,000. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Wu Min said happily. She was thinking about seducing Lin Yi to get him to give her more, but she didn't expect that before she took any action, Lin Yi would give her such a big surprise. She thanked God for letting her meet a wise master. Chapter 49, Standing Up on the First Date. Sunday. Lin Yi got up early and had breakfast. Yanran, have you thought about it? At the dining table, Lin Yi asked Shui Yanran, who was drinking millet porridge. What? Shui Yanran looked at him in confusion. Today is Sunday. Didn't I tell you that I would treat you to a meal? Lin Yi said with a smile. Only then did Shui Yanran remember Lin Yi's invitation. She didn't say anything, but drank the millet porridge quietly, spoonful by spoonful. Apparently, she was wondering whether to go or not. If she went, it would mean she accepted the invitation, and this would be their first official date, which meant she accepted Lin Yi. If she doesn't go, it means she is rejecting me, which means she hasn't accepted Lin Yi yet. Shui Yanran was in a dilemma. She admitted that Lin Yi's actions had won her favor. But this favor did not involve any feelings. In the end, she still could not forget Yuanhao. Do you have to eat? Lin Yi nodded. I'll think about it. Lin Yi said firmly, whether you come or not, I will wait for you. Just then, the phone rang. Tang Xin, what? We're going to have dinner together tonight. I may not be free. Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Shui Yanran rejected Tang Xin, so there would definitely be something going on tonight. Unfortunately, he didn't feel happy for too long, as he heard Shui Yanran screaming, What did you say? Are you sure he's here? Okay, I'll be there on time in the evening. Then he hung up the phone. I don't have time tonight. I have an appointment with Tang Xin. Shui Yanran said. Lin Yi's face was heavy. He noticed that Shui Yanran looked a little excited, although she was trying her best to hide it. Besides Tang Xin, is there anyone else? Lin Yi asked. Shui Yanran obviously didn't expect Lin Yi to ask this. She lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes, and remained silent. Silence is tantamount to admission. Lin Yi felt an inexplicable surge of anger in his heart. He tried his best to suppress it and said, I said, whether you come or not, I will wait for you. It's up to you. Shui Yanran said in a calm tone. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to her previous attitude towards him. Inside a Western restaurant in Shanghai Port City. Lin Yi was wearing a suit and sitting in a Western restaurant waiting for Shui Yanran to arrive. It was already 10 o'clock, but Shui Yanran had not come yet. Lin Yi left until 12 o'clock when the restaurant closed. He bought a bottle of white wine, hoping to have a hangover, but forgot that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the abilities bestowed on him by the system might not necessarily be a good thing. The phone rang. It was Shui Yanran. She finally called me. It's so late, why haven't you gone home yet? Shui Yanran asked. What do you care about me? Lin Yi hung up the phone directly. Since she didn't show up for the appointment, there was no need to ask where he was. She didn't have him in her heart anyway. Before he knew it, Lin Yi arrived at Nandun Bridge, which was the place where Shui Yanran jumped off the bridge. It is a waxing moon tonight, and the moon hanging on the river has a hazy beauty. Lin Yi threw the empty bottle in his hand into the river, and the ripples it created shook the reflection in the river. Shui Yanran once jumped from here, chasing the non-existent light. The funny thing is, the light not only existed, but also came. That's why Shui Yanran broke the appointment, and in the end Lin Yi had to bear everything. I'm so stupid. I thought I had a chance, but in the end I became a joke. Lin Yi said self-deprecatingly. The phone rang again. I've arrived at the restaurant, but it's closed. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Lin Yi remained silent. On the other end of the phone, Shui Yanran stopped talking and just waited for Lin Yi's reply. The two of them remained in a stalemate for 5 minutes, and finally Lin Yi was compromised. Nandun Bridge. 5 minutes later, a red Ferrari stopped in front of the bridge. Shui Yanran got out of the car and looked at Lin Yi leaning against the bridge railing without saying a word. Have you seen him? Lin Yi asked. Shui Yanran asked, Who? Lin Yi said, That light. Shui Yanran. Why are you silent? Isn't it because of him that you didn't come to the appointment? Shui Yanran finally spoke. Yes, but no. What's the meaning? I did come here for him, but I didn't go to see him. He disappeared from my world and I haven't heard from him since. The person I met this time was a friend of him. I wanted to get news from him, but unfortunately, I got nothing. Speaking of this, Shui Yanran also laughed at herself. Juanhao disappeared from her side inexplicably, without any warning or sign, and she still doesn't know why. Now, one of his friends suddenly showed up in SIPG. Shui Yanran wanted to get some useful information from him, but unfortunately, she got nothing. I have told you everything I should tell you. Now you are satisfied, come back with me. Lin Yi remained motionless. Shui Yanran frowned, I know I shouldn't stand you up, but I really have something to do. If you want to date me, does it have to be today? Another day is also fine. Today is my birthday. Lin Yi said slowly. Shui Yanran was somewhat moved and a little ashamed. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your birthday. It doesn't matter. We're just faking it anyway, not real husband and wife. There's no need to know so much. Shui Yanran nodded and said, It's best if you think this way. Our marriage is just a transaction, so there is no need to know each other's information so clearly. After all, you don't even know my birthday. Your birthday is November 20th. Shui Yanran. How do you know that? Don't forget that we got the marriage certificate. It's clearly written on it. Shui Yanran remained silent, feeling even more guilty inside. Linny looked at the moonlight reflected on the river in the distance and said, I have never celebrated my birthday since I was a child. When I was 10 years old, my parents died in a car accident, leaving me and my 2-year-old sister. My sister and I lived with my uncle, but he was not friendly to us and always thought we were a burden. We lived under someone else's roof and were often bullied by our cousin. My eldest uncle's family was doing business and had no time to take care of us, so they sent us to my third uncle's house. The living conditions of my third uncle's family were poor, but my third uncle's family treated us very well and treated us as their own children. Since then, my sister and I have never been bullied again. At that time, my biggest wish was to find someone I loved, get married, have children, and have a complete family when I grew up to make up for my childhood regrets. Later, when I went to college, I met my ex-girlfriend. I thought she was the one I was looking for, so I pursued her desperately. I almost delayed my studies to take care of her sick father and her brother who was always causing trouble. She was going to take the postgraduate entrance examination, and I worked hard and gave everything I had to help her, not letting her have any distractions. But when she succeeded, she abandoned me, saying that we were not from the same world. I cried and tried to keep her, but it was of no use. In the following years, I was in a daze, I didn't make any money, and I didn't have any goals. I felt like a walking corpse. It wasn't until I met you that I had a new goal in life. Chapter 50, Telling Each Other. Linny looked at Shui Yanran with a passionate and affectionate gaze. This was the first time that Linny told Shui Yanran his secret since they got married, and it was also an emotional release. Shui Yanran felt Lin Yi's affectionate gaze. She lowered her head and dodged, not daring to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was deeply disappointed and sighed slightly. I have always believed that God owed me a debt by making me lose my parents when I was young and not enjoy the happiness of family life. When you appeared, I told myself that this was God's compensation to me, and I must cherish this opportunity doubly. Yanran, you are the one I am looking for. My only goal now is to get your love and have a complete family with you. This bold confession made Shui Yanran even more at a loss. She raised her head and bravely met Lin Yi's burning gaze, saying, Why are you so persistent? You know clearly that it is impossible for us to be together. Our marriage is just a transaction and can be dissolved at any time. Moreover, I already have someone I love, and my heart cannot accommodate anyone else. Lin Yi said, I know, but so what? This can't stop me from loving you, even if it ends up being nothing. I have no regrets. Shui Yanran did not persuade him anymore. Lin Yi's bold confession really moved her. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she was very sure deep down in her heart that she had a good impression of the man in front of her. But she didn't know how much emotional component was contained in this affection. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to have touched Shui Yanran's mind. Her eyes became blurred, and a switch somewhere deep in her heart loosened. I am different from you. I live in a privileged family. My parents are still alive. I have never had to worry about food and drink since I was a child. I am pampered like a princess. My family is very important in Jiangnan and is known as one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. My father is the 3rd child in the family and is in charge of some of the family's businesses. However, our family's status in the family is not well received, and my father is not good at business. The family business has not made much progress under his management over the years. Compared to my father's honesty and kindness, my mother is much more powerful. When I was a child, she told me that I was born to contribute to the family business, so my future life and goals are not up to me, and my marriage has always been controlled by her. I can only obey and cannot resist. I didn't understand this at the time, and only when I grew up did I become more and more resistant to it. I didn't want my marriage to be dominated, I didn't want to marry someone I didn't like, I wanted freedom. So when I applied for university, I left Jiangnan and came to SIPG just to get away from her control. Fortunately, I met my boyfriend in college. He is handsome and romantic. He pursued me and would do anything for me, things that seemed impossible to me. Even the company I founded was founded with his help. I was very touched and loved him very much. I thought we would be together forever. But 2 years ago, he disappeared from my life without any warning. Speaking of this, Shui Yanran became very emotional, her whole body was shaking, and her eyes were filled with tears. It can be seen that she loves this man deeply. Lin Yi saw it and felt pain in his heart. He couldn't help but put his arm around Shui Yanran's shoulders to comfort her. He thought he would be resisted, but in the end, Shui Yanran fell on his shoulder. The clothes on my shoulders were instantly wet. Shui Yanran said in a voice as gentle as a kitten, I searched for him like crazy. I looked for him in all the places we have been to and the friends we have met, but in the end, I found nothing. No one knows where he has gone, or even if he is still in this world. It is as if he has never appeared in the world. He doesn't deserve to make you sad. If he really loves you, he wouldn't disappear for no reason. Linny comforted. After saying this, he was filled with mixed emotions. His nominal wife was crying on his shoulder for another man, and he could only comfort her like a fool. What the hell is this? This is the highest level of a bootlicker. I don't know why he suddenly disappeared, but after he disappeared, my mother found me and asked me to go back to the family. I knew that everything was arranged by her there, and as long as I went back, I would never be able to escape her control. I rejected her and have not been home for many years. But recently she has put more and more pressure on me. I have no other choice but to think of a fake marriage with you. Having said this, Shui Yanran fell silent. She broke away from Lin Yi's shoulders and stood up. She was no longer trembling, but her face was very pale, as if she had experienced a serious illness. Lin Yi knew that he and Shui Yanran were from two different worlds, and it was the contract that bound them together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have any intersection. Thank you for being honest with me. Lin Yi said. You don't have to thank me. These are all things you should know. I tell you this to make you feel a sense of crisis. You have to realize that marrying me is risky and you may be hurt by my mother at any time. I will not watch you get into trouble, but there are some things that I cannot predict or control. If you suffer losses as a result, I will compensate you. If you give up now, I have nothing to say. Give up? Lin Yi smiled. Do you think I'm someone who gives up so easily? Shui Yanran shook her head and said, to be honest, you are very capable. During this period of time, I found that you are a person that I cannot see through at first glance, just like my boyfriend. It seems that there is nothing you can't do. However, no matter how capable you are, you still have to be careful. After all, my mother is not a good person. She can do anything for her own benefit. I have always suspected that my boyfriend's disappearance is related to her, although she has never admitted it. She said boyfriend, not ex-boyfriend. Obviously, in Shui Yanran's heart, this man has never been separated from her. What's his name? Lin Yi asked. Shui Yanran was silent for a moment, then said, Lin Juanhao. Lin Juanhao. Lin Yi recalled it silently, and the name was deeply engraved in his heart. He has the same surname as her, maybe that's why Shui Yanran took a liking to him. Shui Yanran sighed and said, I feel much more relaxed now that I can talk with you for such a long time. I'm sorry about what happened today. I really didn't know that today was your birthday. I promise you that I will celebrate your birthday next year if we are still husband and wife next year. It's a deal. Lin Yi stretched out his little finger. Shui Yanran hooked her little finger with him, touched their thumbs together, and looked into his eyes. It's a deal. Chapter 51 Unknowingly, worth tens of millions. Maybe it was because I slept too late last night. When I woke up this morning, it was already 9 o'clock. However, Lin Yi was not worried about being late for work. He had already told Shui Yanran that he would not punch in for work, and Shui Yanran agreed. Besides, it is common for salespeople to be away from home. As long as you maintain your performance, it doesn't matter whether you are in the company or not. After I finished washing up, the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Qinfen, a staff member of a certain audio company. I called you before. You want to talk to me about something? It's like this, Mr. Lin, your work hasn't been updated for 2 days, I just wanted to remind you. Lin Yi said, your company is so thoughtful that you still have to remind me when I don't update. Qinfen said, of course we don't treat ordinary users, but you are different. You are now a big V with hundreds of thousands of fans, and the number of clicks on your videos has exceeded hundreds of thousands on average, and the highest has reached tens of millions, so we will take special care of you. Lin Yi was stunned. I am so powerful now. These days, he has no time to look at his phone, and all his stock has been distributed. Okay, I'll record it. Qinfen said, Mr. Lin, I'm calling you for something else. I'll tell you an inside story. I heard that the Sword Forging Pavilion is now selecting a spokesperson, and the most popular ones are you and the Knight in the Forest. The Knight in the Forest was the spokesperson for the Sword Forging Pavilion last year, But he may not be able to continue this year because your performance has already firmly suppressed the night in the forest. Now his number of likes and reposts are slightly lower than yours. If you can keep updating and seize the opportunity, your chances of winning are very high. Linny secretly thought that he never expected such a good thing to happen, that he would actually be able to be an endorsement company one day. Sword Forging Pavilion, if I remember correctly, this sword of mine was bought from him. Linny said, really? Do you know how much the endorsement fee for the Sword Forging Pavilion is? Shinfun said, I don't know the exact amount, but it will start at least 2 million. 2 million is quite a lot. However, Linny was not too excited. Although 2 million was not a small sum for him now, it would not make him excited. Nie Shang once gave him a reward of 1 million yuan. For the billion yuan contract signed, Shui Yanran directly gave him a commission of 5 million yuan. He also got 2 million yuan for a debt he got back from Kaiguasen, plus another 2 million yuan for Wang Yuan's contract. All in all, he is now worth 10 million. In a short period of time, without realizing it, Linny went from being penniless to being worth tens of millions. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional, as if he was in a dream. Linny said, thank you for telling me, I will update it today. Shinfun said, also, I have some inside information. The company is going to organize a variety show to bring together the best performers from the most popular categories on the platform to compete, including songs, calligraphy, dance, crafts, and more than a dozen other categories. Your swordplay performance belongs to the martial arts category, and you have been recommended by the company. Linny asked, variety show? What's the benefit? Shinfun said, the appearance fee won't be much, the most important thing is that it can increase exposure, and you can also see various big verses and directors, and even celebrities. If you are lucky, you may be noticed and participate in some big productions. Shinfun's tone was excited, but Linny had lost interest. Linny said, I'm not interested in this. Shinfun obviously didn't expect Linny to refuse such a good thing. In his opinion, no one would refuse this temptation. Shinfun said, Mr. Lin, this is a rare opportunity. Maybe you will use this opportunity to become famous. Then it will be easy to make money. Linny said, I said I'm not interested. Are you kidding? His sword skills are real. If the performance were to be exposed, it would cause a sensation. Linny doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. Ding system task released. Task content, accept invitations to variety shows. Damn. Why does the system always cause trouble at this time? Linny cursed inwardly. Shinfun was still unwilling to give up and said, Mr. Lin, you should reconsider it. The participants this time are all the best of their kind, such as the Forest Knight, Ing Bao, who is a great beauty, and Ren Vexia, who is proficient in all kinds of weapons. In addition, the judges include Brother Xiao, Sango, Siki, and other big verses. Linny interrupted Shinfun in time. Okay, stop talking, I accept the invitation. Shinfun said happily, okay, I will sign you up right away and let you know the specific time. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, fearing that Linny would go back on his word. Ding, the host has completed the task, and is rewarded with the concealment technique. The system's voice came from my mind. The art of invisibility, the name sounds powerful, could it be that I can become invisible? Linny thought excitedly. Unfortunately, the system poured cold water on him. The so-called concealment technique does not mean being able to become invisible, but being able to conceal one's strength, making it difficult for the enemy to see the real situation, and even confusing the enemy into looking down on you. Damn, I was so happy for nothing. Linny also thought that if he could become invisible, wouldn't he be able to catch Shui Yanran in the shower? Bah, I'm a gentleman, how could I have such dirty thoughts? Linny cursed himself inwardly. Just then, the phone rang again. This time it was Nie Shang who called. Could it be that he has come to Shanghai port? Linny thought to himself. The last time he chatted with Nie Shang, the latter said that he would come to SIPG to see him in a few days. Calculating the time, it's about time. Picked up the phone. Brother Nya. After all, he's number one on the list and has given 1 million gifts, so it's not excessive to call him brother. Linny, why haven't you updated your work in the past 2 days? Nie Shang asked on the phone. I've been busy these past 2 days, so I haven't updated. But since you want to read it, Brother Nya, I'll update it later. Linny said. He had originally been planning to update today, and since Nie Shang asked, why not do him a favor? Are you in Shanghai port now? Yes. Great, I've also arrived at SIPG and just got off the plane. I have time in the evening and I want to see you. Okay. Linny had no reason to refuse the invitation from the top brother on the list. After hanging up the phone, Linny took a short rest and then rode the 300,000 yuan bicycle to the unfinished building. He drew his sword, set up the video, and began filming. I saw him holding the hilt of the sword in his hand, and the sword was spinning non-stop with his palm as the center, and there was even a whistling sound in the air. This move was exactly the same one used when he killed Kaiguasen and blocked the bullet from Wang Kuei, Kaiguasen's subordinate. After the shooting was completed, Linny checked the results. In the video, when Linny spun the sword, the light just happened to shine on the sword body. Under the reflected light, it looked like a fairy sword. Even the sword body produced a double image because it was spinning too fast. Linny frowned. This effect couldn't be said to be bad, it was really too good. The good ones don't look like real things, but more like computer-generated ones. In other words, if it's too real, it seems fake. Who cares? Everyone thinks it's fake anyway. After figuring this out, Linny continued to shoot other videos. Chapter 52 White-Haired Ink Feather. A black Rolls-Royce sedan was parked at the Chow residence in the western suburbs of Shanghai Port. Nie Sheng, wearing a black suit, got out of the car. The parking lots around the Chow residence are filled with various cars, including many top sports cars and luxury cars. Nie Sheng straightened his clothes and walked towards the Chow mansion. The butler at the gate of Chow's house saw Nie Sheng and quickly bowed to greet him. Mr. Nie, the master is in the back hall. I'll take you there right away. Nie Sheng followed the old butler to the back hall and saw Chow Wanshan in a tang suit. Master Chow, Nie Sheng of the Nie family, on behalf of my father Nie Tian, wishes Master Chow a long life. Okay, Nie Sheng, I haven't seen you for a year. How is your father? Come and see us. Chow Wanshan stroked his goatee and said with a smile. I heard that Nie AI joined the Black Dragon Squad. How is the training going now? Thank you, Master Chow, for your concern. Nie AI is doing well now, but now the Black Dragon training has doubled. Father doesn't allow Xiao AI to take the Qianlong pill, and Xiao AI can't bear it. Xiao Wanshan said, I understand what your father means. Lao Mo's Qianlong pill has too many side effects. Long-term use is harmful to the body. Otherwise, the Qianlong pill would not be banned by the higher-ups and could only be circulated in certain special units. However, before you came, I had already talked to Lao Mo, and he has something good for you. Nie Sheng was overjoyed. Mr. Mo's things were definitely priceless. Where is Mr. Mo now? In the study in the North Hall. Someone was sent to see him. Something must have happened. I'll go see him right away. After saying that, Nie Sheng said goodbye and left. After passing through several corridors, we arrived at the North Hall. At the door, two men in black suits were stationed at the door and did not allow anyone to enter. The two men were tall and straight, emitting an invisible murderous aura. They must be veterans of the battlefield. Nie Sheng accidentally saw half of the tattoo marks on their exposed wrists. Although it was just a small trace, Nie Sheng had already recognized their identities. Because the same mark can be seen on his son Nie AI. They are from the Black Dragon Squad. Since the Black Dragon Squad is guarding this place, the people inside must be of very noble status. In the study room of the North Hall, two people were talking at this time. Of the two, the older one had gray hair, but his eyes were very deep, and there seemed to be a gleam of light between his eyebrows, which made people dare not look directly at him. This person is Mou. The other one was a fat and burly man with a beard and a fierce look on his face, but at this moment he was as obedient as a child in front of Mou. This man is called Fu Sun, and he is the head of the National Secret Intelligence Organization Eagle Dove in Shanghai Port. At this time, Fu Sun was reporting something to Mou. Mr. Mo, things have been a bit turbulent recently. Two incredible things have happened. My superiors know that you have come to Shanghai Port, so they specifically asked me to report to you. Mou took a sip of tea and said, how incredible it is, could it be related to the ancient martial arts master? The fact that I can report to him is probably related to this. I don't know if they are related, but the secret operations team was alerted. Really? Even they were alarmed. That's really unbelievable. Tell me about it. Yes. Fu Sun said slowly. The first one happened in Urata. It was a cult case. More than 100 members were torn to pieces by an unknown force. Some of them had bite marks on their necks, just like the vampires in the movies. Mou said, vampires, that's a Western legend. Although it's just a legend, I know they do exist, but they are on the verge of extinction. There may be only a few remnants, and they only live in the West. How could they appear on our land? This matter is strange. What is the result of the investigation by the Secret Action Team? Fu Sun said, there is no confirmation over there, but there is a high probability that some hostile forces may be involved. Mou said, well, what is the second thing? Fu Sun said, the second thing happened in Yunhai. A few days ago, there was an earthquake in Yunhai, and more than 10 people died. No body was left. Mou asked, what's so incredible about this? Fu Sun said, the strange thing is that the epicenter of this earthquake is shallow and the affected area is small. It seems that it is controlled by some mysterious force and was specially caused for those dozen people. Mou said, you are talking nonsense. Earthquakes are natural disasters that cannot be controlled by human power. Even ancient martial arts masters cannot control the power of nature. Are those people in the Secret Action Team so idle that they are even alarmed by such a thing? Fu Sun said, what Mr. Mo said is true. The Secret Action Team will naturally not be alarmed by this. But something even stranger happened. All the surveillance footage 1 hour before the earthquake disappeared, as if to hide the whereabouts of the power behind it. What? This time, Mou's expression was also somewhat moved. It is indeed incredible. Even with my experience, I cannot imagine the existence of this mysterious power. If he really has a mysterious power to cause earthquakes, it must be an unknown ability. This ability is even beyond my cognition. I hope everything is just a coincidence. Fu Sun was also frightened when he heard this. Since he met Mou, he had never seen him say such words. It seemed that this mysterious power was not only beyond human cognition, but also beyond the cognition of ancient martial arts masters. I hope this force is not a hostile force. Fu Sun prayed silently. After Fu Sun left, Nie Shang walked in. Nie Shang pays respect to Mr. Mo. Nie Shang knelt down towards Mou. Mou, who had a sad face, suddenly relaxed. Xiao Shang, get up quickly. Is your father okay? Mr. Mo, my father is fine. Thank you for your concern. I bought this dragon grass from an auction house some time ago and gave it to you. Mr. Mo. Nie Shang took out a red rectangular gift box that he had prepared long ago. Mou opened it and found a dark green herb inside. The shape of the herb resembled a dragon. It was the dragon grass that all ancient martial arts masters dreamed of. Well, this dragon grass comes at the right time. It's exactly what I need. I have something for you too. As he spoke, Mou took out 2 jade bottles. This is Yuan Yang pill, which I made from Tianjin grass. I heard that Xiao AI is training in Black Dragon. Taking this Yuan Yang pill can increase his Yuan Yang Qi and improve his physique, ensuring that he can pass the 3 levels of Black Dragon. Most importantly, it is not like Qianlong pill, and has no side effects. And this is a sleepiness pill. I made it from the blue grass. There are 10 pills in total. Your father has been troubled by insomnia. Give him this sleepiness pill. It can improve his sleep quality and at least let him sleep for an extra hour. I want to thank Master Mo on behalf of Xiao AI and my father. Master Mo's sleepiness pill is really timely. My father is troubled by my eldest brother's injury and sleeps less than 2 hours a day. Mo listened, and the smile on his face faded. Your elder brother's injury is indeed a problem. To be honest, I was not able to help. Nie Shang's face darkened and he said, so, that person hasn't been found yet? Mo shook his head and said, no, he has been missing for 2 years, and I have been looking for him for 2 years, but to no avail. Just yesterday, his girlfriend came to ask me about his whereabouts. Nie Shang said, how could he suddenly disappear? He is a master of ancient martial arts. Could he have met with an accident? Mo said, maybe, but I am more inclined to believe that he had some kind of opportunity and practiced some kind of martial arts in seclusion. Mr. Mo, actually, I came here for another matter. As he spoke, Nie Shang turned on his cell phone. Chapter 53 Qiao Mansion Birthday Banquet. The person shown in the mobile phone video is Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi's swordplay, Mo showed a hint of appreciation and praised, this swordplay is really good. Although it looks fancy, every move is murderous and has a backhand. The action designer of this swordplay is definitely an expert. Nie Shang said, then Mr. Mo, do you think that ordinary people can use such swordsmanship? Of course it's impossible. Even if it's a master of ancient martial arts, only a master of ancient martial arts who is good at swordsmanship can use it. Nia Shang was delighted and said, "So, Mr. Mo also thinks he is a master of ancient martial arts?" Mou was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Nia Shang said, "I have checked. The videos this person posted have no trace of editing. They are all real. I have also contacted him and he admitted it." Even though Mou is an experienced person, he was a little surprised to hear this. "What, it's actually true, I thought it was edited." "It's true that there are always people better than you, this person is definitely a master of ancient martial arts." Nia Shang smiled bitterly and said, but he denied that he was a master of ancient martial arts. "Is this true?" Mou was silent for a moment. "I understand, most ancient martial arts masters are low-key, and it is understandable that many of them are unwilling to admit it. If he was really low-key, he wouldn't have filmed a video." And he flatly denied that he was a master of ancient martial arts. His tone was firm and he didn't seem to be lying. Nia Shang said. Mou asked, "Where is he?" "It's in Shanghai Harbor." "Can you arrange to meet him?" "I have already contacted him and agreed to meet him in the evening. When Mr. Mo sees him, he will be able to tell at a glance whether he is a master of ancient martial arts." Linny sat in the office and looked at the time. It was almost time to get off work. The time he and Nia Shang agreed to meet was at 10 o'clock in the evening. He didn't know why Nia Shang made the appointment so late, and guessed that he must have other things to do. Just before the end of the get-off workday, the phone on the desk rang. "It's Shui Yanran's call. Come to my office." Shui Yanran just said a few simple words and hung up the phone. Linny came to Shui Yanran's office and saw her sitting in an office chair, with her chin in her hand and her head down, thinking about something. Linny's eyes lit up when he saw that lovely look. Seeing Linny coming, Shui Yanran straightened her body and returned to her cold and aloof demeanor, which made Linny secretly feel sorry. Although Shui Yanran's aloofness is also a kind of beauty, after getting used to it, I still like the feminine look that she reveals unintentionally. "Are you free tonight?" "Why, you want to date me?" Linny asked with a smile. He thought to himself that if he really asked him out, he would be sorry to Nia Shang. "Do you know Qiao Wanshan?" Lin Yi nodded. People from other places may not know the name Qiao Wanshan, but as long as you have stayed in SIPG for more than 1 year, you will know this name and this person's deeds. It can be said that Qiao Wanshan is one of the top players in Shanghai SIPG. Today is his 70th birthday. He invited celebrities from all walks of life in Shanghai SIPG. I also received an invitation. Linny said, "I don't care what you think. Why are you worrying about this? It's just a banquet. What's the big deal? If you don't want to go, don't go. No one is forcing you." Shui Yanran said, "I received news that someone from the Shui family is coming this time." Lin Yi's heart tightened. "Who is coming, your mother?" "No, it's my father." Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Fine." Shui Yanran mentioned her mother to Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi had never seen her, he knew from Shui Yanran's few words that this woman was not simple and was definitely not a good person. Faced with such a person, Lin Yi also had a headache. Fortunately, it wasn't her who came this time. "Your father should be very good to you." "It is very good, that's why I hesitated. I didn't want to go, but I haven't seen my father for 2 years, this is an opportunity." "Then you should go." "That's what I thought, come with me." "Okay." Lin Yi responded happily. This is the time when he should best demonstrate his value as a husband. If he backs down at this time, Shui Yanran will definitely look down on him, and their marriage will be meaningless. After all, Shui Yanran's purpose of fake marriage was to find someone to take the blame and drive away flies. The two returned home, dressed up, and went out together. This time, Shui Yanran wore a white long skirt with a waistline, which made her figure look taller and she exuded an alluring temperament. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw Shui Yanran wearing such formal attire. Although she only put on a little makeup and did not have too many dazzling accessories, her pure and innocent temperament was revealed invisibly, showing a strong aura. The two drove to the Qiao mansion. At this time, the parking lot of the Qiao mansion was filled with luxury cars, and Shui Yanran's Ferrari could only be regarded as one of those luxury sports cars. "Hello, distinguished guest. Do you have an invitation?" asked the old butler guarding the gate. Shui Yanran showed the invitation and the two of them entered the Qiao mansion smoothly. Many nobles and dignitaries had gathered in the hall of the Qiao mansion. They were drinking champagne and chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Shui Yanran's arrival attracted the attention of many young men, who all cast astonished glances at her. But when they saw her holding a man's arm, they all looked at the man with envy and jealousy. This man looks thin and has no temperament at all, but somehow he can capture the hearts of women. It is said that Lin Yi's body and temperament have undergone tremendous changes since he took the Guban Peiyuan pill. However, after the system concealment technique, these changes in Lin Yi have been hidden, making it impossible for people to feel them, and instead giving people the impression of being weak and incompetent. Lin Yi felt the hostile gazes of the men around him, and he did not feel the slightest bit of fear, but rather an indescribable enjoyment. If it were in the past, he would not have been so calm. But ever since his physique was transformed by the Guban Peiyuan pill, his courage also grew. Who is this woman? She is so beautiful. In the crowd, a young man with no beard and a pale face that gave people a feeling of being overdrawn asked. The two friends next to him shook their heads. The man picked up his phone and took a photo of Shui Yanran. Wu Qing, what are you doing? One of the two friends, the man with a hooked nose, said. It's such a pity not to let young Master Yun see her. He must be very regretful for not coming to Mr. Qiao's birthday party. Wu Qing sent the photo as he spoke. The two men next to him looked at each other, obviously disapproving of his approach, but neither of them stopped him. A minute later, Wu Qing received a reply on his mobile phone. I'll give you 10 minutes. I want all the information about this woman. Wu Qing smiled and showed his phone to his two friends. What did I say? Young Master Yun is moved. The two friends scoffed, idiot, you have to make trouble for yourself. There's nothing we can do. After all, we are young Master Yun's brothers. Big brother has given the order and we dare not disobey. Let's go, brothers, let's go over and talk to him. Wu Qing said, and walked over first. Chapter 54. The flies are too big to drive away. Shui Yanran held Lin Yi's hand and looked around, searching for her father Shui Dongjia. She ignored all the gazes from the opposite sex around her. She had become accustomed to them over the years. What's more, she now has a shield, so she feels more at ease. At this moment, a man's voice came from behind. Hello, beautiful lady, your beauty really makes me feel ashamed. My soul forces my legs to walk in front of you and want to get to know you. The person who spoke was naturally Wu Qing. Of the two men behind him, the one with a hooked nose is called Fan Qian, and the tall and burly one is called Ding Lei. The three of them belong to the Yunfeng Society in Dazhou Prefecture. The society's boss Yunfeng was friends with Qiao Wanshan, so Qiao Wanshan was specially notified about his birthday this time. But he didn't come because he had something else to do, so he asked his three good brothers to come. Fan Qian and Ding Lei looked at each other, and they both obviously had goosebumps because of Wu Qing's words. Among the three, Wu Qing is famous for his lustfulness. He likes to tease beautiful women, and only he can say such disgusting words. Shui Yanran turned around and looked at the three people. Her beautiful face made their eyes light up. The three of them were already amazed just by looking at it from a distance, and their breathing almost stopped when they looked at it up close. Shui Yanran ignored the three people and looked at Lin Yi. Her eyes seemed to say, there are flies coming. Get rid of them quickly. Lin Yi stood in front of Shui Yanran and said to Wu Qing, this beautiful lady has already been taken. Sir, your soul can rest in peace. Wu Qing heard the provocation in Lin Yi's words, and his eyes instantly darkened. Who are you and what is your relationship with this lady? I'm his husband. These 5 short words surprised the three of them, and more of a pity. Obviously, Lin Yi's sickly temperament does not match Shui Yanran's cold temperament. It's a pity that a beautiful flower is stuck in cow dung. A cold light flashed in Wu Qing's eyes, and he stretched out his right hand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Qing, and I'm from Dazhou Prefecture. Fan Qian secretly pulled Wu Qing. This is Shanghai Port, not Dazhou Prefecture. If Wu Qing goes too far, no one will clean up his mess. Wu Qing ignored his companion's reminder and looked at Lin Yi, waiting for his reply. Lin Yi smiled slightly and held out his hand to shake. My name is Lin Yi. Suddenly, a great force came from his hand, and Wu Qing's hand seemed to have turned into an iron clamp. Lin Yi was amazed. This strength was beyond the strength of ordinary people. This Wu Qing was definitely a martial artist. Looking at Wu Qing's slightly smug smile, Lin Yi knew that the other party was laughing at him. He remained calm and increased the strength in his hands. Suddenly, Wu Qing's face turned ugly. Wu Qing never expected that Lin Yi's seemingly sickly body could burst out with such great strength that he could crush him with the force in his hands. This is impossible. Wu Qing was shocked. He knew his abilities. His body had been soaked in special herbs by the boss Yunfeng, and he had practiced Yunfeng's secret mental method, which had already surpassed ordinary people. If an ordinary person wanted to compete with him in grip strength, there was only one possible result, which was that he would crush his hand bones. However, Lin Yi's strength had obviously surpassed him, making him feel like his hand bones were about to be crushed. Wu Qing's face turned red and his screams were swallowed in his throat. Fan Xian, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong and quickly begged, "Brother Lin, my brother is ignorant, please show some mercy." Lin Yi let go at the right time, and Wu Qing's face returned to normal. "Thank you," Fan Xian said in a low voice. Lin Yi nodded slightly and left with Shui Yanran. "How is it? Are you okay?" Fan Xian asked. "Fine." Although Wu Qing was fine, his face was covered with sweat. He had just been completely defeated by his opponent. "I told you not to be so arrogant. Now you know there are always people better than you. You should remember this lesson in the future," Fan Xian said. "Brother Qian, that boy is very strange. He doesn't look sick at all. He is very strong," Wu Qing said. "You don't need to tell me. I know your physique best. He can make you suffer. This person is not simple. I need to report this to young Master Yun." Bite. The sound of a cell phone message came. Wu Qing took out his cell phone, which was a message from his boss Yun Feng. "Is it settled?" Wu Qing looked at Fan Qian with a sad face. "Brother Qian, how should I reply to young Master Yun?" At this moment, he also regretted that he should not have sent Shui Yanran's photo. "Let me reply." Fan Qian took out his cell phone and hit aside to make a call. Soon he came back. "What did young Master Yun say?" Wu Qing asked. "Young Master Yun told us not to provoke that guy again. He will come to Shanghai port in person in a couple of days," said Fan Qian. In a room on the second floor of the hall, Mou was also silently watching the guests in the hall. The person accompanying him was Qiao Wanshan. "Old Qiao, the identities of your guests are not simple. I think some of them have good martial arts skills," Mou said. "Lao Mo, you mean?" Mou pointed in a direction where three young men were talking. "They are Fan Qian, Wu Qing, and Ding Lei. I can feel that the three of them have physical fitness that exceeds that of ordinary people. Although they are not masters of ancient martial arts, they must have used some special methods to practice." Qiao Wanshan gave a thumbs up and said, "Old Mo, you have a sharp eye. These three people are brothers of Yunfeng from Dazufu. You know, my granddaughter was kidnapped in Dazufu some time ago. I asked a friend to find Yunfeng, and he finally rescued my granddaughter. I heard about your granddaughter being kidnapped. It was said that an external force did it." Xiao Wanshan nodded. "It was those beasts who didn't kill me, but set their sights on my descendants. Fortunately, Yunfeng helped me. It is said that he killed all the Japanese who kidnapped my granddaughter with just one sword, including a mid-level Japanese ninja. What an interesting guy. I would like to meet him," Mou said. Shui Yanran held Lin Yi's arm and looked around but couldn't find her father Shui Dongjia. At this moment, someone else called out, "Yanran." Lin Yi turned around and it was Dong Yuchuan. "There are so many flies, I can't catch them all," Lin Yi said secretly. When Dong Yuchuan saw Lin Yi, he was extremely jealous of each other like enemies meeting each other, but he just sneered twice and ignored him. When Shui Yanran saw Dong Yuchuan, she had no intention of paying any attention to him. But when she saw the old man next to Dong Yuchuan, she could only walk over helplessly. "Uncle Dong, you are here too." This old man was Dong Yuchuan's father, Dong Jinfeng. "Yanran, long time no see. Yuchuan's performance in the company is pretty good, right? You two should get closer to each other in the future and work together, so that the company can develop." "I know, uncle, I will." She can turn her back on Dong Yuchuan, but she can't on Dong Jinfeng. After all, he is her elder and has watched her grow up. Chapter 55. I like to drink the water you drank. Shui Yanran and Dong Jinfeng exchanged a few words and then left. Dong Yuchuan looked at Lin Yi's departing back, and his face instantly became gloomy. "Dad, he is Lin Yi." Dong Jinfeng nodded to indicate that he knew. "Why are you angry? Do you really think Shui Yanran would fall for such a sickly coward?" "Dad, you mean, their marriage is fake?" "Of course it's fake. Shui Yanran just wanted to deal with her mother. I told you, Yanran would never fall for this boy, but he slapped me in the face in public, I must avenge him." It is not a gentleman to not seek revenge, but you must remember not to get yourself involved. Don't worry, Dad. He is Yenran's nominal husband. I naturally cannot expose him, otherwise it will make Yenran unhappy, and then I will have no chance. The person I'm looking for this time is not a human. If it's not a human, then what is it? Dong Jinfeng asked in surprise. Dong Yuchuan whispered something in Dong Jinfeng's ear, and Dong Jinfeng's expression changed instantly. You are so bold that you actually have contact with them. Do you want to destroy our family? Dong Jinfeng scolded in a low voice. Don't worry, Dad. I know my limits. Only with them can I feel absolutely at ease. I promise that after this is over, I will not have any contact with them again. Dong Jinfeng's face was gloomy and uncertain, and finally he nodded helplessly. Shui Yenran searched for a long time but couldn't find her father Shui Dongjia, so she sat in a corner to rest. Linny went to get her some water. At this moment, a middle-aged woman saw Shui Yenran. This woman was none other than Shui Yenran's neighbor Chen Qing. Son, you see that woman sitting in the corner? She is the beautiful neighbor that I told you about. She runs her own company and is rich. My goal is for you to pursue her and make her my daughter-in-law. Go over and say hello to her now. Chen Cheng said. Chen Qing's son is named Wu Kai. He is 1.9 meters tall and handsome, with sharp features, and looks like a male model. Wu Kai glanced at Shui Yenran, but because they were far away and Shui Yenran had her back to him, he did not see Shui Yenran's face. Mom, why do you always urge me to get married? I'm not even 30 yet, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Wu Kai complained. He is a playboy who has returned from studying abroad. During his study abroad, he changed female companions every week, including many beautiful foreign girls. This shows how colorful his life is. Now that his mother wants him to get married, he is naturally very resistant. Son, this woman is the one that Mom has her eyes on. As long as you can pursue her, marry her, and let Mom have grandchildren, I will listen to you in everything from now on. Chen Cheng advised earnestly. Well, since you said so, I'll go over and meet her. But let me make it clear first, if I don't like her, I won't pursue her. After all, I have very high standards for your son, and not all people can meet my standards. Don't worry, she's very beautiful, you will definitely like her, Mom won't be wrong. Wu Kai, however, sneered. There was a generation gap between him and his mother. The aesthetic standards of their generation were very different from his own. Wu Kai deeply doubted that what his mother considered beautiful was just ordinary stuff in his eyes. Wu Kai walked towards Shui Yenran, and when he saw Shui Yenran's back, he nodded secretly, this figure is really good. In my experience of seeing countless women, this is also top grade. Hello, my name is Wu Kai, I'm your neighbor. I just returned from studying abroad and would like to meet you. Wu Kai walked to Shui Yenran and stretched out his hand. Shui Yenran raised her head and looked at him. When Wu Kai saw Shui Yenran's appearance clearly this time, he felt his whole body tremble and the word top quality flashed through his mind. Are you my neighbor? Shui Yenran looked questioning. Oh, yes, I just came back from studying abroad, so we haven't met. Wu Kai's tone was a little flustered, which was unique for him who considered himself an expert in picking up girls. This kind of gaffe would only occur when he was on his first date with a member of the opposite sex. Now that it appears again, it means that the inexplicable feeling of first love has reappeared, which makes Wu Kai enjoy it very much. Just then, Chen Qing also came over. Ms. Shui, this is my son whom I mentioned to you. He just returned from studying abroad. He is very handsome. Chen Qing said proudly. Shui Yenran did not show much emotion, but just glanced at him lightly and shook hands with him out of politeness. This was something Wu Kai couldn't handle. In the past, whenever a woman saw him, she would look infatuated with him and would actively flirt with him. But obviously, his charm did not win his favor with Shui Yenran. Just then, Linny came over with 2 bottles of water. Wife, drink some water. Linny handed a bottle of water to Shui Yenran and said gently. Shui Yenran also smiled at him, thank you, husband. You must be thirsty too, drink something too. Honey, you drink first. When you finish, I'll drink your bottle. I like to drink water you've drunk. Linny said sweetly. Shui Yenran cursed inwardly, knowing that Linny was taking advantage of her, so she took a sip helplessly and handed it to him. Linny took a sip with an expression of enjoyment, and felt that the whole bottle of water had a refreshing fragrance. What's up, you two? After Linny finished drinking the water, he pretended to see Chen Chang and Wu Kai. Sorry to bother you. Chen Chang pulled Wu Kai away with a little embarrassment. My performance was okay, right? Linny said with a grin. Shui Yanran gave him a sidelong glance, naturally blaming him for taking advantage of the opportunity. Linny didn't mind at all. He now desires to be on top of the fly even more, so that he can show his affection with Shui Yanran with a legitimate reason and take advantage of her. The other side. Wu Kai is questioning his mother Chen Chang. Mom, I have a husband, why didn't you tell me? You embarrassed me. Chen Chang said, I don't know. I asked her before and she said no. How could that be? Hey, son, it seems that I am unlucky and can't marry such a good daughter-in-law. Mom will find one for you later. No, Mom, I just like her. Wu Kai said. Shui Yanran had a huge impact on Wu Kai. Before he met her, he was a playboy and thought that picking up girls was easy. But the moment he saw her, he found that the women he had met before, including those foreign supermodels, were no longer attractive to him. I must have her. But she's already married. Chen Chang said. So what? Marrying her can also make her divorced. It all depends on human effort. Wu Kai said confidently. Wu Kai picked up girls, many of whom were married women, who were deceived by his sweet words and were willing to do anything for him. As long as Wu Kai makes a move, these women will divorce their husbands and elope with him in a matter of minutes. He is quite confident in his own abilities. Chapter 56 The Shui Family Visitors. After driving away the fly Wu Kai, Linny prayed that other flies would come so that he could show his affection with Shui Yanran again. He really likes this feeling. Soon, his prayers paid off. Then they saw someone else walking towards them. This time it was a woman with a voluptuous figure. Lin didn't care whether it was a man or a woman. He directly hugged Shui Yanran's slender waist and whispered in her ear, "Wife, look how beautiful you are. Even women can't resist coming over to chat with you." Shui Yanran bluntly opened his hand that was around her waist. Linny looked at her in astonishment, only to see Shui Yanran staring at the woman with a gloomy expression. He looked at the woman again, with the same gloomy expression. Do you know each other? Linny finally understood and asked Shui Yanran. Won't you introduce me? The woman asked, staring at Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran remained silent. This made Linny confused, so he had to introduce himself. My name is Linny, and I'm Yanran's husband. You are? Husband? The woman suddenly laughed and said, Yanran, your trick may fool others, but it can't fool me. This is what I left behind. Then he looked at Linny and asked, Do you know who I am? Linny shook his head. My name is Shui Yuqing, and I'm Yanran's cousin. Hello, cousin. Linny said. Who is your cousin? Don't be so self-indulgent. I know what's going on between you and Yanran. I'm telling you, don't think you're getting a big advantage by having a fake marriage with her. You're playing with fire. You might die without knowing how. I advise you to end your relationship with her immediately if you don't want to die. After saying that, Shui Yuqing looked at Shui Yanran deeply and said, You'd better take care of yourself. Then left. Yanran, what does she mean? Linny asked. Shui Yanran did not answer. Instead, she looked straight to the left, her eyes full of affection. Linny followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged man sitting over there. The man also looked at her. Linny suddenly realized something and instantly understood the identity of the middle-aged man. You wait here. Having said that, Shui Yanran stood up and walked towards the middle-aged man. Linny sat there obediently without moving. He didn't want to go over and say hello. After all, he was his father-in-law, and it was inevitable to be nervous when meeting him for the first time. Just after Shui Yanran walked over, another woman sat in her seat. It was her cousin who had returned Shui Yuqing. Shui Yuqing was also a great beauty, with white teeth, red lips, peach eyes, a graceful figure, and a beauty mole in the middle of her eyebrows, which made her look even more charming. Although she didn't have Shui Yanran's fairy-like appearance and stunning beauty, she was also a rare beauty. She held a glass of wine in her hand and looked at Linny and said, How did you and Yanran get together? Let me guess. I think you didn't know each other before. She must have asked someone to investigate you and thought you were a good person, so she let you be the scapegoat. Linny smiled bitterly and said, Why are you asking when you already know it? Shui Yuqing said, I know her too well. She doesn't want her marriage to be restricted by her family, so she came up with this idea. In fact, she is not the first one to do this. Linny said, then I guess the first one must be you. Shui Yuqing fell into deep thought and said, that's right, but unlike her, I really like him. He is like you, with an ordinary family background, very handsome, well-educated, and most importantly, a good character. I used him as a shield to resist the family's forced marriage, but after getting along for a while, I gradually fell in love with him. But our love was opposed by our families because we were not a good match. In order to make himself worthy of me, he worked hard to start a business and earned 100 million in 5 years. However, the family still wants to separate us. In their eyes, 100 million is nothing, even money is nothing. Only supreme power and connections are worthy of it. In order to break us up, they staged a trap for him. First, they had a beautiful woman seduce him, then had the woman accuse him of rape, and finally, while he was in jail, they funded his competitors, causing him to go bankrupt and lose everything. Linny was shocked when he heard this. It was really vicious and ruthless. If they treated me like this, would I be able to escape? What happened to him in the end? Linny asked. Finally, he couldn't bear the blow and committed suicide in prison. Tears fell from Shui Yuqing's eyes. Wiping away her tears, Shui Yuqing looked at Linny and said, now you know what you are facing, right? I don't want you to be the next him. If you still have a trace of rationality, you should leave Yanran immediately. I won't leave. I will protect her in the future. Linny said firmly. Shui Yuqing said disdainfully, I know Yanran's charm makes men unable to refuse, but compared to your own life, everything else is unimportant. Don't think you will be an exception. When the nightmare comes, it will be too late for you to regret. Thank you for your reminder, but I still say the same thing. I will not leave her. I will protect her, even if it costs my life. Since you said so, I won't advise you anymore. You should take care of yourself. After Shui Yuqing finished speaking, she stood up and was about to leave. But she thought of something and sat down again and said, the day before he committed suicide, I went to see him in prison. He said he regretted not listening to my advice and regretted not giving up on me. If there is an afterlife, he will definitely compromise and will never fight against the powerful. I hope you won't say the same thing then. Shui Yuqing left. Linny thought carefully about what she said, and felt inexplicably shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the wealthy and powerful families would suppress the lower classes so viciously and without bottom line. As long as they want to bring someone down, they will do anything. But how can Linny be an ordinary person? He has a system. If he hadn't obtained the system, he thought he would have listened to Shui Yuqing's advice, but now that he had the system, he had the strength to fight back and the confidence to face the enemy's counterattack. About half an hour later, Shui Yanran returned to her seat. He wants to see you. These 4 simple words instantly made Lin Yi's heart nervous. A nasty daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law, and a poor boy has to meet his father-in-law. Lin Yi stood up and walked towards his father-in-law's position. Lin Yi walked to Shui Dongjia's position. Shui Dongjia raised his head, and Lin Yi could see his father-in-law's appearance clearly. Shui Dongjia's facial features are 50% similar to Shui Yanran's. He is tall and dignified, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Although he is over 50 years old, his face is still handsome and his hair is black. Only the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betray his age. Shui Dongjia has a kind face, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, giving people a natural and approachable feeling. Lin Yi secretly praised that he was indeed an extraordinary person to be able to give birth to a stunning beauty like Shui Yanran. If Lin Yi were a woman, she would also look at him with admiration. Lin Yi? Shui Dongjia's voice was full of magnetism. Yes. Sit. After a few simple words, Lin Yi sat down. Tell me, how much money do you want in exchange for your leaving my daughter? Shui Dongjia said slowly. Chapter 57 Lin Yi, Uncle, you are sick. Lin Yi didn't expect his father-in-law to be so direct, and he didn't know how to answer. 100 million, leave my daughter. Seeing Lin Yi didn't say anything, Shui Dongjia said. 100 million is something that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime, but in Lin Yi's opinion, this amount of money is a bit ridiculous. Uncle, do you think your daughter is only worth 100 million? Lin Yi called Shui Dongjia uncle instead of father-in-law because Lin Yi knew that Shui Dongjia knew that their marriage was fake. Shui Dongjia smiled and said, my daughter is naturally priceless, but as a father, I must bear the responsibility for the mistakes she made. Lin Yi, Yuqing should have told you about your current situation just now, right? Lin Yi nodded. Xue Dongjia sighed. Yuqing is Yanran's cousin. She has the same personality as Yanran. She didn't want her marriage to be arranged, so she also found someone to fake a marriage. You know the result, she died and her wealth was destroyed. If you insist on not accepting it, you will end up in the same situation. It would be better to take the 100 million, live a peaceful life, and live a carefree life. Isn't that wonderful? Linny said, I know uncle is doing this for my own good, but I have a contract with Yanran. Unless she takes the initiative to terminate the contract, I will not give up on my own initiative. Xue Dongjia asked, Are you really not afraid of death? Linny said, I am afraid, but for Yanran, I am willing. Xue Dongjia said, But Yanran doesn't like you, she just uses you. In fact, she has someone she likes. Linny said, I know. Xue Dongjia said, You know, she told you? Lin Yi nodded. Xue Dongjia showed a surprised expression. Interesting, she actually opened her heart to you. It seems that she is not without feelings for you. Linny said, So, I will not give up. I will do my best to protect the one I love. Xue Dongjia said, I am very moved by your words, but I still want to remind you that reality is cruel. You are not capable enough to protect her, and you may even hurt her. Linny said, Whether I can protect Yanran or not is not up to you, uncle. I know my own abilities, and I hope uncle will not underestimate me. Xue Dongjia stopped persuading her and nodded, I hope you can remember what I said today, and I also hope you can really protect Yanran and keep her from getting hurt, although I have doubts about your ability. Linny said, Uncle, I understand that you doubt me, so next, let me prove my ability. Xue Dongjia became interested, How are you going to prove it? Linny said, Uncle, you are sick, am I right? Xue Dongjia said, The disease you are referring to is. Linny said, Uncle, I see that you have dark eye bags and look a little listless. You are obviously suffering from insomnia. Xue Dongjia nodded, Yes, I have indeed been sleep deprived in recent years. Because of the family business and his wife's dominance, he suffered from insomnia, sleeping less than 2 hours a day, and often felt dazed and listless. Linny gave Xue Dongjia a bottle of black Chinese medicine pills. This is the sleeping pill made according to the recipe of sleeping pills obtained from the system. I developed this sleeping pill. If you take one, it will ensure that you will have a good sleep quality for a week without any toxic side effects. Oh. Xue Dongjia was a little surprised. He took the sleeping pill and looked at it carefully. The pill was black with a red, the size of a soybean, oval in shape, light in texture and with a rough surface. So you're a drug development major. Linny was embarrassed, That's not the case, I'm just interested in the prescription and figured it out by myself. This was the only answer he could give. He couldn't say it was a reward from the system. After Linny developed the pill according to the prescription, he took it himself and his sleep quality was quite good. It can be seen that the system's products must be high quality. However, Xue Dongjia lost interest when he heard that Linny was not a pharmaceutical major. He didn't dare take anything that was researched randomly. What if something went wrong? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need this medicine anymore. Having said that, Xue Dongjia handed the medicine bottle back. Linny frowned, Uncle, don't you believe in the efficacy of my medicine? Xue Dongjia was naturally too embarrassed to say yes, so he could only say, that's not the case. Someone has already given me the medicine. Linny used his sensitive sense of smell to sniff carefully and indeed smelled a scent of medicine from Xue Dongjia. The smell of medicine actually gave him a familiar feeling. Uncle, can you take out the medicine for me to see? Xue Dongjia took out a medicine bottle. Linny opened it and found a brown pill inside. This pill is at least 3 times larger than his sleeping pills. Unlike his sleeping pills, this pill has a smooth surface and sparkles under the light. It doesn't look like a pill, but more like a pill. Of course, this was not what Linny noticed. He sniffed it carefully and was immediately surprised. Although the medicine in this medicine bottle is very different from his sleeping pills, the smell of the medicine is surprisingly about 70% similar. This shows that at least most of the drugs used in the production of the 2 pills are the same, with only a few differences. Uncle, can you tell me who gave me this medicine? Linny asked. This pill is called the sleepiness pill. As for who gave it to me, I can't tell you. This sleepiness pill was naturally made by MOU. MOU used the bluegrass to refine 10 sleepiness pills, one of which he gave to Xue Dongjia. This was also one of the reasons why Xue Dongjia came to attend Xiao Wanshan's birthday banquet. But how could he let the younger generation know MOU's name, so when Linny asked, he directly refused. Linny did not continue to press the issue and put away the medicine bottle. In that case, I will put this medicine away first. Uncle, you can tell me anytime you want it. Linny left Shui Dongjia and returned to Shui Yanran. What did he say to you? Shui Yanran asked. My uncle said that if he gave me 100 million, I would leave you. Linny said. So do you choose 100 million or me? Linny smiled and said, what do you think? Do you have so little confidence in me? Shui Yanran also smiled, don't regret it. Linny said, I'm afraid you'll regret it. If you take the initiative to cancel the contract, I'll be left with nothing. Shui Yanran said, as long as you behave well, I won't. Linny asked, are you satisfied with my performance now? Shui Yanran nodded, it's okay, at least I don't hate it. Linny felt warm in his heart and couldn't help but hold her hand. Shui Yanran shuddered all over, looked a little shy, and showed a hint of struggle in her eyes, but she finally broke free from Linny's hand. She stood up, her face regaining its cold calmness. Let's go. Where are you going? Go home. Chapter 58. He is not a master of ancient martial arts. Linny did not follow Shui Yanran home, but let her drive home alone, while he went to a park to wait for Nie Shang. This park is exactly the meeting place agreed with Nie Shang. It is not far from Xiao's residence and is only about 10 minutes walk away. When Nie Shang asked Linny to meet here, Linny didn't think much of it. But now he suddenly thought that maybe Nie Shang also attended the Qiao family's birthday party, so he asked to meet at such a close place. I looked at the time and it was 10 minutes to 10. There was no one in the park anymore. There was no moon tonight, and only a few street lamps dotted the night sky, trying to drive away the darkness. The breeze caressed the air, and there was an inexplicable chill in the air. The air, which was originally fresh and mixed with moisture, was now filled with an inexplicable fishy smell. Although the smell was very faint, it could not escape Linny's keen sense of smell. Linny frowned. This smell made him feel a little uneasy. He followed the smell and walked deeper into the park. A figure appeared faintly ahead. In the darkness, although the lights from the park illuminated the flowers, plants, and trees, they could not illuminate the figure. It was as if there was a mysterious resistance that blocked the lights. I only saw that the man was short, and I couldn't see the rest clearly. Linny was sure that your fishy smell was coming from this person. The man looked at Linny and suddenly smiled. Although he did not laugh out loud and his face was submerged in darkness and his features could not be seen clearly, Linny could feel that he did laugh. The man slowly turned around and walked forward at very slow steps. Linny really wanted to chase after him to see who he was, but he suppressed his curiosity. This person made Linny alert. He did not dare to approach rashly. Who knew if the other party was deliberately luring him into the trap? He turned back and saw two figures already waiting there. Seeing Linny walking out of the park, the two did not pay much attention, thinking he was just passing by, until Linny walked up to them and stopped, then they noticed him. Linny? One of them asked. I am, are you brother Nie? It's me. This person is Nie Shang. I finally see your true face. Nie Shang said with a smile. Nie Shangkai said that Linny's works are all wearing masks and his true face cannot be seen. Linny, let me introduce you. This is Master Mo. Master Mo, this is the Linny I mentioned to you. The other person was Mou. Linny looked at the old man Mou, with a look of surprise on his face. Although Mou was over 70 years old, he stood straight, with gray hair, and exuded an invisible aura that made people know that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Of course, what surprised Linny the most was that he smelled a familiar smell from this old man. Yes, that's the smell of sleepyhead. It seems that my uncle got the sleeping pill from him. Linny thought to himself. Are you Linny, the Xianyuan swordsman who dances with the sword? Mou's face was full of doubt. It's me. Linny answered honestly. There was a flash of disappointment in Mou's eyes. Mr. Mo, how is it? Nie Shang asked anxiously. He asked Mou to come this time just to see if Linny was a master of ancient martial arts. Mou just shook his head, he is not. When a master of ancient martial arts makes a move, the energy will be released. If he does not make a move, the energy will be restrained, but it will still overflow. Mou is most sensitive to this energy. If a master of ancient martial arts wants to hide his cultivation by restraining his energy, he will definitely not escape Mou's sharp eyes. But now, Mou could not feel any energy from Linny at all. In fact, Lin Yi's sickly temperament was even worse than that of an ordinary person. How could he be a master of ancient martial arts? Mr. M.O., could you be seeing things? It can't be wrong. If it's not, then it's not. M.O. said affirmatively. The disappointment on Nie Shang's face was beyond words, and he finally gave up. Mr. M.O. said I'm not a master of ancient martial arts? Lin Yi asked. M.O. nodded. Lin Yi spread his hands towards Nie Shang. I have always said that I am not, Brother Nie, you have given up now. But Brother Nie, you can find Master M.O., and Master M.O. can see at a glance that I am not a master of ancient martial arts. Could it be that Master M.O. is a master of ancient martial arts? M.O. nodded and said, boy, you are very smart. Yes, I am a master of ancient martial arts. Lin Yi nodded. He could tell at first sight that M.O. had an extraordinary temperament that did not match his age. It turned out that he was a hidden master. I didn't expect an ancient martial arts master to be like this. I wonder how strong he is. Lin Yi suddenly had the idea of competing with M.O. Nie Shang said, Lin Yi, you said you are not a master of ancient martial arts, but who did you learn your swordsmanship from? Can you tell me? Lin Yi shook his head. Sorry, Brother Nie, this is my secret, I can't tell you. He naturally couldn't say that his swordsmanship was given by the system. Nie Shang became even more certain that there was a master behind Lin Yi. Since the person who could teach Lin Yi such a powerful sword technique must be a master of ancient martial arts. As long as you tell me who your master is, you can name any price. I'm sorry, Brother Nie, I really can't say. Lin Yi refused again. This time even M.O. became interested. He also wanted to know who the master behind Lin Yi was. Just when M.O. was about to ask, he suddenly felt something and looked towards the back of the park. At the same time, Lin Yi also sensed that the fishy smell was coming again. Beast, where are you running to? M.O. shouted and chased after the black shadow, each step covering a distance of more than 10 feet. Is this the master of ancient martial arts? Lin Yi was stunned when he saw M.O.'s strength. He thought he was powerful enough, but M.O. was obviously more powerful than him. His step was a distance of 10 feet, and Lin Yi thought he couldn't do it. At least a few dozen centimeters farther away from Lin Yi. Only then did he realize that there is always someone better than you. A miserable cry was heard from a distance. When Lin Yi and Nie Shang ran over, only M.O. was left. There was a pool of black and red blood on the ground, which smelled fishy. What is that? Nie Shang asked. It should be a vampire, but unfortunately he ran away. Alas, how could this ghost thing appear in our country? If it cannot be eradicated, a lot of people will suffer. M.O. sighed. He regretted not killing it with one blow, which would have caused endless trouble. Strange, why does he appear here? Could it be that he wants to harm one of us? Lin Yi listened to M.O.'s analysis. He really wanted to tell him that he had been seduced by this vampire before, but he did not fall for it. This time it came back probably to target me. However, after careful consideration, he decided to keep the matter secret. Mr. M.O., do I know where this vampire is? Lin Yi said. Really? M.O. was overjoyed, but then he became alert again. How did you know? Lin Yi pointed to his nose. My nose is very sensitive, I can smell his scent. You're not kidding, are you? M.O. still didn't believe it. Of course not. Follow me, both of you. As he spoke, he took the lead and ran towards the depths of the park. Chapter 59, Night Raid on Vampires. Lin Yi took M.O. and Nie Shang through the park and entered the avenue. A taxi happened to pass by at this time, and Nie Shang reached out to stop it. Lin Yi used his keen sense of smell to direct the taxi driver. The car gradually drove into the bustling avenue and finally stopped in a villa area. It's right inside. Everyone got out of the car and looked at the brightly lit villa area in front of them. Nie Shang questioned, Are you sure it's in there? Yes, follow me. Lin Yi led the two into the villa area, and after a while of searching, they finally determined the location. This is a house located in the southwest corner, at the edge. The villa is dark, and it is obvious that no one is inside. It's inside. Lin Yi confirmed. Nie Shang still had some doubts, but M.O. discovered a pool of black blood in the corner of the wall. He's right, the beast is in there. M.O. said, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yi no longer had the previous contempt. Obviously, being able to find the vampire's hiding place by relying on the nose is not something that ordinary people can do. At least MOU, a master of ancient martial arts, does not have such ability. This kid has a lot of secrets. MOU said secretly. You two wait for me outside. After saying that, MOU flipped over and climbed over the 5-meter high wall so easily. Nia Shang was extremely envious of this. This is Qinggong, a skill only ancient martial arts masters possess. I saw this in the beginning, so I was determined to become an ancient martial arts master. Unfortunately, my aptitude is limited. After a lot of devilish training, I still haven't mastered it. Linny, I know you must be envious at this moment, but we are all ordinary people. We can't force what we can't get. After Nia Shang finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yi. He found that Lin Yi's eyes did not show the envy he had imagined. Instead, he asked solemnly, "Do you think Mr. Mo can deal with that beast alone this time? Will it escape again?" There is no doubt about Mr. Mo's ability. That beast is no match for him. Besides, we can't help him now. We can only wait for news. One more helper means more strength. I think it's better to go and help him. You wait here. You go and help, but how can you help? Can you jump over this high wall? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi leaped over the wall. Nima. After swearing, Nia Shang's mind went blank. MOU had just climbed over the wall when he heard a noise behind him. He was shocked and turned around to see Lin Yi jumping down. You actually know Qinggong? Only then did MOU realize that he was wrong, very wrong. Lin Yi is a master of ancient martial arts, because only a master of ancient martial arts can perform light skills. But why can't I detect any energy from him? Could it be that he has some way of hiding? MOU thought to himself. However, he no longer dwelled on this issue, but focused on catching the vampire first and then asking Lin Yi. I feel it's on the 3rd floor. Lin Yi said. The 3rd floor is the highest floor of this villa. MOU and Lin Yi looked at each other, then they leaped directly onto the outer corridor on the 3rd floor. I gently opened the glass door of the corridor and found a bedroom inside, but there was no sign of a vampire. The two of them opened the door again and walked inside. After going out the door, he entered the corridor again. There were many rooms in the corridor. After sniffing carefully, Lin Yi walked straight to the room at the back. Lin Yi pointed at the door, indicating that the vampire was inside. MOU got impatient and kicked the door open, then slipped in, with Lin Yi following closely behind. The room was empty but for 2 coffins. Just as the two of them flashed in, the lids of the 2 coffins were pushed open and crashed towards them. As the 2 men dodged, 2 humanoid monsters jumped out from 2 coffins. One of them was short in stature and was the vampire who was injured by MOU. The distance was too close at this time, and Lin Yi finally saw the beast's face clearly. I saw that his face was black, his eye sockets were sunken, and there were 2 fangs in his mouth that were an inch long. Apart from that, the nails on his hands were long and sharp, making him look very much like the zombies in movies and TV dramas. There were still stains of fresh blood on it. When the vampire saw MOU, he let out a sharp scream, and his big mouth suddenly opened from his jaw. His bright red tongue jumped, and a fishy smell suddenly filled his nose. It used its fingernails to scratch MOU's chest. MOU snorted coldly and rushed forward with a punch, not afraid of the sharp nails at all. There was a sound of bones breaking, and the vampire's nails and hand bones were broken by MOU. Another taller vampire, seeing how powerful MOU was, pounced towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not afraid and kicked with his leg raised. The kick on the vampire felt like kicking an iron plate and it actually hurt a little. Fortunately, Lin Yi's kick was powerful enough and the big vampire was knocked over. When Lin Yi was about to step forward, MOU got there first and kicked the big vampire on the head before she got up, smashing her head to pieces. Lin Yi was secretly shocked when he saw this. MOU's strength was even greater than his. The little vampire was frightened when he saw the big vampire being killed, and turned around to run away. Lin Yi jumped up and kicked it again, kicking it back directly. MOU took out a rope made of unknown material from his body, wrapped it around the little vampire, and tied it up. The two of them worked together, one vampire was killed and the other was captured, and their cooperation was surprisingly tacit. It's a good thing you came, otherwise it might be a bit difficult for me alone, and maybe some fish would slip through the net. Who would have thought that there would be 2 beasts? MOU looked at Lin Yi deeply and said. After that, MOU made a phone call. The people in the secret operation team are all good for nothings. The enemy is at your doorstep, but you don't have any news at all. You are just a bunch of good for nothings. Send someone over here right away. If I catch one alive, I'll do some research on it. These animals are rare, so how come two of them suddenly appeared? There must be something fishy going on. After cursing, Mou told the address, and within 10 minutes, noisy sounds were heard outside. The first person to arrive was Fu Sun, the leader of Eagle Dove. Why you? We got the news and arrived here first, Fu Sun explained. So who is in charge of the secret operations team in SIPG this time? Mou asked. It's Luan. Luan, that little bastard who developed a hidden power from an external skill? Yes. Fu Sun smiled bitterly. Only a master of ancient martial arts like Mou was qualified to call Luan, who was known as the rising star of the secret operation team and was also known as the bone-splitting hand, a little bastard. Got it. The little bastard is here. Ask him to come see me. After Mou finished speaking, he came to Lin Yi. At this time, Nie Shang was holding Lin Yi and talking about something excitedly. Mou, my friend, I was wrong. You are indeed a master of ancient martial arts. Chapter 60 Hostile Forces. Lin Yi looked at Mou, and was not surprised when Mou said that he was a master of ancient martial arts. To be honest, he himself doesn't know whether he is a master of ancient martial arts. Ever since he took the tonic pill given by the system, he has become stronger, faster, and can jump higher. If these three aspects are the necessary conditions for a master of ancient martial arts, then he is indeed a master of ancient martial arts now. Mr. Mo, I didn't lie to you. It's just that I don't know if I am an ancient martial arts master. No one has ever told me about the ancient martial arts master. I only learned the term ancient martial arts master from Brother Nye. Mou nodded. It seems that your master taught you the skills but did not tell you the identity of the ancient martial arts master, so you were kept in the dark. Speaking of this, Mou became more and more curious about who Lin Yi was. But Lin Yi kept his mouth shut, so he was too embarrassed to press him any further. Nie Sheng smiled and said, I had guessed before whether this was possible, but I didn't expect it to be true. Great, Lin Yi, I want to help you. As long as you can help, you can set any conditions you want. Lin Yi said, what conditions are there? Brother Nye, just tell me what you need. As long as it is within my ability, I will naturally help. Nie Sheng patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and called him good brother. Then he sighed and said, it's like this. My eldest brother Nye Yun was also a master of ancient martial arts before, but he was ambushed by someone and has been in a coma ever since. It is said that only by using the golden thread needle to open up the meridians can my brother wake up. And this golden thread needle can only be used by masters of ancient martial arts, which is why I want to find a master of ancient martial arts. Isn't Mr. Mo a master of ancient martial arts? Lin Yi looked at Mou. Mou said, not all ancient martial arts masters can use the golden needle. For example, I have a special martial arts method, so I can't use the golden needle. Lin Yi said, so, I may not be able to use the golden needle? Nie Sheng nodded, it is possible, so I want you to give it a try. If you can use the golden needle, then my brother can be cured. If not, then it can only be God's will. Okay, I can give it a try. Lin Yi agreed readily. Nie Sheng was overjoyed, I wonder if you are free tomorrow. If it's okay, we will set off tomorrow and rush to Sutin City. Lin Yi said, okay. Nie Sheng immediately called his father Nye Tian to report and prepare a flight ticket for tomorrow. Mou reminded, my friend, since you are a master of ancient martial arts, why do you want to show off your swordsmanship on the internet? Aren't you afraid of being coveted by those with ulterior motives? Lin Yi said, Mr. Mo, you can just call me Lin Yi or Xiaoyi. Ever since Mou knew his identity, he has been much more polite to Lin Yi, which makes Lin Yi a little uncomfortable. I haven't thought about what you said. I didn't publish those works to show off. I just wanted to make some money. I didn't consider anything else. Mou smiled and said, you are already a master of ancient martial arts, but you still worry about such mundane things as money. Little do you know that if you want to make money, there are many ways with your ability. The simplest one is to serve the country. There are several special institutions that need to recruit talents like you. I wonder if you are interested. I can introduce you. Money is not a problem. Lin Yi refused, I appreciate Mr. Mo's kindness, but I just want to live an ordinary life, do whatever I want, and don't want to be bound by constraints. Mou said, you are a master of ancient martial arts, and your life in the future will definitely not be ordinary. But I won't force you, I just want to remind you that you are still young and have become a master of ancient martial arts. If you don't know how to restrain yourself, you will be dealt with by hostile forces. Linny said, the hostile force that Mr. Mo refers to is. Mou said, the uneven distribution of benefits and the inconsistency of ideas between countries and regions can all be hostile forces. Mia Shang wants you to save his brother Nyayun, who was harmed by hostile forces. He became a master of ancient martial arts at a young age, but unfortunately he was too aggressive and didn't know how to restrain himself, so he attracted the attention of hostile forces. Once he was invited to Japan, he was ambushed by a Japanese master and fell into a coma. If you also receive unknown invitations or temptations, I hope you will be vigilant. It was the first time that Lin Yi heard that this hostile force was so vicious and sinister, so he naturally became cautious. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Mo, for reminding me. I understand." At this moment, a man less than 1.6 meters tall walked over. The man was in his 30s, short and thin, but he walked very straight and there was a gleam in his eyes. His face was sallow and there was a scar at the corner of his eye. The most noticeable thing was his afro hair, which was dyed yellow, making him look like a character in an anime. "Mr. Mo, Luan pays his respects to Mr. Mo." The man said respectfully. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Yi again. This was the first time he had seen Lin Yi's face. He felt that he looked sick and had no temperament, but he did not dare to underestimate him. He was able to have a good conversation with Mou, so he must be a great person. Mou just glanced at him and cursed, "You little bastard, you are such a loser. It took you so long to develop your dark energy. I thought you were a waste of my energy pill." Luan didn't even dare to breathe. Mr. Mo is right, I am a loser and made Mr. Mo love me wrongly. Mou asked, "How is it? Are you used to being in the secret operations team?" Luan said, "It's okay. I handled a case in the Shangyu jungle some time ago. It was a hostile force in the West that developed a muscle-building drug and sent several test subjects to sabotage us. I was ordered to eliminate the harm. I fought 1 against 3 and disabled 3 of them." Luan's words were calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter, but Lin Yi still heard the intention of showing off. Mou said, "Those trash, relying on some short-term drugs to improve their physical fitness, can't last long, and the side effects on the physical fitness in the later stage are unparalleled. You are at least a dark energy master, and this is worth bragging about." Luan's face turned red after hearing what Mou said. Mr. Mo is right. Mou said, "However, you have indeed made contributions, little bastard, and you still have some potential to be tapped. Take this, it will be good for your cultivation, but how much you can develop depends on your luck." Luan was overjoyed and knelt down and kowtowed, "Thank you, Master Mo, for your cultivation. Luandi will work harder and will never let Master Mo make any mistakes." Mou said, "Get up, let's get back to the point. Did you get any results with these 2 beasts?" Luan smiled bitterly, "Mr. Mo, you have to give us some time to study it. But I don't think they are real vampires. It should be that the hostile forces have extracted the blood of real vampires and developed some kind of drug, and injected it into the living body to cause mutations. We need to dig deeper into the details." Mou nodded, "Have you found the owner of this villa? If 2 vampires could be hidden here, then the owner of the villa must be involved." Luan said, "We are already investigating and there will be results soon." Chapter 61, You found it, but it's too late. It was almost dawn when Lin Yi returned home. As soon as I entered the house, I found Shui Yanran sitting on the sofa watching TV. At this time, Shui Yanran was wearing pink pajamas, without any makeup on her face, but her skin was so smooth and translucent, her eyebrows were as black as ink, and her lips were rosy. She was 100 times better than those vulgar makeup. Even though Lin Yi had lived with her for such a long time, he was still a little stunned. The beautiful scenery is indeed worth appreciating. Shui Yanran glanced at Lin Yi and asked, "Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Apparently she didn't realize that her charm made Lin Yi lose his composure. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, trying to ease his emotions, and said, "Why aren't you sleeping yet? What time is it?" "I can't sleep," Shui Yanran said as she picked up an unpacked potato chip and put it in her mouth. Lin Yi walked over to Shui Yanran, sat next to her and asked, "Why can't you sleep? Are you worried about something?" Shui Yanran ate another potato chip and nodded. "Is it related to your father?" Shui Yanran ate another potato chip and nodded. "Can you tell me about it?" Shui Yanran ate another potato chip and shook her head. Although Lin Yi didn't know what Shui Dongjia said to Shui Yanran, it was obvious that she was under a lot of pressure, which led to her insomnia. Seeing her stuffing another potato chip into her mouth, Linny acted in time and snatched the half-eaten potato chip away. What? Aren't you afraid of getting fat by eating potato chips late at night? Linny said righteously. After saying that, he threw the half-eaten potato chips into his mouth. Very fragrant. Linny felt his blood pressure was boiling. Shui Yanran obviously didn't notice that Linny had taken advantage of her again, but she took Linny's words to heart and put the potato chips away. Seeing that she had eaten so many potato chips, Linny was afraid that she was thirsty, so he stood up and poured her a glass of water. Here, drink some water to quench your thirst, so you don't have to wake up in the middle of the night to find water. Shui Yanran obediently took the water, took a sip, and suddenly realized something. She looked at Linny with a vigilant look. Linny was stunned by her gaze, not knowing what he had done wrong. But he soon realized something, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. You actually found out. Yes, I put drugs in the water, but unfortunately you found out too late. You had already drunk the water. Even a small sip is enough to make you unconscious. After saying that, Linny looked at the time. There are still 10 seconds left before the drug will take effect. Shui Yanran looked at Linny, motionless, obviously trying to figure out whether he was joking or not. 9. Shui Yanran continued to look at Linny, motionless. 8. Still not moving. 7. 6. When Linny counted to 5, Shui Yanran finally moved. She quickly stood up and tried to run back to her room. How could Linny let her succeed? He simply grabbed her hand and pushed her down on the sofa. 4. Let me go. Shui Yanran shouted. Linny naturally didn't let go. 3. Shui Yanran was still struggling. 2. Shui Yanran stopped struggling and closed her eyes resignedly. 1. Without feeling any discomfort, Shui Yanran opened her eyes and found Linny looking at her with a smile. At this point she finally realized that she had been fooled. Let go. Shui Yanran said coldly. Linny obediently let go of Shui Yanran's hand and reluctantly stood up from her. Shui Yanran suddenly kicked Linny in the abdomen. Linny had a chance to dodge, but he knew he couldn't, so he took the kick head-on. Even though the Guban Peiyuan pill had changed his physique and increased his resistance to blows, Linny still felt some pain. It was obvious that the strength of Shui Yanran's kick was definitely well-trained. Linny pretended to be in pain and said, "Ouch. It was just a joke, why do you take it so seriously? Your joke is not funny at all." Shui Yanran frowned and continued to eat potato chips. Linny shrugged, sat back on the sofa, and said, "I want to take a day off tomorrow." "Why do you need to ask for leave?" "I promised a friend to go to Sutin City." Linny didn't say what he was going to do, and Shui Yanran didn't ask. "Okay. Thank you for your permission, Queen." Linny spoke in a deliberately shrill voice, like a eunuch, and knelt down to Shui Yanran like a eunuch. Shui Yanran looked at his funny actions. She could no longer pretend to be cold, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Yanran, you look so beautiful when you smile. Why do you have to keep a straight face every day?" Linny said infatuatedly. Shui Yanran's smile faded again, as if she was remembering something sad. Linny took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, which was sleeping pills. Linny took out one and handed it to Shui Yanran. "What? Onion pills are made from pure Chinese medicine. One pill will make you fall asleep and ensure a deep sleep. The medicine has no toxic side effects. There is only one such pill. There is no other." Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him and took the pill. "Is this thing so powerful?" "It's genuine, try one." Shui Yanran hesitated for a moment, but still swallowed the pill and drank a glass of water. "It tastes so weird and is so hard to swallow." Shui Yanran pinched her throat, looking disgusted. At this time, Linny started the countdown again. 10, 9, 8, 7. "Come on, are you done yet?" Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him again. Linny did not stop and continued, 6, 5, 4. Shui Yanran shook her head helplessly, stood up and was about to go back to the bedroom, but her mind suddenly became fuzzy and she fell directly on the sofa. She felt weak all over, and a wave of sleepiness swept over her from deep within her mind. It's actually true. Such thoughts flashed through her mind. Before falling asleep, she did not forget to glance at Linny. 2, 1. After Linny finished shouting, he looked at Shui Yanran who was lying on the sofa and breathing heavily. At this moment, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Anything produced by the system must be of high quality. Linny couldn't help but sigh. He had previously tested the efficacy of sleeping pills, which could make people fall asleep in 10 seconds, and were more effective than any other popular sleeping pills on the market. If they could be promoted, it would surely make a fortune. It's a pity that Shui Dongjia didn't know the value of it and now he is using it on Shui Yenran. Yenran, you were such a grown-up, why are you still sleeping on the sofa? What if you catch a cold? As your husband, I cannot turn a blind eye. I can only reluctantly carry you back to bed. Linny said this hypocritically and directly carried Shui Yenran in his arms like a princess. Shui Yenran's body feels soft and fleshy. Taking a deep breath of the fragrance at the tip of his nose, Linny shouted enjoy it. However, he knew that he could only stop at that point, and he had no reason to undress Shui Yenran anymore. He moved step by step into Shui Yenran's room, put her on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Resisting the urge to kiss her goodbye, he whispered, "Good night, wife." Then he went out. Chapter 62, The Arrogant Internet Celebrity 3 Dogs. Shui Yenran woke up and stared blankly with her beautiful big eyes open. She slept so soundly that night. She had never slept so soundly since she was born. It's as if the moment I close my eyes and open them again it's dawn, no nightmares, no external interference, no worries. She couldn't even remember how she slept last night. After a brief amnesia, Shui Yenran finally remembered. She remembered that she fell asleep suddenly within 10 seconds after taking the unknown pill that Linny handed to her. Shui Yenran panicked, thinking that if Linny did something to her while he was asleep, wouldn't that be? Although Linny had been tested twice, which made Shui Yenran firmly believe that he was not that kind of person, for safety reasons, she still took out the camera in the bedroom and played it. She saw in the video that Linny carried her to the bed, covered her with a quilt, and said good night, my wife. Then he went out. The whole process was seamless, which made Shui Yenran feel relieved. She replayed the video again. When Linny said good night, wife, she smiled unconsciously and her eyes turned red. She really wanted to say good night, husband, but in the end she said nothing. When I walked out of the bedroom, I found that Linny had left, and I couldn't help feeling a little empty in my heart. It must be said that her marriage with Linny made her feel that the lost happiness had returned. If Juanhao had not existed, she believed that she would have accepted him at this time. Unfortunately, there is no if in reality. Linny arrived at the airport with his plane ticket and checked in at the check-in counter. Because Nia Shang had some unfinished business, he only allowed Linny to board the plane. He would take the next flight back to Sutin City. Linny showed his ticket to the stewardess, who led him to the first-class cabin with a smile. This was Linny's first time sitting in first class, and I have to say, it felt great. As soon as he sat down, someone else sat down next to him. This is a woman, wearing sunglasses, with slightly dark skin, thin cheeks, and a sharp chin. Her lips are slightly closed, and her face is expressionless. She exudes a cold temperament, which is comparable to Shui Yenran in temperament, but her appearance is a little worse than Shui Yenran's. Linny couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The beautiful woman gave Linny a sidelong glance, as if blaming him for looking at her inappropriately. Linny turned his head away awkwardly. He felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before. At this moment, someone next to him asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Gao Laniying Gao?" Linny suddenly woke up. No wonder he felt that the woman looked familiar. It turned out to be the famous star Gao Laniying. He couldn't help but look at the woman again to make sure he was not mistaken. I have often seen Gao Laniying's performances in film and television dramas before, but I didn't expect to see her in person this time. You've got the wrong person, the woman denied. Linny thought to himself, it's not easy to be a star. In order to avoid those brainless fans, they have to deny their identity all the time. Ms. Gao, it's me. I'm Sangu. We met before when we attended a brand event. The man continued. Lin took a look at the other person and found that this round-headed man who called himself Sango had a wretched face and a big belly. He was also wearing gold and silver jewelry, with a big shiny gold chain around his neck, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was a nouveau riche. Gao Laniying raised her sunglasses and said, "Oh, I remember now, it's you." Sango grinned, revealing his buck teeth. "Do you remember that you went to Sutin City this time to participate in a program? It's to promote my new movie. This time I went to attend the opening ceremony of a friend's brand store and cut the ribbon. Alas, I didn't have the schedule originally, but I couldn't resist my friend's pleading. There was even a luxury car to welcome me on the scene. I am a person who cares about face, so I had to do it with reluctance. Sangha said it calmly, but Linny could still hear that he was showing off. Gao Lanying nodded slightly in response. She is a graduate of a serious professional school and is not interested in those so-called internet celebrities who became famous through unconventional means, and is too lazy to have anything to do with them. Take for example this San Go, he gained tens of millions of fans by talking nonsense on the internet. I really don't know what kind of people his fans are. Sango obviously didn't realize Gao Lanying's dislike for him, and continued to talk nonsense. Some time ago, a certain audio company organized a variety show, and their executives invited me to be a judge. I had no interest in it, but they said that Miss Gao, you were also invited, so I agreed immediately. It is my lifelong dream to be on the same stage with Miss Gao. I haven't decided whether to go to that show yet. Gao Lanying said lightly. You must go, so that I can realize my dream. Yes, it is my blessing to be on the same stage with you, Miss Gao. I have always heard from my brother that his idol is you, Miss Gao. The person who spoke was a girl next to Sangu, who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, very young, with fair skin and black hair. She was wearing black leather shorts and had heavy makeup on her face, which added to her charm, but lacked the purity that belonged to her age. This girl's name is Wu Yani. She dropped out of high school and is a fan of Sango. A week ago, she was spotted by Sango at a fan meeting, and after Sango offered her a lot of money, she became his girlfriend. A young girl like Wu Yani was naturally not attracted to Sango's appearance, but his wealth. During this week, Wu Yani experienced what the life of a rich person is like. Every day was filled with feasting and revelry, and she met many internet celebrities and even stars. Many bags and clothes that she could not afford were bought for her by Sango. Today, I actually saw Gao Lanying, a big star who can only be seen in movies and TV dramas. This was also thanks to Sango, who helped me meet her by chance while sitting in first class. Brother Go, Miss Gao is also my idol. I want to take a photo with Miss Gao. Wu Yani said coquettishly. I don't think Miss Gao will refuse this request. Sango said with a grin. Gao Lanying had a look of disgust on her face, but she had seen the world after all, and knew that the world was dangerous and that some people were better not to be provoked. Certainly. Sango and Wu Yani stood up from their seats with joy on their faces. Get up, can't you see I want to take a photo with Miss Gao? Sango shouted at Lin Yi, who was standing beside him. Lin Yi was originally going to stand up and give up his seat, but he didn't expect Sango to be so arrogant. After shouting, he even pushed Lin Yi away from his seat savagely. This made Lin Yi very unhappy. What are you doing? This is my seat. Who allowed you to sit here? Lin Yi shouted. Damn, kid, you're looking for death, daring to talk to me like that. Sangu was immediately angry. His voice was so loud that everyone in the first-class cabin turned their eyes to him. Chapter 63, Big Mistake at the Airport. The stewardess came too. Excuse me, what happened? Asked the flight attendant. Before Linny could say anything, Sango pointed at him and said, It was him who took up the seat and prevented me from taking a photo with Miss Gao Lanying. Gao Lanying cursed Sango inwardly, as this sentence exposed her and she was afraid that others would not know that she was on the plane. Sure enough, many passengers looked at Gao Lanying, only then did they realize that this big star was also on the plane. Sango said, Please move my seat. I want to sit with Miss Gao. The flight attendant was embarrassed. I'm sorry, sir, seats cannot be changed at will unless both parties agree. As she spoke, the flight attendant looked at Linny. Linny said, I don't agree. Sango said, Boy, if you dare not agree, I will kill you. As a big internet celebrity, Sango was used to being arrogant. Linny's lack of respect for him obviously made him feel embarrassed. What's more, this happened in front of his girlfriend and the big star Gao Lanying, so he couldn't lose face. Linny said, I'm curious about how you are going to kill me. When Sango heard this, he instantly became furious and reached out to pinch Linny's neck with both hands. With that fat body of his, how could he be a match for Linny? Linny grabbed her wrist directly, and she cried out in pain when he applied a little force. Ah, let go, it hurts. Linny loosened his hand, and Sango fell back into his seat with his fat body. This caused those watching nearby to burst into laughter. Sango's girlfriend Wu Yani rushed over to comfort him. Brother Go, are you okay? Then he cursed at Linny, You stinky boy, you dare to touch Brother Go, you don't want to live anymore. Then came another round of insulting words. Linny didn't expect that this girl, at such a young age, could curse so harshly. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. If you dare to curse again, I will throw you off the plane. As Linny spoke, he used the mind control technique. A light flashed in his eyes, which immediately scared the little girl silly. This is a trick called soul capturing eye in the art of mind control. It has no effect on people with strong willpower, but it is very effective in scaring a little girl who has never seen the world. Sure enough, Wu Yani was so frightened that she dared not say a word, and even dared not look up at Linny. Asshole, you dare to scare my girlfriend. Boy, you have offended me today, I will make you pay for it. Seeing that his girlfriend was trembling with fear, Sangu, as a boyfriend, naturally had to vent his anger, otherwise, he would lose face in front of his girlfriend. To people like Sangu, face is everything. Forget it, it's just a photo, why can't I go over there? Gao Lanying advised. Although she looked down on Sangu as a person, she didn't want Lin Yi to offend Sangu and be persecuted by him. It's not that she is kind-hearted, but this matter is related to her after all. If it gets out and some black fans exaggerate it and bring trouble upon herself, it will be a troublesome matter. After all, this kind of thing happens a lot. Ms. Gao, this isn't a question of taking a photo or not. This is a problem between him and me. If I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be able to survive in the underworld. Sango said as he picked up the phone. Ma Liang, I got mad on the plane. I tell you, I got on this plane for your sake, so I got mad because of you. You must give me an explanation. Okay, have someone wait for me at the airport. We must take this guy down today. After saying that, Sango hung up the phone. He challenged Linny, boy, let's wait and see. Linny was too lazy to pay attention to him and just closed his eyes and rested. This made Sango very angry. Nima, when we get off the plane, I'll see you're still so arrogant. The plane bound for Sutin City slowly landed at the airport. As soon as he landed, Sango and his girlfriend Wu Yani were waiting at the airport gate. He was the first one to get off the plane. He hurriedly came to the airport exit with his girlfriend, only to see that the exit seemed to be blocked. A dozen big men in black were standing by, and behind them were luxury Marbach cars. This scene made Sango very satisfied. His girlfriend Wu Yani beside him was even more excited and shouted, "Go brother, you are still very proud. Look at this scene, even big stars can't have it. Don't make a fuss. With me, you will be used to seeing such scenes in the future," Sango said with a smile. Just then, Gao Lanying came over. Sango immediately stopped her and said, "Miss Gao, this is my friend's car. Do you want me to give you a ride?" Gao Lanying was obviously also surprised by Sango's luxurious reception camp, and sighed, "The world is going downhill, and a mere internet celebrity can have such a grand reception. No need, I have a car to pick you up." As she spoke, Gao Lanying looked around and finally saw the driver who was going to pick her up in a corner far away. This made Gao Lanying sigh again. She was a big star, but she was forced by a big internet celebrity to the point where she didn't even have the right to park at the door. If this got out, wouldn't it be laughable? Sango obviously thought of this as well and showed a proud expression. Damn, what a big star, he is still inferior to him. It seems that he came to the right place today, and he has earned enough face. His girlfriend Wu Yani even showed admiration for Sango, saying that she had followed the right person and even celebrities had to stand aside. Sango came to a man in black and asked, "Where's Ma Liang? Why can't I see him?" The man in black glanced at him and said disdainfully, "What Ma Liang?" Sango was stunned. "Ma Liang, my friend." The man in black asked, "Who are you?" Sango said, "You don't even know me, I'm Sango." The man in black said, "What are you talking about? Get out of the way." Sango was stunned. At this time, he finally realized that he had misunderstood and these people were not here to pick him up. At this moment, someone waved to him, "Brother Go, this way." When he looked, it was his good friend Ma Liang. Gogo was suddenly filled with shame and pulled Wu Yani towards Ma Liang. "What's going on? Isn't that your man?" Sangu asked. "No, that's someone from the Nya family, the richest family in Sutin." "Brother Go, you've got the wrong person," Ma Liang explained. "Damn it. Dog brother cursed." He was just showing off in front of Gao Lanying, but he didn't expect it to be a mistake. Sango asked, "Who is the Nye family going to host with such a big show?" Ma Liang said, "How would I know? But if the richest man Sutin can come here in person, he must be an important person." Sango said, "Never mind all that. Someone pissed me off on the plane today. That guy will be out soon. You have to vent your anger on me." Ma Liang said, "Don't worry, brother Go, that guy can't run away. You see, I brought a lot of brothers with me. As long as that guy comes out, I promise to catch him. However, we have to wait until the Nye family leaves. We dare not take action in front of the Nye family. If we disturb that distinguished guest, the Nye family will not forgive us. Sang-go said, that's natural. While the two were talking, Lin-Yi walked out. Chapter 64 Lin-Yi, someone wants to kill me. That's him. Sang-go pointed at Lin-Yi, who had just walked out of the airport, and shouted loudly. The loud noise immediately attracted everyone's attention to him, and several men in black even looked at him unfriendlily. This frightened Ma Liang. He cursed Sang-go inwardly and quickly covered Sang-go's mouth. Brother Go, keep your voice down. Don't scare the Nye family. After the Nye family leaves, I will send someone to deal with this kid. Sang-go also felt that he had behaved a little out of control just now, so he nodded and said no more. As soon as Lin-Yi left the airport, he heard Sang-go shouting. He turned to look at Sang-go, who was also looking at him unhappily with a sinister smile on his face, as if saying, boy, you can't run away now. Lin-Yi frowned and cursed his bad luck. He had just arrived in Sutin City and hadn't even started to relive his old days when he got into trouble. It wasn't that he was afraid of Sang-go, but he just didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, especially in the city where his ex-girlfriend lived. After hesitating for a moment, he still walked towards the three dogs. Seeing Lin-Yi coming over on his own initiative, Sang-go winked at Ma Liang, who waved his hand, and several young hooligans behind him stepped forward. At this moment, the door of the Maybach sedan parked at the airport gate opened and an old man got out of the car. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Yilin? The old man asked. Lin-Yi stopped, turned to look at him and nodded. Mr. Lin, welcome to Sutin. I am Nye Tian, Nye Shang's father. As Nye Tian spoke, he took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with him, his excitement evident in his words. Last night he received a call from his son Nye Shang, who confirmed Lin-Yi's identity. He was the ancient martial arts master he had been looking for a long time. This made Nye Tian so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He sent a luxurious team to the airport to welcome them this morning. To show his importance, he even came to greet them in person. Lin-Yi then realized that these people were here to greet him, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Needless to say, he could also see the status of the Nye family in Sutin City. No wonder they would give him gifts worth 1 million yuan at any time. Mr. Lin, I'm very happy that you can come to Sutin City this time. My son has been in a coma for more than 20 years. If you can cure him, I will reward you handsomely. Of course, even if you can't cure him, I will still reward you handsomely. Lin-Yi is a master of ancient martial arts. Such an identity is worthy of Nye Tian spending a large sum of money to win him over. Therefore, whether Lin-Yi can cure his son Nye Yun's illness or not will not affect Nye Tian's efforts to win over Lin-Yi. Lin-Yi said, Uncle Nye, you can just call me Xiaoyi, don't be so polite. Nye Tian said, then Xiaoyi, let's get in the car and talk. As he spoke, Nye Tian personally opened the car door for Lin-Yi. Lin-Yi did not get in the car, and said, Uncle Nye, I still have some private matters to attend to. Nye Tian asked, what's the matter? Lin-Yi said, I just had a conflict with someone on the plane, and someone threatened to kill me. Nye Tian said, what, there is such a thing, who is so bold? Nye Tian's face immediately darkened. Lin-Yi was his distinguished guest, and now that Lin-Yi was being bullied in Sutin City, he naturally had to seek justice for him. Lin-Yi turned around and looked at Sang-go, who was not far away. That's him. At this time, Sang-go was so scared that he couldn't speak. He couldn't figure out who he had offended. The richest man in Sutin City came to greet him personally and even opened the car door for him. This man must be very important. Nye Tian winked at a burly man in black who was over 2 meters tall and had pockmarks on his face. The man in black strode forward and grabbed Sang-go by the collar. Sang-go, who weighed more than 200 pounds, was picked up and thrown in front of Lin-Yi like a chicken. Lin-Yi's eyes lit up. The black-clad man was so strong that it was obvious that he had received special training. Misunderstanding. The three dogs collapsed on the ground in fear. At this moment, this world-famous internet celebrity with 20 million fans became as humble as a dog and no longer had his previous arrogance. Her girlfriend Wu Yani didn't even dare to breathe. The big man in black took care of the three dogs, then looked at Ma Liang and his younger brothers behind him who were also frightened. Who are you to him? Ma Liang said, I don't know him, I was just passing by. Ma Liang was smart enough to immediately understand the situation and know to keep a distance from the three dogs to avoid getting into trouble. Just kidding, Ma Liang, a local, knows best what the status of the Nie family, the richest family in Sutin, is. Even though Ma Liang had a relatively high status in Sutin City, compared with the Nie family, he was not even worthy of carrying shoes. At this time, Ma Liang had already cursed Sango in his heart. Damn it, you can provoke anyone else, but you provoke the distinguished guest of the Nie family. If you don't want to live, I don't want to die either. The man in black naturally would not believe it. He grabbed Ma Liang's hair and pressed him to the ground. Under the powerful force of the man in black, Ma Liang had no chance to resist and kneel down in front of Lin Yi. The dozen or so younger brothers behind him were surrounded by several men in black and were so scared that they knelt on the ground with their hands on their heads. This posture is exactly like the process of evil gangs being caught by the police. It is obvious that they are very good at this. Xiaoyi, what do you think we should do? Nie Tian asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he said calmly, Uncle Nie, just give him a warning. Nie Tian winked at the man in black, and the man in black came to Sango and kicked him directly in the stomach. Listen carefully. I don't care who you are. You are not allowed to set foot in Sutin City from now on. I will beat you every time you come here. Buy a ticket and get out immediately. If you don't leave within an hour, you will never leave again. Sango covered his stomach, climbed up from the ground frantically and ran towards the airport. His girlfriend Wu Yani chased after him, and the two of them fled desperately as if they were being chased by a dog. The man in black looked at Ma Liang again, and Ma Liang begged for mercy. Brother Ji, I am Ma Liang, we have eaten together before. The man in black called Brother Ji nodded and said, I remember you. Are you going to open a new store? I will bring dozens of my brothers to visit your store later. No, Brother Ji, I didn't recognize the real talent, please let me go. Brother Ji said, the people who brought you are bastards. Ma Liang got up as if he had been granted amnesty, and left in a hurry with a dozen of his younger brothers, riding in them a back that he had hired to accommodate Sangu. Brother Ji waved to a man in black and whispered some instructions. The man nodded and left. Brother Ji came to Nie Tian and said respectfully, Master, I have sent someone to make arrangements. Ma Chang started out as a gangster and has some businesses in Sutin City. He doesn't need to stay in Sutin City anymore. Nie Tian nodded and looked at Lin Yi beside him. Are you satisfied with this little warning, Xiaoyi? Are you satisfied? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Nie Tian had obviously misunderstood his meaning. This was no longer just a warning, it was a desperate situation. Uncle, you can do whatever you want. Okay, let's get in the car and talk. Chapter 65 Activating the Golden Needle. Lin Yi rode in a back and came to the Nie Mansion Manor. Nie Tian and Lin Yi got out of the car one after another. The two walked into the hall of Nie's mansion, where servants had already served them fragrant tea. This is Sutin City's famous black tea, Eriwang. It's a special product and there's no demand for it. Xiaoyi, why don't you try it and see how it tastes? Nie Tian said. Lin Yi took a small sip and felt an incomparable fragrance. His entire mouth seemed to be enveloped by the aroma of tea. It was dry with a hint of sweetness, leaving a long aftertaste. He nodded and praised, good tea. Lin Yi doesn't know how to appreciate tea, but the taste of this Eryu tea is enough for him, who doesn't know much about tea, to appreciate it. It is absolutely top-grade tea. It is worthy of being a special supply. I guess there is not much production in a year. The fact that Nie Tian was willing to use it to treat him to a banquet was enough to show how much he valued him. A servant came to report, Master Jean is here. Please come in. Nie Tian said, but he did not stand up to greet him himself. Instead, he greeted Lin Yi. After a while, an old man over 90 years old with white spots and black spots all over his face walked in tremblingly with the support of two young men. Only then did Nie Tian stand up to greet him. Mr. Jean, welcome to our place. Old Master Jean sat on a pearwood armchair, looked at Nie Tian and said, I heard that you took out the top-grade Eryu, so I came here. Boy, I begged you for Eryu for a long time, but you were reluctant to give it to me. What's wrong with you that you actually gave it to me today? Nie Tian said, Mr. Jean, we have invited distinguished guests. Then he introduced Lin Yi. This is Lin Yi, a master of ancient martial arts. He should be able to use the golden needle. Then he introduced Lin Yi. Mr. Jean, the Supreme Jean, is the honorary president of the Sutin City Chinese Medicine Association. Honorary president is just a title and has a noble status. Hello, Grandpa Jean. Jin Jizuan looked at Linny with his dim old eyes. At such a young age, you are already an ancient martial artist. You have great potential. It's a pity that the golden needle is not so easy to use. Nie Tian said, that's why I asked you to give it a try. If it works, then my son can be saved. Jin Jizuan coughed and said, bring me the air yu hong first so I can taste it. Nie Tian hurriedly ordered someone to pour a cup of brewed air yu hong for Jin Jizuan. Supreme Jin took a sip, savored it in his mouth for a moment, and then swallowed it reluctantly. Good tea, this is the taste. I haven't tasted it for a long time. Nie Tian said, old man, we can sip the tea slowly, and the golden needle. Supreme Jin said, little Nya, why are you in such a hurry? You have been waiting for more than 20 years. It only takes a little while. This tea is really good. I will taste it carefully. As he spoke, he began to sip his tea again. Seeing that he was not in a hurry, Linny also tasted it. He was really addicted to air yu hong. Supreme Jin asked, little Nya, how much of air yu hong is left? The flesh on Nie Tian's face was trembled. Knowing that Supreme Jin was hinting at him, he gritted his teeth and said, there are still 1 or 2 left. After the matter is completed, I will send them all to Master Jin's residence. Jin Jizuan chuckled, revealing his only 2 yellow teeth. Look at you, you misunderstood, I didn't ask you for it. Nie Tian cursed inwardly, but still smiled, I am honoring you. Okay, since you said so, I won't be polite either. After saying that, he slowly took out a wooden box from his body and handed it to Nie Tian. Nie Tian took it carefully, opened it, and laid more than a dozen golden needles of different sizes and thicknesses shining with golden light. This is the famous golden thread needle in traditional Chinese medicine. Nie Tian pulled out one of the small needles and handed it to Linny. Take it and try to control the needle with your qi to see what happens. Linny followed Nie Tian's instructions, holding the golden needle between his fingers, and the energy in his dantian surged up. But when he reached the golden needle, it seemed as if there was some resistance and he couldn't penetrate it. Nie Tian looked at the golden needle with great concentration. Even Jin Jizuan stopped appreciating air yu hong. A gleam of brilliance appeared in his cloudy eyes. How is it? Nie Tian asked anxiously. No response. Linny replied. Nie Tian was greatly disappointed, as if he had aged 10 years. Supreme Jin shook his head and continued to sip his tea. Try this one again. Nie Tian pulled out another golden needle and handed it to Linny without giving up. Supreme Jin said, it's useless. His qi attribute is not compatible with the golden thread needle. It's useless no matter how many times I try. Nie Tian looked grim, but he still handed it to Linny. Give it a try. Linny tried it, and there was no reaction. I had no choice but to return the golden needle. Bite. The system voice suddenly sounded in my mind. The system has issued a task to activate the golden needle. Do you accept it? Linny was secretly shocked that the system actually issued the task at this time. What? Activate the golden needle? Are you kidding? If he wants to activate it, he needs the system to issue a task. But think about it, since the system has released the content, is there a way to activate it? System, how do I activate this golden needle? Linny asked. The system actually replied to him, it only requires changing the host's physique. Do you accept the task? Linny said, accept. He didn't know how to change his physique, but since the host said so, there must be a way. Ding, the host accepts the mission, changing the host's physique. Then Linny felt that some earth-shaking changes seemed to have taken place in his body, but this change was only perceived by himself and could not be perceived by others. Moreover, the whole process is completed in a flash and there is no pain at all. Ding, the physical condition change is completed, the host can activate the golden needle. The system's voice echoed in the mind. Linny looked at Nie Tian. At this time, he had put away the golden needle and returned the wooden box to Jin Jizuan. Mr. Jin, thank you for making such a wasted trip. Supreme Jin, it's not a big deal. Little Niezi, you reluctantly gave up the remaining 1 or 2 ounces of air yu hong to me. I'm happy to make 10 trips. After saying this, Supreme Jin sipped his tea again. Linny said, Uncle Nya, Grandpa Jin, I want to try again. Nie Tian and Jin Jizuan both looked at him in surprise. Supreme Jin shook his head, it's useless even if you try 100 times. Your attributes don't match the golden needle. Little Nya, let me tell you the truth. There is only one ancient martial arts master in 10,000. And those who can use the golden needle, although not 1 in 10,000, are only 1 in 10 or 12. And those 1 in 10 or 12 can't fully exert its power. Those who want to truly exert its power are also 1 in 10. Calculate the probability of this. Nye Tian smiled bitterly and looked at Linny. Xiaoyi, you have tried your best. Although you are a master of ancient martial arts, you still can't force yourself to use this golden needle. Linny said, I want to try again. Believe me, this time, it will work. Nye Tian was somewhat infected by Lin Yi's serious expression. He looked at Supreme Jin. Master Jin, why don't you let him try again? Supreme Jin handed the wooden box to Nye Tian and said, don't give up until you reach the Yellow River. If you want to try, then give it a try. After saying that, he went back to sipping his tea. Nye Tian pulled out a golden needle and handed it to Linny, just this once. Linny said nothing. After taking it, he used the luck needle and this time there was no hindrance. The golden needles glowed brightly. Snap! The teacup in Supreme Jin's hand smashed to the ground, and the tea splashed everywhere. Chapter 66, The Golden Needle Demonstrates Its Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the golden needle and obtaining the hidden space as a system reward. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Hidden space, what is that? Linny thought to himself. At this moment, he felt an invisible knowledge entering his mind, and he instantly knew what the hidden space was. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Nye Tian suddenly fell into madness. It's lit up. It's actually lit up. My son is saved. Then he burst into tears. He is over 70 years old, but he cries like a child. Looking at Supreme Jin again, his dim eyes flashed with a gleam, his breathing became rapid, and then he became out of breath, and even had difficulty breathing. Medicine. Supreme Jin's voice was hoarse. The servant beside him quickly took out medicine for him to take and scraped his back. Only then did he finally breathe better. The nearly 100-year-old man was so excited that he almost died of tuberculosis. Mr. Jin, are you okay? Nye Tian asked with concern. It's okay. I'm happy. Very happy. Supreme Jin looked at Linny with a doting look on his face, as if he was looking at his most favored grandson. It has been 100 years. Since my great-grandfather died, no one has been able to use this golden needle for 100 years. Today, there is finally a successor. Look at the light, pure golden yellow, this is when its power is at its greatest. Little Lin, you are now the successor of this golden needle. When Nye Tian heard this, he was shocked and asked, Master Jin, are you going to pass the golden needle to Xiaoyi? Supreme Jin nodded, that's right. Nye Tian was overjoyed. Xiaoyi, why don't you thank Master Jin quickly? Thank you, Grandpa Jin. Lin Yi knelt down immediately. Hurry up, this golden needle is valuable, but if it cannot be used, it will be useless. It is better to give it to you, the destined person, so that my Chinese medicine can be carried forward. Ahem. At the end of his speech, Supreme Jin couldn't stop coughing. Nye Tian immediately asked someone to bring another pot of air yu hong. After Jin Jizuan drank a sip, his coughing stopped in time. Supreme Jin said, help me up and go see Nye Yun. Nye Tian sent someone to help Jin Jizuan and Lin Yi out of the room. The courtyard of Nye's mansion is very deep, with all kinds of flowers, birds, fish and insects in it. The corridor furniture is mostly made of wood and bamboo. There are also various strange rocks and rockery, which are dazzling. A corner can create different scenery, showing that the manor was designed by a master. After turning several corners, walking through several corridors, crossing several stone bridges, and admiring several koi ponds, I finally arrived at the courtyard where Nye Yun's room was located. Jin Jizuan was out of breath and coughing continuously after all the wandering. Nye Tian let people rest for a while on the stone bench in Nye Yun's courtyard before entering the room. The room was elegantly decorated, with incense burning on the wooden coffee table, creating a unique scent throughout the house. Only then did Lin Yi see Nye Yun, the ancient martial arts master who had been ambushed and was unconscious. Nye Yun had his eyes closed, his face was sallow and thin, his cheekbones were high, and he was as thin as a skeleton. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his abdomen, Lin Yi would have thought that this was a dead person. Jin Jizuan sat on a bamboo chair, looking at the unconscious Nye Yun and said, back then, Xiao Yunzi was attacked by the Japanese and fell into a coma. I examined him and found that he was poisoned, which damaged his kidneys and spread the toxins to his brain. According to the ancient book Divine Needle Collection, as long as the 13 acupuncture points of the human body are pierced with golden needles, the toxins can be eliminated. Kidney damage is permanent, but the effect of golden needles is to revive the dead, and the 7 kidney protecting needles can restore the functions of the internal organs. Xiao Linzi, now I will teach you the 13 blood and qi needles. As he spoke, Supreme Jin began to teach Lin Yi. Lin Yi followed Supreme Jin's instructions and injected a needle into Nie Yun. The golden light on the golden needle flowed into Nie Yun's body from the needle body like water. After 1 stitch, proceed to the 2nd stitch. After doing 12 stitches in total, only the last stitch is left. When Lin Yi followed the instructions of Supreme Gold and gave the last injection, suddenly, all the 13 golden needles flashed with golden light, and flowed the golden light into Nie Yun's body in a circular manner. Nie Yun, who was originally unconscious and motionless, suddenly moved and his body shook violently. Nie Tian, who had been standing by his side, said excitedly, "It's working." Nie Tian was seen trembling for a while, his face changed drastically, he suddenly stood up and spit out a mouthful of blood, the ground was covered with black blood. Hurry! Nie Tian arranged hurriedly for the servants to clean up. 7 or 8 servants quickly cleaned up the blood on the ground and on Nie Yun's body. Nie Yun lay back down, his breathing gradually became steady. Nie Tian called softly, "Son, wake up." Nie Yun slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Nie Tian, and weakly called out, "Dad." "Son." Nie Yun cried with joy. There were footsteps outside the door. It was Nie Shang who had rushed back from Shanghai CPG. "Brother, you finally woke up." Nie Shang also cried with joy. Supreme Jin pulled Lin Yi and the 2 of them left the room. There was a faint sound of crying coming from the room. Supreme Jin sighed and said, "More than 20 years ago, Xiao Yunzi mastered the 9 Daoju of the Nie family and became a master of ancient martial arts. He was young and full of vigor, and was ambushed by the Japanese. Now that he has finally been cured by you, it can be considered a blessing in disguise." Lin Yi said, "It's all thanks to you, Grandpa Jin." Supreme Jin said with a smile, "You are a good person, I like your words, and I am glad that you can use the golden thread needle. I am 93 years old, and my lungs are not good. Although I take medicine, I know that I don't have much time left, and I am not sure whether I can survive this year. Now that you can use the golden thread needle and the 6 lung protection needles, I will have no problem living past 100 years old." After saying that, he laughed a few more times, and finally started coughing again. Lin Yi said, "Grandpa Jin passed the golden needle to me, so I naturally cannot accept the favor for nothing. I will treat you now, Grandpa Jin." Lin Yi brought Jin Jizuan to a side room and, following Jin Jizuan's instructions, used 6 needles on the lung acupoints. He felt Jin Jizuan's breathing became much longer, and then he spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. After spitting out this time, he did not cough, but took a deep breath, feeling indescribably comfortable. "I haven't felt so comfortable in a long time. This golden needle is really powerful," Supreme Jin said happily. "Grandpa Jin, are you well again?" Lin Yi asked. "If it can be cured so easily, then this golden needle is really magical. Doesn't that mean I have inherited some unique skill? I can feel your energy entering my lungs through the golden needles. My lung damage is healing and regaining vitality. Unfortunately, I am old and my body functions have declined. Even if I fully recover, I can't regain my youthful vitality. But I am already very satisfied. This injection of yours can at least let me live 8 more years, and I will definitely live over 100 years." After saying this, Supreme Jin laughed out loud. "Let's go and see that kid Nie Yun and cure his kidney. As for whether he can recover his cultivation, it depends on his luck." Chapter 67, Secret Skills Not Revealed. After Lin Yi used the 7 kidney protecting needles on Nie Yun's complexion obviously improved slightly. The face, which was originally pale with black, suddenly turned rosy and regained a little bit of normal color. This made Nie Tianla very excited. Knowing that his son was finally saved, he immediately knelt down to express his gratitude to Lin Yi, which scared Lin Yi so much that he quickly helped him up. Nie Tian is over 70 years old and he cannot afford such a great gift. After the treatment, Lin Yi and Jin Jizuan were taken to the Nie Mansion restaurant for dinner. The restaurant was also very elegant, with a large dining table that could seat dozens of people. There was a mountain and river pattern in the middle of the table, which was quite spectacular. Plate after plate of exquisite and beautiful meals were served on the table. The dishes were exquisitely prepared and had bright colors, which dazzled Lin Yi. During this period, there were 10 servants serving food and drink. "Xiaoyi, have a bite of this charcoal grilled ham. This ham is made from young venison. It is processed in a special way before roasting and is left to settle for 3 years in a sterilized environment. Pear wood is added during roasting to make the meat more fragrant. Nya Tian explained. A maid had already used a special knife to cut the meat into slices. The slices were of equal thickness, and it was obvious that she had been professionally trained. The meat slices were placed in a specially made small dish and the maids fed the babies personally. Linny had never been treated like this before, so he immediately offered to do it himself. I took a small piece and put it in my mouth. I could smell the aroma of meat, which was fragrant but not greasy, with a smooth texture and unique taste. Linny had never eaten such delicious meat in his life, and couldn't help but praise, delicious. Nya Tian smiled and said, if it tastes good, eat more. There is also this blood ginseng in oyster soup, which is made of Goryeo 100-year-old blood ginseng and tiger penis. The oysters are from Nanwan. It takes no more than 2 hours from being caught to being added to the soup. The taste is the freshest. There are 23 kinds of seasonings in it. You can try it. As soon as he finished speaking, another servant served him a small bowl with a spoon. Before the servant fed him, Linny picked up the spoon and took a sip. Sure enough, it tasted very delicious, but it was a pity that with so many nutritious ingredients put together, Linny didn't dare to drink too much. After following Shui Yan, he already had some understanding of the life of rich people. But now with Nya Tian, he realized that his knowledge was still insufficient. A plate of meat has to be kept for 3 years before it can be eaten. If it were an ordinary family, the meat would have gone bad long ago. Only the rich are so particular. Nya Tian introduced several dishes to Lin Yi one by one. Every dish opened Lin Yi's eyes from the ingredients to the workmanship. The taste was also quite good and could be said to be novel. There are many flavors that Lin Yi has never tasted in his life. You might say they taste weird, but they are also very memorable, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth, and one cannot help but eat a few more bites. Supreme Jean said, Little Nya, you just took care of little Lin. Don't forget that I also contributed to your son's waking up. Nya Tian said, Mr. Jean, seeing what you said, how could I forget your contribution? I toast you with this glass of wine. Nya Shang also picked up the wine glass and drank it with Jean Jizuan. Nya Tian, also, there is something I want to ask you, Mr. Jean, please forgive me. I have collected not just 1 ounce of Yu home, but 3 ounces. I have sent someone to deliver Mr. Jin's 1 ounce to your house, and I plan to give the remaining 2 ounces to Xiaoyi. Do you have any objections, Mr. Jean? Supreme Jean laughed and pointed at Nya Tian, saying, I knew you had hidden something. What can I say? This is what Xiao Linzi deserves. Lin Yi quickly refused. This is too expensive, I can't accept it. Nya Tian said, no matter how valuable tea leaves are, how can they be as valuable as my son's life? Xiaoyi, please don't refuse. Lin Yi no longer refused. Nya Tian said, in addition to this tea, I have another valuable gift for you. As he spoke, Nya Tian stood up solemnly and took an ancient book from the servant. This is my Nya family's ancient martial arts secret book 9 Daoju. I will give it to you, Xiaoyi, today. Jean Jizuan's eyes sparkled, and he said with a smile, Little Nya, you have spent a lot of money to win over little Lin, even the lifeblood of the Nya family. Nya Tian was exposed by Jean Jizuan, and his face was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, Xiaoyi saved my son's life, so this secret book is nothing. If Xiaoyi has any difficulties in the future, just tell me, and my Nya family will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Lin Yi tried to refuse again, but finally accepted the generous gift. Supreme Jean said with a smile, you gave me such a great gift, so I naturally cannot fall behind. Take this magic needle book. With it, no one in the world can surpass you in medical skills. This time Lin Yi didn't refuse. This magic needle book has endless uses. I will naturally be able to control the golden needles. This magic needle book is naturally a must-have item. After thanking Supreme Jean, Lin Yi also accepted the magic needle book. Jean Jizuan said, Xiao Linzi, I wanted to give you the title of honorary president of the Chinese Medicine Association, but after discussing with Shan Yezi, I decided to give up. Your unique skills are too shocking. If they are coveted by someone with ulterior motives, it will be detrimental to your growth. Nya Tian nodded, that's right, I don't want you to follow in my son's footsteps, Xiaoyi, so after discussing with Master Jean, I decided to conceal the fact that you can control the golden needle. You must also be careful in the future, and don't be compassionate when you see someone with a terminal illness. Exposing yourself for the sake of a momentary kindness will not be good for you. Supreme Jean said, what little Niezi said is correct. Back then, my great-grandfather was a doctor who saved people's lives. His reputation spread far and wide, and many people came to him for medical treatment. However, due to overwork and conspiracy by villains, he eventually died. Linny said, "Thank you Grandpa Jean and Uncle Nya for reminding me. Linny will keep it in mind." Nya Tian smiled and said, "If it's an outsider, Shui, you have to be restrained and not show off your skills because of kindness, but if it's your own people, you don't have to worry so much. I have a close friend who got stomach cancer a few years ago." Nya begged Xiaoyi to help treat him. Linny was about to agree. Jin Jizuan frowned. "What do you mean by outsiders and family members? If you want to keep it secret, don't make it so clear. Can you guarantee that your good friend won't reveal the secret to others?" Nya Tian was speechless when asked. Jin Jizuan said, "I also have many old friends who are over 80 years old, and all of them have a lot of problems. If we really have to treat them one by one, wouldn't Shaolinzi be so busy? People should follow the laws of nature and take life and death lightly. Birth, aging, illness and death are common to all people. People are subject to misfortunes and blessings at any time, and the moon waxes and wanes. Cause and effect are cyclical, and there is God's will. Don't forget your original intention just because it is related to you." Nya Tian cursed inwardly. What a good thing to say, it's like fart. If you don't care about life and death, why did you let Lin Yi cure your tuberculosis? Of course, he could only complain in his heart but not say it out loud. What Master Jin said is right. Nya Tian knows he was wrong. Shui, I deeply agree with what Master Jin said. I promise you that if those friends have any terminal illnesses in the future, I will never trouble you. Of course, those close relatives are excluded. If a close relative has any serious illness or disaster, please help treat him, Mr. Jin, don't you agree? Jin Jizuan nodded and smiled, that's the reason. Chapter 68 I hate myself for not being that perverted. Several people were drinking and chatting happily, and the atmosphere was extremely joyful. Nya Tian was so happy that he drank 2 more glasses and his speech was a little slurred. Nya Shang reminded him, "Father, you drank a lot tonight, so you'd better be careful with your drinking." Nya Tian nodded, "That's right, let's stop here tonight. Xiaoyi, you stay in Sutin City for the next 2 days. I'll let Xiaoxing accompany you to have a good look around. Sutin is also an ancient capital with a beautiful environment. There are many places of interest and historical sites. Xiaoyi, you must visit them all before leaving." Supreme Jin said, "My Jin's ancient house is the best preserved Su-style building in Sutin City. Shaolinzi will go to visit it tomorrow. It just so happens that my great-granddaughter will be at home tomorrow. She is a few years younger than you, so let her accompany you for a tour." Nya Tian was surprised and said, "Mr. Jin, I heard Shouyan was studying in Yanjing a few days ago. How come she is coming back so soon?" Jin Jizuan said, "This is just a coincidence. I happened to have something to do, so I went home for a few days." Nya Tian cursed inwardly, knowing that this old fox had sent someone to call his great-granddaughter back, wanting to take the opportunity to cultivate their relationship and win over Lin Yi. Then Lin Yi said, "Grandpa Jin, Uncle Nya, I appreciate your kindness. But my wife and I only took 1 day off, so I have to go back tomorrow." "What, you have a wife?" Jin Jizuan and Nya Tian asked at the same time. Lin Yi nodded, "Yes." Supreme Jin rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I was thinking of introducing my great-granddaughter to you, Shaolinzi, but I didn't expect you actually have a wife." Nya Tian thought to himself, the old fox has revealed his tale. Then I heard Jin Jizuan continue, "But it doesn't matter. The ancients believed in having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Shaolinzi, since you already have a wife, my great-granddaughter can be a concubine." Lin Yi was shocked, "Grandpa Jin, this is not ancient times. We now practice monogamy. Marrying more than one person is against the law and you will be convicted of bigamy." Jin Jizuan said, "Are you stupid? I'm not asking you to marry her formally. Just treat her like a mistress. Don't worry about her food, clothing, housing, and transportation. I'll take care of that. You'll just be responsible for having children with her. Don't worry, this will be kept secret and your wife will never know." Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Could it be that Mr. Jin was out of his mind? Why didn't he like his great-granddaughter so much and actually asked her to be his mistress? Is there any grandfather like this? Nya Tian continued, "Xiaoyi, I also have a granddaughter named Tingfang, who is a few years younger than you. You should also cultivate your relationship with her. I also hope that you can have a grandson soon." Nya Shang frowned, "Dad, Xiaofang is only 15 years old. Nie Tian scolded Nie Shang, you know shit. 15 is not young. In ancient times, it was the marriageable age. But Nie Shang wanted to say something, but Nie Tian glared at him and he swallowed the words back. Linny felt a little headache and pinched his forehead. I appreciate your kindness, but I love my wife very much and don't want to betray her. Supreme Jean said, don't worry, think about it again. My great-granddaughter is very pretty and pure. Nie Tian said, although my granddaughter has not yet fully grown, she is very cute. Supreme Jean said, my great-granddaughter has big breasts, a nice butt, and long legs. Nie Tian said, my granddaughter is petite and cute. She knows how to cling to others, act cute, and act like a spoiled child. That's enough, you two, that's enough. Linny stopped them in time and stopped them from continuing. Disrespectful to the elderly and indecent are not enough to describe the image of the two in Linny's mind. The two actually became professional pimps for their granddaughter and great-granddaughter, which made Linny's scalp numb. He felt somewhat out of place with the surrounding atmosphere. The atmosphere was obviously very good, so why couldn't he blend in? At this moment, Linny suddenly hated himself for not being perverted enough. You too, I still say the same thing. I love my wife very much and I don't want to do anything to let her down. Oops, my stomach hurts. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Linny found an opportunity, got up and went to the bathroom, escaping from this embarrassing situation. Nie Shang stood up hurriedly to accompany him. Only Jin Jizuan and Nie Tian were left at the table. The two looked at each other, neither of them spoke. After a long while, Nie Tian was the first to break the awkward situation. Mr. Jin, do you think there is any meaning in our fight? Xiaoyi already has a wife. Your great-granddaughter and my granddaughter, if we want to fight, it's the third and fourth mistress. Does it matter who is the third and who is the fourth? Supreme Jean said, that's right, forget about it. It doesn't matter if you do it 3 or 4 times, what's important is to have a child. As long as Shaolinzi has blood with our two families, it can ensure that our two families will last for 100 years. Nie Tian nodded, that's right. No matter how much favor you have received, it will eventually be repaid. Over time, it will fade away. Only family ties and blood ties are eternal. When Linny came out of the bathroom, Nie Shang was waiting at the door. Seeing Linny, Nie Shang felt a little embarrassed. Obviously, the atmosphere at the table made him feel a little out of place. Rather than accompanying Linny to relieve himself, it was more like he was trying to escape from that embarrassing place. Linny said, Brother Nya, please help me book a flight ticket for tomorrow. I will leave tomorrow morning. Nie Shang said, are you really leaving tomorrow? Why don't you stay for a few days before leaving? The scenery in Sutin City is still very nice. Linny said, the scenery of Sutin City is indeed beautiful, but I have already visited it in the early years. Nie Shang said, so you have been to Sutin City before? Linny nodded and confessed, my ex-girlfriend is from Sutin City. Her father was in the hospital, and I put aside my studies for nearly a year to accompany her father for treatment. During this time, in my spare time, I also visited various scenic spots and historical sites in Sutin City, including the ancient house of Grandpa Jean, the Supreme Gold. Having said that, Linny fell into memories. He thought of all the past events with his ex-girlfriend Tian Fangfang, as if it happened yesterday. To be honest, although he was busy every day during that period, it was the most fulfilling and sweetest time for him. Nie Shang saw the thoughts on Linny's face and asked curiously, what happened next? Since she was his ex-girlfriend, how did you break up? Linny said, later, her father died, and she was admitted to Yenqing University and became a top student in a prestigious school. When she received her transcript, I was very happy for her, and that day, she broke up with me. She said we were not suitable, we were not from the same world, and I could not give her the happiness she wanted. Nie Shang sighed, the first thing I will do when I get ashore is to kill the person I love. This kind of materialistic woman is destined not to get the happiness she deserves. I think if she knew your current achievements, she would be very regretful. Don't be sad, you should be glad that you saw her true face so early. If you still hate her, you can tell me her name. In Sutin City, I can ruin her reputation. Linny shook his head, that's not necessary. I don't have any feelings for her anymore. I don't even know where she is or what she's doing now. We may never meet again in this life. That's the best. Chapter 69 Hidden Space. After Linny and Nie Shang came back, Jin Jizuan and Nie Tian were discussing something in a low voice with their heads down. When they saw Linny coming back, they immediately stopped talking. Nye Tian waved his hand and ordered the servants to bring some after-meal fruit snacks. After finishing the meal, Supreme Jean said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he asked for Lin Yi's contact information and solemnly told Lin Yi to seriously consider his words. Nye Tian arranged for Nye Shang to take Lin Yi to rest. The room where Lin Yi was staying had an independent courtyard, which was specially arranged by Nye Tian through Nye Shang. As the richest man in Sutin City, Nye's mansion has special guest rooms for guests to stay in. Only VIPs are entitled to the same treatment as Lin Yi, namely, living in an independent institution. This is enough to show how much Nye Tian values Lin Yi. The moonlight hung high in the sky at night and the courtyard was silent. A breeze blew, and the small bamboo forest on the west side of the courtyard swayed in the wind, making a rhythmic squeaking sound. Lin Yi pushed open the door of the room and walked along the corridor to the center of the courtyard. There is a pond in front, and the moonlight reflected in the pond looks particularly hazy. Leaning against the wooden pillars of the courtyard corridor, I leaned over to look into the pond, where I saw koi fish swimming freely in the turquoise water. This scene is so beautiful that it makes people feel peaceful and worry-free. Lin Yi's eyes were full of contemplation, and his thoughts went back to the time he was with his girlfriend Tian Fangfang 2 years ago. What he didn't tell Nishang was that he had not only been to Jin Jizuan's old house, but he had also been to Nye's house with his ex-girlfriend Tian Fangfang. It was a summer day 2 years ago. Tian Fangfang was under a lot of pressure because of preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, so he suggested going out for a walk to relieve stress. So the two of them came to Yunding Mountain, the most beautiful mountain in Sutin City. The Nye Mansion Manor is located on the side of Hentaying Mountain. At that time, they were at the foot of the mountain, looking at the buildings of the Nye Mansion from afar. Tian Fangfang said to him enviously, "Do you see that ancient building complex? That's where the richest man in Sutin City lives." Lin Yi said, "This area of houses is so big, the architectural style and scale look very spectacular, let's go over and take a look." Tian Fangfang said, "That is private territory, we can't enter." Then he sighed and said, "If I could stay there for one night, my life would be worth it." Lin Yi asked, "Do you want to live there?" Tian Fangfang, "Of course. In the entire Sutin City, who wouldn't want to live there? This is the dream of all the common people in Sutin City." Lin Yi said, "Don't worry, I will make your dream come true. When I have money in the future, we will spend money to stay here for a night." "Is this true?" "Don't brag. I've made a note of it." Lin Yi said, "Don't worry, there will be such a day. I swear that I will make your dream come true in this lifetime." My thoughts returned to reality. Lin Yi looked at the surrounding scenery and smiled bitterly. This day had really come and the boast he had made had really come true. He really lived in the manor in Hentaying Mountain, but unfortunately, Tian Fangfang, who had made a promise to him, had left him, and she missed her dream. Lin Yi looked up at the bright moon in the sky, wondering where she was at this moment, whether she was still in Sutin City, or had gone somewhere else. The two have not had any contact since they separated 2 years ago. After the initial year of suffering, Lin Yi gradually forgot about her. Today, he was really moved by the scene and revisited the old place, which brought out his buried memories again. People say that first love is the most unforgettable, and the one you can't get is the most fascinating. The vows of love that we once made have now vanished, leaving only beautiful memories. Lin Yi shook his head and dispelled the obsession in his heart. He stretched out his hand, and an ancient book appeared out of thin air, with 3 large characters written on the pages: 9 secrets. This is exactly the ancient martial arts secret book given by Nye Tian, the 9 Dao Ju. The reason why Lin Yi made the 9 Dao Ju appear out of thin air was because of the hiding space given to him by the system. This hidden space is truly magical. Lin Yi carries it with him and cannot be seen with the naked eye. It can only be perceived with consciousness. This space is the size of a room and can hold any object that Lin Yi touches. For example, this book of 9 secrets. With another wave of his hand, the secret book disappeared. He stretched out his hand again, and found another ancient book, but it was not the 9 Dao secrets, but the divine needle book given to him by Supreme Jean. This magic needle book is also an ancient book, which records hundreds of different acupuncture methods, basically recording all the organs and nerves of the human body. It can be said that whoever can master this magic needle manual will be a living bodhisattva in the medical field. As long as he still has a breath left, he can bring the dead back to life and give life to dead trees. It was no wonder that Nye Tian and Jin Jizuan spared no effort to win him over, even shamelessly selling their underage granddaughter and great-granddaughter to him. Lin Yi knew what the two were thinking. With another wave of his hand, the divine needle book also disappeared. Lin Yi was very happy. The hidden space of the system was really powerful. He could retrieve items at will, like a magic trick. He would not need to carry luggage when he went out in the future. Simply place your clothes in the hidden space and use them whenever you want. When I get back, I'll put my sword into the hidden space as well. This way I won't have to worry about being checked for collecting controlled knives. Lin Yi thought. He stretched out his hand again, and the Book of 9 Daoju appeared in his hand again. Lin Yi flipped through the Jiudaoju, an ancient martial arts secret book. The first half was about how to practice Qi, and the second half was about various martial arts. Lin Yi had already completed the Qi training, so he didn't need to learn the first half. However, he was very interested in the martial arts in the second half. Although he is now a master of ancient martial arts, he doesn't know any other martial arts moves except the Xianyuan sword technique. If you can master the following martial arts, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Just like Mou, who is also a master of ancient martial arts, Mou can kill a vampire with one move. If it were Lin Yi, he would not be as comfortable as Mou when facing a vampire. The difference is that Lin Yi has not learned the moves. After reading the 9 Paths secret book, Lin Yi understood the meaning of the name of this secret book. It turned out that it was because it could subdivide Qi into 9 paths, each of which was aggressive. Although this special attack attribute dispersed the power, it could strike the enemy by surprise. Lin Yi became more and more absorbed in reading the secret book, as if a long drought had finally brought him a downpour, and he even forgot about time. Lin Yi practiced until late at night before going to bed. When I got up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. When he went out, he saw Nie Sheng waiting for him outside the yard. Nie Sheng, you slept well last night. Lin Yi was embarrassed to say that it was because he was practicing the 9 Dao technique and slept too late. Have you prepared the plane tickets? Nie Sheng said, the plane ticket is ready, but look at the time, you won't be able to catch the nearest flight. But it doesn't matter, I have someone buy you a ticket for the afternoon, just in time for lunch before leaving. Chapter 70 Shui Yanran is distressed. Shanghai Port Airport. Lin Yi came out of the airport, took a taxi and returned to the company. As soon as I entered the company, I saw employees gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking. What happened? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. When the others heard Lin Yi asking questions, they didn't dare to say anything and dispersed. Only Wu Min gave Lin Yi a look. Lin Yi walked back to his office, and soon Wu Min also walked in. What exactly happened? Lin Yi asked. Wu Min said, Boss Lin, a group of men in black just came to the company and took Boss Dong away. Lin Yi secretly applauded. Dong Yuchuan was no good. He had always coveted his wife and was his enemy. Lin Yi naturally applauded that he could be taken away. Who are those people in black? The police? They're not the police. They look like they're from the National Security Bureau. Lin Yi fell into deep thought. The National Security Bureau took Dong Yuchuan away. Could it be that Dong Yuchuan was suspected of state secrets and was a spy? I understand. You can go out first. Wu Min walked out of the office, and Lin Yi came to Shui Yanran's office. He knocked on the door, and Shui Yanran's voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Shui, I heard that Dong Yuchuan was taken away by the National Security Bureau. What happened? Shui Yanran frowned, obviously having no idea either. I'm not sure. I just called someone I know and no one knows what happened. But one thing is certain, those people are not from the National Security Agency. They should be from a more mysterious organization of the country. As soon as Shui Yanran finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The person who came out to be Dong Yuchuan's father, Dong Jinfeng. What happened? Why was my son taken away? Dong Jinfeng asked as soon as he entered the room. Shui Yanran frowned, Uncle, calm down first. Dong Jinfeng said, my son has been taken away, how can I stay calm? Then he looked at Lin Yi who was standing aside and said, did you ask someone to do this? I'm telling you, hurry up and ask someone to release my son, or I won't forgive you. Lin Yi said, what does this have to do with me? I don't have the ability to arrange for the National Security Bureau to arrest your son. Dong Jinfeng was stunned, what did you say? My son was arrested by the National Security Bureau. This is impossible. Lin Yi said, everyone says so. I guess your son must have done something that involves state secrets and was found out. Bullshit. My son is very patriotic. How could he do such a thing? Don't slander him. Dong Jinfeng cursed. Even if he did something out of line, it was because of you. Linny said, don't frame a good person. Dong Jinfeng said, you said I framed you. It was you who slapped my son in the face in public, causing him to be injured and losing his dignity in front of so many executives. You also stole his girlfriend. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have been arrested. Linny said, are you crazy? Yan Ran is my wife. He was the one who coveted her beauty. How come I am the one who stole his girlfriend? Dong Jinfeng said, don't you know who you are? Who is Yan Ran? How could she fall for a poor boy like you? Can you hide your fake marriage from me? Linny was exposed by Dong Jinfeng and kept his head down in silence. Dong Jinfeng was in a dominant position and refused to give in. Why are you silent? You admit it, right? You are the one hired by Yan Ran, her shield. Do you really think Yan Ran will fall in love with you? Don't dream. You don't even look at your own status. You are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Yan Ran and our Yuchuan are a perfect match. Yuchuan and Yan Ran are childhood sweethearts. For Yan Ran, he can invest hundreds of millions to support her career. Can you do that? Linny looked at Shui Yan Ran, who was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, and Linny lowered his head again. Dong Jinfeng continued to curse, if you hadn't blocked it, Yan Ran would have been my Dong family's daughter-in-law. You don't know your sins, and you humiliated Yuchuan in public. How could he bear this? Whatever illegal things he did, it was all because of you. You are the sinner. Enough. Shui Yan Ran couldn't bear it anymore and screamed. Dong Jinfeng was stunned, looking at Shui Yan Ran with an angry face. Niece Yan Ran, you. Dong Jinfeng, have you said enough? It's obviously your son who is pestering me. I have told him more than once that I don't like him. It's just that he doesn't want to accept the reality. I can solemnly tell you that even if there is no Linny, I can't be the daughter-in-law of your Dong family. Also, Linny and I are not in a fake marriage, we have a marriage certificate, he is my husband and I am his wife. I will not allow anyone to insult him in front of me, although he is not as rich as your Dong family, but he loves me wholeheartedly, unlike Dong Yuchuan, the playboy, who has countless lovers outside. How can such a person be in my eyes? Dong Jinfeng was furious. Okay, you actually spoke to me in this tone for a man. Don't forget that our two families are old friends, and your company has 30% of my shares. Aren't you afraid that I will withdraw my investment? Shui Yan Ran said, you can't threaten me. If you want to withdraw your investment, it's up to you. Even if the company goes bankrupt, I can afford it. Dong Jinfeng said, you said it, let's wait and see. After Dong Jinfeng finished speaking, he glared at Linny fiercely, slammed the door and left. Suddenly, only Linny and Shui Yan Ran were left in the room. Linny looked up at Shui Yan Ran and found that the latter was still looking at him angrily. I'm going out first. Linny wanted to escape, he didn't want to face the angry Shui Yan Ran. Stop. Shui Yan Ran yelled, causing Linny to stop in his tracks. Linny sighed, turned around and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I made you angry. Shui Yan Ran said, then tell me, how did you make me angry? Linny said, it's all my fault. I caused Dong Yuchuan to get arrested and Dong Jinfeng to withdraw his investment in anger. Don't worry, I will find a way to make up for the losses caused by Dong Jinfeng's withdrawal of investment. Shui Yan Ran glanced at him angrily. You actually thought I was angry about this? Linny asked, isn't it? Shui Yan Ran said, of course not. I'm angry because you don't live up to your expectations. Dong Jinfeng scolded you, why didn't you say anything and fight back? You were willing to be scolded by him, and you weren't angry at all. Linny looked at Shui Yan Ran in surprise. He didn't expect that Shui Yan Ran was angry about this. Yan Ran, it turns out that you are angry because you feel sorry for me and don't want me to be wronged. I am so happy. It turns out that you care about me. Shui Yan Ran blushed, don't think the wrong way. It was Dong Jinfeng who was being unreasonable. I was just speaking up for you. Linny said nothing, just stared at her motionlessly. Shui Yan Ran's face turned even redder when he looked at her. Get out of here now. Shui Yan Ran ordered. As you command, Your Majesty. Linny knelt down again in a hoarse voice and left the office happily. Chapter 71 The best defense is offense. Dong Jinfeng really withdrew his investment. The day after he left Shui Yan Ran's office, he cashed out all his shares and other assets in the company at lightning speed and left. Dong Jinfeng's withdrawal of investment did have a great impact on the company. For several days in a row, Shui Yanran worked overtime until late at night to minimize the impact of the withdrawal of investment on the company, while looking for new investment partners to make up for the cash flow shortfall caused by Dong Jinfeng's withdrawal of investment. After all, Dong Jinfeng withdrew several hundred million yuan at once, causing the company's cash flow crisis. If a solution is not found in time, the company's operations will be affected and employees' salaries may not be paid on time. Lin Yi also received a call from MOU, who talked about the owner of the vampire villa, who was Dong Yuchuan. Only then did Lin Yi understand why Dong Yuchuan was taken away by the mysterious department. It turned out that it was not because of confidentiality or espionage, but because he had violated something more serious. Vampires, a species that does not exist in our country and is an imported species, now appear in our country, which has endangered national security and brought about social uncertainty. The mastermind behind this was actually Dong Yuchuan, who was naturally arrested secretly. Lin Yi even suspected that Dong Jinfeng's withdrawal of shares was to flee the country. After all, as Dong Yuchuan's father, Dong Jinfeng was involved in such a serious matter. Even the entire Dong family couldn't escape. As for why Dong Yuchuan took the risk to find a vampire, it was naturally to deal with Lin Yi. Lin Yi Dong Yuchuan slapped in the face on the spot. It was impossible for him not to hold a grudge. In fact, Lin Yi was also waiting for the other party's revenge at any time. I just didn't expect that he would actually look for a vampire. This is no longer just revenge, it's an attempt to take his life. That night, the little vampire deliberately lured Lin Yi deeper. If Lin Yi's rationality had not overcome his curiosity and he had not been fooled, he might have been killed by the vampire. Coincidentally, MOU was there that night, which allowed Lin Yi to escape. Not only did he kill 2 vampires, but he also found the mastermind behind the incident. If there was no MOU, even if Lin Yi could defeat 2 vampires alone, he would not be able to find out the mastermind behind the incident. As for the fact that Dong Yuchuan hired vampires to deal with Lin Yi, Dong Jinfeng should also know about it. This can be seen from the abusive words he used against Lin Yi that day. A meeting is being held in the company's conference room. All the directors present were present except Dong Yuchuan, who was arrested. This was also the first meeting arranged by Shui Yanran since the Dong family withdrew their shares. I think everyone has heard about the Dong family's withdrawal of investment. Now we are facing the problem of capital chain shortage, as well as many practical problems exposed after Dong Yuchuan left. Do you have anything to say? Shui Yanran, the chairman of the board, spoke. The other directors whispered to each other, and finally Tang Mingjian, a director in his 40s wearing gold glasses, said, "Boss Shui, to be honest, Dong Haifeng called me the day before yesterday and urged me to withdraw my shares, but I refused. We all understand how serious the current situation is. If the company cannot attract large investments, its business will be suspended and it will suffer heavy losses. We must first solve the problem of the capital chain." Shui Yanran said, "It seems that Dong Haifeng really wants to push me into a dead end." Not only did he leave, but he also wanted to drag others into the water. Since President Tang received a call from Dong Haifeng, I think the directors have also received similar calls. Several people nodded slightly. Shui Yanran said, "I am very grateful that you all chose to work together to overcome the difficulties despite Dong Haifeng's instigation. I assure you that this difficulty is only temporary and we will definitely overcome it." Another director named Shui Zhaoyu asked, "We didn't give up the company because we believe in Mr. Shui's ability. We just want to know if Mr. Shui has found a solution these days." Shui Yanran said, "I am holding a meeting today to explain this point. These days, after my unremitting efforts, I have attracted some investment, about 100 million yuan in funds. This 100 million yuan is enough to relieve our company's pressure for 2 months. In these 2 months, I will continue to find ways." The shareholders all nodded, obviously recognizing Shui Yanran's abilities. Zhou Rong said, "In fact, the problem of capital chain is not a big problem. We know that President Dong has been in charge of the sales link. Now that he is gone, I am afraid that those big customers will also be poached." Shui Yanran frowned. This problem was indeed a big problem. Although it was not as tricky as the capital chain, it would have a greater impact on the company's development in the long run. Shui Yanran looked at Lin Yi and said, "Boss Lin, I'll leave this to you. Boss Dong is gone, and you are now fully responsible for sales. You need to find a way to retain our customer resources." Lin Yi said, "I understand." After the meeting, Shui Yanran called Lin Yi to her office again. Shui Yanran asked, "Will this arrangement of mine put too much pressure on you?" Lin Yi smiled, "You care about me?" Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm talking about business. Dong Jinfling will definitely do something with this. Can you handle it? If not, just tell me directly and I'll arrange for someone else to take over this mess. Linny asked back, besides me, Mr. Shui, do you have a more suitable candidate? Shui Yanran shook her head. Linny said, so, even if there are difficulties, we have to go for it. Now your company is in trouble, and if I, as a husband, cannot share the burden, then what is the difference between me and salted fish? Shui Yanran said angrily, how many times have I told you to call me President Shui in the company? Although her tone was reproachful, Linny did not think she was blaming him. He couldn't help but smiled and bowed, as you command, my dear wife. Shui Yanran couldn't do anything about him, so she asked, what's your plan? Linny said, now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Everyone wants to share our cake, but they also have their own cake. Since they want to grab our cake, why don't we take the initiative to grab their cake? Shui Yanran's eyes lit up, what you mean is? Linny showed a wicked smile on his face, it is better to strike first than to gain the upper hand. The best defense is offense. Mr. Shui, you understand what I mean. Shui Yanran's whole body was trembled, and she looked at Linny with a fascinated look. Lin Yi's expression at this moment was very similar to Lin Haoran's. The wicked smile on his face and the unrestrained movements and body language made Shui Yanran feel dazed, as if everything was under his control. It wasn't until Lin Yi left that she came to her senses. Damn it, guy. Why did he suddenly become like a different person? It makes me feel itchy. Shui Yanran was secretly annoyed. Chapter 72, Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkey. Lin Yi returned to the office and immediately called Wu Min. Wu Min asked, Boss Lin, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Yi said, Mr. Shui just convened a board meeting and asked me to take full responsibility for the company's sales business. Now that the Dong family has withdrawn their shares, our major customers have always been under their care. Now that they are gone, they will definitely cause trouble. After all, Wu Min had just been promoted to a full-time employee and had not experienced much hardship. After hearing Lin Yi's casual words, she felt a great deal of pressure. Facing the current situation, she seemed a little overwhelmed. Boss Lin, Boss Shui has entrusted us with such an important task. Can we complete it? Lin Yi shrugged, it's fine even if it can't be completed. Are we going to just watch those big customers go away? Wu Min asked again, then Mr. Lin, do you have any good ideas? Lin Yi said, now hurry up and do two things for me. First, gather all the sales employees of the company. I want to hold a meeting for them and stabilize the internal situation first. Second, you should immediately send someone to find out about our competitors' recent situation, especially whether they will have any major customers. Rather than passively accepting the blow, it is better to strike first. Wu Min admired Lin Yi's decisiveness. It was not easy for him to keep a clear head in the face of such a huge mess. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away. About an hour later, Wu Min came back. Boss Lin, I have already informed the sales department about the meeting. They are already waiting in the conference room. In addition, I heard that there is a CEO named Tai from Parkson who will come to SIPG to discuss cooperation in the next 2 days. I heard that he brought a big order with him. Lin Yi asked, Parkson, Tian Fangfang's company? Wu Min nodded, that's right. Lin Yi said, very good. Last time she tried to steal our girl, so don't blame me for being unkind this time. I'm using her as an example to scare the monkeys. Go and find out the time when this railway chief came to Hong Kong. The more detailed the better. After saying that, he stood up and stretched, let's go to the meeting. Shanghai Port Airport. Tian Fangfang and her secretary Zhang Qiu were waiting at the airport for the arrival of China Railway Corporation. Soon, they received someone. A middle-aged man in his 50s, gentle and elegant, with half white and half black hair, and full of energy. This man is called Tai Jun, and he is an important partner of Parkson Group. Mr. Railway, welcome, welcome. Tian Fangfang stepped forward and shook hands. Tai Jun smiled cheerfully, how come it's Mr. Tian who came to greet me personally? I'm flattered. Look at what you said. You are a big customer. How could I neglect you? I have already prepared a hotel for you. Please go over now. I will welcome you tonight. Okay. Tai Jun got into the car arranged by Tian Fangfang and left. Tian Fangfang was about to leave in another car when her cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, what, are you sure he's here? Okay, thank you for the notification, I will go there in the evening. Tian Fongfong hung up the phone and said to the secretary beside her, Kaio, I received news that a big client from Yameng is coming to Shanghai port. I will not attend the welcoming banquet with the Railway Corporation tonight. You are in charge of all arrangements and you must satisfy the Railway Corporation. Zheng Keiyu said, Well, Mr. Tian, it would be bad if you didn't attend such an important banquet. I'm afraid I would neglect Mr. Tai. Tian Fongfang said, It doesn't matter. Mr. Tai is a kind-hearted man and easy to talk to. As long as you don't go too far, nothing will happen. Besides, we at Parkson are determined to get the order in Mr. Tai's hands, so there is no need to waste too much time on him. On the contrary, she is Yameng's client. I must pry her away this time. I want to let Mr. Lin know that I, Tian Fongfang, am not jealous. Thinking of the last time she lost to Linny, Tian Fongfang still feels resentful and vows to avenge herself. The two got in the car and left. They didn't notice that about 10 meters away from them, a man had his back to them and only turned around after they left. This person is Lin Yi. If you want revenge, then I'll play with you and let you know what it means to lose the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Lin Yi said to himself with a smile. Inside Baiyun Hotel. Taijun had just finished taking a shower and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. He looked at the time and saw that Tian Fongfang would pick him up for dinner in another hour. He had no interest in eating, but these procedures were necessary in business dealings. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Taijun opened the door and saw a man dressed in hotel clothes. Hello, cleaning. Taijun didn't think much about it and opened the door to let the other party in. The moment he turned around, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is the hotel cleaning staff a man, and he doesn't even have a cleaning cart? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a pain in his neck and then fainted. After Linny knocked Taijun unconscious with a knife, he started to use the same trick again, using soul-stealing technique to extract Tiejuan's memory to see if he had any secrets. He had relied on this trick to snatch Wang Yuan's order in the first place, and it had worked every time. Although this move was despicable, Lin Yi's opponent was Tian Fongfang, a despicable woman who would do anything to achieve her goals. When facing despicable people, he naturally has no scruples. He stroked Tiejuan's forehead, and soon, streams of information flooded into Lin Yi's mind. A minute later, Lin Yi let go. There was a look of astonishment on his face. It's not that he was surprised because he discovered some secrets from Taijun. On the contrary, he didn't get any secrets from Taijun, and this was what surprised him the most. A person who holds an important position and faces countless temptations, yet is able to keep himself clean and remain untainted by the mud, is truly one in a million. Unfortunately, Taijun is such a person. He has no history of embezzlement, nor has he had any experience of lustful affairs or keeping mistresses. He devotes all his energy to his work, family, and hobbies. He loves his work and refuses all social activities unless necessary. He never asks for bribes and he also refuses offers from others. He loves his wife and children, and after work, he devotes all his time to his family. He is simply a perfect man, making Lin Yi, who always claims to be a good man, feel inferior to him. Of course, there was one thing that surprised Lin Yi, and that was his hobby. In addition to reading books and newspapers as usual, he actually likes swords. That's right, it's a sword. He has a collection of various swords at home, all bought with his own salary. When he has nothing to do, he likes to take them out for practice. In order to practice sword skills, he also took a Taoist priest as his teacher and specialized in learning Tai swordsmanship. Of course, what surprised Lin Yi the most was that this Taijun was his loyal fan. After following him, he also gave him gifts. I sent him a private message, but unfortunately Lin Yi ignored him. After knowing this important information, Lin Yi felt strange. Can this be used to break through? Chapter 73 Make a Friend. There was a knock on the door, waking Taijun up from his slumber. Taijun slowly sat up from the sofa, twisted his neck, and felt a little sore. Why did I fall asleep? Taijun muttered to himself. Thinking about the scene before I went to bed, I was at a loss. In his memory, there was no memory of being knocked unconscious by Lin Yi. That memory had been erased by Lin Yi. When I opened the door, I found that it was Zhang Kaio, the secretary of Parkson's Tian Fongfang. Hello, Mr. Tai, the food has been arranged. I'll take you there. Zhang Kaio said. Why are you alone? Where is Mr. Tian? Zhang Kaio looked nervous, but still said, Ms. Tian had something urgent to do and couldn't come, so she can't accompany you, Mr. Tai, so let me accompany you. Is that so? Well, you go first, and I'll go down after I change my clothes. Zhang Keiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Mr. Tian was right. This Mr. Tai was indeed easy to talk to. I went downstairs happily and waited. Taijun changed his clothes and left the hotel. Jintai Hotel, in a luxurious VIP room. Taijun savored the delicacies on the table carefully, while Zhang Keiyu, who was accompanying him, chatted with Taijun in a casual manner. Zhang Keiyu was also a newcomer who had just been hired as a full-time employee. She had no experience in accompanying clients alone, so she was inevitably nervous and unable to liven up the atmosphere at the table. She could only say some meaningless words. Fortunately, Taijun didn't mind and instead understood her very well. Xiao Zhang, don't be restrained and eat more vegetables. Seeing that Zhang Keiyu was just chatting and not eating, Taijun attentively gave her a warm reminder. Zhang Keiyu was a foodie and had been salivating over the delicious food on the table. After hearing Tiejun's words, she was no longer polite and immediately picked up her chopsticks to eat. But she also knew that she couldn't eat in an ugly way like she usually did, so she only took a small bite each time. Xiao Zhang, where are you from? Taijun asked. I'm from Seoul. Do you have a boyfriend? No. At your age, it's time to find a boyfriend. I did date someone when I was in college, but we broke up after graduation. Just as the two were chatting, the door was pushed open. Linny walked in with a smile. When Zhang Keiyu saw Linny appear, she panicked and didn't even bother to eat the food. She looked at Linny with a vigilant look on her face. Who are you? Taijun noticed Zhang Keiyu's loss of composure and asked. Hello, Mr. Tai. Let me introduce myself. I'm Linny, a sales representative of Yameng. I heard that you came to Shanghai port to discuss business, so I came to visit you specially. Linny smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, let alone a kind person like Taijun. Shaking hands with Linny, hello, it turns out to be Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. After the greetings, Taijun also directly stated his position. I think I can roughly guess what Mr. Lin's intention is. Unfortunately, I have disappointed you. I have cooperated with Parkson for many years. This time I signed a contract specifically with Parkson. I have no intention of changing partners now. I am afraid that Mr. Lin's trip will be in vain. After hearing Tiejun's words, Zhang Keiyu felt relieved. He looked at Lin Yi provocatively. Lin Yi didn't mind Taijun's direct confession at all. He smiled and said, Boss Tai has misunderstood. I am not here for cooperation this time, but just to make friends with Boss Tai. I have heard that Boss Tai is a real man who loves his career, values family affection, is open and aboveboard, and is able to stay clean in this dirty environment. This is the first time I, Linny, have met such a person, so I really want to make friends with Boss Tai. Zhang Keiyu snorted coldly, Boss Lin, you are flattering me too much. Even Boss Tai feels embarrassed. Linny said, I am speaking from the heart, why would Mr. Tai be embarrassed, right, Mr. Tai? Taijun nodded. Everyone likes to hear flattery, and Taijun is no exception. What's more, Linny expressed his true feelings, and what he said was in line with Tiejun's actions, so he naturally benefited a lot from it. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the compliment. I, Tai, feel so unworthy of it. Linny said, Mr. Tai, don't be modest. I also heard that Mr. Tai likes to drink tea. I just got some good tea, Yu Hong, and I would like to ask Mr. Lin to taste it. Zhang Keiyu was a little anxious when he heard this, and blurted out, Boss Lin, you are blatantly bribing Boss Tai, how could Boss Tai accept it, right, Boss Tai? Taijun looked embarrassed. He naturally would not accept gifts from others, but when these words came from Zhang Keiyu's mouth, it seemed that he was forced into a desperate situation. Linny laughed secretly, thinking that this silly girl really couldn't speak. He smiled and said, Miss, you misunderstood. How can a little tea be considered a bribe? Besides, this is brewed tea. I just want Mr. Tai to taste it. As soon as he finished speaking, a waiter came to the table with brewed tea. Linny personally poured a glass for Taijun, Boss Tai, please enjoy. When Linny poured the tea, Taijun smelled a unique fragrance and couldn't help but say, good tea. Then he looked at Zhang Keiyu who was standing beside him, and said half jokingly and half seriously, Xiao Zhang, drinking a sip of tea doesn't count as a bribe, right? Zhang Keiyu realized that he had said the wrong thing and smiled awkwardly, of course not, Mr. Tai, you are worrying too much. I was just joking. Taijun picked up the teacup and took a sip. Good, really good tea. The taste of the tea is like the nectar of the morning, rich in layers. It smells fragrant at first, tastes sweet carefully, has a long aftertaste, and leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth. It's really good tea. Linny secretly admired that Taijun was indeed an expert in tea tasting. The words he used for the sip were something that Linny tasted but could not describe. And Taijun's evaluation was just right. What kind of tea is this? Taijun asked again. This is Hong. Linny said without blushing. In fact, there is indeed February red in this tea, but not all of it is February red. More than half of it has been mixed with other black teas by Linny. This Wang tea is priceless and in short supply. There is no need for Linny to use such expensive tea to entertain Taijun just to please him, so he mixed some other things in it. But even so, Taijun was amazed. If Mr. Tai likes it, I will give him some. Linny said. Mr. Xiaoling means well, but I really can't accept it. If I accept it, it will really be considered as taking bribes. Of course Linny knew that he wouldn't want it, he said that on purpose. If that's the case, then I won't force it. Hey, I've always said that the China Railway Corporation is above board, and now it's even more true. Linny didn't forget to flatter him. Boss Tai, enjoy it. Yeah, okay. Taijun tasted the tea and felt that the food on the table no longer tasted good. At this moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. Hello, it's me, who are you? You are Qinfun, a customer service representative of TikTok. Is there anything you need from me? You said my work has not been updated. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to practice swordplay. What? The Sword Forging Pavilion wants me to be their spokesperson. They have taken a fancy to me. Really? Okay, I will update the work as soon as possible. Chapter 74 Loyal Fans. Linny hung up the phone and looked up to see Taijun looking at him in surprise. Mr. Lin, who called just now? Taijun asked. It was a call from a certain audio customer service, urging me to update my work. Linny said casually. What work? I heard Mr. Lin talking about sword training in the Sword Forging Pavilion on the phone. Is the Sword Forging Pavilion Mr. Lin mentioned the one that specializes in sword business? Linny was surprised and said, yes, it is the Sword Forging Pavilion. I didn't expect that Mr. Tai knew about the Sword Forging Pavilion. Could it be that Mr. Tai is also interested in swords? Taijun smiled, don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I have had a dream of being a martial artist since I was a child. I am particularly interested in swords. I have been working for so many years and have used all my private money to buy swords. I have collected dozens of swords over the decades, and a large part of them came from the Sword Forging Pavilion. Linny waved his hand and said, what a coincidence. Like Mr. Lin, I also have a martial arts stream. I also like playing with swords. Because I had nothing to do, I shot a few videos and posted them on a certain audio platform. Guess what? I became popular inexplicably. Just now, the customer service of a certain audio platform called me and urged me to update my work. They also said that Zhujin Pavilion is looking for a spokesperson and they are interested in me and want me to be their spokesperson. Taijun said, but I heard that Sword Forging Pavilion had already found a spokesperson last year. He's a big internet celebrity called Lin Zhong Xiaku. I followed him on TikTok and his works are really good. When I went to Sword Forging Pavilion's live broadcast room to buy swords last year, I saw him live broadcasting. Linny nodded. Last year they did find Lin Zhongxiaka to be the spokesperson, but this year my work overshadowed Lin Zhongxiaka's work, so they wanted to change the spokesperson. What did you say? Your work surpassed the night in the forest? Taijun felt his breathing become a little rapid. As far as he knew, there was indeed a new internet celebrity recently named Xianyuan Swordsman, whose sword skills were extremely abstruse, even better than those of the knight in the forest. Taijun was immediately impressed by him and became his loyal fan. He paid special attention to the private messages of Reward, but unfortunately he did not receive any reply from the other party. It can't be such a coincidence? Taijun felt his heart beating faster. He asked cautiously, Mr. Lin, what is the name of your TikTok account? Xianyuan Sword Ku. Linny lowered his voice and spoke word by word. Snap. The teacup in Tiejuan's hand fell directly onto the table, and half of the air Yuhong liquid spilled onto the ground. Tiejuan's face flushed, and he shouted excitedly, the Xianyuan swordsman is you are the Xianyuan swordsman? This scared Zheng Keiyu who was standing by. Boss Tai, what are you doing? Taijun ignored her and just looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Lin Yi also pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Boss Tai, why are you so excited? Have you seen my work?" Taijun shouted, "Not only have I seen you, I've also been following you. I've liked and commented on every one of your works, and even sent you gifts." Lin Yi asked, "Is this true?" "Yes." As he spoke, Taijun took out his mobile phone and opened the work to verify it. "It's true. It turns out Tai is always my #1 fan. What a small world this is. Yeah, I never thought I would see the real person here. I guess I got what I wanted." As they talked, they excitedly clasped their hands together, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Zheng Kaiyu was stunned. Tiejuan's attitude towards Lin Yi had completely changed 180 degrees. As a result, this contract was likely to be ruined. She finally realized the crisis. While the two were chatting, he secretly went out and made a phone call to ask for support. At this time, in another hotel, Tian Fangfang was negotiating business with a client. Tian Fangfang said, "Boss Hu, I toast you with this glass of wine. I wish us a happy cooperation." Tian Fangfang raised her glass with a smile. Mr. Hu is Yaming's client. Of course, he is not a big client. He is even too cunning and has reduced the profit to the lowest level, making Parks an unprofitable and a loss-making enterprise. But Tian Fangfang was still very happy. She had lost a round to Lin Yi, but this time she stole Yaming's girlfriend. Although she didn't make any money, she got rid of her anger and wiped out her previous shame, which made her feel worth it. Mr. Hu also raised his glass and said, "Mr. Tian, it's a pleasure to work with you." Just at this moment, Tian Fangfang's cell phone rang. When she saw the caller was from her secretary Zhang Kaiyu, Tian Fangfang had a bad feeling. "Pick up the phone, Kaiyu, what's wrong? What did you say? Lin Yi is gone. How did he know the hotel where we were hosting the banquet for China Railway Corporation?" "Well, don't worry, there's no way he can pry the iron away so easily." "What are you talking about? How is that possible? I'll be there right now." Tian Fangfang hung up the phone and said anxiously, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hu, I have something to do now and I have to leave immediately. I'll treat you to a meal another day to make amends." After saying that, he left in a hurry without waiting for Mr. Hu to say anything. Tian Fangfang drove the car at the maximum speed, ran through more than a dozen red lights, and finally arrived at the Jintai Hotel in more than 20 minutes. She got out of the car and ran to the VIP room where Taijun was received. At the door, she saw Zhang Kaiyu, who was waiting for her anxiously. "Why did you come out? Why didn't you stay in there to talk to Mr. Tai? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Tai would be poached by Lin Yi?" Tian Fangfang asked. Zhang Kaiyu looked helpless. "Boss Tian, I didn't want to either, but I really couldn't get a word in." The two of them were like brothers who had been separated for many years and reunited. There was no chance for me to interrupt at all. Tian Fangfang was so angry that her face turned green. She calmed down her disordered breathing caused by running and then pushed the door open and walked in. "Boss Tai, I'm sorry. I had something urgent to do at the company just now, so I couldn't meet you in person." "Don't blame me, Boss Tai. I'm here to apologize now." "Come on, Boss Tai, I'll do it." "Please do as you please." After Tian Fangfang finished speaking, she poured a glass and drank it in one gulp. Taijun smiled in response, took a sip, then stopped paying attention to Tian Fangfang and continued chatting with Lin Yi. Taijun said, "Boss Lin, how did you come up with those sword moves? They are so well designed. I really admire you. There must be a master in your team." Lin Yi said, "There is no team, no experts, only me." Taijun said, "How is that possible? Mr. Lin, you must be lying to me." Lin Yi said, "Boss Tai doesn't believe me. Let's go. I'll take Boss Tai to a place and give him a good performance." Taijun said, "Okay." After saying that, the two of them stood up and were about to leave. Tian Fangfang was anxious. If Taijun left with Lin Yi, the big order he had would definitely be cancelled. "Boss Tai, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The company has arranged other programs for you." Taijun said, "Let's do it another day. I have something else to do now. I need to go out with General Manager Lin." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Tian Fangfang. Chapter 75 Picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Wu Min was sitting in the car anxiously waiting for the result. More than half an hour ago, Linny entered the Jintai Hotel and said that he was going to meet China Railway Corporation, a major client of Parkson, to steal Tian Fangfang's girl. Wu Min disagrees with this. Each company carefully maintains its customers, so it is impossible for them to be pried open so easily. What's more, the China Railway Corporation is notoriously difficult to pry open. Over the years, countless competitors have tried all kinds of methods, including taking bribes and even trying to use honey traps, but all ended in failure. Now Linny has set his sights on Taijun. He really chose the wrong target. In the end, he will have to suffer the consequences. When leaving, Linny also told Wu Min to call him in 10 minutes, pretending to be a customer service representative of a certain audio company. Wu Min didn't know what was going on, but she still obeyed. Just when Wu Min was getting bored and about to yawn, Linny came out. There was another man beside him, and that man was Taijun. The two of them were talking and laughing, like old friends, which made Wu Min dumbfounded. What's going on? Wu Min fell into a brief trance. Behind the two of them were Tian Fangfang and her secretary Zhang Kaiyou. The two came out of the hotel in a somewhat embarrassed manner, their eyes full of anxiety. Mr. Tai, regarding the contract, do you think we can set up a time to sign it? Tian Fangfang was still making her last struggle. No rush. We can talk about the contract when I have time. I have something to discuss with General Manager Lin now, so I'll leave first. Taijun said. Mr. Tai, you can't leave. You are an old customer of Parkson. You can't leave with our competitors. It can be said that Tian Fangfang was anxious and spoke without restraint. When Taijun heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy. Linny smiled and said, Boss Tian, look at what you said. Boss Tai is free to be with whomever he wants. We live in a society ruled by law now. So, do you want to imprison Boss Tai? That's not what I meant. Tian Fangfang was speechless after hearing Ling Yi's words. She glared at Lin Yi hatefully. Instead, Lin Yi smiled at her and ignored her. After the two got in the car, they left immediately, leaving Tian Fangfang standing there stupidly, her hair blown by the cold wind, making her look so miserable. Tian Fangfang shuddered and clenched her body with her hands. Zhang Kaiyou's anxious and slightly crying voice came from behind, Boss Tian, what should we do? What should she do? Tian Fangfang gave a bitter smile. What else could she do? At this point, it was a foregone conclusion. This big order from Parkson was snatched away by Lin Yi. If anyone else was pried away, Tian Fangfang would have accepted it. But this railway chief was the one who should not have been pried away, but he was. The impact was so far-reaching that Tian Fangfang couldn't even imagine it. She could foresee that someone on the board of directors would criticize her harshly tomorrow. They would question Tian Fangfang's ability, and there was a high probability that she would even lose her current position. No, I can't let this happen. Tian Fangfang thought to herself. She had worked hard and put a lot of effort into climbing to her current position. She was also hoping to earn more money in this position and buy a house in Shanghai port to settle down. She would never allow her dream to be trampled on. Kaiyou, don't inform the company about today's situation in advance. I will try my best to fight for it. Maybe there is still room for maneuver. Tian Fangfang said. Zhang Kaiyou nodded, I understand, Mr. Tian, but such a big thing can't be kept secret after all, Mr. Tian, you have to get it done within 1 or 2 days. I know. I'll do it as soon as possible. When Lin Yi returned home, Shui Yanran was sitting on the sofa watching TV, waiting for him to come back. Why aren't you asleep yet? Are you suffering from insomnia again? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Shui Yanran said, I heard that you tried to steal Parkson's girl. Lin Yi said, you are well informed. I am the chairman of the company. I will naturally know about any disturbances in the company. There are many people in the company who are willing to be my eyes and ears. Lin Yi nodded, that's true, you are the chairman and you also control the financial power, who wouldn't want to flatter you, including me. After saying that, he smiled slyly, Boss Shui, you must be very tired after a busy day today. Let me massage you. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to rub Shui Yanran's shoulders. Unfortunately, his hand was slapped down by Shui Yanran in the middle. Lin Yi suddenly felt bored, it seems that Mr. Shui likes others to flatter you, but not your husband. Shui Yanran said seriously, stop joking, let's be serious. I got the news that one of our clients named Hu Hanlin is having dinner with Tian Fangfang tonight, and they have already started to take action. Lin Yi said, I know. Shui Yanran said with interest, you are still so calm after knowing this. It seems that you have also gained something. Linny said, I did get something. Tian Fongfong wanted to pry Hu Hanlin away, so I gave him to him. Anyway, it was just a small sesame seed. I stole a big watermelon. Who is it? Shui Yanran asked. Linny did not answer directly, but asked, Yanran, you are so powerful, how come you don't know who I was with just now? Shui Yanran shook her head and urged, don't beat around the bush. Tell me who it is. Linny thought to himself that it seemed that Wu Min did not secretly tell Shui Yanran about it, because only Wu Min knew who Linny was going to deal with tonight. Just now, Shui Yanran exposed his plan to steal Parkson's business, and Linny thought it was Wu Min who told the secret. It's the Iron Army's Iron General. Shui Yanran frowned, what? You actually tried to pry Mr. Tai away. No one has been able to pry him away in these years. Linny smiled and said, there was no one before, but there is one now. Shui Yanran was delighted, so you succeeded and signed the contract? Linny shook his head, not yet. We have strengthened our friendship with Mr. Tai tonight, and we can sign the contract tomorrow. In order to build a good relationship with Tai Jun, Linny practiced sword skills in front of him. Although he only used some relatively low difficulty sword techniques, it still dazzled Tai Jun and made him dazed. He immediately wanted to take Linny as his master. Linny naturally did not agree to become Tiejuan's disciple, but he also said that he would teach Tai Jun swordsmanship. This made Tai Jun very happy, and before Linny could speak, he took the initiative to talk about signing the contract. Shui Yanran stared at Linny with complicated eyes. Linny's performance made her look at him with more and more admiration. He eventually accomplished many things that seemed impossible to her. She looked very much like her boyfriend Lin Juanhao, which gave Shui Yanran an illusion for a moment. Is Linny just Lin Juanhao in disguise? Shui Yanran smiled self-deprecatingly. This idea was too absurd. Even a novel might not dare to write it that way. Shui Yanran averted her gaze, which caused Lin Yi's dissatisfaction. Just now you looked at me in a very nice and admiring way. Tell me the truth, Yanran, do you admire me? Speaking of which, since I got this big order, you should at least reward me. Come on, give me a shoulder rub first. This was originally a joke, but Shui Yanran actually raised her hand. Just when Linny was expecting the goddess to really rub his shoulders, he was hit on the head by the goddess. Then Shui Yanran got up and walked back to the room. I'll give you 20% of this contract as a reward. Linny smiled bitterly. He no longer felt anything for the 20% and would rather Shui Yanran rub his shoulders. Chapter 76 Tian Fongfong's Transaction. The next morning, Linny took a taxi to the hotel where Tai Jun was staying. Just as he was about to go in, a voice called him. Mr. Lin. Linny turned around and saw that it was Tian Fongfong. Mr. Tian, what's the matter? I wonder if you have any advice for me? Linny said with a smile. Tian Fongfong said, I don't deserve your advice. It's still General Manager Lin who has superb means. He can even pry away General Manager Tai. I really admire General Manager Lin's ability. Linny said, I don't deserve it. You pry my president Hu, and I pry your president Tai. We are the same. Tian Fongfong said, General Lin is really a joker. How can Hu Hanlin compare with Tai Jun? Linny wanted to waste time talking to her, so he said, then why did Mr. Tian come here this time? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, don't delay me from meeting Mr. Tai to sign the contract. Having said that, Linny turned around and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Tian Fongfong said hurriedly. Linny stopped and looked back at her. Tian Fongfong took a deep breath and said, Boss Lin, can I spare you a moment? I want to talk to you alone. What are you talking about? If you want to talk about the contract, then there's no need for that. Linny said. Tian Fongfong gritted her teeth and said, there's a cafe across the street. Let's go there and have a cup of coffee while chatting. After saying that, Tian Fongfong turned and walked away. Linny looked at her back, thoughtfully, and finally followed her. Inside the cafe. The two sat by the window and a waiter brought them brewed coffee. Linny stirred the coffee with a spoon and said, please tell me if you have anything to say, Mr. Tian. Don't waste each other's time. Tian Fongfong said, Dong Jinfeng, the father of your company's former director Dong Yuchuan, came to me and gave me the company's customer information. Linny said, you don't need to tell me about this, I know it. Dong Jinfeng's withdrawal of shares will not bring us any good. This old fox will get retribution sooner or later for doing such a thing. Tian Fangfang said, it was because I received his information that I used Hu Hanlin to influence our company. I know this is not right, so I want to make a deal with Mr. Lin. What deal? Lin Yi asked curiously. I give up Hu Hanlin, and I ask General Lin to give up the Iron Army. Lin Yi seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and laughed out loud. Mr. Tian, you are kidding. If you were asked to choose between a sesame seed and a watermelon, which one would you choose? Tian Fangfang said, I know that Mr. Tai is very important, so, in addition to this, I will also push another big customer of the company to Mr. Lin. His orders are not less than Mr. Tai's, and Mr. Lin can get a lot of profit from him. What do you think of this deal, Mr. Lin? Lin Yi looked at Tian Fangfang in surprise and reminded her, Boss Tian, you are betraying your own people by doing this. Tian Fangfang's face condensed and she sighed, I know, so I beg Mr. Lin not to tell anyone about this. In return, I swear that as long as I am in Parkson will never try to steal Yameng's customers again. Lin Yi looked at Tian Fangfang deeply. He had to admit that Tian Fangfang really spent a lot of money for the Iron Army. Are you so sure that I won't tell anyone about your betrayal? And why should I believe your oath? Tian Fangfang smiled bitterly and said, You have already caught my weakness, Mr. Lin, what else do you have to worry about? Lin Yi thought carefully about Tian Fangfang's words and finally shook his head. Tian Fangfang was anxious and pleaded, Boss Lin, please help me. My deal will not cause any loss to you, why are you rejecting it? Lin Yi said, Then tell me, why is Mr. Tai so important to you that you would rather betray him and take the risk of being threatened by me in order to keep his order? Tian Fangfang hesitated for a moment, and finally answered honestly, because the order in the hands of China Railway Corporation is the most stable of Parkson. If it is stolen, it can only show that I am incompetent. When the Parkson shareholders meeting comes, I will be punished and my position will be in jeopardy. Lin Yi said, So in order to maintain your position, you would rather sell out other customers of the company. Tian Fangfang nodded. Lin Yi said, You are very frank, and I admire that. But I still have to reject you. You are right about one thing. The orders from China Railway Corporation are the most stable in the industry. Now Yameng is in a state of panic because of Dong Jinfeng. You and other competitors at Parkson are sharpening their knives against us. There is no other way. As the sales director of the company, I can only fight back. And the China Railway Corporation is the best deterrent. I pride him over here to let you and other competitors of Parkson know that we at Yameng are not so easy to bully. If you want to pry our customers away, you must first protect your own customers. Tian Fangfang said, That's why you set your sights on Taizong. I have to say that you are a formidable competitor. If you take Taizong away, others will definitely not dare to have any improper thoughts about Yameng. Lin Yi nodded, It's best if you understand this. Mr. Tai is not just the orders in hand, it is more of a symbol. I just want to tell you that I can pry Mr. Tai away, and I can also get other customers as long as I want. After saying that, Lin Yi stood up and said goodbye. Wait a moment, Mr. Lin, please sit down. Can you let me finish what's on my mind before you leave? Tian Fangfang said with a pitiful expression. Lin Yi had no choice but to sit back and motion for her to speak. Tian Fangfang fell into deep thought, and after a moment she said, Thank you, Mr. Lin, for listening to me. I want to speak my mind to you. I was born in a poor family, and my mother died when I was young. My father raised me and my brother. Lin Yi thought to himself, What's going on? You're putting on a sad show for me. Are you trying to win sympathy? I don't buy it. Wait a minute, my mother died early and I have a younger brother, why does the script sound so familiar? Lin Yi was surprised to remember that this family background was exactly the same as that of his ex-girlfriend. Not only do they have the same name, but even their family backgrounds are the same. This is too much of a coincidence. Tian Fangfang continued, I have never had enough to eat or wear since I was a child. Children of my age were pampered by their parents, but I had to run around for 3 meals a day. My father was ill all year round, and my brother and I followed him around, without a fixed place to live, and often suffered from hunger and cold. In order to change my fate, I studied hard and was admitted to a good university. During my university years, my father also died of illness. I was heartbroken and only my younger brother depended on me. But I believe that where there is a will, there is a way. Eventually, I was admitted to a top prestigious university as a graduate student. After graduation, I started working at Parkson and worked my way up from an intern to my current position as a sales manager. The promotion along the way seemed very inspiring, but only I knew the bitterness. In order to get orders, I often worked overtime until the early morning and slept only 4 or 5 hours a day, just to make more money and buy a house of my own in CPG. Only with a house can you have a home and no longer live a life of displacement. So, if I lose my job this time, all my previous efforts will be in vain, and my dream will be shattered. I beg you, Mr. Lin, to let me go this time, just pity me, and I will repay you. When Tian Fangfang finished speaking, she couldn't help but shed tears. She was expressing her true feelings and had never revealed her past to anyone else. Now, in order to make a living, she had no choice but to expose her trauma to Linny in order to pray for his sympathy and forgiveness. She knew this would make her look like a clown, but she had no choice. Or rather, this was her only option. After Tian Fangfang finished speaking, she looked towards Lin Yi, hoping to see even a trace of sympathy. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Lin Yi's face was ashen, as if he had no emotions at all because of Tian Fangfang's tragic experience, which made Tian Fangfang's heart sink to the bottom. Chapter 77 Tian Fangfang's Temptation. Mr. Tian, are you telling me this to win sympathy? Lin Yi asked coldly. Tian Fangfang was silent for a moment, and finally replied, yes. But why do I feel like Mr. Tian is hiding something? Tian Fangfang asked in confusion, what did I hide? Lin Yi did not answer, but asked, I wonder if Mr. Tian had ever been in a relationship in college? Tian Fangfang was stunned and didn't understand why Lin Yi asked this question. Boss Lin, what do you mean? Answer me. Lin Yi said. Tian Fangfang was about to say no, but Lin Yi spoke first, don't lie to me. If you lie, I will get up and leave immediately. Tian Fangfang swallowed the word no. He nodded helplessly, yes. Are you still together now? Tian Fangfang shook her head. Why do you want to break up? Lin Yi pressed on. Tian Fangfang finally lost her composure and looked at Lin Yi coldly, sorry, this is my privacy. I can't tell you. Lin Yi smiled, privacy, you even told me about your miserable childhood, what is there that cannot be shared? Tian Fangfang hesitated for a moment and said, because I don't love you anymore. Do you not love him anymore, or do you think he is not worthy of you? You? Tian Fangfang looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a moment. Tell me, is it because you felt that he was not worthy of you that you broke up with him? Is that true? Is that true? Lin Yi asked harshly. Yes. Tian Fangfang was annoyed by the question and shouted. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that it was just as he expected. Tian Fangfang said, we were college classmates. Later, I was admitted to a prestigious university as a graduate student and achieved greater success, while he is still where he is. He is just an ordinary college student. We are not from the same world, so I broke up with you. Are you satisfied, Mr. Lin? But he loves you. Lin Yi said. So what? Can loving me buy me a house? Can loving me let me have a home in a big city? He can't. What he can earn can't even meet my demand for luxury goods. What he can give me is just some illusory, spiritual encouragement, but what I want is material needs. Lin Yi looked at Tian Fangfang. He knew that the Tian Fangfang in front of him was not his ex-girlfriend Tian Fangfang. But the two of them had a lot in common. The same tragic childhood, the same inspirational story, the same boyfriend who loved her, and the same thing, she chose to abandon him for material things. He couldn't help but sigh deeply, wondering why there were such coincidences in this world. Mr. Lin, I don't know why you asked about my ex-boyfriend. Do you know him? Tian Fangfang asked. Do you know me? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Of course he didn't know him, but they had the same experience again. He also gave everything for the woman, and was betrayed in the end. This experience made Lin Yi feel both sympathetic and angry. Sympathize with the man and be angry at the woman in front of me. Lin Yi confirmed once again that the woman in front of him was not his ex-girlfriend, but the same name and surname and the same experience made Lin Yi mistake her for his ex-girlfriend. He didn't mind venting his years of anger and resentment on this woman. He wanted to humiliate her and punish her for abandoning the one she loved. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly became playful, and he said, Boss Tian, you just said that if I let you go this time, you will repay me, right? Tian Fangfang didn't notice Lin Yi's change of heart, and said happily, yes, could it be that Mr. Lin has changed his mind? Linny nodded. I can give up this contract, as long as you repay me, Mr. Tian. Tian Fongfong frowned. She finally felt Lin Yi's sudden change. The look in his eyes seemed to have some purpose. I couldn't help but ask cautiously, what do you want? Linny asked back, what does Mr. Tian want? Tian Fongfong thought for a moment and said, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to give up this contract, after I sign the contract with Mr. Tai, I will give all the dividends from this contract to Mr. Lin. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Not very good. Linny refused without even thinking about it. Tian Fongfong frowned. What do you want, Mr. Lin? Can you please tell me directly? Linny showed a lustful expression, staring at Tian Fongfong's plump breasts, and said, since Mr. Tian asked me to speak frankly, then I will speak frankly. I am not interested in money, but I am interested in women. You know what I mean. Tian Fongfong tensed herself up and looked at Linny warily. Then Linny continued, Boss Tian was unwilling to sacrifice himself for Wang Yuan at the beginning. I wonder if Boss Tian is willing to make the sacrifice this time. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Lin, would be this kind of person. Tian Fongfong scolded. Linny shrugged, it's normal for men to be lustful. What man is not lustful? Don't you think so? Tian Fongfong remained silent. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. As long as you agree to spend one night with me, you can take the contract with China Railway Corporation. Otherwise. After saying that, Linny started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. When she counted to the last one, Tian Fongfong finally spoke after a period of hesitation and entanglement, I promise you. This actually confused Linny. He originally wanted to tease Tian Fongfong, but he didn't expect that she would actually compromise in the end. This made Linny at a loss as to what to do. Mr. Tian, have you thought it through? Linny said. Tian Fongfong stared at Linny fiercely, I can accompany you for one night, but you must keep your promise. Linny. This script is wrong. Let's go now. Linny pointed to the Jin Tai Hotel next to him. Tian Fongfong's expression changed, can we change places? Linny asked, why? Because. Tian Fongfong stopped talking. Linny answered for her, because you were afraid of running into someone you knew, I forgot that Mr. Tai was staying in this hotel. Tian Fongfong nodded. Linny shook his head and said, no, let's do it here. I like to do it in places where I know people. It's more exciting this way. When we book a room later, I want to book the room next to Mr. Tai's. You? Tian Fongfong was so angry that she couldn't speak. If you don't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, Linny stood up and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Tian Fongfong called out to Linny. Okay, I'll do as you say. Linny. This was acceptable, Linny was speechless. There was no other way, so Linny could only use his ultimate move, Boss Tian, I have to remind you that I have a special hobby in this area. As he spoke, he scooped up some coffee with a spoon and dripped it drop by drop onto his wrist. Then he looked at Tian Fongfong with a sly smile on his face. What do you mean? Tian Fongfong didn't understand what Linny meant. Linny made a whipping motion again. Now Tian Fongfong understood. She screamed, you're a pervert. Chapter 78 Put on your clothes first. Yes, I am a pervert. This is what makes it exciting. Linny showed an evil smile. Tian Fongfong's eyes were full of struggle. Obviously, she couldn't accept such a request. Linny said, if you don't agree, forget it. Tian Fongfong finally made a decision. Good. Linny. Linny was really speechless this time. Such a perverted request could be agreed to. What the hell is this? Don't force it. This kind of thing will be meaningless if you force it. Linny did not forget to remind her, hoping that Tian Fongfong would give up at the last moment. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Tian Fongfong stood up and expressed her attitude with her actions. Linny was helpless and said, you go first, pay the room fee and book a room. Remember, it must be next to the railway general's room, otherwise it won't be exciting. After you book a room and take a shower, send me a message. I'll go buy a whip and candles. After saying this, Linny looked at Tian Fongfong for the last time, hoping that she would give up. In the end, I was disappointed. Tian Fongfong obediently walked out of the cafe and went straight to the hotel. Linny watched Tian Fongfong walk into the hotel, then he stood up and walked out of the cafe. Of course, he couldn't really buy whips and candles, he wasn't really a pervert. He quietly walked to a stone bench in a secluded corner and sat down to wait for the result. Until now, he is still expecting Tian Fangfang to give up and leave. It was not until half an hour later that he received a text message from Tian Fangfang. The room is ready, room number 401, I have already washed up. Number 401, this is right next to Taijun. Linny felt his scalp tingling and he was in a dilemma. I originally wanted to humiliate Tian Fangfang, but I didn't expect that the other party would really take it. He thought about it and sent a text message. I am choosing whips in the mall. The whips here are too thin and I don't like them. I will choose for a while, maybe half an hour. Please wait. Finally, he didn't forget to send her a sexy expression. After that, Linny waited for another half an hour but did not receive a reply from Tian Fangfang. Linny guessed that she must have been scared and ran away. Only then did I walk into the hotel with a nervous mood. Arriving at the reserved room 401, Linny knocked on the door twice. The door didn't open, and Linny was happy. It seemed that Tian Fangfang was really scared away by his excessive demands. He was about to turn around and knock on Tiejuan's door when suddenly the door of room 401 opened. Linny's heart suddenly rose, and he had no choice but to push open the door of the room. Inside the door, Tian Fangfang was wearing a white bathrobe with her back to him. She had a graceful figure, and although most of it was covered by the bathrobe, her short black hair, slender neck, and exposed long calves still made Linny swallow his saliva. Mr. Tian, you still seem very reluctant. What's the matter? Do you regret it? It's not too late to regret it now. Linny said with a teasing expression. Tian Fangfang turned her back to him and said, Stop talking nonsense. You can humiliate me however you want. I can bear it. I just ask you not to break your promise and keep your word. Linny cursed inwardly, damn it, I'm really in a dilemma this time. What should I do? Is he really going to do it? But I'm not a pervert. What if I break my promise? Linny asked. Tian Fangfang turned around and looked at Linny, if you break your promise, I will sue you for rape. Anyway, I'm risking my life today. I'm not afraid of going to jail. Just give it a try. After saying that, she lifted her bathrobe and it fell off immediately. Linny was so scared that he turned around quickly, but found that there was a mirror on the wall behind him, which showed Tian Fangfang's figure clearly. Linny cursed, damn it, and turned his body away. But the beautiful scenery remained in his mind and could not be forgotten. Put on your bathrobe first. Linny said. What? Do you want to go back on your word? Tian Fangfang asked angrily. No, put on your bathrobe first. I'm telling you, it's too late to regret now. If you dare to regret, I'll jump from here. There will be no evidence against you, and you will be the murderer. I have no regrets. Put on your clothes first. I won't wear it. Come on, where's your whip? Beat me hard. As he spoke, he took the initiative to hug Linny. Linny cursed inwardly, wondering if this woman was a masochist. I thought that if she had the same personality as my ex-girlfriend, she shouldn't have been such a bootlicker in the first place, and in the end she didn't even dare to hold my hand. If she had been whipped twice at the beginning, she might have several children now. Faced with the beautiful woman throwing herself at him, Linny suppressed his itch and pushed hard, and Tian Fangfang immediately fell to the ground. Linny picked up the bathrobe and took the opportunity to put it on her. Put on your clothes first. Linny said. Snap. A slap landed on Linny's face. I saw Tian Fangfang crying out of grievance, and her look was so pitiful. Linny cursed himself inwardly. The other party was obviously not his ex-girlfriend, so why did he humiliate her? This was so unfair. Don't cry, we can talk about the contract. Go change your clothes. After hearing this, Tian Fangfang stopped crying and looked at Linny in surprise. Are you serious? Really, go put on your clothes now. Tian Fangfang finally got up and went back to her room. A few minutes later, she reappeared fully dressed. She walked slowly in front of Linny, like a child who had done something wrong. Linny asked her to sit down and said, I can make some concessions on the contract. 20% is my bottom line. If you accept it, then accept it. If you don't, then I can't do anything about it. Tian Fangfang frowned. 20%. She was still not satisfied with the result. 20%. We won't ask you to make any sacrifices. As long as you promise not to steal Yuming's customers in the future, we will give you a lot of face. I believe that this 20% can also maintain your position, right? Linny said. Tian Fongfong nodded. 20%. Although she would still be scolded in the board of directors, her position would be saved, at least not lost in the short term. As long as I can make some achievements during this period of time, this matter can be put behind me. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Tian Fongfong said gratefully. Then, she suddenly felt embarrassed and stammered, Boss Lin, you were joking when you told me about your perversion. You are not that kind of person at all, but why did you? I think I am pretty. After saying this, Tian Fongfong felt a little regretful. Linny had already let her go. Saying this now would be like questioning his ability. If Linny went back on his word in a fit of anger, then he would be shooting himself in the foot. Because I don't like women, I like men. Are you satisfied with this answer, Mr. Tian? Linny said. Like men? Tian Fongfong understood and was satisfied with this explanation. It seemed that it was not that she was not pretty enough, but a problem with the other person's sexual orientation. Etc. Tian Fongfong suddenly thought of the night when Linny and Taijun were arm in arm. Could it be that Taijun was also? No wonder those competitors' attempts to seduce Taijun with their beauty were in vain. It turns out that there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. The more Tian Fongfong thought about it, the more she felt it was right. She had never known why she lost to Linny, but now she finally had the answer. Should I use my beauty to pry Mr. Tai back? Tian Fongfong fell into deep thought. Chapter 79 Company Dinner, Singing Love Songs. Linny came out of the hotel with the contract he had just signed in his hand. Just now, he and Tian Fongfong went to Taijun and signed the contract smoothly. Linny took 80% and Tian Fongfong took 20%, and both parties were very satisfied. 80% of the orders are enough to shock competitors and make them dare not act rashly against Yaming again. 20% of the orders are enough to maintain Tian Fongfong's position, although she still cannot avoid criticism. The only thing that gave Linny a headache was how to explain it to Shui Yanran. He had promised Shui Yanran last night. It's my fault for speaking too quickly. I shouldn't have told Yanran if I had known. Linny cursed himself inwardly. With a nervous mood, Linny returned to the company. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a few loud bangs, which scared Linny. Then I saw the air was full of colorful ribbons falling from the sky and scattering on Linny. Then there was another round of applause and congratulations. Linny looked over and saw that all his colleagues in the company stood up to congratulate Linny and wish him a happy return as the king. The leader was naturally Shui Yanran. This is? Shui Yanran said, everyone knows that you have won the China Railway Corporation, and they are all congratulating you. I have reserved a room at the Seaside Hotel for the company party tonight, and no one is allowed to be late. Shui Yanran announced loudly that it was over, and everyone immediately clapped even harder, cheering continuously. Linny smiled bitterly, thanked everyone, and secretly took Shui Yanran back to the office. What's wrong? Shui Yanran saw that something was wrong with Linny, so she closed the door as soon as she entered the office and asked. There is something I want to report to you. Linny rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. What's the matter? Is there a problem with the contract? Is the contract not signed? That's not the case. I did sign it, but only 80% of it was signed. Shui Yanran frowned, what about the rest? It was taken away by Tian Fongfong. Shui Yanran stared at him and said, what's going on? Didn't you say it was done? I don't know either. Last night, China Railway Corporation was still so confident, but today when they went to sign the contract, they suddenly gave Tian Fongfong 20%. I guess Tian Fongfong was behind this. When Linny said this, he was so guilty that he didn't even dare to look at Shui Yanran. You looked me in the eyes. Shui Yanran was so smart that she could tell at once that Linny Yan was not sincere. Linny had no choice but to look into Shui Yanran's eyes. Say it again. Linny said, I think it was Tian Fongfong who was behind this and tricked Mr. Tai. Shui Yanran asked, did Tian Fongfong give Mr. Tai a drug or did she give you a drug? What do you mean? How could I? Linny looked away again with a guilty look. Turn your eyes straight. Shui Yanran said. Linny had no choice but to admit, okay, I admit that I gave her the 20%. Why? Linny knew that he couldn't hide it from Shui Yanran, so he stopped lying and said, "She seduced me, but I didn't agree. I felt sorry for her, so I gave her 20% and asked her to promise not to steal our customers again." Real? Of course, she swore in front of me that she would never steal our clients as long as she was around. Linny said. I mean, she seduced you, did you really not agree? Shui Yanran asked. Linny nodded fiercely, of course, it's absolutely true, I swear. How can she compare with you, Yanran? How can I lose you, Yanran, for a small sesame like her? Don't be so sarcastic. Our marriage is a fake one. Even if you have something going on with her, I don't mind. Don't mind? Linny smiled, if you don't mind, you still ask in such detail. Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him and said, isn't it okay for me to just ask casually? Linny gave her a look that said, guess whether I believe it or not. Then Shui Yanran said, you are the protagonist of the dinner tonight, so take good care of yourself and don't embarrass yourself. Linny stood at attention and saluted, don't worry, my wife, your husband will never embarrass you. After saying that, before Shui Yanran could resist, he slipped out the door with a smile. I don't mind. Humph, you obviously mind. The largest venue in the seaside hotel was booked by Shui Yanran. The venue is more than 300 square meters and has 5 large tables, creating a joyful atmosphere. Shui Yanran was even more generous and ordered several of the hotel's signature dishes, including deep-sea fish, king crab, lobster, roast suckling pig, and so on. Everyone was drinking and singing along to songs on the big screen in the venue, creating a very joyful atmosphere. Mr. Shui, I'd like to toast you. Toasts to Shui Yanran were heard one after another. As the chairman of the company, Shui Yanran is always the most popular person in any occasion, and people have to line up to toast her. However, all these toasts were blocked by Linny. Mr. Shui can't drink much. Come, I'll drink with you. Linny didn't want Shui Yanran to drink again. What if she got drunk and jumped into the river again? I heard from Yushu that when Mr. Lin won the contract worth more than 100 million yuan, he drank 5 kilograms of liquor. Today we will see if Mr. Lin can really drink that much. The person who spoke was Zhai Lin from the company's sales department, a young man in his 20s, a top student from a prestigious university, a rising star in Yaming's sales department, and had very good performance. Linny said, okay, just come at me, today I will let you see my strength. Then he accepted everyone who came, one after another, and everyone who saw him was very impressed. Mr. Shui, I'd like to offer you a toast. Thank you for your cultivation and care for me over the years. Yi Yushu said to Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran was about to speak when Linny interrupted, Xiao Yi, Mr. Shui can't drink, let's have a drink. As he said this, he was about to drink with Yi Yushu. Shui Yanran said, it's okay for me to drink less. Everyone is so happy today, don't let them lose interest. Linny nodded in agreement and poured her half a glass of white wine. Shui Yanran and Yi Yushu clinked their glasses and took a sip. Suddenly, another female employee came up to the two with a microphone and said, Boss Shui, Boss Lin, please sing a love song together. This proposal immediately aroused applause from the audience. Linny thought to himself that this female employee was really good at handling things, which was exactly what he wanted, and he couldn't help but look at Shui Yanran. But Shui Yanran waved her hand and said, my voice is not good, I am tone deaf, and my singing is not good. I'd better not make a fool of myself. Mr. Shui, don't be so modest. You look like a fairy, how could you be tone deaf? Yes, Mr. Shui, just sing a song with Mr. Lin to meet our small request. Mr. Shui, even if you don't sing well, we still like to listen to you. Mr. Shui is shy. Let's all applaud and encourage him. Suddenly, bursts of applause broke out. Shui Yanran reluctantly agreed. Everyone burst into warm applause again. Music suddenly began to sound faintly, a classic duet song choice by a man and a woman, with a soft and elegant melody. Linny, when the wind blows, I smile and watch the falling flowers. Shui Yanran, raise a glass to the moon in the season of dancing snow. Linny, this kind of mood. Shui Yanran, such a road. Together, we walked together. Shui Yanran, I hope you can love me forever. Linny, I hope you can accompany me to the ends of the earth. Together, even if I could start all over again, I would not change my decision. I chose you, you chose me, this is our choice. Chapter 80 Stealing the Spotlight. After the song ended, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Well, Mr. Shui sang well, and Mr. Lin sang well too. Mr. Shui, you said you can't sing. Mr. Shui's voice is like the sound of nature. It's a pity that he didn't participate in the Voice of China. As long as President Xue participates, the championship will definitely come. Voices of flattery rang out, and all of them praised Xue Yanran to the sky. But it's not all flattery. Xue Yanran's voice is indeed very gentle, just like her personality. Someone said, "One more song." It instantly resonated with me. For a moment, the sound of encore resounded throughout the venue. Lin Yi looked at Xue Yanran. This time Xue Yanran did not agree and pulled Yi Yushu to be the scapegoat. "Let Yushu sing. Her voice is better." Jai Lin continued, "Then let Yushu and I sing a love song. What do you think?" When these words were spoken, people had different reactions, some applauded and some opposed. Those who cheered were all girls. They all knew that Jai Lin was pursuing Yi Yushu, so they naturally gave him a chance. All those who opposed were boys. It was obvious that they also had a good impression of Yi Yushu and did not want Jai Lin to take the lead. Jai Lin ignored the opposing voices and took the initiative to come to Yi Yushu, saying affectionately, "Yushu, what song do you want to sing?" Yi Yushu didn't have a very good impression of Jai Lin. Although Jai Lin was very handsome and had a bright future, she just felt that he was not her type. He shook his head and refused. "I won't sing, you sing it yourself." How can this be possible? Jai Lin was a little unwilling to give up. This was a perfect opportunity to pursue her and he didn't want to miss it. "Yushu, just sing a song with Jai Lin," a female employee encouraged. "Yes, sing one." Many female employees joined in. Yi Yushu had no choice but to nod in agreement. Jai Lin was overjoyed and immediately ordered a song called Crystal. "Yi Yushu, I see poems written in your eyes. Sometimes wild, sometimes mysterious. Jai Lin, follow your mood. Although my steps are messy, I am happy with it. Yi Yushu, when you love someone, you always have to be very careful. As if holding a crystal in my hand." Yi Yushu's voice is indeed very pleasant, ethereal, and long. Its voice style is different from Xue Yanran's, but each has its own merits and is equally good. This caused boys and girls to cheer loudly, and even Lin Yi couldn't help but applaud. Every time when it was time for the chorus, Jai Lin would gaze at Yi Yushu affectionately, and it was obvious that he loved Yi Yushu very much. No wonder, Yi Yushu's appearance has almost all the advantages of a girl of her age. She has a dignified and beautiful appearance, like a lady from a noble family. Her eyes are lively and she speaks with a hint of cuteness. Her fair skin and black hair are so pure when she is calm and deep. It can be said that her appearance is changeable, and her beauty, temperament and figure are combined. Although she is not as good as Xue Yanran, she is better than Wu Min and Tian Fangfang, and can be considered stunning. Such a woman naturally has no shortage of suitors. However, Yi Yushu was not interested in Jai Lin. Facing Jai Lin's gaze, she just lowered her head and sang, which made Jai Lin very disappointed. After the song was over, everyone cheered and applauded. Jai Lin also wanted to sing a song with Yi Yushu, but was rejected by Yi Yushu as well. "Yushu, you are a talented girl in our company and a good dancer. How about you perform a dance for us today?" Xue Yanran said. Since the chairman had spoken, Yi Yushu, as the secretary, naturally felt embarrassed to refuse. So a dance was performed on the spot. As the music started, Yi Yushu began to dance. This piece of music is a recent popular song on a certain audio platform and became famous because of a female star's dance. This soon attracted the imitation of other dancing girls, and everyone showed off their skills on a certain audio platform, wanting to compete with each other. However, the final results were not satisfactory, and none of them could surpass the original. However, Yi Yushu's dancing posture surpassed the original one. Her body was slender and graceful, like a dancing butterfly, which made everyone fascinated and cheered continuously. Especially those single boys, they were all attracted to Yi Yushu, and Jai Lin even clapped his hands until they were swollen. After the dance, a girl shouted, "Well done, Yushu, this is the best dance I have ever seen, even better than the original." This exaggeration made Yi Yushu feel embarrassed. Xue Yanran said, "Yushu, you play the piano well, play a piano piece for everyone." Yi Yushu said, "Boss Xue, my piano skills are not as good as your guqin skills. I think Boss Xue should play a guqin piece for us." There was thunderous applause again. Xue Yanran waved her hand and said, "I would like to play for you, but unfortunately, the hotel doesn't have a guqin, only a piano." "That's easy. I'll ask the hotel owner to arrange it right away," Lin Yi shouted. This immediately caused another round of applause. Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him, blaming him for being nosy. Linny ignored her and went straight to the waiter, telling him his request, and the waiter left happily. Jilin encouraged, the Guqin will not arrive for a while, how about letting Yushu play a piano piece first? Everyone naturally agreed. Yi Yushu had no choice but to go to the piano in the corner of the venue, sit down and start playing. This is a world-famous song Homesickness. Just listening to the soft and continuous melody, as if full of emotion, makes people think of their hometown. After the song ended, everyone fell silent. Yi Yushu's playing of the music was so emotional that it resonated with everyone. They are all immigrants from Hong Kong, who left their hometowns and came to this strange big city just to have a stable home here. For this reason, they left their hometowns, their parents and friends who loved them. Some people were emotionally touched and shed tears. Linny was also full of emotion. Yi Yushu's performance reminded him of his hometown. It was time to find an opportunity to go back. Snap snap. Linny took the lead in applauding, and the applause gradually grew louder. This time there was only applause, no cheers. Yi Yushu stood up and bowed gracefully to express her gratitude to everyone. Shui Yanran said sincerely, Mr. Lin was originally the protagonist tonight, but I didn't expect that you, Yushu, would steal the limelight. Yi Yushu glanced at Linny sheepishly, and the latter shrugged indifferently, it doesn't matter who I steal the limelight from. Yushu's talent is there. It's hard for gold not to shine. Come on, Yushu, I'll toast you a glass. Linny and Yi Yushu took a sip of wine. The latter was obviously a little drunk. Her face was slightly red. She looked at Linny and said, Boss Lin said I was gold. Aren't you one yourself? You were able to capture Boss Shue's heart. Yushu also wants to see Boss Lin's talent. I don't have any talent. Linny said with a smile. Jilin said, Boss Lin, please stop hiding your incompetence. If you don't have any skills, how could you possibly win over Boss Shue? Comrades, do you agree? Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Succeed? Linny smiled bitterly. He really couldn't answer this question. He couldn't just say that he was the lucky one who was chosen. Chapter 81. The whole audience is amazed. Seeing that Linny didn't say anything, Jilin became even more excited. Mr. Lin is not performing. It seems that the applause is not enough. Let's applaud and warmly welcome Mr. Lin to perform. There was applause again. Linny couldn't refuse, so he waved his hand to quiet everyone down and said, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I will show my ugliness. After saying that, Linny came to the center of the venue and stood still. He looked solemn, with his legs apart and his hands raised. What is Mr. Lin going to perform? Is it dancing? Someone asked. Linny said, it's not dancing, it's snowflakes dancing. After saying that, Linny moved his body, which swayed left and right like a leaf, which made everyone feel thrilling. Afraid that he would fall accidentally. But often at the last moment, a force would suddenly appear in his body and he would stop himself from falling. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the situation changed again. Different position, different posture, the trend of falling appeared again. Amidst another round of exclamations from the crowd, Linny stopped again and turned in another direction. After doing this several times, changing different postures and steps, Linny danced like a butterfly, his postures were strange yet graceful. Everyone was no longer worried about his danger, but instead became immersed in his actions. Is this a dance? Jilin asked Yi Yushu, who was standing beside him. Yi Yushu said solemnly, very similar, but not the same. Yi Yushu was really amazed by Lin Yi's dancing. Others might just appreciate his performance, but Yi Yushu, who was well versed in dancing, knew that many of Lin Yi's moves were beyond the reach of even professional dancers. How could he change his steps and posture in time when he had twisted his body to the limit and had no more strength left? It was totally unreasonable. It's like a person who, after eating too much, can only eat again after digesting the food because there is no room in the stomach to accept it. Lin Yi's behavior was more like he had an infinitely large stomach and could never be full no matter how much he ate. This is simply unreasonable. The cheers were endless, even more so than what Yi Yushu had just said. If Yi Yushu's dancing posture is at the limit of what ordinary people can appreciate, then Lin Yi has obviously surpassed this limit and reached another height, which opened everyone's eyes. It turns out that dancing can be done this way. Of course, they didn't know that what Lin Yi was performing was not dancing, but a kind of martial arts. The name of this martial art is Dancing Snowflakes, which comes from the 9 secret techniques and was derived by the ancient martial arts ancestors of the Nya family from the snowflakes falling from the sky. The reason why Lin Yi performed this martial art was because it was closest to dancing, and it was very entertaining to watch and difficult to tell the difference. When all the recruits are exhausted, call it a day. Everyone was left with endless aftertaste and applauded in unison. Someone shouted, "No wonder Ms. Lin was able to capture Ms. Shue's heart. It turns out that Ms. Lin dances so well. Yushu, although we are good sisters, I have to say that you lose this time." Yi Yushu smiled and said, "I know, I am convinced." After saying that, she looked at Lin Yi with a strange look in her eyes. This was the first time she became interested in Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked to Shui Yanran, who was also looking at him with a bright look in her eyes. Only she knew that their union was a coincidence, no one was chasing anyone, and no one captured anyone. So when everyone asked Lin Yi to perform his talent, Shui Yanran was a little worried that Lin Yi would mess it up. But she didn't expect that he actually possessed special skills, which surprised her and made her feel a little strange. This husband, I am increasingly unable to figure out. Why does he know so much? He is so amazing without anyone noticing, just like Lin Juanhao. The shadows of the two people seemed to overlap, and for a moment Shui Yanran was unable to tell them apart. Just now I said that Yushu stole your limelight, but I didn't expect that you would steal it back so soon. Shui Yanran said. Lin Yi glanced at Yi Yushu and said apologetically, "Yushu, I'm sorry." Yi Yushu looked at Lin Yi deeply, smiled, and shook her head, saying, "Boss Lin, I really have to blame you. You dance so well but you don't show it, so I have to serve as your foil. If I had known, I would not have danced." Jai Lin flattered her, "Yushu, don't belittle yourself. I think you dance very well, not inferior to Mr. Lin." Unfortunately, Yi Yushu did not respond to such flattery, and did not even look at Jai Lin. This made Jai Lin even more embarrassed. Just then, someone called out, "Guqin is here." The door of the venue was pushed open by several hotel waiters, and 2 waiters walked in carrying a Guqin. Great, I can finally watch Mr. Shue's performance. Everyone was suddenly filled with passion. Yi Yushu and Lin Yi pushed the climax to the top in wave after wave, and now it was finally time for the finale. Shui Yanran walked to the Guqin, stroked the strings gently, and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Finally, everyone was waiting for her performance, and everything was silent. Then Shui Yanran plucked the strings of the zither, and suddenly a distant and ethereal sound was heard, as if coming from another time and space. Different from the joyful rhythm of the piano, the Guqin played by Shui Yanran is more about the artistic conception. Listening to Shui Yanran's playing is like being in a deep and quiet valley, with green mountains and lush white mist, and all living things living in harmony with nature, without any worries. The listeners forget all the worldly complications, just to enjoy the view of the mountains and rivers and make the most of their life. If Yi Yushu's homesickness is to let everyone let go of their burdens and pursue their original intentions, then Shui Yanran's ancient song is better in terms of artistic conception and structure. That is not just the liberation of the mind, but the liberation of the soul. All people are born equal. No matter whether they are rich or poor, perfect or imperfect, they will eventually return to the starting point. In the end, you will find that everything you have struggled and pursued is empty and just a dream. Born in a cage without knowing it, emotions and desires are just ropes, but unfortunately few people can untie them. Even if you know, you can't help it. Lin Yi was amazed by the sound of the piano. He had heard Shui Yanran playing the Guqin in the room several times, but the sound of the Guqin was blocked by the room and he could only vaguely hear the lingering sound. He only knew that the sound of the Guqin was beautiful and would affect his emotions if he listened carefully, but it was far from shocking. Now that I am there, I realize how much I have missed. He moved his mind, clasped and opened his hands, and a long sword appeared in his hands. This is exactly the sword he kept in the hidden space. Following the rhythm of the Guqin, Lin Yi danced with his sword, his body moving with the sound, and the sword's movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, with many changes. Look, Mr. Lin is dancing with the sword. Everyone then woke up to the sound of the piano, and looking at the long sword that suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand and the seemingly mysterious sword, their inner passion reached its peak. Chapter 82 No Regrets in This Life. Shui Yanran also saw Lin Yi's swordsmanship. She was surprised to find that Lin Yi's swordsmanship changed into different swordsmanship as the sound of her piano played. It seemed as if his swordsmanship was born out of his own musical style. But soon, she found that this was not the case. The sound of his own piano had begun to change with the changes in Lin Yi's sword moves, and Lin Yi had taken the initiative. In the end, the two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Lin Yi actually knew the rhythm of Shui Yanran's piano melody, and Shui Yanran also knew the trend of Lin Yi's swordsmanship in advance. This unusual sense of tacit understanding brought about certain changes in the bodies and minds of both of them, as if their souls were glued together. This feeling is incomparable, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Others obviously cannot understand this deep joy. But the surface performance was enough to make them deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. It seemed as if their entire souls were trembling along with Shui Yanran's piano playing and Lin Yi's swordsmanship. When the piano music ended, Lin Yi's swordsmanship also ended. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was immersed in this stunning performance, recalling the unprecedented soul-stirring touch. Finally, someone applauded. Then, the second one, the third one. The applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. Yi Yushu said to Shui Yanran and Lin Yi with deep meaning, "I have never been so shocked in my life. Mr. Shui, Mr. Lin, thank you for your performance. I have no regrets in this life. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I have always been prejudiced against you and thought you were not worthy of Mr. Shui. Now I know how wrong I was. You two are simply a perfect match." Others also expressed their shock. Yu Shu is right. I have no regrets in my life for being able to see such a shocking performance. Boss Shui and Boss Lin are a perfect match. You two must have practiced your piano playing and swordplay for a long time. Your tacit understanding is unmatched. I am still recalling the sound of Mr. Shui's piano in my mind. When the piano sounded, Mr. Lin's swordsmanship came naturally. I'm the opposite of you. My mind is full of swordplay. When swordplay comes out, the piano music returns. Everyone expressed their inner feelings one by one. Lin Yi seemed not to hear anything, and only looked at Shui Yanran, as if she was the only one in his eyes. Shui Yanran blushed and dared not look him in the face. Lin Yi suddenly stretched out his right palm, and with a thought, a red ring box appeared in his hand. Everyone was shocked. "This is a magic trick, so amazing, Mr. Lin, how did you do it?" Someone else said, "Of course it's magic, could it be a special ability? I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be able to perform magic. He is so versatile. No wonder he was able to capture the heart of Mr. Shui. Yes, the sword just appeared out of thin air. This magic is amazing. The sword is so long. Where is it hidden in Mr. Lin's body? Boss Lin must have used some kind of trick, or maybe the sword can be retracted. Hey, why did the sword disappear?" "Shut up, everyone. Didn't you see Mr. Lin's ring box? It's such a romantic moment, and you're discussing these useless things." Finally, after this sentence, everyone shut up and waited for the romantic moment to come. Lin Yi opened the ring box and said affectionately, "Yanran, I carefully selected this diamond ring for you. I couldn't afford it before we got married, but now I can finally afford it. I want to put it on your hand myself. I hope you won't reject this belated love." Shui Yanran was so moved by the atmosphere that she shed a tear. She slowly stretched out her hand and Lin Yi put the diamond ring on her ring finger. The scene suddenly became a sea of joy. After the company dinner, everyone was still reluctant to leave. Shui Yanran drove the red Ferrari and took Lin Yi away from the hotel. She did not go home, but drove to the Nandun Bridge where she jumped into the river last time. Lin Yi frowned. Shui Yanran came here again. Could it be that she wanted to dance again? But seeing Shui Yanran's expression was very calm, with a hint of smile on her face, Lin Yi felt relieved. Accompanying Shui Yanran to the bridge, looking at the river below, Shui Yanran said, "Lin Yi, thank you." "Thank me for what?" Lin Yi asked. "Thank you for your performance tonight. I haven't been so happy in a long time." Shui Yanran said. Lin Yi said, "As long as you are willing, I can make you happy like this for the rest of your life." Shui Yanran avoided Lin Yi's burning gaze and said, "Please don't force me. I'm confused now. Sometimes I can't even tell you apart from him." Then he thought for a moment and said, "It was here that I first met him, and it was here that we separated, and I never saw him again." Lin Yi naturally knew that the he Shui Yanran was talking about was Lin Juanhao. No wonder Shui Yanran lost her composure that day. It turns out that Nandun Bridge means so much to Shui Yanran. Although he has left you, you still have me. I will always be with you," Lin Yi said affectionately. Shui Yanran glanced at Lin Yi, smiled and nodded. "That diamond ring is very expensive, right?" "It's not expensive. A diamond ring can't express my love for you. Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him and asked angrily, "Do you talk to all women like this? I am only for you, no one else is worthy." Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him again. "When I investigated you, I thought you were a very honest person and would not say sweet words to women. I didn't expect the result to be wrong. Your mouth is like sugar. How many women can withstand your deception?" Linny said, "I am not lying, I really love you." Shui Yanran sighed, "I can feel that if it weren't for him, I would have fallen in love with you by now." Linny said, "Do you dare to say that you are not in love with me now?" Shui Yanran thought about it carefully and shook her head. "I don't know, maybe I have fallen in love with you, but he still exists in my mind. What should I do? I can't fall in love with two people at the same time." Linny slowly put his arm around Shui Yanran's shoulders, and Shui Yanran also rested her head on Linny's shoulder. This time, Shui Yanran did not hesitate at all and followed her heart. "Yanran, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you fall in love with two men at the same time, it's not your fault." Shui Yanran asked, "Do you think I am fickle?" Linny scratched her nose and said, "How can the word fickle be used to describe you?" Shui Yanran said, "I hope you don't mind. I'm just afraid that you might mind." Linny shrugged, "Of course I don't mind, but I really want to know, you said today that you didn't mind me sleeping with Tian Fangfang, is that true? Do you really not mind?" Shui Yanran smiled and shook her head. Linny asked, "What does shaking your head mean? Do you mind?" Shui Yanran nodded again. Chapter 83 True Feelings Revealed. "Then Miss Yanran, can you tell me when you fell in love with me, or when you had a good impression of me? I'm very curious." Shui Yanran glanced at the river surface and said mischievously, "Guess." Linny noticed her expression, glanced at the river and asked, "When you fell into the water, when I rescued you?" Shui Yanran nodded. "The moment I fell into the water and sank, I thought I was going to die. In a trance, I saw Juanhao's shadow. Then, his shadow shattered, and you appeared. Your expression was both anxious and distressed, and the strings in my heart seemed to be touched by you." Faced with Shui Yanran's true feelings, Linny felt his heart moved. He looked at Shui Yanran affectionately, and the latter also looked at him affectionately. Linny lowered his head and was about to kiss her sexy lips, but at the last moment, Shui Yanran dodged. Linny sighed secretly, knowing that Shui Yanran still hadn't gotten over the hurdle of Lin Juanhao. As long as she can't survive, Linny will never get her. Then Shui Yanran said, "I'm thirsty. Go to the car and get me a bottle of water." "You're using the same trick again. You want to take advantage of me and jump down from here?" "I won't be fooled. I'm not. I'm really thirsty this time. I'm not lying to you." Linny shook his head and held her hand. "If you want to drink water, go home and drink it." The two got in the car and went home. When they got home, Linny poured a glass of water and handed it to Shui Yanran, and said jokingly, "Drink it, there is a drug in the water." Shui Yanran rolled her eyes and drank it all in one gulp. Linny pretended to look at the watch again and started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. When he counted to 1, Shui Yanran was fine. Linny knew that this trick was useless against Shui Yanran. "Aren't you afraid that I will really drug and rape you?" Shui Yanran shook her head. "Don't be afraid, you are not that kind of person." Linny looked at her deeply and said, "But I'm really afraid that one day I won't be able to bear it anymore. This aimless waiting is really driving me crazy. Please give me some time." Shui Yanran said, "I'm not ready yet, let's talk about it when I'm ready." "So when will you be ready?" Shui Yanran thought for a moment and said, "When you forget about him." "It's him again." Linny sighed. This Lin Juanhao has taken root too deeply in Shui Yanran's heart. Linny is even jealous. The next day, Linny came to work at the company. Just as he sat down, Wu Min walked in hurriedly. "What's going on? Did I miss something last night? Why are so excited about last night's party, talking about President Shui playing the Guqin, and President Lin's swordsmanship, and saying that they have no regrets in this life? Damn it, if I had known it would be so lively, I would have attended the party last night." Wu Min said excitedly. She had something to do last night and did not attend the company party. When she arrived this morning, she saw her colleagues gathered together to discuss Shui Yanran and Lin Yi's talent show yesterday. They talked about it vividly, and Wu Min regretted her decision. "It was indeed a loss that you didn't attend last night," Lin Yi said. "Boss Lin, I'm your secretary. Now the whole company has seen it, and I'm the only one who didn't see it. This is intolerable. Boss Lin, you must perform for me if you have the chance." Don't worry, there is a chance. Linny said. By the way, Mr. Lin, I just received a call from Yushu saying that the board meeting will be held at 9 o'clock. Linny asked, why hold a meeting at this time? Did something happen? I heard that the company has a funding problem. How could that be? Didn't Mr. Shui just discuss a few financing deals? Wu Min shook her head. I don't know the details, but it seems to be related to Dong Jinfeng. This old bastard, what has he done to cause trouble again? Lin Yi cursed inwardly. I understand. The meeting will start at 9 o'clock sharp. In the meeting room. The place was full of people at this time, and everyone was whispering about something. Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in, glancing at Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran, who had a serious expression on her face, relaxed a little after seeing Lin Yi. After nodding for him to sit down, he started the meeting and said, the reason we called everyone together for this meeting is because the company has a cash problem. Zhou Rong asked, Boss Shui, didn't you just discuss a few financings? How come they ran out so quickly? Shui Yanran said, of course not, it's just that our suppliers are now united to demand payment for the goods. If it is released now, this amount will not be enough. It's not time yet. It's very common in our industry to hold back payments on goods. Why are these people in such a hurry? Shui Yanran said, someone spread rumors that our capital chain was broken, causing them to panic, so they rushed to ask us for payment. Who spread the rumor? Zhou Rong asked. Tang Mingjin said, is there any need to ask? It must be Dong Jinfeng who was behind this. Zhou Rong immediately started swearing and cursed Dong Jinfeng's ancestors. The fact that Dong Jinfeng could make this old woman so angry shows that he is truly an unforgivable evildoer. Not only did they withdraw their shares, but they also repeatedly tried to trip up the company. How could this not make people angry? Shui Yanran said, Mr. Zhou, there's no point getting angry now. We should try to find more financing. Do the directors have any resources? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly asked, Boss Shui, how much do we have now? Shui Yanran looked at him in surprise, at least 500 million. 500 million, I'll find a way. Do you have a way to raise 500 million? Lin Yi looked at Shui Yanran's excited expression, rolled his eyes, and said, Mr. Shui doesn't believe it, then, let's make a bet. Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him, but still asked, what are you betting on? Lin Yi smiled mischievously, I won't tell you yet, we'll talk about it in private later. The other directors all laughed secretly when they saw Lin Yi openly flirting with Shui Yanran in the board meeting. It stands to reason that Lin Yi shouldn't have said such frivolous things in the board meeting, but no one was angry. Firstly, they were a couple, so flirting was harmless. Secondly, since Lin Yi had been able to raise 500 million yuan, it would not be too much to flirt with him. Shui Yanran rolled her eyes at him helplessly and said, then today's meeting ends here. Everyone else, please leave. President Lin, you stay. Soon, the directors walked out one by one, leaving only Shui Yanran and Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, you can tell me now, Shui Yanran said. Lin Yi smiled and said, let's bet on a kiss. If I lose, I'll kiss you. If I win, you'll kiss me. Shui Yanran blushed and said angrily, you are so naive. You take advantage of me whether I win or lose. Lin Yi said, if you lose, you can do whatever you want to me. If you win, you can give me a kiss. That should be fine, right? Shui Yanran thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Lin Yi was excited and said, Yanran, you must keep your word and don't cheat. Shui Yanran smiled slightly, let's talk about it after you win, this is 500 million. Chapter 84, Paying a large sum of money for a child. 500 million is indeed a huge sum of money. It is not easy for Lin Yi to get it in a short time. The only person he can find now is Nie Tian, the richest man in Sutin. Nie Tian was very nice to him and had promised that he could come to him if he had any problems. But this is 500 million after all, and Lin Yi can't guarantee whether the richest man in Sutin City can come up with it all at once. But since he has already made the promise, Lin Yi can only give it a try. With a nervous mood, Lin Yi dialed Nie Tian's number. At this time, Nie Tian was taking a walk with his son Nie Yun. Nie Yun's complexion has improved a lot and his face has regained its rosy color. His originally thin cheeks have become a little fatter. Although he is still thin overall, he is no different from a normal person. In addition, his physical strength also returned to normal levels. After walking such a long distance, he was only slightly out of breath. Nie Tian was very satisfied. Xiao Yun, you're finally back to normal. All your efforts have paid off. Nya Tian shed tears. Only he himself understands how much pain he has endured for his son over the past few decades. Dad, even though I have recovered my health, I cannot become a master of ancient martial arts. What's the difference between me and a useless person? Nya Yun said discouragedly. Nya Tian said, don't say that. You are lucky to be alive. Dad is already very relieved. Dad doesn't ask for anything else. Even if you can't recover to be a master of ancient martial arts, it doesn't matter. Now my Nya family is stable. We have won over 2 great masters of ancient martial arts, Mou and Lin Yi. No one dares to covet our Nya family. Besides, Xiao Ai will be back from the Black Dragon Squad soon. When the time comes, I will help him practice the 9 Dao Ju. I think Xiao Ai still has a chance of winning. Nya Yun said, I hope Xiao Ai can succeed. Mou and Lin Yi are outsiders after all. They can help us solve some small problems. But if we really encounter big troubles, it's hard to say. Nya Tian nodded and said, you and I think the same. We don't need to bother them with ordinary things, but if it is really beyond their ability, they will not help us wholeheartedly. Recently, your father has been thinking of a way to give Tingfang to Lin Yi. As long as the two have a child, Lin Yi will be a member of my Nya family. If we really encounter problems at that time, he will also help us wholeheartedly. Nya Yun nodded, this is also a solution, but I don't know if Tingfang is willing. After all, she is only 15 years old. Nya Tian said, she can't be unwilling. Born in the Nya family, she has to do things for the Nya family. She can't do what she wants. But Lin Yi has concerns. He said that he loves his wife very much and doesn't want to do anything to let her down. This is troublesome. I can't force him. Nya Yun admired Lin Yi very much and said, it's a man's nature to be lustful. What's more, he is a master of ancient martial arts. If he wants a woman, he can just reach out and get her, just like me back then. It's rare that he can keep his original intention. Such a person is worth making friends with. As for Tingfang and his affairs, we will find a way later. After all, people change. Nya Tian nodded, agreeing with his son's words. Just then, the phone rang. When Nya Tian opened it, he saw that it was Lin Yi calling, and he was immediately surprised. Nya Yun frowned and said, Dad, don't be too happy. If he asks us for help, we may not be able to help. After all, the troubles of ancient martial arts masters are not something we can easily solve. Nya Tian said, let's see what he says first. After saying that, he picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Xiaoyi, why did you think of calling me? Did something happen? Nya Tian asked with a smile. Lin Yi's hesitant voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Uncle Nya, I am indeed in some trouble. I would like to ask Uncle Nya for help. Nya Tian and Nya Yun looked at each other and found that it was indeed the case. What's the matter? Nya Tian asked. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yi felt embarrassed. This made Nya Tian even more uneasy. It turned out that he was in big trouble, otherwise, Lin Yi would not be so unhappy. Xiaoyi, if you have any problem, just tell me. Don't be shy. I will definitely help you if I can. Another meaning is, don't blame me if I can't help you. Uncle Nya, this is what happened. My wife's company has recently encountered some financial problems and is in urgent need of financing, so I would like to ask Uncle Nya if he has any spare funds to invest. This is it. I was shocked. I thought it was something else. Nya Tian said as he wiped the sweat from his face due to nervousness. Tell me, how much do you need? 500 million. Lin Yi stammered. No problem. Not to mention 500 million, 5 billion is no problem at all. Nya Tian said. Thank you so much, Uncle Nya. You have helped me a lot. I don't know how to repay you. It's too formal to talk about repaying or not repaying between us. After Nya Tian finished speaking, he suddenly saw his son Nya Yun winking at him, and he instantly understood what his son meant. Then Lin Yi said, okay, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I'll let the company talk to you. Wait a moment. Nya Tian called Lin Yi in time. Uncle, is there anything else? Lin Yi asked. Nya Tian smiled and said, you just mentioned repaying me, but I really have something to do. Whatever it is, Uncle Nya, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. It's just a piece of cake for you. It's what I told you about you and my granddaughter Tingfeng. This. Nye Tian said, shall we, listen to me first. I once consulted a Taoist fortune teller, and he said that I will not be able to enjoy the happiness of 4 generations living under one roof in this life, so my greatest wish is to see the next generation of my Nye family before I die. I hope you can fulfill this wish, shall we? As long as you and Tingfeng have a child, I will have no regrets in this life. Linny said, don't worry, Uncle Nye, I am here to ensure that you live a long life. It is not difficult to have 4 generations living under one roof, and even 5 generations living under one roof will not be a problem. Nye Tian said anxiously, don't worry, I know you are a great doctor, but you can't guarantee that I won't have any accidents, right? What if I suddenly have a car accident or something and pass away suddenly? Linny was silent for a moment, and said, I really can't guarantee this. That's right, that's why I'm anxious now. I really want to see my great-grandson born into this world. Please fulfill my wish. Linny said, but I already have a wife, and I don't want to do anything to let her down. Nye Tian said, if you don't tell her and I don't tell her, and she doesn't know, how can I be sorry for her? Linny fell silent again. Nye Tianjia said with more strength, shall we, how about this? I will give you the 500 million as a donation subsidy, and you can regard it as me paying a large sum of money to help my granddaughter have a child. Linny said, your granddaughter is too young, I really. Nye Tian shouted, so you have this concern. That's too simple. She will be 16 years old in a few months. I will hold a coming-of-age ceremony for her. You must come and participate. Then you won't have any worries. Okay, that's a deal. I have something else to do now, so I'll hang up now. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, fearing that Linny would change his mind again. Chapter 85 Kiss. Linny put away the phone with a wry smile. He originally wanted to attract investment, but he didn't expect Nye Tian to do this to him. He gave away 500 million yuan without hesitation, and even called it a huge sum of money to have a child for his granddaughter. This title left Linny speechless. But if you calculate carefully, it is quite cost-effective. This is 500 million yuan, and each person is worth only 5 yuan on average, which is a great value. But if he calculated it this way, then he had wasted at least tens of billions from childhood to adulthood, which made him feel a little distressed and he dared not continue calculating. Nye Tian kept his word and at night, he transferred the money to Lin Yi's bank card. As expected of the richest man, he has ample cash flow and can give 500 million as soon as he says so. Linny came to Shui Yanran with a bank card. Shui Yanran was cooking at that time. Linny walked behind her, looked at her pretty back, and couldn't help but reach out to hug her. Shui Yanran felt Lin Yi's presence behind her, and her body trembled slightly due to nervousness. Just as Lin Yi's hand was getting closer and closer to Shui Yanran's back, he heard Shui Yanran say, we're out of vinegar at home. Go downstairs and buy some. Linny sighed, withdrew his hand and walked out. Hearing the sound of the door, Shui Yanran also breathed a sigh of relief and cursed herself secretly, damn it, why can't I forget him? When Linny came back after buying vinegar, Shui Yanran had already prepared the meal. Linny smelled it and said, it smells so good. Honey, you are such a great cook. Shui Yanran obviously enjoyed Lin Yi's praise and said, try it and see if it suits your taste. After their relationship improved, Lin Yi no longer needed to eat separately from Shui Yanran. Now Lin Yi finally has a home in the true sense of the word. Lin Yi took a bite and nodded in praise, it's delicious. But honey, I want to give you a suggestion? You can bring it up, but I may not listen. Shui Yanran said mischievously. Lin Yi suppressed his inner turmoil and said, wife, can you cook less vegetarian dishes and more meat dishes? Shui Yanran said, it's easy to gain weight by eating meat. Lin Yi said, you are already beautiful enough. Even if you gain weight, I still love you. Shui Yanran said, that's not necessarily true. Lin Yi was about to swear, but Shui Yanran quickly said, okay, I'll do as you say. Cook more meat dishes next time. Lin Yi smiled and said, thank you, wife. I like to eat braised pork. Please make it for me when you have time. Shui Yanran nodded, I understand. I'll make it for you tomorrow. Lin Yi is enjoying his current life of flirting with Shui Yanran. How to say it, his marriage with Shui Yanran was accidental. Although he kept saying that he would make Shui Yanran fall in love with him, he still felt in his heart that he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and he never thought that this day would really come. Now that this day has really come true, Lin Yi is filled with mixed emotions, as if he were in a dream. Actually, he should thank the system. If the system hadn't given him special abilities, how could he have pursued Shui Yanran? Thank you, system. Lin Yi thanked secretly. You're welcome. I didn't expect to get a response from the system, but surprisingly, the system responded. Lin Yi calmed down and took out the bank card. What is this? Shui Yanran asked, looking up, with the chopstick still in her mouth, looking charming and cute. 500 million. Lin Yi said. Shui Yanran's face was filled with surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Yi could actually raise 500 million. Naturally, she would not doubt the authenticity of the card. Who gave it to you? The richest man in Sutin, Nya Tian. Why did he give you the money directly instead of buying our shares in the market? Because this money was not used for financing, but for me personally. Why should I give you a person? What does he want? Have. What do you want? He wants his granddaughter to have a child with me. He only wants the child, not the status, and he asked me to keep it a secret from you. Then why didn't you hide it from me? Because I love you, I don't want to hide it from you. So what are you going to do? Of course it's impossible to have a baby. I don't want to let you down. Let's use the money first and pay him back when we have money. Why should we return it to him? It's 500 million. Can't you make a sacrifice? Lin Yi was shocked. Yanran, you don't object? Why would you object? She doesn't want a name anyway. It's such a good deal, I'm so happy. Besides, someone is willing to pay 500 million to have a child with my husband, which shows how good my husband is, doesn't it? Lin Yi really enjoyed the word husband and said, Yanran, I like you to call me husband, call me that again. Shui Yanran blushed, but still called out, husband. Again? Husband. Again? This time Shui Yanran didn't scream. Just one more, one last one, please, honey. Husband. Shui Yanran called out finally. Lin Yi was finally satisfied. Wife, do you really not mind that I have a child with someone else? Lin Yi finally asked. Shui Yanran shook her head, of course I mind, but if someone offers 500 million for a child, then I don't mind. Remember, you are not allowed to mess around with other women unless someone is willing to pay 500 million. This is the bottom line. Lin Yi pretended to sigh and shook his head, you are already rich enough, but I didn't expect you to sell your husband for 500 million. Shui Yanran said, what's wrong with that? 500 million was earned in just a few minutes. Others don't even have this opportunity. Lin Yi smiled and said, indeed, this money comes too easily. Wait, what do you mean by a few minutes? You underestimate me. It will take me at least 2 hours. 2 hours? Is that so exaggerated? I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, I'll show you on the spot. This frightened Shui Yanran so much that she quickly begged for mercy. Okay, I believe you, isn't that enough? Lin Yi didn't listen, stood up and walked to Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran looked at him with a vigilant look on her face. I told you I believe you, don't do anything rash, I haven't thought it through yet, I warn you, if you do anything rash, I will be angry. Lin Yi put on an evil smile and said, don't get me wrong, I just want you to kiss me and fulfill your promise. You lose our bet. Shui Yanran then remembered the bet and blushed, saying, close your eyes. Lin Yi closed his eyes excitedly and pouted his lips. Shui Yanran gritted her teeth and kissed Lin Yi on the forehead like a chick pecking at rice. This caused Lin Yi's dissatisfaction. Don't play tricks, kiss her on the mouth. Shui Yanran said, I'm not cheating, I just said I'll kiss you if I lose, I didn't say I'll kiss you on the mouth. This made Lin Yi so angry that his teeth itched, but he could do nothing about it. Just wait and see. Sooner or later I will return. Chapter 86 Provocation. After dinner, the two of them cleaned up together. Lin Yi suggested going out for a walk, and Shui Yanran readily agreed. The two walked out of the elevator hand in hand and went for a walk in the community. The two of them were talking and laughing, instantly attracting a lot of people's attention. Especially Shui Yanran, she is known as the first-class goddess, her appearance and figure are both unique, and she has attracted a lot of discussion. Who is that woman? She's so beautiful. I've never seen her before. Is she from our neighborhood? You don't even know her. She's the most beautiful homeowner in our neighborhood. She's nicknamed the top goddess. She's like the president of her own company. I remember now. It's the beautiful lady driving the red Ferrari. Yes, that's her. It's rare. I usually only see her driving in and out when she's on her way to and from get off work. She's sitting in the car, and I'm already amazed by her. I didn't expect she's so beautiful in person. Look at her face and figure, there's nothing to say. Why not call her the first-class goddess? She really lives up to her reputation. Usually she looks like an ice goddess, but today you can see she has a smile on her face. A woman in love is the most beautiful. Unfortunately, that man is not worthy of her at all. She walks limply. I don't know what he likes about her. Indeed, that guy is quite handsome, but he is obviously not a good match for a top-ranked goddess. I never thought the goddess had such bad taste. If I had known, I would have pursued him. What do you know? Maybe they have better skills. That's true. Zhang Cheng also saw Linny and Shui Yan ran out for a walk, so she quickly ran back home. As soon as he entered the house, he said to his son Wu Kai, "Son, guess who I saw in the neighborhood just now?" Wu Kai was exercising with a barbell, and when he heard this he asked, "Who is it?" "It's our neighbor Miss Shui." Wu Kai's face instantly became excited, and he asked, "What is she doing in the neighborhood?" She was walking with her husband. They were arm in arm, so close. When Wu Kai heard this, his face changed and he instantly felt jealous. Zhang Qing asked, "Son, you want to pursue Miss Shui, so now is your chance." "Mom, you're right. I'll go out now. Wait for my good news." Linny and Shui Yanran held hands and chatted as they walked, making others envious. After walking for half an hour, the two returned. When they passed the basketball court, someone suddenly called them. "Miss Shui, what a coincidence." The person who spoke was naturally Wu Kai. I saw him wearing sportswear and playing ball on the court. The exposed muscles have natural and smooth lines, and each muscle looks like it is carved from marble, full of artistic sense. Such a figure is indeed very attractive to women. No wonder Wu Kai has become an expert in love and is always successful with women. Of course, Shui Yanran is an exception. After seeing Wu Kai, the smile on Shui Yanran's face disappeared instantly, and her face returned to its cold expression. "Miss Shui, you don't recognize me. We met a few days ago at Mr. Chow's birthday party. My name is Wu Kai, and I'm your neighbor." Wu Kai showed a smile as bright as the sun. "It's you. That's great that you finally remembered." Wu Kai continued to smile. He turned to look at Linny again. "Hello, I'm Wu Kai, you must be Miss Shui's boyfriend, we've met before." "Not her boyfriend, I'm her husband," Linny corrected. As he spoke, he reached out and hugged Shui Yanran, who cooperated and leaned her head on his chest. Wu Kai felt a surge of jealousy rising from the bottom of his heart and forced a smile on his face. Linny stretched out his hand. "My name is Linny, nice to meet you. Do you like playing basketball?" Wu Kai said, "I like it. As a man, you should exercise more. I wonder if you play basketball." Linny nodded and said, "I started playing in junior high school, and even joined the school team when I was in college." Wu Kai said, "Really? Then you must be an expert. Are you interested in competing?" Linny looked at Shui Yanran and asked, "Wife, are you in a hurry to go back?" "If not, I will play basketball for a while." Shui Yanran shook her head and said, "Don't be in a hurry, but you must win, don't embarrass me." Linny scratched Shui Yanran's nose and said, "Don't worry, there's no way I, your husband, would embarrass you." This made Wu Kai, who was standing by, so angry that his teeth itched. "Fuck, you showed affection in front of me and ignored me, you really thought I was jealous. If you want to win, I will beat you to death and make you lose face. Then, humph." In Wu Kai's opinion, defeating Linny is easy. Linny looked so frail that he probably couldn't withstand a blow from me. He not only wanted to defeat Linny, but also to embarrass him. In this way, Shui Yanran would definitely look at him with new eyes, and might even throw herself into his arms. Thinking of this, Wu Kai smiled. Suddenly he threw the ball under the basket, then quickly stepped forward, jumped up, caught the ball and dunked it in one go. Linny and Shui Yanran were both a little surprised. This made Wu Kai very satisfied. "Now you know my strength, let's see if you dare to underestimate me," Wu Kai thought. Linny said, "Brother Wu, I didn't expect your ball skills to be so good." Wu Kai's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, "Oh no." He just wanted to show off his ball skills, but he didn't expect that he would scare the opponent away and make her dare not compete. Then he would lose the opportunity to perform in front of the beautiful woman. Said, "Brother Lin, don't be afraid, I will let you." Linny said, "I'm not afraid, I just didn't expect your skills to be so good, so I want to praise you." I'm glad you're not scared. I thought you were scared. Come on, you go first. As he spoke, Wu Kai passed the ball to Linny. Linny patted the ball, feeling unfamiliar with it, and passed it to Wu Kai. You go first. Then I won't be polite. Wu Kai said with a smile. But he laughed secretly in his heart. I gave you the opportunity but you didn't use it. I will shave your head later. Brother Lin, be careful, I'm going to make a layup. Wu Kai said as he dribbled the ball straight towards Lin Yi. He jumped up and dunked the ball 3 meters from the basket, completely ignoring Lin Yi below. A pair of knees hit Lin Yi's chest directly, knocking him to the ground. Wu Kai thought so too. He knocked Lin Yi away and then dunked the basketball, holding the basket with both hands and looking down at Lin Yi, who was unable to get up. He not only improved himself but also defeated the opponent. It was simply perfect. Thinking of this, Wu Kai couldn't help but laugh and accepted the joy of victory in advance. Just as he was fantasizing, his knees finally hit Lin Yi's chest. Unlike what he had imagined, the situation of falling down upon the first touch did not happen. Instead, Wu Kai felt that he had hit a wall. He lost his balance and his hands didn't even touch the basket when he dunked, and he fell directly to the ground. Looking at Lin Yi again, he was still standing there, looking down at him with an innocent face. Damn, this bastard is so strong. Wu Kai cursed inwardly. Chapter 87 Self-Humiliation. At this moment, Shui Yanran asked on the sidelines, Husband, are you okay? Lin Yi shook his head. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, wife. Shui Yanran said, I'm glad you're okay. You scared me. Wu Kai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Cursing inwardly, of course you are fine, I am the one who is in trouble. At this time, the two were still showing their affection, which made Wu Kai even more jealous. Lin Yi reached out and pulled Wu Kai up, and asked, Brother Wu, are you okay? It's okay. Wu Kai said, enduring the pain in his body. Come again. Lin Yi said, you still want to come? I think forget it. Brother Wu, you must be injured. Go back and take good care of yourself. When you are well, we can have another chance to compete. Who said I was injured? I'm fine. Wu Kai endured the pain and pretended to be fine. Just kidding, I finally got the chance, so of course I can't let it go. I don't know when I will have the next chance. Brother Lin, it's your turn to attack this time. Wu Kai threw the basketball to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the ball and slapped it a few times, then said to Wu Kai, okay, I'm going to attack, be careful. As he spoke, Lin Yi dribbled the ball and made a layup, and like Wu Kai, he jumped up and dunked from a distance of 3 meters. Wu Kai smiled and thought to himself, you want to imitate me? Now let me show you how I'm going to deal with you. He also followed Lin Yi's example and let Lin Yi take off to dunk, but instead he rushed towards Lin Yi's lower body. As long as he knocks down his lower body, Lin Yi will lose his balance, and instead of dunking, he will fall flat on his face. This way, it can be considered revenge. Of course, this is against the rules. But this is not an official match, there is no referee, and his movements are relatively covert, so I believe he will not be discovered. Even if he is discovered, he can still make excuses by saying he didn't mean it, and who can do anything to him? Everything was planned perfectly, and Wu Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud at his perfect opportunity. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. When his body crashed into Lin Yi's legs, he felt the other party's incredible strength. He seemed to have hit a telephone pole. The other party was not affected, but his body was knocked to the bottom. Snap! A dunk sounded overhead. Wu Kai looked up and saw Lin Yi dunking the basket with both hands, looking down at him with a domineering look in his eyes. Wu Kai! Damn, you got the wrong script, how come it's the other way around? Wu Kai's mind went blank. It wasn't until Lin Yi came down from the basket and reached out to him that he reacted. I can get up by myself. Ignoring Lin Yi's help, Wu Kai supported himself with his hands and stood up, grimacing in pain. Brother Wu, do you want to come again? Of course. Wu Kai said. Then, he took a defensive stance. Then I'm here, you better be careful. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he patted the ball and continued to lay up. The moment he jumped, Wu Kai also jumped. With his professional basketball skills, Wu Kai is best at seizing the opportunity to shoot. He could predict the timing of Lin Yi's jump and jump at the same time, so there was a high probability that he would block the ball directly. Damn it, I can't beat you, so I'll block your shot. Look at my invincible super hot pot. Wu Kai had a smile on his face and swung his big hand directly towards the basketball in Lin Yi's hand. But just when he was about to touch the basketball, Lin Yi suddenly turned in the air and avoided Wu Kai's block. Impossible, how could he have such a strong ability to stay in the air? Wu Kai was stunned. With a bang, the sound of a slam dunk came from behind. Wu Kai knew what was going on without even looking back. "Hubby, you're so awesome." Shui Yanran's cheers rang out from the side. Wu Kai felt as if his heart was stabbed hard again. "Brother Wu, forget it. Let's stop here for today. We can compete again some other time if we have the chance." Lin Yi said this, and no longer paid attention to Wu Kai. He walked to Shui Yanran and put his left hand on his waist. Shui Yanran naturally took his arm, and the two left talking and laughing. Wu Kai didn't say anything else. He knew that his plan to humiliate the opponent by playing basketball had failed. Lin Yi's basketball skills were superior to him and he completely crushed him. Wu Kai felt that his dignity was trampled upon. From childhood to adulthood, he had never suffered such a big setback. He originally wanted to teach Lin Yi a lesson for showing off, but he didn't expect to be taught a lesson by the other party instead. Not only did we lose the game, we also got injured. Of course, compared to losing and getting injured, what he couldn't accept the most was Shui Yanran's disregard. From beginning to end, Shui Yanran never even looked at him straight in the eye, and even when she left, she didn't even look at him. How could he tolerate this when he thought he was an expert in picking up girls? "Just wait and see, I will come back sooner or later." Wu Kai cursed. Shui Yanran walked on the way home with Lin Yi on her arm. As they walked, she looked at Lin Yi and said with a smile, "I didn't expect my husband to be so capable. I now know another of your special skills playing basketball." Lin Yi smiled and said, "In fact, I don't really know how to play basketball. I played for 2 years in junior high school, and rarely played in high school. I didn't play basketball at all in college." Shui Yanran asked, "Then why did you lie? Don't you see that Wu Kai is interested in you? He deliberately waited for us on the court and forced me to compete with him so that he could show off in front of you and step on me at the same time so that he could get you." Shui Yanran said, "He thinks too much of me, thinking I'm so easy to be fooled." Lin Yi said, "That's what he thinks, he treats you as an ordinary woman, but he doesn't know that you are different from them. I don't want a fly staring at my wife, so I took this opportunity to teach him a lesson, hoping that he will learn from it and stop having such wishful thinking. If he dares to have any idea about you again, don't blame me for being rude." Wu Kai limped back home. As soon as he entered the house, his mother Zhang Qing asked, "Son, how are you? Is everything going well? Hey, how are you injured?" Zhang Qing hurriedly helped Wu Kai sit down on the sofa and applied ointment to Wu Kai's red and swollen parts. Wu Kai was grimaced in pain. Zhang Qing asked distressfully, "What happened? You won't fight, will you?" "We didn't fight. I was just playing basketball with that kid named Lin. I wanted to push him to the ground and rub him, but he rubbed me instead. Damn, I'll remember this grudge." Zhang Qing advised, "Son, why don't you just forget it? There are many good women. It's not worth it to just be with one. Besides, she's already married." "Mom, I don't want to either, but I really like Shui Yanran. The first time I saw her, I had the feeling of first love. I dream about her every day. I am deeply fascinated by her." Wu Kai said. Zhang Qing sighed deeply and said, "It's also my mother's fault. If I had known you were so obsessed with him, I shouldn't have let you meet her. What should I do now?" Wu Kai said, "Don't worry, Mom, I have a way, I will definitely snatch Shui Yanran away." Chapter 88 He is unkind and I am unjust. The next day, Shui Yanran convened another board meeting. At the meeting, she announced that 500 million yuan in funds had been in place, which immediately aroused thunderous applause from the shareholders. It was done so quickly. "That's 500 million. Yes, Mr. Lin is really amazing. You solved the 500 million yuan gap in one day. Mr. Lin has solved several major crises for the company since he joined the company. What is 500 million? Mr. Lin's connections are probably unmatched in the company. I think Ms. Shui has good vision and found a good husband." Several directors praised Lin Yi and also praised Shui Yanran as well. Shui Yanran looked at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi also looked at Shui Yanran, and their eyes showed no sign of hiding their love for each other. At this time, Zhou Rong said, "Don't be too happy too soon. Although this crisis has been resolved, there will be another one. Everyone should be mentally prepared in advance and be on guard against whether Dong Jinfeng will cause trouble again. When Shui Yanran heard this, her expression became serious. Mr. Zhou is right. This is indeed a big problem. I have a relationship with the Dong family, but Dong Jinfeng has tried to kill us several times. We need to think of a solution. Lin Yi said, instead of passively taking a beating, it is better to take the initiative to attack. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all stared at Lin Yi. Lin Yi obviously had a solution when he said this. However, Lin Yi did not say it at the board meeting. Instead, he went to Shui Yanran's office after the meeting and talked about it. Yanran, Dong Jinfeng is treating us like this. If we don't fight back, he will definitely create other troubles. Shui Yanran said, I know. I once thought about calling my father and asking him to persuade Dong Jinfeng, but then I thought it would be useless. Although our Shui family and the Dong family are old friends, now that his son has been arrested, he is blaming us for the crime. He will not stop until he achieves his goal. Lin Yi said, there is no need to use my uncle, I have a way to try. Shui Yanran asked, what method? Lin Yi said, I can't tell you, this is my secret, and I'm not sure, just wait for my news. After saying that, Lin Yi left Shui Yanran's office and returned to his own office. He picked up his phone and called Mou. The call was connected quickly. Lin Yi. Mou's voice came from the phone. Mr. Mo, I want to ask, is there any progress on Dong Yuchuan's case? Mou said, the evidence in Dong Yuchuan's case is solid. He has admitted that he found those two vampires through special means with the purpose of dealing with you. Lin Yi asked, is that the end? He was the only one who did it. He didn't involve anyone else? Mou said, no, why do you ask that? Lin Yi said, as far as I know, Dong Yuchuan's father Dong Jinfeng knew about it beforehand, so I guess Dong Jinfeng was also involved in this matter. Mou was shocked, yes, but after these days of interrogation, he didn't mention his father. Is there any misunderstanding here? Lin Yi said, Mr. Mo, I can guarantee with my life that Dong Jinfeng definitely knows about Dong Yuchuan. After saying that, Lin Yi told him about how Dong Jinfeng came to him to question Dong Yuchuan after he got into trouble. Mou said, I believe you. Dong Jinfeng is very likely to know about this, but Dong Yuchuan is holding on tightly and won't let go. This matter has nothing to do with Dong Jinfeng. Lin Yi asked, then, can we find other breakthroughs? Mou was silent for a moment, then asked, why are you so upset with Dong Jinfeng? Has he offended you? Lin Yi said, yes. Mou said, I heard that Nieyun has woken up. It seems that you can still control the golden needle. Lin Yi said, not only can I control the golden needle, Grandpa Jin Jizuan also gave me his magic needle manual. If you have any headache or fever, just tell me, Lin Yi can treat you. Mou laughed loudly, just for your promise, even if Dong Jinfeng is innocent, I will find a crime against him. Just wait for my news. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Lin Yi hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. He had no connection with Dong Jinfeng, so even if he scolded him for his son's affairs, Lin Yi would not bother with him. But he has been doing things behind my back time and time again, and this is intolerable. He is unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. On the other side, Mou hung up the phone and dialed another number. Lao Su, it's me, what have I been busy with recently? It's nothing, I just suddenly missed you and wanted to say hello to you. By the way, I want to ask about the handling of Dong Yuchuan by your secret operations team. Lao Su, let me remind you that Dong Yuchuan's case is extremely serious. As far as I know, his father Dong Jinfeng was also involved. I know Dong Yuchuan did not give out Dong Jinfeng, but you and the secret operations team have special privileges. Think of other means. You are the best at making something out of nothing. I have no grudge against Dong Jinfeng, it's just that someone has a grudge against him and asked me to do something for him. You don't need to care who it is, I'm just asking if you can do it. I know Dong Jinfeng is not an ordinary person. He has powerful social connections, but no matter how powerful they are still dwarfed by the secret operations team. After talking for so long, you old man just refused to help, right? Lao Su, do you still remember that you owe me a favor? Now it's time to repay it. Find a way to get rid of Dong Jinfeng. Okay, I will wait for your good news. Mou hung up the phone and murmured to himself, a valuable favor in exchange for a more valuable promise, it's worth it. A few days later, Dong Jinfeng's collision with foreign enemies made headlines, along with a photo of him being arrested that day. When Lin Yi handed the photo to Shui Yanran, the latter was surprised and a little sad, with red eyes. Lin Yi held her in his arms to comfort her. Shui Yanran wiped the tears from her eyes and said, our Shui family and the Dong family are old friends. I remember when I was a child, Dong Jinfeng often visited my home. He loved me very much and would buy me some new things every time he came. Now that he's in trouble, I feel very sad for him. Linny said, Yan Ran, don't be sad. Dong Jinfeng has brought this upon himself. He has dealt with us time and again, and we were forced to fight back. We can only blame him for loving his son too much and not being able to tell right from wrong. Shui Yanran nodded. Linny suddenly smiled and said, now that Dong Jinfeng has also gone in, apart from this big trouble, I believe the company shouldn't face any more major crises. Wife, how about we celebrate tonight? Shui Yanran said, okay, Tang Xian said she would come tonight, I will make you something delicious. I want to eat braised pork. Well, I'll arrange it for you. Chapter 89, A Luxurious Experience. In the evening, Shui Yanran was busy cooking when there was a knock on the door. Linny opened the door and saw Tang Xian standing outside with 2 large lobsters in her hands. I haven't seen Tang Xian for a while, and she looks a little haggard. I'm in for a treat tonight. Linny said with a smile. If you want to eat it, you can make this small one for yourself, and this big one is for Yanran and me. As he spoke, Tang Xian handed him the small lobster, then took the big lobster into the kitchen to show off. Yanran, look what I brought today? After saying that, Tang Xian frowned suddenly, sniffed carefully, and said, what's that smell? Did you stew meat? It smells so good. Yes, braised pork. Shui Yanran said while cooking. Tang Xian said happily, great, I've said long ago that I like to eat braised pork, but you always said that you would get fat if you eat it and didn't make it for me. Why did you change your mind today? Because I like to eat it, I asked Yanran to make it. Linny said. Tang Xian was about to sneer and say could you please not be so shameless, but was shocked to find that Linny actually put his arm around Shui Yanran's waist. What shocked her even more was that Shui Yanran did not object at all and even smiled back at Linny. Tang Xian was completely stunned and said, You have already. Linny said in surprise, what a fuss. Tang Xian still couldn't accept it, and said, This is impossible, Yanran, you are not really in love with this boy, are you? Shui Yanran nodded. Tang Xian was stunned again. It was not until she accidentally saw the diamond ring on Shui Yanran's ring finger that she finally accepted the reality that they were together. During the time I was away, what kind of magic potion did you give Yanran? How could Yanran fall in love with someone else? As soon as these words came out, Linny and Shui Yanran felt a little embarrassed. Shui Yanran said as she cooked, I haven't fallen in love with someone else. I haven't forgotten him, but that doesn't mean I won't fall in love with Linny. Tang Xian opened her mouth exaggeratedly, so, you fell in love with 2 people at the same time? Shui Yanran nodded, not denying it at all. You are really good. This is also possible. Then he looked at Linny and said, Linny, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would really get to eat swan meat. To be favored by the beautiful Shui, you must have saved the universe in your previous life. Linny smiled and said, I still want to thank you, Sister Xin. If you hadn't chosen me, Yanran and I wouldn't have been true love. I will definitely toast you a few more glasses of wine later. Tang Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, You are such a sweet talker. You must have won Yanran over with your sweet talk. If you really want to thank me, don't be so pretentious. Show me something real. Okay, after dinner we'll go shopping. Sister Xin can buy whatever she likes, and I'll pay for it. That's what you said. Tonight's dishes are complete, and the 2 lobsters were also cooked by Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran's cooking skills are really good. She made 2 lobsters into 3 different styles. A tattoo with wasabi and hoisin sauce. 1 portion is steamed with garlic. 1 portion is baked in the oven with cheese. Linny tasted each of the 3 styles, and the taste was different, but they were undoubtedly very delicious. Linny praised, I've made a great profit. My wife is beautiful and she cooks delicious food. This compliment was met with a smile from Shui Yanran and a roll of the eyes from Tang Xian. Linny took another bite of the braised pork and praised it highly. He picked up a piece for Shui Yanran, but Shui Yanran refused to eat it because she was afraid of getting fat. Linny ate the fat and put the lean meat directly into Shui Yanran's mouth. This made Tang Xian very angry. Protesting, I say, you too, eating is eating, but showing affection in front of a light bulb like me is too much. If you keep doing this, I will lose my appetite. Linny thought to himself, you're the only one who has too many things to do. He didn't dare to feed Shui Yanran anymore and ate his own food. After dinner, Linny drove them back to take Shui Yanran and Tang Xian to the mall. When we arrived at the mall, Tang Xian led the way to the Hermes store. After walking around the store, I finally set my eyes on a women's bag worth 99,999. Tang Xian picked up the bag, looked at Linny and said jokingly, "How is it? It's not too expensive. You can't bear to part with it, right?" Linny shrugged indifferently. Tang Xian happily took it and walked towards the counter. Shui Yanran looked at Linny helplessly. "It seems that he is really going to make you spend money tonight." Linny said, "She is our matchmaker, this little money is nothing." Then he picked up a bag of a different style and handed it to Shui Yanran. "This is a gift from me to you." Shui Yanran looked at the price, which was marked as 299,999. This price was nothing to Shui Yanran, but if Linny paid for it, she would feel reluctant. "Why are you giving me a bag? I have a lot of bags, I don't need it." Linny said, "You have to have it. This bag is a gift from me. Since we got married, you have bought me some clothes, but I have not given you any luxury goods. Don't worry, your husband is worth more than 10 million now, so I can afford this little money." After buying the bags, the three of them went somewhere else for a walk before returning home. When they were near the door of the house, Tang Xian pulled Linny aside and warned him, "Linny, I don't know what kind of magic potion you gave Yanran to make her fall in love with you, but I want to warn you, you are not allowed to hurt her in the future, otherwise I will not forgive you." "Don't worry, Sister Xian. I love her so much that I can't bear to hurt her." After a pause, he said, "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Although Yanran and I are already together, we haven't reached the final step because I still can't forget that person. Sister Xian, what can you do?" Tang Xian understood immediately after hearing this, "So you haven't really succeeded yet, you just made Yanran fall in love with you. It seems that the juicy cabbage has not been eaten by the pig. You asked me what to do, I can't do anything, it's just that Yanran is too deeply in love with you, I think time can dilute it. But you have almost completed the long march of making Yanran fall in love with you, only the final step is left, come on." Linny rolled his eyes at her. He wanted to get her advice, but he ended up being teased by her. If he had known this, he would not have told her the secret. After seeing Tang Xian off, Linny received a call from Qin Fun. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I wanted to inform you that the variety show you signed up for will start in 3 days. The location is Tiandu City. I hope you can come as soon as possible." Linny then remembered this. He had agreed to it in order to obtain the system reward. In fact, Linny was not interested in this kind of variety show, and he didn't want to be too conspicuous. But now that I have agreed, there is no way to go back on my word, otherwise, the system will not be able to explain it. Well, Tianshui City, that's the city where my good friend Wu Fan is. It's a good opportunity to go see him. Linny thought. Chapter 90. I don't know how many secrets you have. Linny went upstairs and saw Shui Yanran had returned to her room to take a shower. He also returned to his room, took a shower, and came out to find Shui Yanran wearing a pink nightgown, sitting on the sofa watching TV, so he sat next to her. "Yanran, I have something to tell you. I need to take a few days off these days. I hope my wife will agree." Linny said. "Where are you going and what are you going to do if you ask for leave?" Shui Yanran asked. In the past, she would not have asked in such detail, but now that their relationship had improved, Shui Yanran also started gossiping. "I went to Tianshui, and a certain audio platform invited me to participate in the filming of a short video variety show." "You also make short videos?" Shui Yanran asked in surprise. "Not only that, I'm also a big internet celebrity," Linny said with a little pride. He now has nearly 1 million fans, so it is no exaggeration to say that he is a big internet celebrity. "Is this true? Let me see what you filmed." Linny took out his mobile phone and showed the video he had taken to Shui Yanran. After seeing it, Shui Yanran was even more surprised. "Wonderful, I didn't expect my husband to be so amazing. Tell me, how many secrets do you have that I don't know about?" Linny said, "You can't blame me for this. You were too aloof and uninterested in me before, so you didn't know about my short video. Then why didn't you tell me?" "I would like to, but unfortunately I don't have the chance." "Okay, I'll let you off this time. Alas, I find that the more I like you, the more I can't see through you. You are like a book. If you don't turn to the last page, you will never know the answer. So do you like this feeling?" Shui Yanran nodded and said, "I like it. Lin Yi's heart warmed up, and he couldn't help but hold her in his arms, saying, "Well, I hope you will never turn to the last page of this book, so that you can always keep the surprise." Shui Yanran nodded vigorously. When Lin Yi was about to make further intrusions, Shui Yanran stood up and fled back to her room. 2 days later, Tianshui Airport. Lin Yi walked out of the airport wearing casual clothes. He took out his cell phone and called his good brother Wu Fan. The phone rang for a long time and no one answered. Just when Lin Yi was about to hang up, someone finally answered it. "Wu Fan, how are you doing recently?" "It's nothing, I just missed you and wanted to ask you out for dinner." "That's right, I'm in Tianshui City now and just got off the plane." "Do you have time in the evening?" "Well, it doesn't matter what we eat, I just want to catch up with you. I haven't seen you for a few years, I really miss you." "Okay, I'll go back to the hotel and have some rest, we'll contact you in the evening." Lin Yi hung up the phone and took a taxi to the hotel. "I took a shower in the hotel, changed my clothes, and went out." At a barbecue stall in Tianshui City, Lin Yi sat on a wooden bench, waiting for Wu Fan to arrive. 10 minutes later, he felt a pat on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw his good brother Wu Fan looking at him with a smile on his face. Lin Yi and Wu Fan gave each other a big hug. The two were college classmates and best friends who shared a dormitory in college. This was the first time they met since graduation. Wu Fan. Lin Yi. Both of their eyes were a little moist. After sitting down, the two ate barbecue, drank beer, and chatted. "Good boy, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your drinking capacity has improved." Wu Fan sighed as he watched Lin Yi drinking beer in big gulps. As a good friend who had shared the same dormitory for 4 years, he knew Lin Yi's drinking capacity best. "I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk now," Lin Yi said half jokingly and half seriously. "Then I really have to get drunk tonight." The two of them clinked their glasses again and drank the wine in one gulp. Lin Yi filled both of their glasses, and Wu Fan asked, "How have you been these past few years?" "Fortunately, I made some money and got a wife." "It's perfect," Lin Yi said lightly. Wu Fan was peeling peanuts and was surprised when he heard this. "What? You got married, but why didn't you tell me? You don't consider me a brother anymore, right?" Lin Yi said, "How could that be? In my heart, you will always be my best brother. I remember that during my college years, I was very frugal in eating and drinking because I had no money. It was you who supported me from time to time and treated me to restaurants. You really spent a lot on me over the years. I had my birthday a few days ago, and you were the only one who remembered and sent me birthday wishes. I was really touched." "Why are you saying this? Isn't that what good brothers should do? What's more, I'm a rich second generation. Money doesn't mean anything to me. Friendship is what's important." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Show me the photos. I want to see what my brother's woman looks like." Lin Yi opened his phone and flipped through the photo of him and Shui Yanran. He knew that Wu Fan would definitely see it, so this photo was also taken last night. In the photo, Lin Yi hugged Shui Yanran's neck, and Shui Yanran cooperated by squinting her eyes mischievously. "This. I say, brother, my sister-in-law's beauty filter is too heavy, do you have the original picture?" Lin Yi said, "Without beauty filters, my wife looks like this." Wu Fan laughed, "Your joke is not funny at all. Look at her skin color, it is obviously beautified, white, tender and bright. How can there be such good skin in real life? And her eyes, big and bright, is she wearing colored contact lenses? This is so fake." Lin Yi smiled and did not refute. He asked, "If you don't believe it, forget it. What about you? Why are you marrying Fan Yashuan? We haven't planned to get married yet." "She's always nagging me to get married, but my career is my priority right now, so I don't have the time to get married. Look at my watch. I check it dozens of times a day. My schedule is packed. I had to put off some things to come out for dinner with you this time." As Wu Fan spoke, he raised the famous watch on his wrist for Lin Yi to take a look. It was a golden mechanical watch with the Rolex logo on it. "Isn't this watch expensive?" Lin Yi asked. "Rolex is not that expensive, maybe around 100,000. Wu Fan said as he chewed another string of cigarettes. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Boy, when you were in school, you were the richest in our class, otherwise Fan Yashuan, the school beauty, wouldn't have taken a fancy to you and actively pursued you. Now your value has increased again." Wu Fan's eyes darkened and he smiled, "It's okay. It didn't increase much. As long as it doesn't go down, I'll be satisfied." Why are you talking about this? Let's drink. After saying that, Wu Fan picked up the beer and drank it all. After finishing the drink, he found that Linny had not drunk anything, so he asked, "Why don't you drink? Drink quickly. You just said that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." Linny looked at Wu Fan, his face somewhat serious as he asked, "Wu Fan, do you still consider me a brother?" Wu Fan smiled and said, "What do you mean? Of course I treat you as a brother. If you still consider me a brother, tell me if you have anything to say, don't hide it from me." Chapter 91 Good Brother in Trouble. Wu Fan's smile froze, and he continued with a wry smile, "What are you talking about? I have hidden something from you. You think too much. I am fine. I am very rich now. How can I be in trouble?" Linny just looked at him without saying anything. Gradually, the smile on Wu Fan's face disappeared, his eyes became red, and then drops of tears burst out from his eye sockets, and his face was instantly covered with tears. Wu Fan sobbed and wiped his tears. He poured himself a full glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then he said, "Since you've seen through me, I won't pretend anymore." What on earth happened? Linny looked at Wu Fan with some heartache. He knew that his good brother must have suffered a great injustice, otherwise a grown man would not have cried so sadly. Wu Fan lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath and exhaled, then slowly said, "My parents died, I was in a car accident, and my two uncles took away most of the family business. Now I am no longer a rich second generation, but a person in debt." Linny knew something was wrong, but he didn't expect his good brother to be in such a miserable state. Comforting him, "Brother, don't be sad. Since things have already happened, they will not change. You can only learn to accept it and live on bravely. If your uncle and aunt knew about it, they would not want you to fall into depravity." Wu Fan said, "I am very strong. After my parents left, I was depressed for a month and then took charge of the family business. However, I was too inexperienced and my two uncles took away my power and took the opportunity to divest the company's high-quality assets. The current market value of the company is less than 1/10 of what it was at the beginning. Coupled with various operating expenses, the actual assets are insolvent. During this period, I worked very hard to revitalize the enterprise, solicited investment projects everywhere, and even bought a fake watch to show off my status, but it was of no avail. Those so-called friends who used to be close to me, when I was in trouble, none of them were willing to help me, and some even added insult to injury. I finally experienced the fickleness of human nature. What hurt me the most was my girlfriend Fan Yashuan, who also left. In the past, when I was at my best, she mentioned marriage several times a day. Now that I am down and out, I proposed to her, but she was so dismissive. It turns out that in her heart, she didn't have any love for me, she just cared about my money." After Wu Fan finished speaking, he drank another glass of wine. Linny looked at the Rolex on Wu Fan's wrist in surprise, only then did he realize that the watch was actually fake. Thinking of the contempt and indifference that his good brother had suffered during this period, he deliberately showed off his wealth in front of him, obviously because he was afraid that he would despise him like others. Linny sighed and said, "Wu Fan, we are brothers and will be brothers for life. No matter whether you are rich or poor, I, Linny, will never change my love for you." This can be regarded as Lin Yi's promise to Wu Fan. Wu Fan was so moved that he cried again. During this period of time, he had come into contact with too much indifference from people. Only Linny gave him a little warmth, making him understand that in this dangerous world, not everyone is indifferent. Then Linny sighed. Fan Yashuan and Tian Fangfang were good friends who shared the same dormitory. The four of us were inseparable during college. After graduation, Tian Fangfang left me because I was poor, and now Fan Yashuan has also left because of your bankruptcy. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Wu Fan said, "It's all our fault that we made a mistake back then and wasted our sincerity. I have spent a lot of money on Fan Yashuan over the years, but now that I have no money, she won't even look at me. On the day of our breakup, I knelt down and begged her not to leave. I told her about our feelings over the years in an attempt to keep her. Guess what she said? She said she was a gold digger, she only liked money, and she was with me because of money. She didn't give me any feelings, she said as long as you give her enough money, she would accompany you even if it was a dog." Ha, that's a good point. In her eyes, I am probably not even as good as a rich dog now. There was self-mockery in Wu Fan's voice, and underneath the self-mockery was a sense of resentment. Obviously, when Fan Yashuan left him, this vicious humiliation had hurt Wu Fan's self-esteem. Linny counseled, "It's better not to have such a woman. It's a good thing to see her true colors early. Since she gave up on you when you were at the lowest point in your life, she doesn't deserve to taste the fruits of your victory when you make a comeback. Wu Fan smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy to make a comeback. I now know how difficult it is to start a business. I'm afraid I won't be able to restore the glory of the family business in my lifetime." Linny said, "That's not necessarily true, everything depends on human effort, you have to believe in your own abilities. I remember your family is in the pharmaceutical business, I have a medicine here for you to try first." As he spoke, Linny took out the bottle of sleeping pills from the hidden space and handed it to Wu Fan. Wu Fan looked at Linny in surprise. He didn't expect Linny to do this. He and Linny studied business management in college, which had nothing to do with medicine. So when Linny took out the medicine, Wu Fan didn't take it too seriously. But he still took the medicine, opened it and smelled it. Chinese medicine pills, what are they for? Insomnia. Insomnia? Wu Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There are dozens of drugs for treating insomnia on the market now, and they are all similar. The effects are not very ideal. Some are effective at first, but then drug resistance increases and the effect decreases sharply. And the side effects are very serious, so they can't be taken often. My medicine is different. Linny said, "It is a traditional Chinese medicine. It has no side effects and is long-lasting. One pill can last for 4 days. Most importantly, it works very well. After taking it, you can fall into a deep sleep in 10 seconds. Even those with severe insomnia can fall asleep within a minute. Is it true? Is the effect so good?" Wu Fan was also tempted. If what Linny said is true, then the efficacy of this medicine will definitely beat all similar products on the market. Of course, Wu Fan was still skeptical about Linny's words. After all, the effect of this medicine was too good, perfect, and too good to be true. Which pharmaceutical factory developed this? Wu Fan asked. I don't have a pharmaceutical factory. I developed it myself and haven't promoted it yet. There is only this one bottle of the finished product. Linny said. Wu Fan. Are you kidding me? You didn't study drug production, so how can you develop drugs? Don't worry about this. Just try it out and see how it works. If it works well, I'll let your company launch it into the market. I believe this drug will be used by a large group of people. Wu Fan smiled bitterly. He no longer had any hope for this medicine. He knew very well what kind of person his good brother was, so how could he possibly develop drugs? However, in order to save Ling Yi's face, he did not question it any further. He put away the medicine bottle and said, "Okay, I'll take it. Come, let's drink. We won't leave until we're drunk today." Chapter 92, Significant Efficacy. Although it is said that one will not return home until drunk, how can it be possible that one will not return home until drunk? After all, Linny can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. In order to prevent Wu Fan from getting drunk, Linny tried to stop him again and again. Finally, after drinking 6 bottles of beer, Wu Fan stopped. Linny called a taxi for Wu Fan, helped him into the car, and then went back to the hotel. The taxi took Wu Fan to a pharmaceutical company in an industrial park in Tianshui, which was the last support for Wu Fan's family business. In its heyday, the family had 3 pharmaceutical companies like this one. Now, the 2 uncles have used dirty tricks to divest 2 of the high-quality companies, leaving only the last one. This pharmaceutical factory manufactures headache medicine. There are dozens of similar medicines on the market, and the competition is fierce. The medicines manufactured by Wu Fan's company do not have much advantage in effectiveness, but rather some disadvantages. Therefore, the market prospects are very bad, sales cannot be increased, and funds cannot be recovered. However, the food wages of more than 100 workers in the factory are also a huge expense. If this continues, the company will have to go bankrupt. Wu Fan got out of the car. The security guard at the door saw that it was Mr. Wu and quickly opened the door. Wu Fan walked into the company's employee dormitory. He now lives in the dormitory and eats and lives with the workers. In order to save the company, he sold all his villas and luxury cars, and now all his assets are in this pharmaceutical factory. When he walked to the door of his dormitory, took out the key and was about to open the door and go in, he suddenly found that the light was on in the next room. He thought about it, walked over and knocked on the door. The door opened, and an old man in his 70s wearing reading glasses opened the door, and a strong smell of smoke came out from inside. The old man's name is Zhang Jiang. He is the manager of the company's R&D department. He was also one of the first people to start a business with Wu Fan's father and witnessed the glory of Wu's enterprise. Now that the company is in decline, many old employees have followed the two uncles, and only Zhang Zhang chose to stay. Wu Fan was very moved by this. Grandpa Zhang. Wu Fan always respectfully called Zhang Zhang Grandpa. Mr. Wu, why are you still awake so late? Wu Fan said, Grandpa Zhang, I've told you so many times, just call me Xiao Fan. I feel awkward when you say the words Mr. Wu. Zhang Zhangdao, Xiao Fan, come in and sit down. Wu Fan walked in and saw that Zhang Zhang's room was in a mess, with cigarette butts all over the floor and various medical books placed on the bedside. Grandpa Zhang, you are doing research again? Wu Fan asked. Zhang Zhang nodded and said, our current products are not competitive. If this continues, the company will have to go bankrupt. So the only way out now is to develop new products. I now have two plans. One is a popular lung cleansing product on the market, and the other is a liver protection product. Both of these drugs have been improved on the basis of the original ones. Because there are few similar products in the market, if we can achieve a breakthrough, we can open up the market very well. Wu Fan nodded and said, what we urgently need now is to invest in new products. Unfortunately, the R&D costs are too high. Our current funding level is not enough to support R&D. Zhang Zhangdao, so we can only improve on the original basis. Wu Quan's lung clearing and cough relieving products have good sales. If we can make a breakthrough, we can seize most of his market share. Wu Yinghua's liver purifying tablets also have good sales, but the process is more complicated. If we want to produce them, we have to replace the equipment in the factory and retrain the staff, which is very costly. Zhang Zhang finished speaking inside. Wu Quan and Wu Yinghua were Wu Fan's uncles. The two of them divided up the Wu group. As a veteran, Zhang Zhang was naturally heartbroken. Both of these options cost a lot of money, and the company's current financial resources obviously cannot support it. Wu Fan said, Grandpa Zhang, don't overwork yourself. Your health is the most important thing. I will organize a meeting to study your plan in the next 2 days. I can't let you work alone. Zhang Zhangdao, Xiao Fan, I am very relieved that you can say that. You go back first, I will study it. Anyway, I can't sleep. My insomnia has become more and more serious in recent years. I can only sleep for an hour a day. Instead of lying down all the time, I might as well read more books to save time. When Wu Fan heard him say this, he suddenly remembered the medicine Lin Yi gave him, so he took it out and said, I forgot that you have insomnia. Coincidentally, a friend gave me a bottle of Chinese medicine pills today, which are specially used to treat insomnia. Grandpa Zhang, try one. Zhang Zhang took it and smelled the medicine, and said, the smell of medicine is very strong. It is a Chinese medicine pill. If you want to treat insomnia, Western medicine is more effective. Chinese medicine takes too long to take effect, and many of them are ineffective. Wu Fan said, my friend said that this pill is very effective and has no side effects. What friend? He's not my friend in the same industry, but my friend from university. He developed the drug himself. Zhang Zhangdao, I have tried all kinds of insomnia drugs over the years. The best one only made me sleep for 3 hours, and it only lasted for more than a month before the effect was greatly reduced. Since your friend is not a drug development professional, how can his medicine be effective? He said it's very effective, with no side effects. An average person can fall asleep in 10 seconds, and a severe insomniac can enter a deep sleep in a minute at most. Zhang Jing smiled bitterly, you believe this too? Wu Fan said, I don't believe it either, but since he said so, I have to give it a try. Grandpa Zhang, why don't you try one? What if it works? Zhang Zhangdao, okay, I'll just eat one. After saying that, Zhang Zhang took out a pill from the medicine bottle, hesitated for a moment, and then put it into his mouth and swallowed it. How do you feel? Wu Fan asked. It's a bit bitter and tastes a bit strange, but fortunately, it's not as hard to swallow as I imagined. After saying that, both of them laughed. Wu Fan stood up and said, then you should go to bed early tonight. I won't disturb you. Xiao Fan. Zhang Zhang saw Wu Fan was about to leave and said, I have something to tell you. What's the matter, Grandpa Zhang, please tell me. Wu Fan said. Your two uncles took away most of the company's high-quality assets, but they missed one thing. Wu Fan asked in surprise, what? Zhang Zhangdao, in Qingshui Bay, your father paid a high price to buy a piece of land 10 years ago, intending to operate a real estate business. But due to the sluggish real estate market in recent years and the company's lack of cash, the matter was delayed. Now the land is still in the hands of the company, and the price should have increased tenfold. As long as this land is sold, the company will have enough money to replace the equipment. Really? How come I didn't know about this? Your father kept it a secret when he bought the land. No one knew about it except me. Wu Fan was overjoyed. No wonder my two uncles didn't transfer the assets. That's why. Where is the land deed? Zhang Zhangdao, the title deed is placed. Grandpa Zhang, what's wrong with you? Wu Fan was shocked to see that Zhang Zhang, who had just been talking fine, suddenly couldn't open his eyes and fell into a coma. He was scared and thought something had happened to him. Just when he was about to call for help, a snoring sound was heard. So he fell asleep. Wait, Grandpa Zhang has insomnia, how come he fell asleep so quickly? Could it be? Wu Fan picked up Lin Yi's medicine bottle, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Is this medicine really that effective? Chapter 93, the effect is incredible. Wu Fan looked at Zhang Zhang, who was sleeping, and fell into deep thought. The medicine Lin Yi gave him was obviously very effective. It could help severe insomnia patients fall asleep in a short period of time. As far as he knew, there were no similar products on the market that were so effective. This alone is enough to kill similar products in seconds. Thinking of this, Wu Fan became very excited, and a plan was slowly starting to form in his mind. Since this product is so effective, he might as well focus his business efforts here. Moreover, Lin Yi once said that this product was developed by him. In this way, the formula and process are ready-made, which saves a lot of R&D costs. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible, so Wu Fan decided to do it. However, he also wanted to confirm one thing: although this medicine is effective quickly, it remains to be seen how long it will last. If you sleep too little, you won't be very competitive. Thinking of this, Wu Fan lost all desire to sleep. He sat on the chair, observing Zhang Zhang, wanting to see when he would wake up. Time passed slowly, and soon it was an hour. Suddenly, Zhang Zhang frowned, which scared Wu Fan. Oh no, could he have woken up? It's only been an hour. If he has woken up, it means the medicine is not effective at all. Wu Fan thought secretly. After all, Zhang Zhang himself said that he could only sleep for an hour every night. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Zhang Zhang's eyebrows relaxed again, he turned over and continued to sleep. This made Wu Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Another hour passed and Zhang Zhang showed no sign of waking up. Wu Fan was delighted. Being able to let Zhang Zhang sleep for 2 hours was already a pretty good effect. At least it was comparable to the effects of many similar products. Hold on, Grandpa Zhang, please don't wake up. Wu Fan prayed silently. Another hour passed, and Wu Fan's face became a little excited. Zhang Zhang said that the best sleeping pills on the market could only allow him to sleep for 3 hours. It has been 3 hours and Zhang Zhang has not woken up yet, which means the drug has reached its maximum effect. If such a drug is put on the market, it will definitely occupy the market in a short period of time. Another hour passed, and Zhang Zhang showed no sign of waking up. Instead, his snoring became louder and louder. Wu Fan's face turned red because of excitement. It has been 4 hours and Zhang Zhang has not woken up yet, which shows that the efficacy of this medicine is far superior to similar products for insomnia. If such a product is promoted to the market, it will definitely be a crushing success. Time passed little by little, and the sky outside gradually brightened. When the sunlight shone through the glass window onto Zhang Zhang's face, the man in his 70s finally slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Zhang yawned and stretched. Suddenly, he saw Wu Fan sitting in front of the bed. Wu Fan's eyes were red and he was staring at Zhang Zhang. This frightened Zhang Zhang, and he asked, "Xiao Fan, why are you in my room? Did something happen?" Wu Fan ignored him and muttered to himself in a daze, 8 hours, a full 8 hours. What 8 hours? Zhang Zhang asked puzzledly. He had just woken up and hadn't come to his senses yet. Grandpa Zhang, you slept for 8 hours last night. Wu Fan suddenly grabbed Zhang Zhang's arm excitedly and shouted. These words suddenly woke Zhang Zhang up. What, I slept for 8 hours last night? This is impossible. After Zhang Zhang finished speaking, he looked at the time on the wall and found that it was 8 o'clock. I looked back at the window. It was sunny outside and the dazzling sunlight shone in. This is actually true. I slept till dawn. I felt that I had a very good sleep. It seemed that all the tiredness in my body was swept away, and my nerves relaxed. I haven't felt this way for a long time. Zhang Zheng said in shock. He really enjoyed the feeling now. For someone with severe insomnia, being able to sleep even 1 minute longer was a luxury. What's more, he could only sleep for 1 hour a day, and it was still dark when he woke up. The rest of the time he could only lie in bed and wait in agony. No one knew how painful this process was. But today, he actually slept for 8 hours. When he woke up, it was already daybreak and the sun was high in the sky. Everything seemed so unreal, as if in a dream. Grandpa Zhang, he didn't lie to me. The medicine is really effective, and the effect is incredible. Wu Fan said excitedly, pulling Zhang Zheng's arm. Medicine? What medicine? Zhang Zheng was still confused. Suddenly, he thought of the medicine Wu Fan gave him last night. I remember, I took the medicine you gave me. Zhang Zheng Dao. Xiao Fan, that medicine is so effective. If it can be promoted, it will beat all similar products in a short period of time. Why don't we focus on it? It's 100 times stronger than any lung clearing and liver protecting product. No, it's 10,000 times stronger. Grandpa Zhang, you've thought of something for me. Wu Fan said, but I don't know if he is willing to give us the secret recipe. Zhang Zhengdao, Xiao Fan, I have been engaged in drug manufacturing and research and development for such a long time, and I have never seen such an effective drug. You must remember that you must get this secret recipe at any cost. This is related to whether Wu's enterprise can be glorious again. No, it will make Wu's pharmaceutical surpass its previous glory and reach a higher level. Wu Fan said, I know, I'll ask him and see what he means. After saying that, Wu Fan nervously picked up his phone and called Lin Yi. He was extremely nervous. He had never thought that one day he would be so nervous when calling his good brother. Hello, Lin Yi, I'm Wu Fan. I tried the medicine you gave me. It worked very well, just as you said. I can guarantee that as long as this medicine is promoted, it will be able to beat all the products on the market at the same time. It has unlimited potential. I would like to ask you if you can let us produce this medicine, under any conditions you set. How can that be? Brothers are brothers, but accounts must be settled. I can't take advantage of my brothers. What's more, this is not a small bargain, it contains huge wealth. Since you believe in me, I will tell you straight away, I will build a special production line for this purpose, and you will own half of the company's shares, it's a deal. Wu Fan hung up the phone. How is it? Zhang Zheng, who was waiting for the results, asked nervously. He agreed to give us the secret recipe, and I promised him that I would build a special production line for it, and he would keep half of the profits after the drug was launched on the market. That's great. This drug has great potential. The remaining half is enough for our company to make a fortune. Zhang Zheng exclaimed excitedly. Wu Fan's cell phone suddenly made a ding-dong sound. He opened the text message and saw that it was the secret recipe that Lin Yi sent him. The various medicinal materials and production processes are very detailed. Grandpa Zhang, I'll give you this secret recipe to study. Develop the production process as soon as possible. We need to quickly implement the product. Remember, the secret recipe must be kept secret. Also, I want to sell the piece of land you mentioned last night so that we can have funds to buy new equipment. Zhang Zhang nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Xiao Fan, I will keep this secret recipe secret until I die. I will study it first, and then consider the equipment. If our existing equipment can be used, we will rebuild it based on this foundation. This will save a lot of money. Anyway, the current products are not profitable. Chapter 94. Participate in the recording. Lin Yi left the hotel and rushed to the recording location of this variety show. It was in a professional studio in a film and television building. When Lin Yi arrived downstairs, he specifically called Xin Fun and then waited at the door. At this moment, another woman came from behind. The woman was wearing hanfu, her hair was decorated with ancient hairpins, and her face was covered with a white veil. Although her full appearance could not be seen, one could tell just by looking at her exposed face that she was definitely a beauty. The beauty was probably too nervous and didn't see Lin Yi. By the time Lin Yi noticed her, it was too late. The two collided with each other. Lin Yi's physique was naturally not affected at all, but the woman was not. She felt that she had hit a wall, fell down, and the white veil covering her face fell off, finally revealing her true face. Lin Yi felt sorry for the sight. The beauty was stunningly beautiful, with skin as white as blood, peach blossom eyes, thin eyebrows, a cherry mouth, and an oval face. She was a standard ancient beauty. But unfortunately, there was a red and swollen scar on the left side of her face, which greatly reduced her appearance. If it weren't for this scar, her appearance would be only 1 point worse than Shui Yanran's. The woman's veil fell off and she looked very flustered. Coincidentally, the veil was blown away by the wind and directly hit Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly caught the scarf and handed it to the woman. The woman hurriedly took it and put it on again, showing a hint of gratitude towards Lin Yi on her face. Just as Qin Fen came out jogging, Li Wei came with him. Xian Yuan swordsman? Qin Fen looked at Lin Yi uncertainly. Lin Yi nodded. Finally, the true appearance is revealed. Qin Fen and Li Wei said with a smile. Since Lin Yi wore a mask when filming the video, this was the first time they saw Lin Yi's true face. Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Lin, I'm Qin Fen. I'm Levi. After shaking hands with Lin Yi, the two took Lin Yi into the building. Li Wei saw the woman in ancient costume and asked uncertainly, Are you Gaia? The girl nodded. Finally I see you, Miss Gaia. I can see that you are a great beauty. Would you mind taking off your veil so that we can have a glimpse of your beauty? Gaia shook her head. Li Wei was about to say something, but Qin Fen said, Li Wei, don't push Miss Gaia. She was able to participate in the program recording because she was promised that she would not show her true face. What's more, she became famous because of this sense of mystery. If you let her unveil her face, and her true face is exposed, wouldn't that cut off her source of income? After Qin Fen finished speaking, Li Wei muttered quietly, I just want to satisfy my curiosity without revealing her appearance. Having said that, who can guarantee that it won't be leaked, so he no longer insisted. Said, Miss Gaia, please come up with us. Qin Fen and Li Wei led the way in front, while Lin Yi and Gaia followed behind. Gaia always kept his distance from Lin Yi, fearing what Lin Yi might do to him. Lin Yi also realized her fear, and while Qin Fen and Li Wei were not paying attention, he whispered to Gaia, Don't worry, I will keep your matter confidential and will never tell you. Gaia smiled gratefully at Lin Yi, nodded, and said softly, Thank you. When they arrived at the recording studio, many people had been waiting for a long time, and Qin Fen introduced them to everyone one by one. Lin Yi is in the martial arts category, and there are 4 people in his group, 1 man and 2 women. The man was about the same age as Lin Yi, and was wearing a black tight suit. Lin Yi was very familiar with this outfit. It was none other than the knight in the forest. The forest knight's real name is Lu Feng. He was born into a family of martial arts and has loved playing with swords since he was a child. He became famous because of a video of him cutting an apple with a knife, and gradually accumulated fans and became famous. The 2 women, one named Long Yun and the other named Suing. The 2 also became famous because of martial arts. Lang Yun became famous accidentally because of a chance performance of martial arts at a friend's wedding. Since then, she has chosen to become an internet celebrity. All the videos she shot were edited in post-production, and they were interspersed with various flying swords and magic weapons, and the performances were very exaggerated. Su Ying's style is the opposite of Long Yun's. Su Ying has loved martial arts since she was a child, and has visited many famous teachers for this. She has learned a wide range of skills from various schools of martial arts. And they are all real kung fu, unlike Long Yun's post-production on computers for visual effects. Her performance did not involve exaggerated movements, nor exaggerated magic weapons flying around. It was all the result of practice, move by move. Perhaps it was because of their different styles that they didn't have much in common. When they stood together, they couldn't even communicate with each other. However, the knight in the forest, Lu Feng, would talk to Su Ying from time to time. It was obvious that he was very interested in Su Ying. No wonder, Su Ying is a standard beauty. Although she is a martial artist, she has fair skin, long black hair, and a pair of big, watery eyes that seem to speak. There is also a beauty mole on the left side of her brow, which makes her look very charming and feminine. But she is serious and gives people a sense of contrast. What is even more impressive is her pair of long legs, which are slender and straight, with round and strong thighs at the base, better than those of many models. Lin Yi's arrival also focused the 3 people's attention on him. Especially Lu Feng, who looked at Lin Yi with a hint of hostility. He was the spokesperson for Sword Forging Pavilion last year. This year, Sword Forging Pavilion has a new spokesperson, so Lin Yi has a great chance of winning. It's just because Lin Yi's video playback volume has surpassed his. If Lin Yi finally gets the endorsement, it will be a big loss for Lu Feng. Therefore, he naturally would not have good intentions towards Lin Yi. However, out of politeness, he took the initiative to greet Lin Yi. Xian Yuan swordsman, it is an honor to see your true face. I am the Knight of the Forest, my real name is Lu Feng. My name is Lin Yi. Brother Lin, your works are really good and you are very productive, almost one a day, with many varieties. I really admire your dedication. Lu Feng said. When Lu Feng said this, he was very indignant deep down. He felt that he was dedicated enough. In order to shoot a good work, except for eating and sleeping, he spent every day with the team discussing actions and drills, as well as details such as lighting effects. But even so, with a team of more than a dozen people, it takes him 2 days to produce one perfect work. However, Lin Yi produced one work a day, but his movements were perfect and varied. Both output and quality were far superior to him, making him anxious and helpless. He thought Lin Yi had a larger and more professional team, but he didn't know that Lin Yi didn't have one at all. He did it all by himself. Moreover, he completed dozens of videos in a short period of time, using real kung fu skills without any special effects editing. This was something Lu Feng had not expected. Not only him, but also his fans had not expected it. Who would have thought that all that show-off swordplay was real? Chapter 95 Kicking the Sword. The host of the program recording is a famous anchor of a certain audio platform named Feng Shasha. She is petite and her show style is cute. She first introduced the 4 people to each other, and then briefly informed everyone of the content of the recording of this program, so that everyone knew the recorded issues in advance. These questions are all insignificant little ones, ranging from the initial self-introduction to how to get in touch with TikTok, shooting style, and a series of other details. Of course, these small questions are the most basic, just answer them truthfully. If the language is humorous, you can also interact with the audience to add some fun to the show. These are all harmless, the real highlight is the live performance. This segment requires everyone to show real kung fu, so everyone must be informed in advance so that they can think about what they are going to perform. This performance segment does not last long, and the performances must be exciting and eye-catching, which is the real purpose of a certain audio platform organizing this program. TikTok hopes to use this as a gimmick to hype up these people and give them maximum exposure, so that more people can get to know them, appreciate them, and eventually become their loyal fans. For this purpose, Douyin also invited 3 big internet celebrities as guests to help out. The first one is Xiao Yan, also known as Brother Xiao, an internet celebrity known for his good looks and who has starred in 2 short dramas. The second is Li Siki, an internet celebrity who is famous for singing and has starred in a domineering boss drama. The third one is San Go, who is famous for being rude to others, has a poor appearance and is ugly. Among the 3 big internet celebrities, Lin Yi has dealt with 2 of them. Li Siki rescued her from Kaiguasen when she was in Yunhai and asking for debt from Kaiguasen. Sango had a conflict on the plane to Sutin, and was severely punished by Nye Tian. Li Siki's memory was wiped by Lin Yi, so she couldn't remember Lin Yi even if she saw him. However, these 3 dogs must remember Lin Yi, after all, they suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Yi. However, before recording the show, the 3 did not go backstage to meet them, but went directly to the front desk to record. Lin Yi wore a mask to avoid being exposed on the show, so he was not afraid of being recognized by San Go. Before the show started, Xinfen found Lin Yi privately and mentioned that one of the sponsors of this show was the Sword Casting Pavilion, and that the endorsement of the Sword Casting Pavilion had reached the most critical moment. If Lin Yi could perform well, the endorsement would be his. After a break of about half an hour, the program recording began. First, the host Feng Shasha walked into the recording site and gave an opening speech to the audience. She then thanked the sponsors of the program, and finally invited 3 guests out. As soon as the 3 of them came out, the scene burst into thunderous applause and the atmosphere was very lively. This also made the people waiting backstage sigh that this multi-millionaire internet celebrity is just different. The 3 internet celebrities interacted with Feng Shasha and the audience, while also promoting their own works. Lin Yi and the others were speechless. They were the protagonists of this show, but they didn't expect to be overshadowed by 3 big internet celebrities. More than 10 minutes later, the host finally introduced Lin Yi and the other 3 to the scene. Lin Yi was wearing a mask, and Lu Feng was also wearing a mask and his signature black cloak. The host began to introduce the 4 people one by one. The audience also gave symbolic applause, but of course the volume was far inferior to that of the 3 big internet celebrities. Only Suing received enthusiastic applause, especially from some of the men at the scene. It was obvious that she was the most popular among the 4. The host Feng Shasha naturally didn't want to miss this topic, so she took the microphone and said, "I just heard that the applause for Ring Bao was the most enthusiastic. It can be seen that likes her more. I want to know why. Is there any audience willing to answer this question?" Immediately, many audience members raised their hands. Feng Shasha chose a young man in the front row, who stood up and replied, Ing Bao's martial arts don't have so many cool special effects, but they are all real kung fu, and I like realism. Every time she falls and gets up, she puts in a lot of sweat. People like this are true martial arts masters. After he said this, there was thunderous applause. Apparently, the man's words were widely accepted. This made Lang Yun next to her feel a little embarrassed, because her videos are famous for their special effects. Lang Yun took over Feng Shasha's microphone and defended himself. In fact, we make short videos to consider the public's preferences. I am also a fan of Ing Bao, and I also like Ing Bao's real sword and gun performances. I am also a martial arts enthusiast. Although I don't have many people as my teachers like Ing Bao, my Kung Fu foundation is still good. Otherwise, I would not be able to win the love of so many fans just by special effects. Feng Shasha said, Teacher Lang Yun must have real Kung Fu skills, and those special effects are just to please a certain audience. Lang Yun said, that's true. Everyone has a misunderstanding that special effects don't require much effort. Just a few simple moves and the computer will be fine in the later stage. But in order to make the action editing more perfect, I need to shoot a single action over and over again for a long time, so the real effort is actually very hard. Feng Shasha said, so everyone misunderstood Teacher Lang Yun. In fact, she has also put in a lot of sweat. Everyone applauds Teacher Lang Yun. Suddenly, applause broke out again. Next, several people were interviewed separately, and after interacting with the audience and 3 guests, the performance session began. First came Lang Yun, who performed a set of drunken boxing in a very professional manner. It was indeed as she said, she had real kung fu skills. Next came Su Ying, who performed a set of gun techniques. Her movements were graceful and elegant, very entertaining. She fired her gun quickly and accurately, like a dragon or a tiger, which drew applause from the audience, the 3 guests and the host. After the performance, the 3 guests made comments, making Su Ying the focus of the audience. Then there was the performance of the Forest Knight. He performed a set of sword techniques with sharp moves and elegant movements. Although the moves were not as difficult as in his previous works, it was still very good overall and won a lot of applause. Finally, it's Lin Yi. Lin Yi's Xianyuan swordsmanship was too powerful, so he couldn't use it. So he just played it casually, but even this casual performance, deliberately avoiding those cumbersome sword moves, was eye-opening. Lin Yi's swordsmanship was as smooth as silk, flowing and elegant, sometimes slow and sometimes fast. When slow, it was as rhythmic as poetry, and when fast, it was as powerful as the wind. This slightly contradictory style added to the beauty of the sword's movements, causing everyone to applaud. At the end of Lin Yi's performance, the sword slipped out of his hand. He turned around and kicked the sword up, then reached out and grabbed it steadily, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. How did he do it? Xiao Yan asked. San Go said, practice makes perfect. He must have practiced it many times. Only Li Siki remained silent, as she always felt that she had never seen this sword technique before. Chapter 96 Cocktail Party. After Lin Yi and his 3 companions finished their performance, they walked from the front stage to the backstage. There were 4 more people backstage preparing to go on stage. All 4 of them were girls, with their faces covered with veils. One of them was the Geya he saw downstairs. They are in the second round of this competition, and their competition is singing, which is a bit similar to the masked singer on a certain variety show. Xinfen pulled Lin Yi aside with excitement and said, just now, the Sword Forging Pavilion has confirmed that you will be the spokesperson. The sword skills you just performed were really amazing, especially the sword kick at the end. It was absolutely amazing. I have a feeling that after the show is broadcast, you will definitely become a little famous. Lin Yi doesn't really want to become famous. After all, he has a secret and doesn't want to be too conspicuous. He felt a little regretful that he had overacted. He had promised to keep a low profile. However, considering the profoundness of Xianyuan swordsmanship, his performance just now was nothing surprising. Only the last kick of the sword was a little difficult, so it shouldn't attract anyone's attention. Then Xinfen said, don't rush back to Shanghai port in the next 2 days. The people from the Sword Forging Pavilion will come to you to discuss the endorsement. Lin Yi nodded. Also, the company is organizing a cocktail party tonight. All the internet celebrities participating in the recording of this program will be attending. You must also come. I won't go for this one. I remember I have something to do tonight. Lin Yi refused. Since everyone is participating, the 3 dogs will definitely participate as well. Wouldn't it be awkward for the 2 of them to meet? It's not that Linny is afraid of Sango, he just doesn't want to cause trouble. You have to step back no matter what happens. This is a rare opportunity. You can meet many important people, which will be of great help to you in the future. You can't miss this opportunity. Qinfen said. Okay. Linny agreed reluctantly. After Qinfen left, Suing suddenly came up to him and said, "Congratulations, your performance was very successful, especially the last part. It seems that most people can't do it at all." After she finished speaking, her eyes looked a little strange, and she felt very uncomfortable seeing Linny, as if her secret had been discovered. "Miss Su, you are also very capable. The spearmanship you performed was both exciting and practical. It was real kung fu, unlike me, which is flashy," Linny said. Suing said, "You are too modest. Your kung fu is also very impressive, and it is definitely not just fancy stuff. I am looking forward to the opportunity to compete with you." Linny smiled awkwardly and said, "There's no need for a competition. Miss Su's spear skills are so amazing. Compared to her, it would be strange if she didn't pierce a hole in me." Suing said seriously, "I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I can see that you have real skills, Mr. Lin. Let's make an appointment." "There's really no need." Linny refused again, and at the same time, the bad premonition became stronger. "Since Mr. Lin refuses, I won't force him. How about this? Mr. Lin will attend the cocktail party tonight, right?" Lin Yi nodded. "Very good, I'll talk to Mr. Lin then. Miss Su seems to be very interested in me." "Is she interested in me?" Lin Yi joked. "Yes," Suing said without hesitation. This stunned Lin Yi. He didn't expect this beautiful woman to be so direct. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell Miss Su that I have a wife." "Thank you, Miss Xue, for your favor." "You're wrong. I'm interested in you, not in that aspect, but I have a question I want to ask you. It's a long story, we'll talk about it tonight." After saying that, Suing left. Linny looked at Su Ying's departing back and fell into deep thought. His intuition told him that Suing must have discovered something, otherwise she would not have paid so much attention to him. Linny took a taxi back to the hotel to rest. At 6 o'clock, Qinfen called him and informed him of the meeting place. Linny took another taxi to the party hotel. When we entered the venue, there were already quite a few people chatting together. People were holding champagne glasses and gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Qinfen brought a lady in her 50s to Linny and introduced her. "Mr. Lin, this is Ms. Fong Tan, the owner of the sword forging pavilion." "Hello, Ms. Fong." Linny shook hands with Fong Tan. Fong Tan was very direct and got straight to the point. "Mr. Lin, this time our sword forging pavilion has a new spokesperson. Mr. Lin has been selected as our new spokesperson. We believe that with Mr. Lin as the spokesperson, our company's reputation will be further improved. Regarding the specific endorsement matters, I will send relevant personnel from the company to discuss with you in the next 2 days." Linny said, "I'm honored." After chatting casually with Fong Tan, the latter left. Qinfen asked, "Mr. Lin, do you know Miss Siki?" Lin Yi's heart was moved, but he remained expressionless and asked, "I don't know him, why do you ask, Mr. Qin?" "That's what happened. After the show was recorded, Miss Siki came backstage to look for you, but you had already left. She asked if you would attend the cocktail party, and I said yes. She asked me to introduce you to her at the cocktail party, but she hasn't come yet. When she comes, I will introduce you to her." Linny was secretly depressed. Of course he and Li Siki knew each other, but he had erased Li Siki's memory. Now Li Siki wanted to find her. Could it be that her memory had been restored? "What does she want to talk to me about?" Linny asked Qinfen. The latter shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, so I asked if you knew each other." "Since you didn't know each other before, I guess Miss Siki must admire your swordsmanship very much, so she wants to get to know you." "I have inside information. Miss Siki has taken on a costume short drama. Maybe she has taken a fancy to you and wants to invite you to star in it." At this moment, Qinfen suddenly pointed to the gate and said, "Look, someone is coming. Let's go over there." After saying that, he was about to pull Linny over. At this moment, a handsome man walked up to Li Siki and said, "My dear, long time no see. You have been avoiding me all this time. I miss you so much." Lee Siki didn't even look at him and said, "Who are you? I don't know you. Go away." "Stop it, honey, I'm your boyfriend Ding Hao. You better understand, I don't have a boyfriend like you. When I was threatened, you hid away like a turtle. Now you have the nerve to say you are my boyfriend. How could I have fallen for you when I was blind?" "Dear, let me explain." "You don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it. I'm telling you, Ding Hao, we're over. Don't bother me again. If you bother me again, I'll call the police." After saying that, he ignored Ding Hao. This made Ding Hao so angry that his face turned green. Lee Siki embarrassed him in front of so many people, which can be said to have made him lose face completely. "I thought I could win her heart back by saying a few nice words, but now it seems that I was taking it for granted. Just wait for me, you bitch." Ding Hao cursed inwardly. "Ms. Siki." Shinfun walked up to Lee Siki and greeted her. Then he introduced to Lee Siki, "This is Mr. Lin you were looking for, the Xianyuan swordsman." Chapter 97, Turbulence at the Meeting Place. "Hello Miss Siki, my name is Lin Yi." "Lin Yi?" Lee Siki fell into deep thought. Apparently she had some impression of this name. But it was just some impression, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head. "Hello, my name is Lee Siki. We know each other. I always feel that you look familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen you before." Lin Yi smiled and said, "I do know Miss Siki. I often see Miss Siki's works on TikTok. I am a loyal fan of yours." "Really? Is this true?" "Certainly. Does it require a signature?" "Of course." Lin Yi felt around and found no pen. He gave Lee Siki a wry smile. The latter took out a pen from his bag and leaned down to sign on Lin Yi's chest. "I had just signed my name when I suddenly froze." Looking at Lin Yi, he said, "I always feel that this scene is so familiar." Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. This was exactly what happened when she and Lee Siki first met. Lin Yi stated that he was her fan, and Lee Siki asked her if she wanted an autograph. Lin Yi said that she didn't have a pen, and Lee Siki said that she did. Then she asked Lin Yi where to sign. Lin Yi pointed to his chest, and Lee Siki signed for him there. What was slightly different this time was that before Lin Yi could indicate where to sign, Lee Siki had already signed on her chest. "Did we really not know each other before?" Lee Siki confirmed again. "I don't know him, of course I don't know him." Lin Yi denied. Lee Siki signed her name with doubt. "Lin Yi, I think you and I get along very well. I'm about to start filming a short drama, and there's a supporting role in it that's very suitable for you. Are you interested?" Lee Siki asked. Shinfun, who was standing by, heard this and quickly winked at Lin Yi, asking him to agree. Lin Yi was not interested. He would rather spend more time with Shui Yanran than waste his time here. Just as I was about to find a reason to refuse, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Byte. Mission released, mission content, host accepts Lee Siki's invitation to film. Lin Yi cursed inwardly. The system was causing trouble again. After a little hesitation, Lin Yi agreed. "It's an honor to be able to film with Miss Siki. I am very happy." "Okay, that's settled. I'll have someone contact you in 2 days." Lee Siki said. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the title of cold-blooded killer. Lin Yi. In order to complete the system task, he reluctantly gave up the time he spent with Shui Yanran just to get the system reward. But unexpectedly, the system actually rewarded him with a title. "By the way, what's the point of this cold-blooded killer title?" He asked the system, and the system replied, "The so-called cold-blooded killer title, as the name suggests, once activated, the host will have the characteristics of a cold-blooded killer, both cold and full of murderous intent, and at the same time keep a clear mind at all times, and not panic when encountering things, which can make the host survive in desperate situations, and can come up with multiple ways to deal with danger." After the system's explanation, Lin Yi suddenly felt that this cold-blooded killer was not so bad and not as bad as he had imagined. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the door, and then someone crawled into the venue, causing an immediate commotion in the venue, and everyone turned their attention to that person. It was a man, his naked upper body covered with whip marks, and his originally handsome face now looked somewhat hideous because of the blood. As soon as he entered the venue, he shouted, "Help! Someone wants to kill me." The security guards at the venue rushed forward to inquire, and one of the young security guards asked, "Sir, what happened? Who beat you up like this?" The man was about to answer when the door was pushed open again and a woman with a voluptuous figure and sexy clothes walked in, followed by two bodyguards in black. When the young security guard saw the woman, he was about to ask something but was stopped by the older security guard next to him. The older security guard looked panicked and pulled the young security guard aside to stop him from interfering. The young security guard wanted to resist, but the older security guard whispered something in his ear. The young security guard's face changed drastically and he dared not meddle in other people's business anymore. Obviously, this woman had a high status and position, so he didn't dare to interfere. All those present were experienced people, and they avoided it as much as possible when they saw it. No one wanted to get involved in this matter. They are all internet celebrities. If they say they have status, it is only in their hometown. This is Tianjue, not their home. If they offend the wrong person, they might end up in big trouble. Help, help. The man crawled and called for help, but no one was willing to help him. Some even kept their distance from him, trying to avoid him. Seeing this, the woman smiled and said, "No one can save you today. Come with me. I haven't had enough fun yet." After saying that, she glanced at the two bodyguards behind her, and they took the man and left. No matter how the man struggled, he could not escape the fate of being caught. Just as they were about to leave, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop, let him go." The person who spoke was none other than Li Siki. Thinking back to the time when Li Siki was threatened by Kaiguasen and had nowhere to turn for help, she knew the feeling of being isolated and helpless. Seeing the miserable state of the man now, she couldn't help but think of herself back then. She didn't want the man to be like her, so she spoke up to stop him. She also knew that this would most likely get her into trouble, but she couldn't care less at the moment. This shout successfully stopped several people. The woman turned around and looked at Li Siki with a hint of amusement in her eyes. She slowly walked up to Li Siki and asked, "You want me to let him go?" Someone nearby pulled Li Siki, suggesting that he should stop interfering, but Li Siki ignored it. He looked at the woman and said calmly, "Who are you and why are you taking him away? What does this have to do with you? Do you know him?" "I don't know him." "Then why do you mind your own business? It's obvious that he doesn't want to go with you. Are the injuries on his body caused by you? So what? Then I can't just ignore it. You are breaking the law. Release him immediately, or I will call the police." As he spoke, Li Siki took out his cell phone and was about to threaten the woman, but it was snatched away by the woman. "If you want to call the police, your phone is here with me. Let me see how you are going to call the police," the woman said with a smile. "Give it back to me." Li Siki wanted to take the phone back, but couldn't. The woman was stronger than her and pushed Li Siki, knocking her to the ground. "You!" Li Siki's face turned red with anger. The woman took 2 steps forward provocatively, looked down at Li Siki and said, "Call the police." "Let me see how you call the police." Li Siki had no choice but to ask for help from those around her. "What are you doing watching? Call the police." But no one called the police. The woman looked around and looked at Li Siki with a victorious smile. Li Siki was so angry that tears came out. At this time, someone else said, "Don't go too far. Let him go quickly." Chapter 98, Title of Killer. The person who spoke was actually Suing. Everyone was shocked again. There was actually someone who stood up. Lun Yun and Lu Feng, who were standing next to Suing, were so scared that they quickly distanced themselves from her, fearing that she would implicate them. The woman slowly walked up to Suing and said with contempt, "Why, you want to call the police too?" Suing helped Li Siki up from the ground and said, "If you don't let her go, I will call the police. If you are not afraid of death, report it and give it a try." Suing took out her cell phone, and the woman tried the same trick again, trying to snatch Suying's cell phone, but Suing was prepared and pulled her hand back. The woman failed and became furious. She punched Suing, but Suing dodged by leaning sideways. Interesting. The woman did not continue to attack. She saw that Suing had some skills and suddenly became excited. "You two are really brave. If you want to meddle in other people's business, then forget about leaving Tianjue. Come with me." "Why should I go with you?" Suing said. "This is not up to you." The woman clapped her hands, and immediately 2 men in black stepped forward and were about to take the two away. Suing got ready to attack. Li Siki shrank back in fear. Just as a fight was about to break out, Linny suddenly stood in front of the 2 men in black. "Let's talk it over nicely," Linny said with a smile. "Another one who sticks out. The woman laughed. She walked up to Linny, stuck out her tongue at him, and said, "She looks okay, but she looks a little weak. I don't know if she can do that." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Lisiki couldn't help but curse, "Do you have any shame?" The woman said, "You said I have no shame. I think you don't want to have any face anymore. I will scratch your face later. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn." A woman's face is her lifeline. Lisiki was so frightened that she dared not speak. She noticed that the woman's expression was very serious when she said this, and she didn't seem to be joking. Linny was also very angry after hearing this. It was obvious at first glance that this woman was not a good person. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was cruel and ruthless to torture the man like that. "We don't want to cause trouble. You can take the person away and this matter ends here," Linny said. The two were about to say something, but Linny stopped them from continuing. The woman obviously didn't want to let it go, and said with a smile, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. You've offended our tri-union, and you want to let it go like this." When they heard the word Trilateral Association, someone exclaimed, obviously having heard of the name of Trilateral Association. Linny frowned and asked, "Then what do you want?" "Come with me." "Okay, I'll go with you, and the other two will stay." The woman nodded and agreed to Linny's proposal. Obviously, she was very interested in Linny. "Don't go with her." Lisiki tried to stop him, but Linny gave her a reassuring smile and left with the woman. After leaving the venue, several people walked out of the hotel. "Throw him away, useless trash." The woman gave orders to the big man in black. The big man in black threw the bloody man directly to the door of the hotel, then got into a black car and left. One of the men in black was driving the car, and the woman was sitting in the passenger seat. Linny and the other man in black were sitting in the back seat. "Where are we going?" Linny asked. "You'll know when you get there. Don't be afraid. I will treat you well then," said the woman. Ding, the title of Cold-Blooded Killer is activated. The system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. This made Linny stunned. What was the system doing? It actually activated the title without his consent. As the title was activated, Linny felt an invisible emotion rippling in his heart. That emotion was a mixture of temper, anger, calmness, cruelty, bloodthirstiness, and other emotions, which made Linny feel unprecedentedly restless. He shook his body uncomfortably, trying to dispel the negative emotions, but he failed. Instead, he felt even more restless. "Be quiet and don't move." The big man in black beside him shouted at Linny. "Ahoo, why are you yelling? Don't scare my little lover," said the woman. Then she looked at Linny meaningfully and said, "Don't be afraid, little darling. I will make it up to you later." Linny grinned and smiled at the woman. This smile was very ordinary, but the woman felt an inexplicable chill and couldn't help shivering all over. "You call me little darling, and I like that. Then what should I call you?" Linny asked the woman. The woman felt even colder in her heart, and couldn't help but shout, "Stop the car." The car stopped instantly before the driver had time to ask. At this moment, Linny moved. An elbow hit the big man in black directly in the mouth. The big man in black vomited blood instantly, his teeth were knocked out, and he covered his mouth and screamed. Linny kicked him again, directly kicking him out of his seat. His fat body was kicked out by the car door. The big man in the driver's seat finally reacted, took out a knife, turned around and stabbed Linny. However, he only stabbed halfway before the knife was caught by Linny. Linny twisted the big man's wrist hard and broke it. Linny pressed the big man's head with his left hand and made close contact with the steering wheel, and the big man's face was covered in blood in an instant. After dealing with the two, Linny got out of the car. At this time, the woman in the passenger seat had already gotten out of the car, pointing a silver pistol in her hand at Linny, who was getting out of the car. Looking at her two dead subordinates, the woman's face changed drastically, and she no longer had the calmness she had just had. "Who are you?" the woman asked. Linny smiled cruelly and said, "Didn't you just call me little darling? I am your little darling." Bang! A gunshot was heard, and with a flash of light, the bullet was blocked by a sword. The woman looked at the sword in Linny's hand in astonishment. She didn't even know when this sword came into her hands. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 5 more shots, and the woman had used up all the bullets in her pistol. But the long sword in Linny's hand danced wildly, forming a sword curtain in front of him, blocking all the bullets. The woman threw the unloaded pistol at Lin Yi, then turned and ran. Lin Yi chased him slowly, just like a cat playing with a mouse. At this time, it was a wilderness with no vehicles passing by. This was the perfect resting place chosen by Lin Yi for them. Finally, the woman could no longer run and fell to the ground. Lin Yi walked forward slowly, step by step, like the god of death. Do you know who I am? I am Feng Ji from the Sanlian Association. If you dare to touch me, the Sanlian Association will not let you go. The woman was still making her last struggle. Lin Yi gave her a cruel smile, and the sword in his hand slashed across her neck. The woman fell to the ground instantly, dead. Ding, the title of cold-blooded killer ends. As the system sounded, Lin Yi felt that all the negative emotions in his body disappeared. He stared blankly at everything around him, lost in thought. System, what the hell did you do? Chapter 99, Playing Dumb. The first time Lin Yi activated the title of cold-blooded killer, he killed 3 people. Looking at the 3 corpses in front of him, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. This was not the first time he had killed someone. The last time was when he killed Kaiguasen and his men in Yunhai. But the system promised to clean up his mess, so Lin Yi had no worries at that time and just killed him without burying him. But this time it was different, the system did not promise him. What made Lin Yi most angry was that the system automatically activated the title without his consent, which was completely beyond Lin Yi's expectations. When the title was activated, Lin Yi felt like a wild beast on the verge of rage, unable to control his emotions. He seemed to have lost his mind and became a complete killing machine. This also made Lin Yi wary of this title, fearing that he would automatically start again. System, I didn't ask you to activate the title, why did you activate it automatically? Lin Yi asked. The system replied, the cold-blooded killer title is automatically activated and is triggered under certain circumstances. Lin Yi cursed in his heart, what a shitty title. This was the first time he doubted the system's rewards. He would rather not have such abilities than become a killing machine. System, I don't want this cold-blooded killer title anymore. The system said, once the reward is obtained, it cannot be returned. Lin Yi. I promised Li Siki to participate in her show. If I reject her again, then I have not completed the task. Can I take back the reward? The system said, once the host receives a reward, he must participate in the mission, otherwise he will be punished. What kind of punishment? You will receive a punishment mission issued by the system. Once the mission is launched, you must accept it and cannot refuse it. If you cannot complete it within the specified time, the host will be wiped out by the system. Damn, it's so serious. Lin Yi was directly frightened. If you fail to complete it, you will die. Is this fair? You are so cruel. In the end, Lin Yi compromised. But at this time, he was already wary of the system. It seems that not all rewards are good, and some are unacceptable to me. He will just have to be more careful in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yi no longer worried about this issue. He took out his cell phone and called MOU. Mr. MO, there is something I may need to trouble you with. This is what happened. I killed someone. Can Mr. MO help me settle this matter? If we talk about the most powerful person Lin Yi knows, it is only MOU. Even a big family like Dong Jinfeng can be dealt with, which shows how powerful MOU is. So after he killed someone, the first thing he did was to find MOU, hoping that he could settle the matter. He told MOU what happened, but unexpectedly MOU agreed on the spot and warned him not to worry, saying that masters of ancient martial arts all have privileges, and killing a few people is no big deal as long as it is not a massacre of innocent people. Then MOU made another phone call. About 10 minutes later, a group of men in black came. They moved quickly and efficiently, dealt with the body, and cleaned up the scene. The leader was very polite to Lin Yi and personally sent Lin Yi back to the hotel. But they were very cautious and did not reveal any information about their identities from beginning to end. Lin Yi returned to the hotel, took a shower and had a nap. When he woke up the next day, the first thing he did was to check the local news to see if what happened last night was on the news. After watching for nearly an hour, he did not see any news about the murder, which made Lin Yi completely relieved. MOU did not lie to him, and his murder case had been settled. Otherwise, it is impossible that a homicide case in which 3 people died would not have been reported at all. Just at this moment, a phone call came in. It was Qin Fun. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Qin Fun asked. Fine. I'm glad you're okay. I thought something happened to you. You were taken away last night, and I called the higher-ups. They said they would find a way and asked me to ask about your current situation. Since you're okay, I replied to them. Linny said unhappily, if there is something wrong, it's too late to call now. Jinfen smiled awkwardly, yes, Mr. Lin, don't blame me. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although our company is large, we don't have many connections in Tianshui, so... Okay, you don't need to explain. I understand. If you have nothing else, I'll hang up now. There is one more thing, which is about the endorsement of the sword forging pavilion. They said that they will send someone to contact Mr. Lin tomorrow, so Mr. Lin should stay in Tianshui for the next 2 days and don't go back to Shanghai port yet. Okay, I understand. Not long after Linny hung up the phone, another strange phone call came in. When I picked up the phone, it was Suing. I heard from Jinfen that you are fine. Do you have time today? I want to ask you out for a meeting? Suing said on the phone. Linny knew that Suing must have something to say, so he thought about it and did not refuse. The two agreed to meet at a tea restaurant at noon. At noon, Linny arrived as promised. And Suing had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Linny coming in and greeted him. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Linny said. It's okay, I just got here a while ago too. Suing said. I ordered a lot of food, all of which are Tianshui specialties. This meal is my treat. Soon, dishes of food were brought up. There were about 10 side dishes including crystal tofu, shrimp dumplings, fried duck, fishball noodles, etc., all of which were local delicacies. You ordered so much, it really costs you a lot of money this time, Linny said with a smile. It's not a big expense. After all, I'm a well-known internet celebrity. I can still afford this amount of money. Suing said. I am very picky about food. Whenever I go to a strange city, I will try the local specialties. Linny said, it turns out you are a foodie. Suing said, not really, it's just that I was poor when I was young and often didn't have enough to eat, so I worked hard to make money when I grew up. My dream is to try all the delicacies in the country. I have to say that your ideal is very realistic. For you now, it is only a matter of time before you realize it. Linny picked up a shrimp dumpling and said as he tasted it. That's true, but I'm afraid my other ideal may not be so easy to achieve. What? You still have an ideal. What is it? Why is it difficult to realize it? Tell me about it. Suing looked at Linny, who was eating with gusto, and said word by word, I want to become a master of ancient martial arts. Ahem. Linny almost choked on the crystal tofu in his mouth and quickly took a sip of the special herbal tea. This tofu is not very tender, and it makes me choke. Linny said while wiping his mouth with a tissue, trying to ease the awkwardness on the scene. By the way, what did you just say? What do you want to be? Linny asked again. Ancient martial arts master. Suing repeated. Master of ancient martial arts, what is that thing? Linny asked, pretending to be stupid. Chapter 100 Doubt. There was something intriguing in Su Ying's expression. Don't you know what a master of ancient martial arts is? Suing asked. Linny shook his head and said, I don't know, I've never heard of it. Suing looked at Linny, trying to confirm whether he was lying. Linny also looked at her. He knew that he couldn't panic at this time, otherwise he would be exposed. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. Ancient martial arts masters are rarer than giant pandas. How did Suing know that? Nye Tian knew about the ancient martial arts masters because his family was originally an ancient martial arts family. Linny was an ancient martial arts master but didn't know it, but Suing knew it. Could it be that her family was also an ancient martial arts family? Ancient martial arts masters are very powerful beings. Those who can practice ancient martial arts are all top masters who can fly into the sky and into the earth and are omnipotent. Suing explained. Flying into the sky and into the ground, are you kidding? Linny said. I'm not kidding. They are not characters in novels or movies. They really exist in this world. Suing said seriously. Then can I ask a question? If there really are people who can fly into the sky and into the ground in this world, why don't they participate in sports events? With their abilities, it would be easy for them to win the championship. Linny said. I thought Suing would be stumped by the question, but unexpectedly Suing smiled and said, You ask this because you were looking at the problem from the perspective of an ordinary person. Your vision is limited, just like a beggar. His dream is not to become an emperor, but to have a golden bowl to beg for food. Since they can become ancient martial arts masters, they will naturally not be restricted by worldly restrictions. Those worldly honors are worthless in their eyes. Linny secretly admired Su Ying for his unique way of looking at things. At his level, he really didn't care about ordinary honors. Why do you believe that there are ancient martial arts masters in this world? Have you seen them? Su Ying actually nodded and said, I have indeed seen them. Then she looked into memory and said, I was born in a remote village. I remember when I was 7 years old, I went up the mountain to pick mushrooms and got lost. I wandered around for a long time but couldn't find my way out. Just when I was feeling uneasy, a strong wind suddenly blew and I thought it was going to rain heavily. Who knew I would see a scene that can only be seen in martial arts movies? What did you see? Linny asked seriously. I saw two people fighting. It was not an ordinary fight, but the kind of fighting scenes depicted in the movies. One of them held a knife and the other held a stick, and they fought each other. They were very fast, and every time the weapons came into contact, it would stir up a gust of wind. They were flying high and low, using light skills to chase and fight in the woods. I will never forget that scene as long as I live. Su Ying's eyes lit up when she spoke excitedly. Apparently, he remembered the fight that day vividly and still couldn't forget it. What happened next? Linny asked. Later, both of them were injured. One of them left, and the other stayed on the spot to heal. He knew of my existence from the beginning and called me over to talk. I asked who they were, and he told me that he was a master of ancient martial arts. Su Ying said. It was then that I realized that this world is not what I imagined. There is a kind of godlike existence called ancient martial arts masters. I also want to become an ancient martial arts master. I also want to have extraordinary speed and strength like them. So, when I grew up, I visited various famous teachers and learned various kung fu, just to become an ancient martial arts master one day. So are you a master of ancient martial arts now? Linny asked. Su Ying shook her head. Although I have learned martial arts from many sects, these martial arts are limited to ordinary areas and cannot make me a master of ancient martial arts. At this point, Su Ying suddenly looked at Linny seriously and asked, what about you? Are you a master of ancient martial arts? Linny already knew that Su Ying would ask this question, otherwise she would not have talked to him so much. It seems that the sword skills I performed on the spot aroused Su Ying's suspicion. Pretending to be surprised, he asked, how could I be a master of ancient martial arts? How could you have such an idea? Because your swordsmanship makes me feel that it is not something that ordinary people can master. Su Ying said. Practice makes perfect, don't you know? Linny said, no matter how complicated the movements are, as long as you practice more, you will become proficient sooner or later. Besides, you also said that ancient martial arts masters don't care about worldly honors. If I were an ancient martial arts master, would I make a few dollars by shooting short videos on TikTok? Of course not. I can be a bodyguard for rich people, wouldn't it be faster to make money? Su Ying was amused by this remark, and said, what kind of status does an ancient martial arts master have? How could he be someone's bodyguard for money? What you said is very ignorant. Oh, it seems that I thought too much. With your mentality, you can't be an ancient martial arts master. That's right. Linny said, then happily picked up a fishball and started eating. She secretly thought that her doubts had finally been dispelled. Su Ying stopped dwelling on this question and instead asked about what happened last night. By the way, after that woman took you away last night, she didn't do anything to you, did she? I heard that woman is a ruthless character, from a gang called Sanlianui in Tianshui. I think her name is Feng Ji. She likes to play with young men, and her methods are very perverted. Siki and I were worried about you last night, but I didn't expect that you were fine. That woman regretted it last night after she took me away. She let me go halfway and didn't do anything to me at all. I guess she thought I was too weak and couldn't satisfy her. Linny lied. Su Ying naturally didn't know that Linny was lying, so she nodded and said, you do look very thin at first glance, but after getting to know you for a long time, I don't think so. Especially after watching your swordplay performance, I found that you are actually quite powerful. Linny smiled and said, don't be obsessed with me, I have a wife. You think too much. Su Ying rolled her eyes at him and said, by the way, I heard that you got the endorsement of the sword forging pavilion. Congratulations. Yes, the sword forging pavilion will discuss the contract in the next 2 days. You see, if I really am a master of ancient martial arts, why would I be an endorsement for such a small amount of money? Linny did not forget to add fuel to the fire, making Suing believe that he was not a master of ancient martial arts. Suing agreed with this statement and nodded. Indeed, it is impossible for a master of ancient martial arts to be interested in such a small profit. Linny thought to himself, who said I don't like it? I like it. What's wrong with being an endorser? I can easily make millions. Even a master of ancient martial arts can't resist this temptation. Then Suing said, Siki said thank you for our help last night, so she wants to treat us to a meal in the next 2 days? Why, you have a good relationship with Lee Siki. She is a multi-millionaire internet celebrity, a level higher than us. I didn't know her before, but we got to know each other last night. We met each other too late. We slept together last night and talked until very late. Chapter 101 Banquet. Last night, when Lee Siki tried to stop Fengji, only Suing and Linny came out to support her, while the rest of the people all hid like rats. This made Lee Siki once again realize the indifference of human nature, and at the same time she cherished Suing and Linny, two real flesh and blood people, even more. After Linny left, Lee Siki also wanted to mobilize her connections to save Linny, but she was unfamiliar with the place in Tianshui. Fortunately, Qinfen called the top management and guaranteed that Linny would be fine, which reassured Lee Siki and Suing. That night, Lee Siki invited Suing to her place, and the two chatted about their own sorrows over the years, and unexpectedly became good friends who could talk about anything. This time Suing invited Linny. Lee Siki was supposed to come too, but she had something urgent to do so she didn't come. However, she told Suing that she would treat them to dinner another day and asked Suing to tell Linny. Naturally, Linny would not refuse the invitation of the beautiful woman and agreed immediately. A day later, the sword casting pavilion sent someone to meet with Linny to discuss the endorsement, and finally agreed upon a fee of 2 million. Linny also came to the sword casting pavilion to inspect the factory and performed a set of sword techniques in public. However, in order to avoid causing unnecessary sensation, he simply performed a few moves without using any advanced sword skills. In the next 2 days, Linny shot several short films as promotional videos under the arrangement of the sword casting pavilion, and he managed to raise 2 million yuan so easily. It is so easy to make money. How can the masters of ancient martial arts resist this temptation? When everything was done, one night before Linny left Tianshui, Lee Siki called and arranged a place for dinner. Miss Siki, is there anyone else at the dinner besides the three of us? Linny asked. Lee Siki said, there is no one else, only the three of us. What do you want to say? I want to bring a friend with me. Does Miss Siki mind? What friends? It's a good friend of mine from college. He's a local. If Miss Siki minds, just pretend I didn't say anything. What's there to worry about? You're not a bad person, and your brother shouldn't be much worse either. Take him along. Thank you, Miss Siki. Don't worry, my brother is a very good person. Miss Siki will definitely like him when she sees him. After hanging up the phone, Linny called Wu Fan and said, Wu Fan, I'm leaving tomorrow, let's get together tonight. You don't have to treat me, the beautiful ladies will. They are really beauties, very pretty, and there are 2 of them. Good brother, if there is such a good opportunity, I will naturally share it with my brothers. I have a wife, and I have no idea about them. You must seize the opportunity. Inside a luxurious private room at the Peninsula Hotel, the most famous 5-star hotel in Tianshui City. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the private room overlook Tianshui City's most prosperous commercial street. The commercial streets are illuminated by various neon lights, showing the luxury of the city. Linny pushed the door open and saw Lee Siki and Suing had been waiting for a long time. We're 5 minutes late. We're still late even though a beautiful lady treated us to a meal. Don't you think you take us seriously? Lee Siki teased. Sorry, there's a traffic jam. Suing said to the beautiful waitress who was waiting nearby, serve the food, and the beautiful waitress bent down and went out. It is worthy of being a 5-star hotel, even the waiters are so thoughtful. Suing asked, why are you here alone? Didn't you say you would bring your friends? Linny said, I guess he was late because of the traffic jam. I'll call him now. After saying that, Linny picked up the phone and was about to dial when the door opened and Wu Fan walked in. Sorry, I'm late. Wu Fan apologized to the 3 people present, and then sat directly next to Linny. Linny glanced sideways and saw that Wu Fan was wearing cheap clothes. His dark sweater had pilling on it, and his white shirt with cuffs exposed was stained with oil. What was even more speechless was that there was a black stain on his left cheek, as if he had just come out of a repair shop. What's wrong with you? I told you there was a beautiful lady here, so why didn't you dress up properly before coming out? Linny blamed in a low voice. There is really no time. Now the whole factory is busy transforming the process equipment and preparing to start production in the shortest time possible. As the boss, I naturally have to take the brunt and set an example for the workers. If you weren't leaving tomorrow, I wouldn't come today no matter what. Wu Fan said. But you're here anyway. You could take 10 minutes to dress up. You're a rich second generation, why are you busy like a worker? And where's your watch? Why aren't you wearing it? It's a fake watch. Why am I trying to show off in front of you? You are not pretending in front of me, you are. Linny signaled the two beauties Li Siki and Suing with his eyes. Wu Fan shook his head. I don't have that in mind right now. All I want is to make money. As long as the equipment is debugged and can be put into mass production, we will issue it. Linny was speechless. He originally wanted to create an opportunity for his good brother to have an affair, but he didn't expect that his mind was not on this at all. He was only thinking about making money. What are you two whispering about? Linny, why don't you introduce yourself? Li Siki said. As soon as the two of them came in, they started whispering and completely ignored the presence of the two beauties. This made Li Siki feel left out and very rude. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is my brother Wu Fan, a famous entrepreneur in Tianshui City. His family is in the pharmaceutical manufacturing business. He is rich and well known. These two are both big internet celebrities, Li Siki and Suing. Linny introduced them one by one. Linny's introduction aroused the suspicion of the two girls. Rich second generation, rich and powerful? Looking at Wu Fan's outfit, he doesn't look like a rich man at all. Instead, he looks like a factory worker. Of course, the two of them did not judge people by their appearance. After greeting Wu Fan, the banquet officially began. Linny originally wanted to help his good brother find a marriage, but Wu Fan was not interested in it. Perhaps he was too hurt by Fan Yashuan, but he had no interest in the two girls and put all his attention on work. Linny, you don't know how effective your medicine is. Our company's R&D manager, Mr. Zhang Zhang, has been sleeping soundly these past few days after taking your sleeping pills. I sold a piece of land owned by my father and used the money to dismantle the company's original production line. Now I am investing all my funds in purchasing new equipment. I believe it won't be long before the product can be mass-produced. As soon as the product is launched, I can guarantee that it will absolutely crush similar products and we will have the largest market share. We will be rich soon, and we will have more money than we can spend. Wu Fan became more and more excited as he spoke, and he didn't notice at all that Linny was winking at him. Li Siki and Suing, on the other hand, could only smile bitterly with helplessness. They both started to wonder, is Wu Fan crazy about money? He looks ordinary and doesn't look like a boss, but he keeps talking about ways to make money. Is it that easy to make money? Chapter 102, A Short Separation Makes You Happy. The trip to Tianshui ended and Linny boarded a plane to Shanghai port. When the plane landed, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Linny went straight home. When getting off the plane, Linny sent a message to Shui Yanran. Honey, I'm back. Soon, he received a reply from Shui Yanran. Linny, have you missed me these days? Shui Yanran, no. Linny made an angry expression. Shui Yanran, I was lying to you. I miss you every day. Linny, that's more like it. Honey, are you at home or at the company? Shui Yanran replied, company. Linny, let's make something delicious tonight to celebrate. Shui Yanran, celebrating what? Linny, your husband signed an endorsement and earned 2 million. Do you think it's worth celebrating? Shui Yanran, okay. Linny took a taxi home and took a shower first. When he came out, he found Shui Yanran pushing the door open. Shui Yanran was still wearing the same professional suit, with light makeup on her delicate face, giving people the feeling that she was someone who could only be admired from a distance and not touched. As the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. Linny finally experienced what it meant to feel like a long time had passed since you last saw someone. Shui Yanran gave him a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and this feeling greatly stimulated Linny. He stretched out his hands and hugged Shui Yanran with his naked upper body, which was covered with water droplets, after just taking a shower. Shui Yanran, blushing, hugged Linny with her hands and buried her face in Linny's chest. Linny felt warm in his heart, and when he was about to bend down to kiss her, Shui Yanran ran away. Linny had no choice but to give up. Looking at Shui Yanran, he asked affectionately, "Why did you come back so early today? Didn't you say you wanted to celebrate, so I asked for leave and left work early?" Shui Yanran said, "You're not doing this right. You're the company's president. If you take the lead in making special arrangements, your employees will be dissatisfied if they find out. You're right. I'll go back now." After saying that, Shui Yanran turned around and pretended to leave. How could Linny really let her go? He grabbed her hand, hugged her again, and sat on the sofa. This immediately caused Shui Yanran to scream. The close contact between her and Linny, especially the fact that Linny was shirtless, made her face flush with fever. She tried to break free and leave, but Linny held her tightly and wouldn't let go. Shui Yanran had no choice but to let him take advantage of her. Linny hugged Shui Yanran and told her about his trip to Tianshui. When he said that when he showed the photo of the two of them to his good brother Wu Fan, the other party thought that Shui Yanran had photoshopped the photo and refused to believe it no matter how he explained, Shui Yanran was delighted. "Next time Wu Fan comes, I will make sure he sees you with his own eyes. He even accused me of photoshopping my wife. Why does she need photoshopping when she's so beautiful?" Shui Yanran was very pleased with Lin Yi's words. Which woman doesn't like to be praised? Asked, "Am I really beautiful?" Lin Yi nodded fiercely. "There is no doubt that if you are not beautiful, then there are no beautiful women in this world. You're so talkative." Shui Yanran scratched Lin Yi's nose. Said, "If you have time in a couple of days, go somewhere with me." Lin Yi looked at Shui Yanran and said, "Where? Home, right?" To be honest, Lin Yi was not ready yet, especially when facing the mother-in-law whom he had never met before. Lin Yi felt inexplicably nervous. Fortunately, Shui Yanran shook her head and said, "No, I went back to my alma mater to see my mentor. My mentor once said that as long as I have a crush on someone, I should bring her to see her. She wants to know what kind of person is lucky enough to marry me." Lin Yi was overjoyed. Shui Yanran's words meant that she agreed with him in her heart. "Yes, my dear. I will never let my mentor down." Lin Yi said. "That's not necessarily true. My mentor has very high standards. It's still unclear whether you can pass her inspection. If she doesn't like me, will you break up with me, Yanran?" Shui Yanran said, "Of course not, you are the one I like, why would I mind other people's eyes?" Lin Yi's heart moved, and he asked, "What about him? Has your mentor met him?" Shui Yanran's face darkened and she nodded. "What does the instructor think of him?" "Why do you ask that?" "I'm just curious." "Can I not answer?" Lin Yi shook his head. Shui Yanran said, "My tutor told me privately that he is unruly, unwilling to be ordinary, and will not give me a stable life. She said that if I am willing to follow him in this bumpy life and seek excitement, then I can be with him. If I want to be like an ordinary person, just warm, peaceful, and worry-free, she suggested that I leave him." "In the end you didn't leave him. Was it because you wanted an exciting life?" Lin Yi asked. Shui Yanran shook her head. "No, I don't want my life to be too exciting. I just want to be with the one I love and live an ordinary life." "But you still choose to be with him?" Shui Yanran nodded and said, "That's right, because I love him deeply, for him, I can change." After saying this, tears flowed from Shui Yanran's eyes. Lin Yi wiped it off and said angrily, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned him on my own initiative, damn me." Shui Yanran hugged Lin Yi tightly and said, "Don't say that. I'm glad you're not angry." Lin Yi said, "Don't be angry, I can take half of his love from you, I am already very satisfied." The two hugged each other and listened to each other's heartbeats. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. After a long while, Shui Yanran said, "Do you still want to eat braised pork? If you want to eat it, then let me go. It's getting late. I need to go buy some groceries." Lin Yi shook his head, "Don't go, let me hold you for a while. There is an idiom that goes, beauty is a feast to the eyes. That's how I am now. I feel full just by looking at you. Why would I want to eat braised pork? You're so talkative. This is not good. If you act so eloquent in front of the teacher, I'm afraid the teacher will think that I'm deceived by your sweet words and his impression of you will be greatly reduced. You think too little of yourself. How can you easily deceive our Miss Shui with just sweet words? That's not necessarily true. If a handsome boy said sweet words to me, I might fall in love with someone else. Linny said, there won't be a day when I am your only lover. I am destined to be your lover for life. Hey, Yenran, call me brother. No. Linny stretched out his hand to scratch Shui Yenran's itchy spot, and the latter struggled and smiled, good brother, please spare me. Linny let go at the right time, and Shui Yenran escaped instantly. In the evening, Linny had a delicious braised pork meal with a few side dishes, and he was very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Linny and Shui Yenran sat on the sofa and watched TV. The variety show broadcast on TV was the one recorded by Linny. When Linny came on stage to perform sword kicking, the scene was filled with exclamations, and Shui Yenran, who was lying in Linny's arms, also applauded to cheer for her husband. This made Linny feel extremely proud. To be appreciated by a beautiful woman, what more could one ask for? Chapter 103 Lost. On Saturday morning, Linny changed into a suit. The reason why he was dressed so formally was because Linny was going to accompany Shui Yenran to meet her mentor today. Shui Yenran's mentor is a lifetime honorary professor at Shanghai Port University. Being a lifetime honorary professor at the school means that one has a very high status in the school. The school specially selected a site on campus for her and built a single-family villa for her to live in. Shui Yenran drove the black Mabac and took Linny to meet the tutor, but her first stop was not Shanghai University of Hong Kong, but a health product store. Since you are going to see the mentor, you naturally cannot come empty-handed. You have to bring some gifts to show your respect. For the elderly, Wui health products are the best gifts. After spending tens of thousands of yuan on health products, Shui Yenran came to her second stop, the hospital. After seeing the golden words Shanghai Port People's Hospital, Linny asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Shui Yenran replied, "The teacher has lung problems and has been coughing all year round. I have made some friends here and was able to get some cough medicine from abroad, which is quite effective." Linny thought to himself that he was good at curing illnesses. Back then, he cured Jean Jizuan's tuberculosis with just a few injections. Now that teacher Shui Yenran also has lung disease, it would be a good opportunity for me to cure the old lady. Maybe she would have a good impression of me and praise me in front of Shui Yenran. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, he had promised Jean Jizuan and Nie Tian that he would not show his medical skills to anyone at will. If he really did it, wouldn't he be breaking his promise? Never mind him. He had only promised not to show his medical skills to outsiders. His wife's teacher is not an outsider, but one of his own. Since he is one of his own, it doesn't count as breaking his promise. Thinking of this, Linny said, "Yenran, you don't need to buy medicine. I have a way to cure the teacher's illness." Shui Yenran was holding her phone and preparing to contact her friends to buy medicine. When she heard this, she looked at Linny in surprise. "What did you say? Do you have a way to make the teacher heal?" Linny nodded. "What do you have in mind? Tell me about it. I know medical skills. It's just a lung disease. I only need a few injections to cure it." Is this true? Shui Yenran was surprised by Linny again. How could she not be surprised that her husband actually knew medicine? She absolutely did not think that Linny was bragging. After this period of contact, she understood that as long as Linny dared to say it, it was most likely true. "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet." "You want to bet again?" Shui Yenran blushed. "What are you betting on? Kiss you?" "It's my turn to kiss you this time," Linny said with a smile. "You cheated last time, but I won't let you succeed this time. If I win this time, you have to let me kiss you, and kiss you here." Linny said this, pointing his finger at Shui Yenran's lips. Shui Yenran's face turned even redder. "How about a bet? Let's bet, who's afraid of who?" Shui Yenran said. "It's a deal," Linny said excitedly, looking like he was sure of winning. The most famous university in Shanghai Port is Shanghai Port University. A black Mabac stopped in front of the gate of Shanghai Port University. The car door opened, Linny and Shui Yenran got out of the car and walked into the school gate. The school was full of students, both male and female, in groups of 3 or 5. Some of them stroll on the way to and from get out of class with books in their hands. Some sat on the grass on the road chatting and basking in the sun. Others were taking photos or chatting on the roadside seats, creating a strong atmosphere. Linny looked at the students passing by and recalled his own college days, and couldn't help but feel emotional. In the blink of an eye, he has graduated for many years, and the scenes when he was in school are still as fresh as yesterday. Linny asked as he walked. Yanran, I don't know why I feel a little nervous. Shui Yanran said, why should I be nervous? The teacher is a very kind person, and she is not my mother. Linny asked, Yanran, is your mother really that strong? Shui Yanran nodded. Linny said, if I face her one day, how should I deal with it? Shui Yanran asked, are you afraid to see her? Of course he is not afraid. He is a master of ancient martial arts. How can he be afraid of a mere ordinary person? But if she said she was not afraid, she was Shui Yanran's mother after all, and it would be bad to have a falling out. I'm not afraid of her. I just want to think about how to get along with her in advance. I don't want to make her angry, nor do I want to be hostile to her. After all, you are between her and me. If she and I have a quarrel, you will be the one who suffers the most. Linny said. Don't worry, if you really have a falling out with her, I'll stand by you. To me, it doesn't matter whether she's your mother or not. Unexpectedly, Shui Yanran didn't even want to mention it. In a detached villa in the northeast corner of the school, Linny finally met Shui Yanran's mentor, an old man in his 70s with completely white hair. The instructor's face is very white, with some age spots and many wrinkles. She smiles very kindly, with a standard face shape. Although she is very old, her teeth are very neat, which shows that she was also a beauty when she was young. The tutor's name is Yen Feng, a lifetime honorary professor of the Department of Economics and Management at Shanghai Port University. She has won several national awards, which shows that her academic attainments are very high. Yen Feng never got married and lived alone all her life, so the school specially built a house for her on campus to make her teaching convenient and also assigned someone to look after her. Shui Yanran introduced Linny to Yen Feng. Yen Feng looked at Linny and said with a smile, I have taught for so many years and have had countless students, but Yanran is the one that suits my heart best. You have won Yanran's favor and asked her to bring you to see me, which shows that she has entrusted herself to you. You must treat her well and not let her down. Teacher, please rest assured. I will treat Yanran well all my life. Linny said. Just as Shui Yanran said, Yen Feng was in poor health and would cough uncontrollably after speaking a few words. Seeing this, Linny hurriedly said, I heard Yanran say that the teacher has lung disease. It happens that I know some medical skills and I am willing to treat the teacher. Can you treat illnesses? Yen Feng looked at Shui Yanran in surprise. Yanran, it turns out that your husband is a doctor. He is not a doctor. Shui Yanran replied somewhat embarrassedly. Yen Feng looked at Linny in astonishment. Linny explained, Teacher, you misunderstood. I am not a doctor. I just know Chinese medicine and acupuncture, especially lung diseases. I once cured an old man of tuberculosis. Please rest assured that I can treat him. Yen Feng said, this disease of mine is an old one. When I was young, I went to the countryside and caught a cold in my lungs. Over the years, as I have aged, I feel that my health is getting worse and worse, and my cough is getting in worse. Over the years, I have taken a lot of medicine and tried a lot of methods, both Western and Chinese medicine, but they only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. This was said in a tactful way, and it was obvious that he did not believe in Linny's medical skills. Seeing this, Shui Yanran said, Teacher, please let Linny try. I believe he can cure you. Yen Feng looked at Shui Yanran and said with a smile, I can see that you trust your husband very much. Well, let's try to treat him. Even if it doesn't work, it can't get any worse. Shui Yanran smiled and winked at Linny, signaling him to start. Linny asked Yen Feng to lie on the bed and took out the golden needle from the hidden space. Chapter 104, The Magic Needle Shows Its Power. Teacher, you need to close your eyes and calm your mind while I am treating you, so that you can achieve the best results. Linny said. The golden needle emits golden light during treatment. Linny didn't want anyone to see this strange phenomenon so that he wouldn't have to explain himself. Yen Feng was very obedient and closed her eyes. Linny looked at Shui Yanran standing beside him, and after thinking about it, he decided to let her stay. She is his wife, there is no need for Linny to hide anything from her. He whispered, no matter what you see later, don't make any sound. Shui Yanran looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he said that. But she still nodded obediently, and at the same time reminded, can you do it? If not, don't force it. At this point, she still didn't believe that Linny had medical skills, and she didn't think that Linny could cure Yen Feng's decades-long lung disease. Don't worry, I'm determined to kiss you. Linny licked his lips ambiguously. Shui Yanran blushed and stopped trying to stop him. Linny held a thinnest golden needle in his hand and circulated the qi in his body, and the golden needle instantly shone with golden light. When Shui Yanran saw this, she was surprised and opened her mouth. Linny put his index finger at the corner of his mouth, signaling her not to make a sound. Then he inserted the golden needle into Yan Fang's body according to the acupuncture points recorded in the Divine Needle Book. The corners of Yan Fang's eyes twitched, but she didn't open them or make a sound. Linny inserted several golden needles into different acupuncture points of Yan Fang's body using the same method, and then waited. The light of the golden needles gradually dimmed over time. After the golden light completely dissipated, Linny pulled out all the golden needles one by one. "Okay, it's over. Teacher, you can open your eyes now," Linny said slowly. Yan Fang opened her eyes and sat up. "It's over just like that." Yan Fang still didn't quite believe it. The entire treatment process was short, and except for the pain during acupuncture at the beginning, she did not feel much pain. However, she could feel as if some invisible force entered her body and gathered in her lungs, restoring her lungs, which had been aching for years. It felt like a dream. Yan Fang tried to take a deep breath. In the past, she didn't dare to take a deep breath. As long as she took a deep breath, her lungs would be affected, and she would cough continuously. But this time it was different. She was pleasantly surprised to find that when she took a deep breath, she did not cough anymore, and did not even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, she felt a great sense of relief. This feeling made her feel as if she had found something she had lost for a long time, or as if she had been buried in the ground and had difficulty breathing in her previous life, and now she had finally broken out of the ground and was breathing fresh air. "My lung disease is actually cured. Xiaoyi, you are really a miracle doctor." Excited, Yan Fang said. She felt like she was reborn, feeling indescribable joy. "Teacher, this time you believe that I didn't lie to you, right?" Linny said. "Teacher, are you really okay?" Shui Yanran still couldn't believe it. This is no wonder. This is an old illness that he had suffered for decades, and he had traveled all over China and abroad, seeking out various famous doctors, but none of them could cure it. However, it was cured by Linny with just a few injections. It was unbelievable no matter how you look at it. "It's really better now. I feel like my lungs are reborn," Yan Fang said, taking a few deep breaths. "Feel the refreshing feeling of fresh air entering your body." Yan Fang had lost this most basic feeling for decades. Now that she finally had it again, she couldn't help but take a few more puffs. "That's great, teacher. I'm really happy to see that you can recover," Shui Yanran cried with joy. During college, Yan Fang took good care of Shui Yanran, and when faced with some professional problems, Yan Fang always taught her with an open mind. However, because of his severe coughing, he had to repeat the same question for a long time every time, which made Shui Yanran very distressed. She secretly vowed that after entering the society and making money, she would hire the best doctor to treat her teacher. When Shui Yanran finally earned enough money to hire famous doctors to treat her teacher, none of them could really cure her. In desperation, she could only buy some expensive medicines as a token of her appreciation. Now that Linny has cured the teacher, how can she not be happy? She looked at Linny with gratitude on her face, but when she saw Linny's meaningful smile, her face suddenly turned red. She thought of the bet. She lost. If you lose, Linny will kiss you there, and he will kiss you there, which makes Shui Yanran very embarrassed. Although she and Linny already had an intimate relationship, it was limited to hugging and cuddling, and had not yet reached the stage of kissing. Even though she lost the bet last time and kissed Linny, it was only a light kiss, and on the forehead. This time, Linny took the initiative and kissed her there. Shui Yanran still felt a little resistant inside. "I've had lung disease for decades and have tried every possible method, but none of it worked. I never expected that it would be cured miraculously in the end." Yan Fang's words were filled with disbelief. "Yanran, I am really happy for you that you can get Linny as your life partner. To be honest, when I first met Linny, I thought he was not worthy of you. Now it seems that I was short-sighted." Just to say that Linny's amazing medical skills are more than enough for Yanran. Linny was overjoyed. Just this one sentence showed that Yan Fang recognized him. Although Shui Yanran kept saying that she didn't mind Yan Fang's opinion, Linny could still see that she didn't actually mind at all. When Shui Yanran brought Lin Juanhao to see Yan Fang, the latter persuaded her. Although Shui Yanran shows love and did not accept Yan Fang's persuasion, she must have been entangled in her heart. Lin Juanhao's later inexplicable disappearance also proved that Yan Fang had a very accurate vision. Now that Yan Fang recognizes her so much, Shui Yanran must be happier than anyone else. Sure enough, when Linny looked at Shui Yanran, she was not dissatisfied because Yan Feng praised Linny and belittled her. Instead, she looked happy. At noon, the two had lunch at Yan Feng's house. Shui Yanran took the initiative to show off her cooking skills. Linny and Yan Feng wanted to help, but were rejected. Yan Feng is old, and Shui Yanran doesn't want her to work too hard. As for Linny, he is not good at cooking and his vegetable cutting skills are average, so he can't help much. Yan Feng sat on the sofa watching the opera show, while Linny chatted with her. Xiaoyi, who did you learn this medical skill from? Yan Feng asked. Master Linny must be very famous since he was able to cure her lung disease that had lasted for many years. Yan Feng was very curious about this. My master is the Supreme Gold of Sutin City. Supreme Jin gave him the Divine Needle Book, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was his own master. What, it's him? What a coincidence. I was introduced to him more than 10 years ago and went to Sutin City to seek his treatment. His medical skills are really good. My illness has been greatly relieved, but the root cause has not been cured. Since you are his apprentice, how come your medical skills are better than his? Chapter 105 The person who tied the bell must untie it. Linny smiled bitterly and thought to himself, if I had known he knew me, I wouldn't have mentioned him. He said, perhaps this is what it means that the disciple is better than the master. Yan Feng said with emotion, indeed, we are all old. The future belongs to you. You have such great medical skills. Do you want to open a clinic? Linny shook his head and said, no, I don't want to be too ostentatious. I just want to spend more time with her and spend the rest of my life with her. This is what Linny really thinks. At the beginning, Jin Jizuan and Nie Tian didn't want Linny to show off too much, so they asked him not to show off his medical skills in front of others. This was exactly what Linny wanted. He also didn't want to be too ostentatious. If he became too famous, he would have to treat a large number of patients every day, and there would be no joy in flirting with Shui Yanran. Yanran is blessed to have your favor. I believe you will live a happy life in the future. Yan Feng blessed sincerely. Thank you, teacher. I have always been loyal to Yanran, but Yanran. Teacher, you also know that Yanran had another relationship before she met me, and now she still can't let it go. There is always some gap between her and me. Linny took the opportunity to express his feelings. If there is no way to make Shui Yanran forget Lin Juanhao, then it will be impossible for him to truly get Shui Yanran's heart and body, so we must find a way to solve this problem. If I tell this to Yan Feng, maybe I can get some good advice from her. After all, Yan Feng told Shui Yanran everything she knew, and she must know a lot about Lin Juanhao. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Yi's words, Yan Feng showed a thoughtful expression. When Yanran was in her first relationship, she brought him to me. I didn't have a good first impression of him, especially the smile on his face, which made me uncomfortable. I know that smile doesn't necessarily mean he has bad intentions, but it definitely doesn't match Yanran's personality, so I don't think the two of them will be together, and I have advised her privately. Yanran has already told me this. Linny said. Yan Feng looked at Linny in surprise. She even told you this, which shows that you are indeed in her heart, and you account for a very important part of her heart, more than that man. It's only a matter of time for Yanran to forget him. Linny smiled bitterly. Time, he was worried about time now. Who can tell him the exact time, 1 month, 1 year, 10 years? Linny didn't want to wait. Teacher, although I think I have great medical skills, I can't cure Yanran's lovesickness. I don't want to waste time, and there are too many uncertainties. Do you have any good suggestions? Yan Feng understood what Linny meant. He would only feel at ease if he could completely conquer a beauty like Shui Yanran. Otherwise, Linny would have to sleep with one eye open. Who knew if Lin Juanhao would appear again? You said you can't cure lovesickness, but lovesickness is the most difficult thing to cure in this world. I think that a heart disease needs a heart medicine, and the person who tied the bell needs to untie it. As long as we find the trigger and stop her thinking about it, she will naturally forget it. Heart disease needs heart medicine to cure, and the person who tied the bell can only untie it. Linny murmured, nodded, and said, Teacher, you have hit the crux of the matter, but that person has been missing for 2 years, and Yanran still can't forget him. If we want to untie the bell, how can we find the person who tied the bell? Although the person is gone, the longing will appear in another form. In what form? Linny asked. Yan Feng shook her head, I don't know, it could be something, or something, it has many forms, you need to explore it. Linny was carefully analyzing his mentor's words. At this moment, Shui Yanran's voice came from the kitchen. Get ready, dinner will be served soon. At the dining table, Shui Yanran cooked a table full of dishes. Shui Yanran specially picked up some of her favorite dishes for her tutor. Linny saw this and secretly kicked Shui Yanran under the table. Shui Yanran looked at him in surprise, and then she saw Linny winking at her. She instantly understood what Linny meant, and gave him a speechless look, as if to say, "You are jealous of the teacher too." However, she still picked up a few pieces of Linny's favorite meat dishes with her chopsticks, and Linny happily picked up a few pieces for her as well. The two of them smiled and looked at each other while eating, filling the screen with warmth. Yan Fong smiled when she saw this scene. She was also infected by the love of the young couple and was deeply touched. She once had someone she loved, but in that special year, the two of them were ultimately unable to be together. This became a lifelong regret for Yan Fong, and she never found a partner again, and lived alone until she grew old. When flowers are in themselves bloom, pick them immediately. Don't break branches until there are no flowers left. Yan Fong murmured to. Linny and Shui Yanran's eyes darkened, knowing that their playfulness had touched Yan Fong, and they dared not go any further. After the meal, Linny took the initiative to clear the table, while Shui Yanran sat on the sofa with Yan Fong and chatted. Yan Fong held Shui Yanran's hand, as if she was looking at her most beloved granddaughter, and said, "Yanran, you can find your true love, the teacher is really happy for you." I have nothing to say about Linny's character. But there is one thing that the teacher still wants to remind you: you should look forward to everything, and forget what you should forget. Shui Yanran naturally knew what Yan Fong meant, and her eyes dimmed. "Teacher, I know that too, but some things are really not so easy to forget. Every time I dream that he suddenly appears. I don't know what to do now." Lin Juanhao and she have been together for so many years, and they have many beautiful memories together. Now that he has disappeared inexplicably, 2 years have allowed her to accept the reality. The appearance of Linny has made her find the taste of love again, but if she is asked to completely forget him, Shui Yanran thinks she can't do it. She hated herself, but she felt more helpless. Yan Fong touched her forehead distressfully and asked, "Do you still have any memories of him?" Shui Yanran naturally understood what Yan Fong meant, nodded, and said, "Teacher, do you want me to throw away all the things related to him?" "Yes." Yan Fong said, "Only in this way can you completely forget him." Shui Yanran remained silent. "Why don't you say anything? Are you reluctant to let go?" Yan Fong asked back. Shui Yanran nodded, not daring to look at Yan Fong in the eye. Yan Fong sighed and said, "You have to make up your mind when you need to make a decision, otherwise you will regret it one day. Linny is a good kid, you have to seize the opportunity. Have you ever thought about what would happen if he leaves you one day because of this?" Shui Yanran was silent for a moment. She had never thought about this question before. From the very beginning, when she chose Linny, she never thought that Linny would leave her on his own initiative. She was confident in her appearance and always believed that the choice was in her hands. Now that Yan Fong suddenly asked this question, Shui Yanran didn't know how to answer. Yes, love is a two-way choice. If she can choose, Linny can naturally do so too. Just like she had never thought that Lin Juanhao would leave her, it now seems that it was just her wishful thinking. Thank you, teacher. I now understand what to do. Chapter 106, My Turn. After Linny cleaned up the table, the two of them chatted with Yan Fong for a while, then said goodbye and left. Yan Fong accompanied the two of them to the school gate. Along the way, many classmates greeted Yan Fong warmly, and many more boys were amazed by Shui Yanran's beautiful face and looked back at her frequently. "Teacher, just send it here. I will come to see you later." After reaching the school gate, Shui Yanran stopped and said to Yan Fong, who was seeing her off. Yan Fong's illness was really cured. She didn't cough at all along the way. In the past, it would have been impossible for her to walk such a long distance in one breath. "Remember what I told you, don't break branches when there are no flowers left," Yan Fong said meaningfully. He said this to Shui Yanran, but his eyes were looking at Linny, who was standing beside him, which made Linny confused. When the two of them got in the car and left, after waving goodbye to Yan Fong, Linny finally couldn't help but ask, "What did the teacher say to you?" Shui Yanran asked while driving, "Linny, do you love me?" Linny didn't know why Shui Yanran asked such a strange question, as if asking a rich person whether he had money. "Of course I love you, no doubt about it. Why do you ask this? Do you have no confidence in me or yourself?" Shui Yanran did not answer, but asked, "Then will you leave me one day?" "No, I won't leave even if you chase me away." Linny said, deliberately stretching his neck to move closer to Shui Yanran and taking a deep breath of the fragrance of her hair. Shui Yanran smiled and said, I have never thought about this question. I have always felt that you would never leave me, but what the teacher said today made me wake up completely. I suddenly feel that I don't have that much confidence to keep you by my side unless I never hurt you for the rest of my life. What's wrong with you? Shui Yanran's words made Linny more and more confused. He could not guess what she was thinking. Yanran, what did the teacher say to you? Shui Yanran slammed the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. She looked at Linny and said, my mentor asked me to forget that person, but I couldn't make up my mind. But my mentor said that if I couldn't forget him, it would hurt you. One day, you might leave me. Linny held Shui Yanran's slender hand without saying anything. He couldn't say that he would not leave her, because he couldn't let a woman fall in love with two men at the same time. Although he had said before that he didn't mind, those were just words of comfort. When he first captured Shui Yanran's heart, he thought he was satisfied. But people are greedy, and this greed is also rising step by step. For example, when he first met Shui Yanran, Linny was satisfied just to be able to talk to her for a few more words. And when this requirement is really met, Linny wants to take it a step further and hold hands. Now, he and Shui Yanran are already very close. He can hold her in his arms and smell her body fragrance. He can even touch some taboo parts when she is not paying attention without causing her too much disgust. But he can't go further. How can Linny not be anxious? Teacher is right, I want your love to be for me alone. Linny said. Shui Yanran said, so, I decided to listen to my mentor and erase everything about him, and love you wholeheartedly. Real? Real. Linny smiled. This trip was really worthwhile. The mentor was worthy of being a mentor. With just a few words, Shui Yanran was able to let go of things. He suddenly thought, after Shui Yanran erased all the information related to that person, did it mean that he could take his relationship with Shui Yanran to the next level and he could taste her body at will? Thinking of this, Lin Yi's heart was agitated. He looked at Shui Yanran's eyes and asked, do you still remember the bet? You lost, and this time it's my turn to kiss you. After saying this, without waiting for Shui Yanran to react, he held up Shui Yanran's beautiful face with both hands and kissed her red lips. I don't know how long it took, but when Lin Yi let go of Shui Yanran with an endless aftertaste, she was breathing heavily. Lin Yi's kiss was so long and lasting that she almost couldn't breathe. Gradually, Shui Yanran's breathing became smoother. She glanced at Lin Yi, who was also secretly looking at her, like a child who had done something wrong. Neither of them spoke, savoring each other's scent. I don't know who laughed first, and then another person followed suit. The laughter grew louder and louder, revealing satisfaction and the joy of their relationship being further upgraded. When she returned home that night, Shui Yanran put everything related to Lin Juanhao and her into a large suitcase. Inside the huge suitcase were various gifts, clothes, and more importantly, photos of the two of them together. Shui Yanran did not avoid Lin Yi, which further proved that she had let it go. Only then did Lin Yi see the true appearance of his love rival. Lin Juanhao is very handsome, cool and charming. His looks were enough to make any woman fall for him, no wonder Shui Yanran couldn't stop thinking about him. Tomorrow, I plan to take these to a deserted place and burn them all. Come with me tomorrow. Shui Yanran said. Certainly. Even without Shui Yanran telling him, Lin Yi would go. He wanted to see Shui Yanran burn the things with his own eyes. If he didn't go, what if Shui Yanran regretted it later? Then, go to bed early. Shui Yanran looked a little tired. Lin Yi kissed her forehead lovingly, said good night, and then returned to his room. He did not further violate Shui Yanran. As long as these things were not burned, Shui Yanran would never forget that person. So after she had completely forgotten about that person, their relationship would naturally enter the final step. Thinking of this, Lin Yi trembled with excitement. Finally, the long march is about to come to an end. Lin Yi returned to his room, took a shower, and lay on the bed. He took out his mobile phone to watch, and unexpectedly discovered that the sword-kicking action he performed when recording the variety show had inexplicably become popular. Many short video bloggers are imitating regardless of whether they have practiced it or not. Some of the imitations are very similar, but if you look closely you will find that they have all been edited. Most people fail to imitate it well, and not only are their movements funny, but they are also accompanied by various unexpected events. Some people accidentally fell, some kicked the sword into the bedroom lamp and broke it. There were all kinds of inexplicable accidents, but they received a lot of likes. Then he saw the message Qin sent him, which was about him becoming inexplicably popular for kicking the sword. At the same time, Qin also suggested that he do some difficult moves while the popularity is hot, so as to hype himself up in disguise and increase his popularity. Lin Yi ignored him. He didn't want to make himself too famous. After all, he was a master of ancient martial arts and his identity had to remain mysterious. But he didn't know that he had been targeted by someone. Chapter 107 Burn. In a large manor in Japan. Yes, Koen, we have checked, everything that guy filmed on TikTok is real, there is no trace of editing. The man called Yetang was a young Japanese man dressed in Bushido clothes. He was sitting by the pond in the manor fishing. Interesting. He is already a master of ancient martial arts at such a young age. He will definitely pose a great threat to us in the future. Fortunately, he likes to show off his martial arts skills. It can be seen that he is a guy who likes to show off. The fishing line sank and a fish was hooked. Yetang lifted up the fishing rod and saw a big fish weighing 2 kilograms breaking out of the water. The big fish struggled to escape, but was unable to break free from the hook. Yetang laughed and said, "That guy is like this big fish. Once he takes the bait, there is no way he can escape from my palm." The subordinate asked, "Does Yetang Jun want to lay out bait?" "I have an idea. Since he likes to shoot short videos, why don't we give him more rewards and take the opportunity to establish a connection with him, and then lure him over? In our territory, even if he is a master of ancient martial arts, we have ways to deal with him. They have used this trick many times. As long as they find young masters of ancient martial arts from Xia State, they will lure them over to fight. This will greatly increase their chances of winning. And there have been successful precedents." Unexpectedly, Yetang put away his fishing rod and said, "This method is feasible, but I would rather go to Xia country and meet him in person." "Mr. Yetang, you can't do this. It's too dangerous." His subordinates hurried to stop him. "Yetang Koen, you have become a ninja master at such a young age. Your future achievements are limitless. There is no need to take risks in the enemy country. If your identity is exposed, you will be retaliated by the Xia country." Yetang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I know my strength. As a ninja master, I already have the strength comparable to that of ancient martial arts masters. I have always believed that my strength is only stronger than that of ancient martial arts masters, but I have been unable to find a suitable opponent. Now that this guy's identity has been exposed, I can compete with him and see what my true strength is." Seeing that he could not persuade him, his subordinate could only say, "This is a serious matter. I must report to the elders of the Sakura Society. Only after the elders have approved it, you will have the authority to go to Xia country." Sakura Society is the official supernatural agency of Japan. It is its most mysterious department, known as the Shadow Department. Only those who become Japanese ninjas are qualified to enter the Sakura Society. Fujino has risen from a genin to a ninja lord and is the most promising master of the Sakura Society. The Elder Council would never let such a person take the risk of entering the enemy country. "Whatever you want," Yetang said. The men said goodbye and left. Yetang put down his fishing rod, picked up the phone beside him and made a call. "Mitsui Koen, I want to go to Xia country. You are an expert on Xia country, so please come with me." Shui Yanran accompanied Lin Yi to a deserted place and placed the suitcase filled with Lin Juanhao's memories on the ground. Lin Yi poured gasoline on the suitcase and handed the matches to Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran, however, was hesitant to take any action and just stared at the matches in a daze. Lin Yi knew that he had made the right decision to come this time. If he let Shui Yanran come alone, she would most likely regret it halfway. Lin Yi directly lit a match and threw it out before Shui Yanran could react. In an instant, the box filled with gasoline caught fire. All things related to Lin Juanhao were burned in the fire. Shui Yanran had tears in her eyes, and she tried hard not to let them flow down. But her body, trembling with excitement, betrayed her. Lin Yi held her in his arms with heartache, listening to Shui Yanran murmur softly in his ear, "Goodbye, my former lover." Lin Yi felt mixed emotions, and finally, he erased Shui Yanran's memory of that man. They watched the fire gradually die out and finally be extinguished, with everything reduced to ashes, and then the two left. Along the way, Lin Yi drove while observing Shui Yanran and found that she was sitting in the passenger seat, leaning her head to the side in a daze. "If you feel uncomfortable, just cry. I don't mind," Lin Yi said. He had already asked Shui Yanran to erase all memories of Lin Juanhao, so it didn't matter if he was magnanimous now. Shui Yanran didn't cry. She looked at Linny and said, "When I was burning those things just now, I really wanted to cry, but after they were burned, I didn't feel anything. I just felt extremely relieved. Juanhao was like a burden in my heart. Now that I have thrown away the burden, I feel like I have been reborn." Linny said, "Congratulations then. Today is worth celebrating, isn't it?" Shui Yanran nodded. "I suddenly feel like drinking, let's go to the bar to celebrate tonight." If it were in the past, Linny would naturally refuse to celebrate at the bar. He knew very well that Shui Yanran could not drink. What if she jumped off the bridge after drinking too much? But now, Linny no longer has this worry. "Okay, I won't go home until I'm drunk," Linny said. At the same time, he fantasized in his mind that after getting Shui Yanran drunk, he could do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help laughing out loud. Shui Yanran saw through his thoughts and blushed as she said, "Do you have any bad ideas? I warn you, I won't let you violate me when I'm drunk." "Why?" Linny shouted. He still couldn't guess what Shui Yanran was thinking. Lin Juanhao had obviously disappeared from her life, but she still wouldn't let him touch her. Could it be that the bell hadn't been unlocked yet? Then I heard Shui Yanran whisper, "I want you to violate me when I am awake." Linny breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had misunderstood. Then he was in great joy, and making love with Shui Yanran, half drunk and half awake, was naturally more charming, and Linny was happy to see it. "So should I move to your room tonight, or should you move to my room?" Linny asked with a sly smile. Shui Yanran blushed and didn't know how to answer when the phone rang. "It's Tang Xin." Seeing her call, Linny frowned. Tang Xin must have called to make a dinner appointment. Linny didn't want to be disturbed at such a warm moment. "Hang up the phone," Linny said in a commanding tone. Shui Yanran didn't hang up, but she didn't answer it either. The phone kept ringing and it seemed like it would not stop until I answered it. Shui Yanran had no choice but to answer the phone in the end, which made Linny curse Tang Xin in his heart. "Why did you answer the phone just now?" "Yanran, what are you doing?" Tang Xin's voice came from the phone. "Nothing, is there anything you want to talk about?" Shui Yanran asked. "I'll go to your place for dinner tonight. I'll prepare whatever you want to eat." Linny thought to himself that this was indeed the case, and signaled Shui Yanran to refuse with his eyes. Shui Yanran said, "Linny and I have an appointment to go to the bar for a drink tonight." "What, drinking? Great, I also want to drink, let's join in." "Well, okay." Shui Yanran hung up the phone and looked at Linny helplessly. Linny was about to say something when the phone suddenly rang. When Linny looked over, he saw that it was actually the call from Supreme Jean. Chapter 108 Eavesdropping. Linny was a little surprised that Jean Jizuan actually called him. Could something have happened? Linny thought to himself. After picking up the phone, Linny just called Grandpa Jean, and then the anxious voice of Supreme Jean came from the other end. "Xiaolinzi, where are you now?" "I'm at SIPG, Grandpa Jean, what happened?" Linny asked. "Book a plane ticket right now and come to Sutin City to save my great-granddaughter. She just took medicine to commit suicide and she is being rescued now." Jean Jizuan's voice was still filled with tears. "Grandpa Jean, don't worry. I'll book a plane ticket right now." Linny comforted him. After hanging up the phone, Shui Yanran asked, "What's wrong?" "I need to go to Sutin City for something." "Yanran, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you tonight," Linny said. Shui Yanran had a slightly disappointed look on her face, but she still smiled and said, "It's okay, just take care of what you have to do first." Linny nodded and said, "I'll take you home first." Half an hour later, the car stopped in the underground parking lot of the community. As soon as the car stopped, Linny put his arms around Shui Yanran's neck and gave her a long, deep kiss. Only when Shui Yanran started to have difficulty breathing did he let her go. After the first time, the two were no longer as shy as they were at the beginning. "How long will it take?" Shui Yanran asked. "I don't know. I'll be back as soon as possible," Linny said. "Then I'll wait for you," Shui Yanran said, and her face turned red again. "Waiting for him? Waiting for what? Waiting for him to come back and violate yourself?" Fortunately, Linny was preoccupied with something at the moment and had no intention of flirting with her, otherwise he would have taken the opportunity to tease her. After watching Linny drive away, Shui Yanran pressed the garage elevator button. At this time, her cell phone rang again. It was Tang Xin. Tang Xin at 7 p.m. at Fashion Bar. There are only two of us this time, and Linny is in Sutin City on business so he can't come. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, a man's voice suddenly came from behind me. What a coincidence, Miss Shui. These words suddenly appeared, which scared Shui Yanran. She turned around suddenly and saw Wu Kai just half a meter behind her, smiling at her. Shui Yanran frowned. Although Wu Kai was smiling at her, the way he looked her up and down made her very uncomfortable. Moreover, when he walked behind Shui Yanran didn't notice it at all, which made her wonder if he did it on purpose. He turned around and ignored him. When Wu Kai saw Shui Yanran ignoring him, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, every opposite sex has been attracted to him because of his handsome looks. There has never been a case where someone does not take him seriously like Shui Yanran. Wu Kai has been ignored by Shui Yanran one after another, which has dealt a deep blow to his self-esteem. Damn bitch, don't let me succeed, otherwise, I will kill you. Wu Kai said in his heart. On the surface, he pretended to be a sunny boy and said with a smile, I just heard Miss Shui talking on the phone with someone and wanted to drink. What a coincidence, I also want to have a couple of drinks tonight. How about we join together? I'll treat you. Shui Yanran was slightly angry. Wu Kai not only followed her, but also eavesdropped on her conversation. Sorry, I have an appointment with a friend. Shui Yanran replied coldly without even looking at him. I don't mind. Wu Kai replied with a smile. I do mind. The smile on Wu Kai's face froze a little. Ding, the elevator door opens. Shui Yanran ignored him and walked straight in. Wu Kai was rejected and was very angry. No woman had ever refused his invitation to drink, and Shui Yanran was the first. But he didn't show any expression and followed her into the elevator with a smile. He pressed his own staircase and helped Shui Yanran press her floor. In the elevator, Wu Kai suddenly turned around and faced Shui Yanran, looking at her. Shui Yanran was frightened by Wu Kai. She thought Wu Kai was going to do something to her, so she took a step back, leaned against the elevator wall, and prepared for defense. She had practiced martial arts before and was quite good at it. Over the years, there were indeed men who wanted to take advantage of her, but she taught them a lesson. Wu Kai was tall and had a lot of muscles due to regular exercise. If he were to force himself on her in such a small space, Shui Yanran really didn't know if she could handle it. Fortunately, the worst thing did not happen. Wu Kai raised his hand and smiled, Don't worry, Miss Shui, I mean no harm. I just want to ask, when do you have time to invite you to dinner? After all, we are neighbors, and maybe I need your help in the future if there is anything. Shui Yanran said, when neighbors have problems, we should help each other, but we don't have to eat. After being rejected again, Wu Kai finally looked a little embarrassed. His smile disappeared and he looked at Shui Yanran with a gloomy expression. Bite. The elevator sound behind him rang again, the door opened, and Wu Kai turned around and got off the elevator. As he watched the elevator close, Wu Kai's face became even gloomier. Just now he did have the thought of attacking Shui Yanran in the elevator, but seeing Shui Yanran's alert posture, he found it very professional. Obviously Shui Yanran is not as soft as she looks. She has practiced before. Therefore, Wu Kai gave up the idea of using force on Shui Yanran. However, this woman's repeated rejection of him had deeply hurt Wu Kai's self-esteem. He vowed to get her into bed, even if it meant going to jail for it. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Shui, it's me. There's a pretty girl I can't get, so I need your help. I know she'll be drinking at the fashion bar tonight, so I'll see you there. After hanging up the phone, Wu Kai revealed a vicious smile. You stinky bitch, I'm going to kill you tonight. The elevator slowly rose upwards, with Shui Yanran being the only one inside. When Wu Kai turned around just now, she could clearly feel that he was intending to attack her, but she didn't know why he gave up in the end. Shui Yanran's intuition has always been very sharp, and she trusts her own judgment. The elevator stopped again. Shui Yanran got out of the elevator and opened the door. The moment the door closed, she breathed a sigh of relief. She sat on the sofa, looking hesitant, but finally took out her phone and dialed Tang Xian's number. Soon, Tang Xian's voice came from the phone. What's wrong, Yanran? Is there something wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to say, why don't we not go to the bar tonight and come to my house? Shui Yanran said. Why? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Xian asked. Shui Yanran said, no, I just think it's the same no matter where I drink, it's safer at home. Drinking at home doesn't have the same atmosphere as going to a bar. Besides, I haven't been to a bar for a long time, so I have to make plans today. Oh well. Since Tang Xian said so, Shui Yanran didn't know what to say. After hanging up the phone, Shui Yanran murmured to herself, I hope I'm overthinking. Chapter 109 Virgin. Shui Yanran changed into some casual clothes and went out. Linny drove the black Ma back to the airport, and Shui Yanran drove out in the red Ferrari. When the car drove out of the underground garage with a roar, a black Borgetta also drove out behind it. Shui Yanran called Tang Xian while driving. Where are you? Do you need me to pick you up? Okay, I'll be there right away. 10 minutes later, Shui Yanran picked up Tang Xian, and the two drove directly to Fengshang Bar. The car drove into the bar's parking lot, and the two got out and walked into the bar. The waiter at the door bowed to them and said welcome. After turning a few corners in the bar corridor and entering the bar, bursts of noisy music suddenly came into my ears. At the same time, lights of various colors shone, and men and women of all colors swayed their bodies in the dance floor. Ma'am, do you have a reservation? A young waiter came up to me and asked. No, book a booth for us, over there. Tang Xian pointed to a slightly remote location. Okay, this way please. The waiter led the two to a seat and handed them the menu. Tang Xian ordered a specialty cocktail and a few bottles of beer, and also ordered some snacks, and the waiter left. Tang Xian shook her head and sat on the sofa, swaying to the beat of the music, saying, drinking here is the right atmosphere. Shui Yanran smiled and shook her head without saying anything. Soon, the waiter brought the wine to the table, and the two of them drank and chatted. Tang Xian asked, why did Linny suddenly go to Sutin? Could he be with his mistress? Shui Yanran said, you're overthinking it. He's not that kind of person. Besides, with me by his side, he doesn't have that mind. Shui Yanran is still very confident about her beauty. Although domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers, if domestic flowers grow beautifully, how can the wild flowers outside compare to them? Besides, this home flower has never been picked. Tang Xian asked, what is he going to do? Shui Yanran said, I heard on the phone that someone's granddaughter seemed to have taken medicine, and asked him to go over and treat her. Let him treat it. What can he do? He doesn't know any medical skills. Tang Xian seemed to be listening to a joke. You don't understand him if you say that. In fact, he not only understands medicine, but his medical skills are very good. Shui Yanran said. A few days ago, I took him to see my mentor, and he cured my mentor's cough that had lasted for years. Is this true or false? I saw it with my own eyes. Tang Xian was silent for a long time, then said, this guy is quite capable. I didn't expect him to know so much. Yanran, this is all my credit. It's all thanks to me that I found a good husband for you. As they spoke, Tang Xian and Shui Yanran took a sip of wine. Shui Yanran said sincerely, I should thank you indeed. Without you, I would not have found love again. Perhaps I am still unable to extricate myself from Juwenhao's disappearance. You said that. Could it be that you have already come out of your thoughts about Juwenhao? Shui Yanran nodded. Today, I will burn everything related to Juwenhao. Tang Xian opened her mouth, obviously not expecting Shui Yanran to be so decisive. Well done, give yourself some closure. Tang Xian said, and raised his glass again. Since you've already forgotten him, I'm not afraid that you'll get drunk and jump off the bridge. You really have to get drunk tonight. The two took another sip. After drinking, Tang Xian refilled the glass and asked, tell me the truth, you burned all Juwenhao's things. Did Linny force you to do this? Shui Yanran shook the wine in her glass and said, no, it was my own decision. Well, she is the only one in your heart now. Let me ask you, are you ready to give yourself to him? Shui Yanran blushed. Even in front of her best friend, she found it difficult to ask this question. From your expression, I know the answer is definitely yes. Shui Yanran nodded and said, in fact, I was planning to give myself to him tonight, but unfortunately he left for something. Tang Xian smiled and said, little girl, you are aroused and you are not shy at all. If I remember correctly, you should still be a virgin. I can tell you that sex between men and women is very wonderful. Shui Yanran's face turned even redder. She didn't know how to answer Tang Xian, so she could only keep silent. She and Tang Xian were close friends, but they had never talked about matters between men and women before, simply because Shui Yanran was very naive and deliberately avoided this issue. Now that she was finally going to get over this, she was no longer shy about it. She just felt an inexplicable agitation and excitement in her heart. But if she was asked to bring it up on her own initiative, she was too shy to speak up, which made her feel conflicted. Tang Xin sighed and said, I never expected that Juanhao had been unwilling to possess you in the beginning, but now you have been given to the bad guy Lin Yi. This guy must have been very lucky in his previous life to be able to get you and to complete you. I am a little jealous of him. He hasn't got me yet. Shui Yanran blushed and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. It's only a matter of time. Come, let's drink this cup. I wish you success in breaking through, becoming a real woman, and enjoying the mysterious joy. As the two were drinking and talking intently, they did not notice that in another slightly dim corner, two pairs of eyes were staring at them. Brother Shui, it's that chick. One of them was Wu Kai. His face was slightly red, because of the wine and excitement. The reason for his excitement was that he had found a helper and was confident that he could get Shui Yanran into bed tonight. And this helper is naturally the man called Brother Shui by Wu Kai. The man's real name is Chen Shui, and he is a well-known gangster in Shanghai Port City. This man was tall and strong, half a head taller than Wu Kai, and full of muscles. His strong physique was deadly to women. Unfortunately, underneath this perfect body, he has a face full of pockmarks, which makes him look not handsome at all, but rather ferocious, making people stay away from him. Chen Shui and Wu Kai met in the gym. Both of them love fitness and became familiar with each other after meeting several times. Chen Shui envied Wu Kai's ability to pick up girls. He saw Wu Kai successfully chatting up various beauties in the gym several times, and he was always successful. So he took the initiative to seek out Wu Kai for advice. After several attempts of Wu Kai's teaching, he ultimately failed and finally realized that it was not that his skills were inferior to others, but that he just looked horribly. One time, Wu Kai hooked up with a married woman and was discovered by her husband, who then brought a group of friends to the gym to cause trouble for Wu Kai. Fortunately, Chen Shui took action and called a group of younger brothers to rescue Wu Kai. From then on, the two became brothers. Wu Kai was grateful and took the initiative to share what he had picked up with Chen Shui. Those women originally looked down on Chen Shui, but they could not resist Wu Kai's coaxing and finally succumbed to his tyranny. Chapter 110 Drugging. Women in love have short circuits in their brains. After being PUA'd by Wu Kai, they often obey his words. Even if Wu Kai asks them to be with beasts, they will obey. Sometimes when they get excited, they even play 2-on-1, 2-on-2, or 2-on-many games, which deepens their friendship. However, Wu Kai met Shui Yanran, who made him, who had never been victorious in battles, suffered an unprecedented defeat in front of Shui Yanran, so he asked Chen Shui to discuss countermeasures. Chen Shui looked at Shui Yanran, who was drinking and talking with Tang Xian not far away, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Although I couldn't see the whole face from a distance, I could still feel the other person's beautiful face just by looking at the side profile. Ever since Chen Shui became friends with Wu Kai, he has grown from a rookie to a veteran. He has tasted all kinds of beauties, such as innocent schoolgirls under 20 years old, mature women in their 20s and 30s, young wives in their 30s, and noble ladies in their 40s. He has tasted them all, but even so, the moment he saw Xu Eranyan, he still felt extremely agitated deep in his heart. I just feel that all the previous ones were garbage. No wonder you can't handle her, this girl is really top-notch. Where did you find her? Chen Shui asked with a smile. She is my neighbor. Wu Kai said lightly, unwilling to say more. Looking at her temperament, you can tell at first glance that she is not an ordinary person. Chen Shui continued to ask. Wu Kai said, she founded her own company. It turns out she's a female president. That's even more interesting. Chen Shui said with a wicked smile. He has played all kinds of professions, but the only one he has never played is a female president. She is still so beautiful and at the age of blooming. It's exciting to think about it. Wu Kai frowned and said to Chen Shui, Brother Shui, I like this woman very much. I asked you to help me this time because I want to get her. I want to marry her, so, Brother Shui, you understand what I mean. Chen Shui's face turned cold and he looked at Wu Kai. What does it mean? If you want to marry her, it means that only he can have sex with her and I can't. He immediately showed an awkward look and said, Brother, this is not good enough. You want to eat this top-quality food all by yourself. Your appetite is too big. Wu Kai cursed in his heart, but said flatteringly, Brother Shui, I really want to marry her. I hope Brother Shui will show mercy this time. After the matter is done, I will give Jiawei to you. You have always wanted to get her, so I will help you, brother Shui. Jiao Wei was also picked up by Wu Kai at the gym. She was a rich girl. After Wu Kai got her, he always considered her as a marriage partner. So, Chen Shui wanted him to let Jiao Wei play with him several times, but he refused. As long as he can get Shui Yanran, he can discard Jiao Wei, a spare tire. In his eyes, 10 Jiao Weis are not as good as 1 Shui Yanran. I thought Chen Shui would readily agree, but I didn't expect this guy to just shake his big head. With a beauty like this, what do I need Jiao Wei for? I'm attracted to her. Wu Kai said anxiously, Brother Shui, she is your future sister-in-law, it is immoral for you to do this. Please help me this time because I have given you many women over the years. One thing is one thing. You gave me a woman because you asked me for help. If I didn't have so many brothers, you would have been approached by the husbands of those women several times, and I would have helped you every time. As for you wanting to marry her, I have no objection. You can marry her after I'm done with you. Anyway, she's not a virgin. I don't know how many people she's been with before. Wu Kai cursed in his heart. Anyone could see that Shui Yanran couldn't be that kind of woman. If she had behaved like a slut, she wouldn't have such a noble temperament. But Wu Kai also knew that Chen Shui had set his sights on Shui Yanran, and he would not help him if his excessive demands could not be met this time. Thinking of this, Wu Kai nodded vigorously, okay, I'll listen to Brother Shui. After the matter is done, Brother Shui can violate her, but I don't know what Brother Shui has in mind to take her down. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to take her down. Chen Shui said, taking out a small packet of medicine. Wu Kai knew very well what the effect of this drug was. It could turn a strong woman into a slut, which was very common in bars. So when Chen Shui took it out, Wu Kai didn't ask any more questions. He has made up his mind to take down Shui Yanran at all costs, even if it means going to jail. But the problem is, who is really willing to go to jail? The key is how to put the medicine into Shui Yanran's cup without anyone noticing. It is best to destroy the evidence afterwards, which is why Wu Kai found Chen Shui. Otherwise, he would not be willing to share the beauty of Shui Yanran with Chen Shui. Brother Shui, if you want to do this, you have to do it secretly and not let anyone know. Wu Kai emphasized. Don't worry, if you don't trust my ability, just look at me. After Chen Shui said that, he called over a henchman and gave him the medicine. The henchman obviously knew this well. He nodded towards Chen Shui, then called another henchman to walk towards Shui Yanran. On the other side, Shui Yanran and Tang Xian had no idea that they were being watched and were still happily chatting among themselves. At this moment, a handsome man came over and said to the two of them, "You two ladies are so beautiful. I would like to invite you to have a drink. Would you please give me the honor?" Shui Yanran and Tang Xian subconsciously looked at the man, not knowing that another man appeared in their blind spot, and took advantage of their unpreparedness to sprinkle the prepared medicine into Shui Yanran's wineglass. The medicine dissolved immediately when it entered the water, and there was no trace of it at all. This man's skillful technique shows that he is definitely a repeat offender. It is unknown how many women he has abused using this method. Wu Kai and Chen Shui, who were silently observing all this from a distance, almost jumped out of joy. Chen Shui even whispered, "Success." Wu Kai was so scared that he quickly covered Chen Shui's mouth, fearing that the two girls would hear it. Tang Xian glanced at the man who was trying to strike up a conversation with her and didn't give him a good look. She had encountered situations like this many times. There were flies every time she went to the bar. When Shui Yanran was around, there were even more flies. "We don't need it, please leave," Tang Xian said lightly. In the past, these flies were very clingy and it took many attempts to get rid of them. But this time it was beyond Tang Xian's expectation. After hearing Tang Xian's refusal, the man did not hesitate at all. He said sorry for disturbing her and left. This made Tang Xian feel that the other party was sensible, so there was no need to prepare a speech. Watching the other party leave, Tang Xian was sure that the other party was not playing any tricks, but as a woman, her intuition made her feel that something was wrong, but she didn't know what exactly was wrong. He shook his head and threw away the bad thoughts in his mind. "What's wrong with you?" Shui Yanran noticed that Tang Xian's expression was abnormal and asked. "Oh, nothing, maybe I drank too much." "Then drink less." "That won't do. We agreed that we wouldn't go home until we were drunk tonight. Let's have a drink," Tang Xian said as he picked up the glass. Chapter 111 Flies. Seeing Tang Xian picking up the wine glass and about to drink it in one gulp, Shui Yanran hurriedly stopped her. Okay, I've had a lot to drink tonight. If you really get drunk, I won't send you off. Tang Xin smiled and said, if you don't send me off, I will sleep on the street. If a man picks me up and abuses me, I will blame you for the rest of my life. What dirty talk are you talking about? This is true, I'm not kidding. Haven't you heard that many perverts like to hang around the roadside waiting for drunk women, and then pick them up and take them home when they are not paying attention? They call this picking up corpses. What Tang Xin said was indeed reported in the news, and Shui Yanran had also read the corresponding reports. Okay, stop talking. I was just trying to scare you. As your best friend, I won't let you get picked up by a corpse. You should also take it easy and don't drink too much. Don't worry, this little bit of wine is nothing. I won't get drunk even if I drink one more glass. After saying that, Tang Xin drank the wine in the glass. He poured himself another full glass of wine. Suddenly he realized that Shui Yanran hadn't drunk, and said, drink, why don't you drink? Don't worry, if you get drunk I will send you back and won't let you be picked up dead. Shui Yanran gave her a helpless look and also picked up the wine glass. Just when she was about to drink it, someone else suddenly came over and started chatting her up. Two beautiful ladies, it's a pleasure to meet you at the bar. I'd like to buy you a drink and get to know you. Shui Yanran put the wine glass that was close to her mouth down again and looked at Tang Xin, who also gave her a helpless expression. I just chased away a fly, and unexpectedly another one came. There are so many flies in the bar. We are not interested in you, please leave. Tang Xin said coldly. I just want to invite you two to drink, I have no other purpose, especially this beautiful lady. The man looked at Shui Yanran with an expression of appreciation on his face. You have no other purpose. Do you think we are stupid? You obviously have another purpose. Seeing that the fly was annoying, Tang Xin was no longer polite and confronted the man. You should have some means to chase away flies. The more embarrassed you are, the more likely they will become. Therefore, the most effective way is to refuse decisively from the beginning. On the other side, Wu Kai and Shen Shui watched Shui Yanran pick up the wine glass and was about to drink. They were both extremely excited, thinking that their plan had succeeded. However, they did not expect that at the critical moment, a Chang Yao Jin would appear and disrupt their plans. They watched helplessly as Shui Yanran put the wine glass down again. Damn, where did this idiot come from? Brother Shui, is he your man? Wu Kai cursed. Shen Shui said, of course not, how could I let my own people disrupt the plan? This guy is just an outsider, he just went to chat up beautiful women, it doesn't matter, after he is scolded and left, the plan will continue. The reason why Shen Shui was so calm was because he believed that the man was asking for trouble and would be scolded. When he was scolded away, Shui Yanran still had to drink the drugged wine. Wu Kai naturally thought so too. Although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. The two watched quietly. The man ignored Tang Xin and kept looking at Shui Yanran. He said, I have been alone, someone who makes my heart beat. Just now, I found him. I have to say that I am very lucky. You are like the brightest star in the sky, guiding me to you. I feel like I have been illuminated. This is what is called love at first sight. Shui Yanran looked at Tang Xin. She didn't expect that this fly was so difficult to deal with and even knew how to say sweet words. If she were an ordinary girl, she might have been fooled by the man. Unfortunately, neither of them is ordinary. Tang Xin cursed, how shameless of you to say such disgusting things to a girl. Oh no, I'm going to vomit. After saying that, Tang Xin pretended to vomit. Shui Yanran found it funny, smiled faintly, and said to the man, sorry, I'm already taken, you should find someone else. I don't think I'll ever find someone who makes my heart beat faster in this lifetime, the man said with some regret. Then he changed the subject and said, so, I won't look for you anymore. It's too tiring. Good things can only be found by chance. I have chosen you. The man said, revealing a smile. But Shui Yanran was stunned. This smile looked very much like her ex-boyfriend Lin Juanhao. She couldn't help but shook her head and looked at the person seriously for the first time. The man was in his 20s, with a body as straight as a pine tree. Under his handsome face, he had a pair of deep and sharp black eyes, and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, which was sunny and warm, making people unconsciously fascinated. It has to be said that this man does have a unique charm. Even Shui Yanran, who has always been very demanding about appearance, secretly praises the man's looks. Although his appearance is different from her ex-boyfriend Lin Juanhao, they are equally good and each has its own merits. Compared with her current boyfriend Linny, she can only be said to be a complete winner. Of course, Shui Yanran is not a person who judges people by their appearance, so she was stunned for a moment before returning to her normal self. Tang Xian was already a little fed up with the man and scolded him, "Leave here immediately. We are not interested in you. If you continue to pester us, we will call the police." The man glanced at Tang Xian and said, "I am very sincere and really want to meet you too, but since you two are wary of me, I will not bother you. Goodbye, I think we will meet again soon. Also, don't drink that glass of wine." When he was about to leave, the man suddenly pointed at the wine in Shui Yanran's hand. "What do you mean?" Shui Yanran asked. The man didn't say anything, but gave her a meaningful smile, then turned and looked at a corner of the bar. Shui Yanran and Tang Xian followed his gaze and saw two people sitting in a corner not far away. The two of them obviously didn't expect that they would be looking here. They lowered their heads and covered their faces as if they had done something wrong. Shui Yanran's face changed slightly. Although the light was a little dim, she could still see the man's outline under the weak light. It was Wu Kai. Shui Yanran suddenly understood and looked at the man beside her. The man was also looking at her, giving her a wicked smile, then turned around and left gracefully. Shui Yanran felt as if her heart was touched. She quickly poured out the wine in the glass and pulled Tang Xian out of the bar. Seeing Shui Yanran leave, Wu Kai couldn't sit still anymore and cursed, "Damn it, it looks like success." Shen Shui also cursed, "This bastard, dare to ruin my good deeds, he is looking for death." Wu Kai said, "Now is not the time to pursue the matter, brother Shui, think of a way. We can't just let them go like this." If Shui Yanran ran away from him, it would not be easy for Wu Kai to find another opportunity. "You want to leave? That's not that easy. Come with me." Chapter 112 Action. Shui Yanran pulled Tang Xian out of the bar and to the parking space. Tang Xian naturally knew that they were being targeted, and asked, "Yanran, do you know that person?" Shui Yanran said, "That man is my neighbor. He must have heard me calling you to go out for a drink, so he's waiting here to set a trap for me." Shui Yanran finished her brief introduction, but Tang Xian pulled her hand away and said angrily, "You are targeting me. How can I tolerate this?" Tang Xian is different from Shui Yanran. She has a bad temper. She has been pampered since she was a child and has never been bullied like this. Now that the other party has come to her door, it is obvious that they want to attack Shui Yanran, and they use such despicable means as drugging her. How can she bear it? Fortunately, someone reminded her halfway, otherwise Shui Yanran might have really fallen into the trap. Seeing Tang Xian was about to go back and cause trouble for the two of them with an angry look on her face, Shui Yanran stopped her. Although she was angry in her heart, she kept a cool head. "I know that since the other party dares to treat me like this, he must be fearless. It would be better to leave here first and settle the score another day." "Forget it, Tang Xian, let's leave first and find a way to teach them a lesson later." "No, I'm going to teach them a lesson now. There are only two of us, but we don't know how many people there are on the other side. If we really fight, we will be at a disadvantage. What are you afraid of? We have all practiced before." Tang Xian was very confident in his skills, and it was no problem for him to defeat 2 or 3 ordinary people. "Then how do you know they haven't practiced?" Shui Yanran asked back. Tang Xian stopped talking. If the other side had more people and they had all practiced, then the two of them would obviously not be their match. "How about I call someone?" She picked up the phone again. Shui Yanran was about to say something when suddenly a whistle sounded and 7 or 8 people surrounded her in an instant. "You came at the right time. I was just about to settle the score with them." Tang Xian snorted coldly and put away his phone. Shui Yanran looked alert as she looked at the people who gathered around her. These people all have muscles in their bodies and obviously exercise regularly. She was right, they all have exercised. "What do you want?" Shui Yanran asked. A few younger brothers stepped back, and Shen Shui and Wu Kai stepped out from the crowd. Looking at Wu Kai, Shui Yanran was a little cold and asked, "Are you following me?" Wu Kai was now confident of victory, so he no longer concealed his purpose. He smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, Miss Shui. I just want Miss Shui to drink a few glasses of wine with me. Brother Shui, can I borrow your villa? We can drink there tonight." "Okay." Shen Shui agreed painfully. "Despicable." Shui Yanran scolded. Wu Kai didn't care at all and said with a smile, Whatever you say, you have to drink this wine tonight. Now that the relationship has fallen out, there's no need to be so cautious. Wu Kai also made up his mind. When he brought Shui Yanran into the villa, he would execute her on the spot and record the threat. If Shui Yanran obeyed, he could rest easy. If she refused to change her mind, the worst that could happen was that both sides would be destroyed. Do it! Chen Shui gave an order. He couldn't wait any longer. Shui Yanran looked pretty enough from a distance, and she was even more amazing up close. He was eager to capture her and take her into his possession. The henchmen followed the boss's orders and all rushed forward. The one closest to the front reached out to grab Shui Yanran. In his eyes, the two women were lambs to be slaughtered. No matter what tricks they played, they could only surrender. So he attacked without any scruples, not expecting that the two girls had also practiced. Tang Xian took a step forward and stood in front of Shui Yanran. He raised his leg high and hit the man in the chin, causing blood to flow out immediately. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They didn't expect that Tang Xian actually knew Kung Fu. Go! Chen Shui shouted again. Another thug went around behind Tang Xian and tried to attack her from behind. It was as if Tang Xian had eyes on his back. He turned around and kicked the thug in the crotch, knocking him to the ground. Damn, this little girl is really hard to deal with. I'll deal with her while you guys attack the other one together. Chen Shui gave the order. He is an old hand in the world. When there are many people fighting against a few, the best way is to surround them. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. The thugs surrounded the two of them, and Tang Xian said in a deep voice, Yanran, hurry up and leave. I won't leave. If you want to go, let's go together. Shui Yanran said. Then she also took action and punched a thug on the nose, knocking him down. Soon, 5 more thugs surrounded them. Chen Shui even took action personally and fought a draw with Tang Xian. The rest of the people besieged Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran was really no match for 4 people with just 2 fists, although she had practiced before and was no problem facing 2 or 3 people. But now there were 7 or 8 people attacking her and she couldn't fight them off. Soon, her arm was scratched. It turned out that there was a thug holding a dagger. Asshole, don't hurt her. Wu Kai, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, was instantly distressed when he saw Shui Yanran injured. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. These thugs are all Chen Shui's men and only listen to Chen Shui. At this time, Chen Shui was beaten back repeatedly by Tang Xian and had no time to care about anything else. Soon, Shui Yanran's leg was also bruised, with a red bloodstain on her blue jeans. This caused Shui Yanran's combat power to drop instantly, and she could only defend but not attack. Another knife grazed her face, leaving a tiny wound on her beautiful face, with a trace of blood oozing from the wound. Damn it, don't scratch her face. Wu Kai felt even more distressed. In his eyes, Shui Yanran was a beautiful work of art, especially her face. If her face was scratched, her charm would be greatly reduced. But the thugs didn't listen. Shui Yanran had already injured several of their brothers. At this point, they were fighting like crazy and had no scruples. Especially when they thought that today's incident was caused by Wu Kai, and without him, they would not have been injured, so they also had resentment towards Wu Kai. They just did whatever he told them not to do. Several people took their weapons and hit Shui Yanran in the face. Fuck you. Wu Kai cursed angrily. Don't these guys understand what it means to be gentle and considerate to women? How could they have the heart to scratch the face of such a beautiful girl? Little did they know that these people were so obsessed with fighting that they didn't care about so many things. Another knife brushed past Shui Yanran's face. Shui Yanran had just dodged when another knife came. Although the knife was a little off, Shui Yanran could only barely dodge it by turning her head. But she knew that she couldn't dodge the blade this time and could only let it cut her face. But there is no way, compared to this face, life is the most important. At this moment, she did not feel too much regret, nor despair. She doesn't care about her appearance as much as other women. Although she is beautiful, it is a gift from God. She seldom dressed herself up or used heavy makeup, so even if her face was scratched, she was not too sad. There was only one thing that worried her, that is, if she was disfigured, Linny would still love her as before. Shui Yanran was a little unconfident about this. Chapter 113 Playing. Just as the blade was about to scratch her face, a huge force kicked the dagger away. With a loud click, the thug's wrist holding the dagger was kicked into pieces. Then came another kick, directly hitting the henchman in the chest. The henchman's huge body flew 5 meters away, which shows how powerful the kick was. Shui Yanran looked up in surprise and saw a man looking down at her. The man had a smile on his face, full of warmth like a sunny boy. This person was the guy I met at the bar. When the other thugs saw their companion being kicked away, they all drew their weapons and stabbed the man. The man lifted Shui Yanran up and stood in front of her, then turned around and hit the chest of a thug in the front. The thug also flew up and fell to the ground like his companion, spitting blood from his mouth. Then another thug slashed the man's neck with a knife, and the man leaned back to avoid it. The thug stabbed the man in the chest with a knife, and the man grabbed his wrist and exerted a little force, and heard the bone crack. When the knife fell to the ground, the henchman screamed in pain. The man showed no mercy and struck him on the chest, sending him flying and unable to get up again. The other thugs were shocked to see the man was so brave. Someone shouted, "Come on together." And then all 5 thugs rushed towards the man. The man remained unafraid. He laughed loudly and rushed into the enemy group. In an instant he was surrounded by 5 thugs. The thugs' daggers were aimed at him one after another. Every time, the man avoided her at the critical moment. The man was like a loach. No matter how these thugs attacked him, they could not hurt him at all. Not even his clothes could be touched. Everyone was shocked. This skill was simply unheard of. Then they all realized that the man was deliberately playing a trick on them. Because the man only dodged and didn't attack, he was just playing tricks on them. After realizing this, several thugs swung their weapons even harder, as they were aroused by the man's contempt. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough, and no matter how they attacked, they were unable to hurt the man at all. Just when several people began to back off in their hearts, the man seemed to have had enough and began to fight back. He saw him kick up his right foot and directly kick a thug on the opposite side away. At the same time, he flipped over and used a sweeping move to hit a thug behind him directly in the waist. The man instantly lost his fighting ability and fell to the ground. Then the man turned around and used a thunder punch, knocking one of the attacking thugs away. The thug's dagger was less than an inch away from the man's chest, but unfortunately his dagger could not move forward even an inch. Another crotch-kicking kick directly hit one of the thugs in the lower body, and the thug started foaming at the mouth on the spot. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the last henchman turned around and tried to escape. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. The man kicked him with a whip kick, sending him flying. In a blink of an eye, the man knocked down all the thugs on the scene, and not a single move was unnecessary. This made Shui Yanran, who was standing by, also stunned. This guy is as strong as his ex-boyfriend Lin Juanhao. At the beginning, when she was teased by the young and dangerous, she saw Lin Juanhao take action, and he was also calm, decisive, and ruthless. On the other side, Tang Xian's side also decided the winner. After blocking Tang Xian's attacks several times in a row, the tall Chen Shui finally couldn't bear it and was kicked in the waist by Tang Xian. Fortunately, Tang Xian is a woman and her strength is not very strong. Despite this, Chen Shui still grimaced in pain. Just as he was about to call his men for help, he discovered that all of his men had been knocked to the ground. How is that possible? Chen Shui looked incredible. All of his men were strong and powerful, and could usually be 2 at a time, but he never expected that one day they would be defeated by one person alone. This man's fighting power was far beyond Chen Shui's imagination. Looking up at the culprit, Chen Shui felt angry. It was he who ruined his good deeds at the critical moment, and now he even injured his people. Chen Shui wished he could smash him to pieces. Of course, he was just thinking about it, and he knew in his heart that he was no match for his opponent. If he forced himself at this time, he would only suffer. Thinking of this, Chen Shui turned around and ran, not even caring about his men. The man did not chase after him and watched Chen Shui disappear before his eyes. He looked at Wu Kai standing beside him. This guy was so scared that he couldn't move. When he saw the man looking at him, he finally reacted, turned around and ran after him. "Why did you let them go?" Tang Xian said breathlessly. Although she forced Chen Shui to retreat step by step, she consumed too much energy. If Chen Shui had not been scared away, she would have definitely lost in the end. "Don't worry, they can't run away." After the man said this, screams of Chen Shu and Wu Kai were heard in the distance. Shui Yanran and Tang Xian looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect that he had a companion. "How do you feel? Are you okay?" The man asked, but his eyes were always on Shui Yanran. Tang Xian shook her head and looked at Shui Yanran, only then she noticed the scars on her face. Yanran, you are hurt. Tang Xin shouted. Shui Yanran knew that she had a wound on her face. Although the man appeared in time and kicked the dagger away, the dagger still cut her face, but it was not too serious. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Shui Yanran said. She raised her hand to wipe the blood off her face, but was stopped by the man. He grabbed Shui Yanran's arm and said, if you touch the wound rashly like this, it will get infected and even leave scars. Shui Yanran frowned. It was so rude of the other party to touch her body casually. Want to shake off the other person's hand. Unexpectedly, the man not only did not let go, but instead put his arms around her waist. Shui Yanran wanted to escape out of shame, but found that she had no strength left. She was shocked and thought that the other party must have done something to her, otherwise she would not be able to use any strength at all. Let me go. Shui Yanran struggled and shouted. Don't move, don't be afraid, I have no ill intentions, I just want to apply medicine to you. Then, the man took out a bottle of ointment and gently applied it on the wound on Shui Yanran's face. Shui Yanran suddenly felt a cool sensation. After doing all this, the man reluctantly let go of Shui Yanran. Okay, the wound will heal tomorrow and there won't be any scars, said the man. Is the effect so good? Tang Xin asked. Of course, I don't believe it. I'll wait and see tomorrow. Shui Yanran blushed slightly and said, thank you for saving us. You're welcome. I'm honored to be a hero and save a beauty, especially one who was so beautiful, said the man. Shui Yanran's face turned cold. She always felt that this person spoke in a slick way and she really disliked it. Tang Xin was very interested in him and asked, what's your name? Yunfeng. From your accent, you're not from here? I'm from a big state, and I'm glad to meet you too. Chapter 114 Furnace. Yunfeng extended his hand to Tang Xin, who shook hands with him with a smile. From her expression, it could be seen that she had a good impression of Yunfeng. Tang Xin has always been carefree and never had a good face towards men, but this time she acted out of character towards Yunfeng, which surprised Shui Yanran. After shaking hands with Tang Xin, Yunfeng extended his hand to Shui Yanran again, with a warm smile on his face, looking harmless. Shui Yanran hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out her hand and shook his. At the moment of shaking hands, Shui Yanran's face changed slightly. She felt that Yunfeng actually scratched her palm twice when he shook hands with her. A tingling sensation passed through the palm of her hand into her heart, and Shui Yanran was so scared that she quickly let go. The latter, however, acted as if nothing had happened, as if it was just a prank. Tang Xin asked, you are quite amazing. With so many people surrounding you, no one was able to hurt you. I don't think I can do that. When Tang Xin was fighting with Chen Shui, he accidentally saw Yunfeng teasing those thugs. Faced with being besieged by many people, he remained fearless. Tang Xin admired him very much for his composure. If you want to learn, I will teach you. Yunfeng said. Really? Tang Xin was eager to do something. But you have to take me as your master first. I'll take you as my master. Okay, master, please accept my disciples' greetings. As he said this, Tang Xin actually knelt down. Shui Yanran quickly stopped her. Yunfeng smiled and said, I'm just kidding. If you want to learn, I can teach you anytime. Tomorrow, then. Okay, tell me your contact information and I'll call you. After that, the two exchanged contact information. Beauty, what's your contact number? Yunfeng looked at Shui Yanran again. Shui Yanran said, I don't want to learn, why should I tell you? Yunfeng didn't care. As long as he knew Tang Xin's contact number, he would be able to find out Shui Yanran's number. When Wu Qing sent him a photo of Shui Yanran, he fell in love with her at first sight. This time he came to Shanghai port from Dazhou Prefecture just to see her face and see if the photo matched the real person. When we met today, it turned out that the real thing was better than the photo. Especially the aura that Shui Yanran exudes invisibly, which can only be felt when you see her in person. Yunfeng felt that the trip was worthwhile. Do you two have time? I think it's still early. Don't be in such a hurry to go back. Why don't I treat you two to a drink and have a good chat? Yunfeng said. Okay. Tang Xin accepted it happily. Sorry, we've had enough drinking today, we're going back now. Shui Yanran said. After saying that, without waiting for Tang Xin to protest, he pulled Tang Xin into the Ferrari. With a roar, the car drove away. Tang Xian looked back at Yun Feng, who was standing still with some reluctance, until his figure disappeared into the night. Then she looked back. She looked at Shui Yanran with some dissatisfaction and said, "Why are you so rude? He saved us twice. What's wrong with drinking a little?" Shui Yanran did not refute. Tang Xian was right. If it weren't for Yun Feng, she might have really been in trouble tonight. At the very worst, your face will be disfigured by that thug. I can see that you have a good impression of him. Shui Yanran asked. Tang Xian was not shy about it and said, "This guy is handsome and has great kung fu skills. It's hard not to like him." "Yanran, don't you have a good impression of him? I always feel that there is something wrong with this person." Shui Yanran said. "If there's anything wrong, it's that he has some intentions towards you. I can see that he likes you. Hey, you have such a charming face that I'm a little jealous." Tang Xian said. "But they saved us, so we have to repay them, don't you think?" Shui Yanran did not answer and concentrated on driving. Watching the car disappear in the darkness, Yun Feng stood there motionless until he heard a sound behind him. Yun Feng turned around and saw 3 people walking towards him. "How about those 2 guys?" Yun Feng asked. "We 3 brothers beat them up and threw them into the garbage dump. I kicked them all down there. They can't touch a woman again for a year." The speaker was Wu Qing. The 2 people behind him were Fan Shan and Ding Lei. "Well done," Yun Feng said, and turned to look in the direction where the car disappeared. The 3 of them smiled at each other, and Wu Qing said, "Even though everyone has left, young Master Yun still misses her." "I didn't lie to young Master Yun, this woman is absolutely stunning. Indeed, it is so beautiful, the only one I have ever seen in my life, and it is unforgettable." Yun Feng stretched out his right hand and smelled it. The hand had just been around Shui Yanran's waist, and there was still a lingering fragrance on it. "It seems that young Master Yun has found true love this time," Ding Lei said with a smile. Fan Xian said, "When did young Master Yun change his taste? He actually likes married women. Didn't he like innocent girls the most before?" Yun Feng laughed and said, "You don't understand. An ignorant girl's passion is not challenging. A cold and beautiful wife is challenging. And I like challenges." Wu Qing said, "It's a pity that young Master Yun met this kind of beauty too late, and was taken away by others. Otherwise, it would be perfect." "You are wrong, she is a virgin," Yun Feng said. The 3 people's faces changed slightly, and Wu Qing cried out, "This is impossible, she has a husband." Yun Feng glanced at him and smiled, "Are you questioning me?" Wu Qing lowered her head and didn't dare to look him in the eye. "I dare not. This is the truth. I have met her husband. If you don't believe me, ask them." Fan Xian and Ding Lei also nodded quickly. Yun Feng said, "Don't doubt what I said. I can tell at a glance whether she is a virgin or not." "But why could her husband hold it in?" Wu Qing expressed her doubts. Even Fan Xian and Ding Lei listened carefully. Yun Feng looked at Wu Qing and said, "Wu Qing, you lost the grip strength contest with that guy. You are already a master of dark energy now. Anyone who can beat you must be stronger than you." Wu Qing said, "Young Master Yun once said that there are 3 stages of cultivation, namely Ming Jin, and Jin and Qi Jin. I am currently an In Jin, and that person should be a Qi Jin master." "Qi Jin master?" Yun Feng said with a smile, "Interesting. But maybe he is even better than Qi Jin. Above the Qi, isn't that?" "That's right, a master of ancient martial arts," Yun Feng said, his face becoming surprisingly serious. The 3 of them stopped talking. They knew better than anyone what a master of ancient martial arts was like. "Perhaps, I understand his purpose. He has been hesitant to take action, probably because he wants to improve his cultivation. I don't understand. What does this cultivation have to do with it? Could you explain it more clearly, young Master Yun?" Fan Xian said. Yun Feng's face suddenly became extremely excited, and he said, "Shui Yanran has a special physique. If I'm not mistaken, she should have a purine physique." The 3 of them were horrified. A purine constitution is an excellent companion for cultivation. At this moment, 2 words flashed in their minds at the same time: furnace and cauldron. Chapter 115, Disrespect for the Elderly. Shui Yanran sent Tang Xian home and then drove back to her own home. Soon after arriving home, she collapsed on the sofa. The fight with Chen Shui's henchman just now was really exhausting, and made her feel sore all over. She got up to take a shower. The battle just now made her sweat and feel uncomfortable all over. Just at this moment, the phone rang. It was Lin Yi. Shui Yanran happily answered the call, and Lin Yi's voice came from the phone. I'm here, I just got off the plane. You've arrived, so why are you calling me? Are you here to make sure you're safe? No, I just missed you and wanted to hear your voice. Loquacious. It's true. Oh, I regret it. If I hadn't come to Sutin City tonight, we might have already. Having said this, Lin Yi deliberately kept silent. Shui Yanran naturally knew what she meant and her pretty face blushed. Just as Lin Yi said, she had planned to give him her virginity tonight. Thinking of the two of them doing those embarrassing things in bed, Shui Yanran felt her heart fluttering. Tang Xian said that the feeling was wonderful and could not be described in words. Shui Yanran, who had always kept her distance from it, now really wanted to experience that feeling. When will you come back? Shui Yanran asked. As soon as possible. Are you excited? How about I take a plane back now? Lin Yi said with a smile. Forget it. Business is more important. That matter is not urgent. Anyway. She was too embarrassed to say, I will be yours sooner or later anyway. When I get back, I will love you well. Lin Yi said softly. Then you'd better come back soon, otherwise I might be loved by someone else. Shui Yanran said with a smile. How dare you say such things? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. Lin Yi pretended to be slightly angry. The two of them flirted with each other for a while, and then Lin Yi said, okay, I won't chat with you anymore. My car is here. I'll call you tomorrow. Go to bed early. Sweet dreams, my wife. After Lin Yi hung up the phone, he saw a black Mercedes parked not far away. With the window rolled down, it was none other than the 90-year-old Jean Jizuan. He actually came to pick up Lin Yi in person, which shows how much he values Lin Yi. Grandpa Jean. Ha, Xiao Linzi, get in the car and talk. Jean Jizuan said with a smile. However, Lin Yi saw a hint of sadness in his smile. What's going on? As soon as he got in the car, Lin Yi started asking. It was my great-granddaughter Xiao Yan who took the pills and committed suicide. It was all my fault for pushing her too hard. What did you force her to do? You still have to force her to give you a child. Lin Yi. Then I heard Jean Jizuan nagging, this child is also stubborn, she won't listen to me no matter what. She said she doesn't even know what you look like, how can I give birth to your child? I told her that she was very good looking, and she said that we had no feelings for each other. I told her that we should cultivate feelings slowly, and she said that we were in a free relationship and couldn't force it, and she also said that she already had someone she liked. I told you that you can find someone you like to marry, and I won't stop you. I just want you to have children. As long as you have children, you can find whoever you want. Guess what he said, she actually called me disrespectful to my age. How could I be disrespectful to the elderly? I'm doing this for her own good. I told her that once we had a child, she would be the one in charge of the family, but she still disagreed. I tried to persuade her again and again, but she still couldn't be convinced. I was so angry that I hit her, but she couldn't get over it and took the medicine. Hey, Xiao Linzi, what happened to my great-granddaughter? She used to listen to me and I loved her very much. I agreed to everything she asked. But why didn't she listen to me this time? Lin Yi thought to himself, you are such an old fool. You are forcing your granddaughter to have a baby with someone she doesn't know. This is a lifelong event. How could she possibly listen to you? You are really disrespectful to your elders. Of course, he couldn't express this idea too bluntly. Grandpa Jean, your granddaughter is right. Young people today are different from your generation. They value free love now. I think you should stop her. Supreme Jean said, it's useless to say these things now. The most important thing is to rescue her quickly. We can talk about the future later. The car stopped at a manor villa in Sutin City. At this time, there were many people sitting or standing and chatting in the hall on the first floor of the villa. Why is Xiao Yan so depressed? Why did she commit suicide by taking poison at such a young age? I heard that it was Grandpa who beat her. Why, doesn't Grandpa love her the most? It seems that Grandpa arranged a marriage for her, but she disagreed. That's what's wrong, old man. What era is it now? Why are you still trying to point fingers at someone? I heard it's not that simple. It seems that the old man wants her to have a child for someone else, but she has no legal status. You're talking nonsense. The old man is too old and confused to do such a thing. Just when a few people were arguing, Supreme Jean walked in with Linny, and everyone immediately quieted down. They all stood up and looked respectful. Jean Jizuan ignored these people and took Linny directly to the villa elevator. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor and 2 people walked out. Then he walked straight into a room. There were many people in the room, and they all stood up when they saw Supreme Gold. What's the situation now? Asked Supreme Jean. A doctor in a white coat said to Supreme Jean, Miss Xiaoyan's condition is not optimistic. The poison she took caused serious damage to her stomach. She has already shown signs of fibrosis. I'm afraid she won't live for more than 10 days. When the others heard this, they burst into sobs. Jean Jizuan showed no expression and said calmly, I see. Go back and don't come here anymore. Master, I still need to treat Miss Xiaoyan. You said it can't be cured, why are you here? Old man, if I don't treat her, Miss Xiaoyan won't last 10 days, the doctor insisted. You don't have to worry about this. I have found a miracle doctor to treat it. If you can't be cured, others can, said Supreme Jean. The doctor glanced at Linny, and it was obvious that Linny was the so-called miracle doctor mentioned by Supreme Jean. Of course, he didn't believe that Linny could cure Jean Xiaoyan. This kind of poisoning has a 100% mortality rate, and there is no precedent for successful treatment. Seeing that Linny is so young, could he be a liar? Grandpa, you are the honorary president of the Chinese Medicine Association. You should be most aware of Miss Xiaoyan's current condition. The medicine she took is enough to kill her 10 times. Grandpa, I know you care about your granddaughter, but you can't ignore the facts and let others deceive you. The doctor advised earnestly. I know whether he is a liar or not. I don't need you to remind me. Get out. Supreme Jean shouted angrily. The doctor had no choice but to leave. You leave too. Supreme Jean shouted to the others. Several people also left the room one after another. Only Jean Jizuan and Linny were left in the room, as well as Jean Xiaoyan, who was lying on the bed in a coma. Jean Jizuan pulled Linny to Jean Xiaoyan's window. Only then did Linny see his precious great-granddaughter, who was praised by Supreme Jean. I have to say that Kim Ju-jong did not lie. Kim Su-yeon is indeed beautiful, with regular features and a slim and pretty face. Although her face is pale and dark due to taking poison, from her current appearance it can be seen that she was very pure and lovely before taking the poison. As for whether her breasts were big, her butt was perky, or her legs were long, Linny could not observe because she was covered with the quilt. Jean Jizuan was like a worm in Linny's heart, and he lifted Jean Xiaoyan's quilt. Chapter 116 Home Treatment. Linny finally saw Kim Su-yeon, who was wearing thin clothes. She has big breasts, a nice butt, and really long legs. Jean Jizuan looked at Linny, his eyes seemed to say, well, I didn't lie to you. Linny was embarrassed and said, Grandpa Jean, I need treatment now. I know, that's why I lifted the quilt. You need to perform acupuncture on her, but how can you do it through the quilt? Did you bring the golden needle? Linny became even more embarrassed and quickly took out the golden needle from the hidden space. As wisps of golden light flashed, Linny inserted the golden needle into Jean Xiaoyan's body. Time passed little by little, the light of the golden needle disappeared, and Linny took out the golden needles one by one. Jean Jizuan hurriedly felt Jean Xiaoyan's pulse and a smile appeared on his face. The pulse is more stable than before. Although it hasn't improved much, I believe it won't take long for all the toxins to be removed. As soon as he finished speaking, the unconscious Kim Su-yeon suddenly stood up and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Jean Jizuan quickly called for someone to clean up and pulled Linny out of the room. Xiaoyi, stay here tonight. You will stay in Sutin for the next few days. In my opinion, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to completely cure my great-granddaughter. Jean Jizuan was right. Although the golden needle was powerful, it would take more than a day or two to completely remove the toxin. After all, the dose of poison that Jean Xiaoyan drank was too large. This also shows how hard Supreme Jean pressed her, causing her to make the decision to die. It's a pity for Linny. He and Shui Yanran were about to reach the final step, but this happened. He wasted several days in vain and could only endure the pain of missing her. He would return to SIPG and be happy with Shui Yanran after Kim Su-yeon was cured. The next day, Lin Yi woke up in the room arranged by Jin Jizuan. Just after he finished washing up, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi opened the door and it turned out to be Supreme Jin. "Grandpa Jin, it's so early. I just came to see you. How was your sleep last night?" "Very good, thank you Grandpa Jin for your concern." "That's good, just treat it as your own home. In order to prevent others from disturbing your rest, I asked everyone in the villa to live outside. Now, apart from the servants and the nanny, there are only you, me, and Xiu Yan in the villa. I also told them not to come over unless necessary, and to come and see Xiu Yan after she is cured." "Grandpa Jin, you really don't have to do this," Lin Yi said. Supreme Jin waved his hand and told him not to say anything more. This made Lin Yi sigh with emotion. In order to take care of Lin Yi's emotions, Supreme Jin did everything possible to take care of him. "Come on, go down and have breakfast." Jin Jizuan prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and Lin Yi was very satisfied with the meal. Ever since he became a master of ancient martial arts, his appetite has increased a lot, and he actually ate a lot of the dishes on the table by himself. Seeing Jin Jizuan was very happy, he said, "Are you satisfied with the dishes?" "Satisfy. That's good. Our Jin family is not like the Nye family. We are not as rich as Nye. We are not so particular about cooking. I am afraid that you are picky and you may not be used to it." After breakfast, the two went upstairs to see Kim Soo-yeon. At this time, Kim Soo-yeon had woken up and was being fed millet porridge by the nanny. Jin Jizuan asked with a loving look on his face, "Xiu-yeon, how do you feel?" Jin Xiu-yeon shook her head and said in a hoarse voice, "My appetite is so bad, Grandpa Zhang, am I going to die?" "Don't be afraid, you won't die as long as Lin Yi is here," Supreme Jin said. "This is the Lin Yi I mentioned to you." Jin Jizuan said this and pulled Lin Yi in front of him. "Hello, Miss Jin." Lin Yi gritted his teeth and greeted her. He felt a little sorry for Kim Soo-yeon. After all, it was because of him that Kim Soo-yeon committed suicide by taking medicine. But she also felt that it had nothing to do with her. After all, it was Supreme Jin who forced her to do so, not her. Jin Xiu-yeon glanced at Lin Yi and lowered her head. She felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment and had no mood to look at Lin Yi at all. "After dinner, let Lin Yi give you acupuncture?" said Supreme Jin. "Grandpa Zhang, I really won't die. I'm so scared," Jin Xiu-yeon said. "People are like this. When they want to die, they can do it without hesitation, but when they are really about to die, they will regret it. Especially for those who commit suicide by drinking poison, the feeling of waiting for death is more painful than real death. Don't worry, it won't happen. Just take good care of yourself and you'll be well in less than a month." Kim Soo-yeon couldn't eat after drinking a few spoonfuls of millet porridge. She now has a poor appetite. Her stomach, which has been eroded by the poison, has become fibrotic, making it difficult for her to digest food. Jin Jizuan asked Lin Yi to undergo a second treatment. When Lin Yi finished the second treatment, Jin Xiu-yeon spat out a mouthful of black blood again. Her complexion was slightly better than before, and her appetite was much better than before. She drank the whole bowl of millet porridge. Jin Jizuan took Jin Xiu-yeon's pulse and nodded with satisfaction. "Xiao Linzi, your medical skills are really great. Xiu-yeon's pulse is stronger now. Xiu-yeon, why don't you thank Dr. Lin for your treatment?" "Thank you, Dr. Lin." Jin Xiu-yeon listened to Jin Jizuan's words and apologized to Lin Yi without any expression. She felt a little better now, so she had time to look at Lin Yi. "I found that Lin Yi was not as embarrassed as I had imagined. Although he looks thin, he is of decent height and a bit handsome. Of course, he is not as good as her boyfriend, but she doesn't dislike him that much either." Thinking of her boyfriend, whom she had been secretly in love with for 3 years, she had finally mustered up the courage to successfully confess her feelings to him a month ago. However, she did not expect that a few days later she would be called back home by her great-grandfather and forced to have a child with a stranger. Kim Soo-yeon is a strong-willed person, so how could she agree? That night she called her boyfriend and asked him to pick her up, wanting to elope with him to the ends of the earth, but he refused. In a fit of rage, Kim Soo-yeon committed suicide by taking poison. But after taking the poison, she regretted it. She called her boyfriend and wanted to see him for the last time. Unexpectedly, her boyfriend blocked her after hearing that she had taken the poison. When Supreme Jin saw his granddaughter sizing up Lin Yi, he secretly thought there was hope. Said, "Xiao Linzi, just have a good chat with Xiu-yeon, I won't disturb you guys anymore." After saying that, he slipped out. Linny didn't expect Supreme Jean to be so cunning. He was immediately embarrassed and wanted to leave. But before he turned around, he heard Jean Xiaoyan say, "Tell me honestly, will I really not die?" Linny didn't expect her to ask this, and said, "Don't worry, you're fine." Jean Xiaoyan said, "So it's true, you are really the successor of the Golden Needle?" Kim Soo-yeon comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. She has been exposed to the glorious deeds of her ancestors since she was a child, so naturally she also knows about the golden thread needle. "Didn't you see everything when I gave you acupuncture just now?" Linny said. "So that's the golden thread needle. It's really magical. I could feel that when you were treating me, my stomach was healing as if it was medicated. This is the effect of the golden thread needle, and it's also the reason why my great-grandfather wanted me to bear a child for you. He wants you to protect my family, and it would be best if our descendants could inherit the golden needle." Chapter 117 Compromise. "You think it through," Linny said. "I've died once, so I think things through clearly and don't mind them so much anymore. Compared to being able to live well, nothing else is so important." Linny looked at Jean Xiaoyan, and from her words, she seemed to have compromised. "I quickly explained, Miss Jean, I think you misunderstood. It was your great-grandfather who forced you. I never asked for anything, and I'm already married." "I know. Grandpa Zhang told me about your marriage. I just want to have a child with you, without any official status. I would never compromise, but now nothing matters. Don't worry, I will give you a child after I recover." "Ms. Jean." Linny felt that Jean Xiaoyan still didn't understand what he meant, and said, I have no intention of having a child with you. This has always been your grandfather's wishful thinking." Jean Xiaoyan asked in surprise, "Why, you don't need to be responsible, why not?" "Because I love my wife, I don't want to do anything to let her down." Jean Xiaoyan looked at Linny in surprise, as if she met him for the first time. After a long while, he said, "Go talk to my great-grandfather. I hope you can change his mind." When Linny came out of Jean Xiaoyan's room, he saw Jean Jizuan sitting on a pearwood chair in the hall. Seeing Linny coming down, he asked, "Why did you come out so soon? You should talk more with Xiaoyan and cultivate your relationship." "Grandpa Jean, I want to tell you that there is absolutely no affection between my great-granddaughter and me. I can't possibly give her a child. This is unfair to my wife. I hope Grandpa Jean will stop having this idea." Linny got straight to the point. Supreme Jean didn't expect Linny to be so direct. He pondered for a moment, slowly stood up, and suddenly knelt down at Linny's feet. "Grandpa Jean, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Linny was shocked and was about to pull Supreme Jean up. Supreme Jean is over 90 years old, yet he kneels in front of him. Who can bear this? "If you don't agree to the old man, I won't get up," said Supreme Jean. "Grandpa Jean, please stand up and speak first." "I won't get up unless you promise me to. Everything can be discussed." "Okay, I agree." Linny had no choice but to agree. Only then did Supreme Jean stand up with the help of Linny. "Once you've agreed, you're not allowed to regret it," Supreme Jean said. An old fox is an old fox after all, and he knows Linny's soft-hearted character well. But he had no choice. Nie Tian sold his granddaughter for 500 million yuan, and he, Jean Jizuan, did not have 500 million yuan, so he could only risk his reputation. Compared to his own dignity, the Jean family's prosperity for 100 years is the most important. In the afternoon, Linny treated Jean Xiaoyan again. This time, Jean Xiaoyan vomited some black blood again, but there was some bright red blood in the blood. It was obvious that the toxins in her body were gradually being eliminated. At night she has a better appetite and can take some nutritious food. After dinner, Linny called Shui Yanran. The voice on the other end of the phone was a bit noisy. "Yanran, I may not be able to go back for a while, you can only stay alone in the empty room. Please be patient for a few days." Linny briefly explained the situation here. "Then you can control yourself and don't mess around with other women." "Don't worry, I won't," Linny said. However, when he thought about what he had promised Supreme Jean, he didn't say it so confidently. Fortunately, Shui Yanran didn't notice anything unusual about Linny. "Why is it so noisy?" "Yanran, where are you?" Linny asked. "In the boxing gym, watching Tang Xin boxing." "No wonder. I've experienced how powerful Tang Xin is. I wonder who would be so unlucky to fight her." "You are wrong. Tang Xin is being beaten now, Shui Yanran said, glancing at the ring. She saw that Tang Xin was beaten without any ability to fight back, and her opponent was Yunfeng. Yunfeng's attack was very powerful and quick. He had great physical strength and was able to deal with Tang Xin with ease. He was even able to do two things at once, dealing with Tang Xin while watching Shui Yanran and making a phone call. Who is so powerful that even Tang Xin can't be his match? Lin Yi asked on the phone. A new friend. Shui Yanran didn't say anything specific. She didn't want to tell Lin Yi about what happened in the bar for fear that he would worry. Lin Yi didn't think much about it. After some sweet talk with Shui Yanran, the two hung up the phone. On the ring, the game was over and Tang Xin was completely defeated by Yunfeng. There were many bruises on Tang Xin's body, which was the result of Yunfeng showing mercy. After getting off the stage, someone took care of Tang Xin's injuries. Yunfeng walked up to Shui Yanran and asked, "Who were you talking to on the phone just now? You looked so happy?" "My husband," Shui Yanran said without hesitation. "I can see that you love him very much. You talked on the phone for quite a while. You were laughing from the beginning to the end. I was really jealous. I have never seen you smile so happily at me," Yunfeng said. "I only smile at people I like." "So, you don't like me anymore?" Yunfeng asked back. "Please understand, I just met you yesterday, how could I possibly like you? Then why did you come out today? You saved me yesterday." "I agreed to come out today as a token of my gratitude for saving my life," Shui Yanran said. "Is this man really so narcissistic? I clearly told him that I already have a husband, but he still thought I liked him. It seems like it's better not to have any contact with him in the future." Thinking of this, Shui Yanran said, "Tell Tang Xin that I have something to do and I'm leaving first." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Yunfeng and left. On the other side, Lin Yi also called Wu Fan. "Wu Fan, I'm in Sutin, do you have time to have dinner together?" Lin Yi and Wu Fan met at a barbecue stall again. As soon as they met, Wu Fan said excitedly, "You know, the factory equipment is already in place, and our products will be on the market soon. I can feel that our products will sell well once they are on the market. Let's just wait and count the money." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Are you so confident?" Wu Fan said, "Of course, you don't look that happy." "Happy? Of course I'm happy to make money," Lin Yi said. Although he was happy, he was not as exaggerated as Wu Fan. After all, he is now a multi-millionaire and a master of ancient martial arts, and money is just a number to him. The boss brought the skewers over. Wu Fan ate one skewer and finished a glass of beer. He said, "I'm different from you. I used to think money was nothing, but after I really lost it, I realized its importance. Many times, dignity and friends all need money to maintain." Lin Yi understands Wu Fan. He is the only one who knows the bitterness that Wu Fan experienced from being a rich second generation to a poor second generation, which is why he loves money so much. "Once you have money, everything you lost will come back," Lin Yi comforted. "That's not the case. Some things, once lost, are not easy to get back. I don't collect garbage." Chapter 118 Acceptance. Lin Yi could tell what Wu Fan meant, and wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. Wu Fan said, "Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things, let's drink." The two of them drank several bottles of beer in a row. Wu Fan's alcohol tolerance increased and he talked more. "You know, many of our classmates are now in SIPG, including your ex-girlfriend." Lin Yi was not surprised. Shanghai is an international metropolis and many people who have moved to Hong Kong would choose it as their first stop in life. After all, there are many opportunities there and maybe they can earn their first pot of gold in life. But Lin Yi was indeed surprised that Tian Fangfang was also at SIPG. But it is normal to think about it. Shanghai SIPG is so big, it is reasonable that the two have no intersection. As for the other Tian Fangfang, Lin Yi not only had some interactions with her, but he also almost slept with her. "Who told you that?" Lin Yi asked. "Zhang Shua, our classmate, do you still remember him?" A handsome face immediately appeared in Lin Yi's mind. "Remember, he is the most handsome boy in our class. He called me a few days ago. I thought he wanted to catch up with me, but I didn't expect that he would ask me for money after just a few words," said Wu Fan. "I remember that you didn't have much interaction with him when you were in school. Yeah, I was also surprised, but since we were classmates, I still lent him some money, even though I didn't have much money at the moment. I guess he still thought I was as rich as I was when I was in school. We talked a lot, and I learned that there were many classmates at SIPG, but we had never been in touch. When Linny was in school, he was not that outstanding and was the type who did not like to show off. After graduation, he did not keep in touch with his classmates. By the way, I may go to Shanghai port in a while. I will call you then. What are you going to do in Shanghai? Shanghai port is the capital of the stock market. Once the product becomes popular, there will definitely be a large number of investors buying shares. As the company's executor, I will inevitably have to step in personally. You are the company's largest shareholder, so you may also have to step in to deal with it. Linny smiled. You are thinking ahead. Let's wait until the product becomes popular. The breeze blew through the willows. Through the window, Linny looked at the scenery outside and stretched lazily. The weather is good today, no longer gloomy, the sky is very blue, it can be said to be the best day to come to Sutin City. It has been more than half a month since Jin Shoyen came to Sutin City. Under Linny's continuous treatment, she has gone from being on the verge of death at the beginning to being full of energy now. To say she is full of energy may be an exaggeration, because Kim Soo-yeon has not fully recovered. The fibrosis in her stomach had disappeared and she felt more energetic, but there was still a small amount of toxins in her body that had not been eliminated, causing her complexion to still look a little pale. But she can already get out of bed and walk, enjoy delicious food, and even do some slightly strenuous exercises, such as playing tennis and jogging. These days, Linny has been accompanying Jin Shoyen in her recovery. In addition to treatment, he also accompanies her in doing various exercises. In the villa, there were only Supreme Jin and the other two, as well as some servants, so life here seemed like a paradise, with no outsiders disturbing them. After washing up, Linny went downstairs and went to the kitchen to have breakfast. Jin Jizuan was sitting at the dining table waiting for him early. When he saw him, he couldn't suppress a smile on his face. How could he not be happy that his great-granddaughter had recovered? And these days, he watched the two of them playing together and developing their relationship, and he could clearly feel that his great-granddaughter had gone from resistance at the beginning to acceptance now. It can be seen that she has developed a good impression of Linny. Where's Xiao-yen? Why didn't I see her come down for breakfast? Linny asked. They have been eating together since Kim Soo-yeon was able to get out of bed and eat a week ago. Xiao-yen is in the kitchen. She said she would cook for you personally today. Jin Jizuan said happily. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Shoyen and the servants brought a sumptuous breakfast to the table. Brother Lin, this is the ice yogurt I made myself, try it. And this century egg porridge, it's perfect for drinking now. As she spoke, Jin Shoyen scooped a spoonful and fed Linny herself. Linny hurriedly said, I can do it myself. Jin Shoyen's opinion of Linny has indeed changed a lot, probably because Linny saved her life. During this period of time together, Linny found that she was becoming more and more proactive. Jin Jizuan said with a smile, Xiao-yen, serve a bowl for Grandpa Zhang as well. Kim Soo-yeon served another bowl to Kim Soo-jong. After finishing breakfast, Jin Xiao-yen followed the servants to clean up. Jin Jizuan took the opportunity to say, Xiao Linzi, I think Xiao-yen has almost recovered. Why don't you go with her tonight? Supreme Jin moved his two thumbs towards each other. Linny naturally knew what he meant and refused. No, Grandpa Jin, Xiao-yen's poison has not been completely cleared, and her body is still very weak. Jin Jizuan wanted to say, why don't you just be gentler? But then he remembered that he was over 90 years old, and saying this would damage his image and make him seem disrespectful to his elders, so he held it back. Linny's idea was that he was still a virgin, so his first time must be given to Shui Yenran. As for Jin Xiao-yen, she would have to wait for a while. However, when he thought about having a child with Jin Xiao-yen, he always felt sorry for Shui Yenran. But if he said it openly, he didn't know how to start, which made him very conflicted. After Jin Xiao-yen finished packing, she came to Linny and asked, Brother Lin, I think I'm almost well. The weather is nice today, why don't we go for a walk in the city? Okay, Xiao Linzi must have been feeling pent up these days, so you guys can go to the city and have a good stroll, eat and have fun. There's no need to rush home. Before Linny could answer, Supreme Jin spoke first. All right. Okay, wait for me, I'll go upstairs to change. Half an hour later, Kim Soo-yeon changed into casual clothes. Kim Soo-yeon is indeed a rare beauty, especially after her face has regained its vitality. Her face is very delicate, with a pretty nose, lively eyes and pink lips, which together look like a beautiful painting. She wore a black off-shoulder sweater that revealed a full chest. She wore a pair of tight blue jeans, which made her legs look long and straight, and her buttocks looked fuller. Jin Jisuan said that Jin Xiaoyan had big breasts and a round butt, but the description was not quite appropriate. Linny felt that the word round and round was more appropriate for Jin Xiaoyan's butt. Round and curled. As soon as Jin Xiaoyan came downstairs, she hugged Linny's arm. Linny walked out of the door half pulled and half leaned on by Jin Xiaoyan. Feeling the softness on his arm, Linny couldn't help but wonder if he was a lustful person, otherwise why didn't he resist? Or was it because Supreme Jin knelt down that made him compromise? No matter how hard you think about it, you still don't know. However, he instinctively wanted to distance his arm from that softness, so he pulled his hand away imperceptibly. But it obviously didn't mean much, because soon, the pair came up again. Linny gave up resisting. Chapter 119 Assassination. Look, candied haws. I haven't eaten them for a long time. I'm a little craving for them. Kim Soo-yeon saw a stall selling candied haws somewhere in the city and her mouth was watering. She has not yet recovered from her illness and there are still some toxins in her stomach that have not been completely eliminated. Logically, she should not eat these indigestible foods. But the magic of Lin Yi's golden thread needle is that it can give life to any organ that has lost its vitality. It doesn't matter if Kim Soo-yeon is greedy. She can eat whatever she wants without any worries. The only trouble is that it prolongs the treatment time, which doesn't matter to Kim Soo-yeon. Kim Soo-yeon bought 5 strings of different flavors in a row, including hawthorn, yam, orange, grape, and purple sweet potato. She tried the hawthorn first, but after taking a bite of half, it felt so sour that she gave it to Linny. Her appetite has not yet recovered, and she cannot tolerate some foods that are too irritating. She finished eating the yam and purple sweet potato, and took a bite of the remaining oranges and grapes before giving them to Linny. The two of them walked around a snack street in Sutin, and Kim Soo-yeon was sweating from exhaustion. Her body still couldn't handle this frequency of exercise. Linny grabbed her wrist, and immediately a chill passed into her body, making her feel slightly better. While Linny was not paying attention, he directly climbed onto his back. Suddenly, there were strange looks from all around. Some are envious, while others point fingers. It is obviously inappropriate for young lovers to openly display their affection in the street. Linny had no choice but to endure the strange looks from others. He felt an unusual itchiness on his back as he carried her on his back. He came to a wooden chair on the roadside and forced her down. However, Jin Xiaoyan refused and put her legs on his legs, and asked Linny to rub her legs. While rubbing her, Linny said, "Miss, you are not afraid of being laughed at in public. You are all looking at us. We are just showing our love, why do we care about other people? Look, those two over there are going even further, they are kissing each other." Kim Soo-yeon pointed in a direction. Only then did Linny see that not far away there was a couple hugging and kissing each other. But everyone seemed to ignore the two of them and focus their eyes on them, as if Linny rubbing Jin Xiaoyan's legs was more explicit than kissing. On second thought, things are certainly not that simple. I guess it's because Kim Soo-yeon is too beautiful that people keep watching her. Well, that's the only explanation. The kissing couple really didn't look that good. Not to mention their appearance, the man is 1.6 meters tall and weighs 180 pounds. The woman is even more outrageous. With the same height, she is actually one size bigger than the man. The two of them hugged each other, and the scene was really unbearable to watch. No wonder no one watched it. At least when Kim Soo-yeon's long legs were placed on Lin Yi's legs, her figure was clearly revealed. What's more, when she crossed her legs and leaned forward, her chest looked even fuller. On the other hand, the woman next to her is too fat, with thick legs, waist and arms, and her breasts are not that obvious. It turns out that there is no harm without comparison. At this moment, an ominous premonition suddenly came to my mind. Linny knew why he had this feeling, and that feeling made his soul tremble. Linny quickly stood up and threw Jin Xiaoyan to the ground. At the same time, a gunshot was heard nearby, and something exploded. Linny ignored Jin Xiaoyan's scream and picked her up and ran away. 2 more gunshots rang out, both brushing past the body. Linny has already determined the opponent's position. The sniper should be on the roof of a tall building thousands of meters away. He carried Kim Soo-yeon behind a pillar, just out of the sniper's range. "Don't move," Linny said to Jin Xiaoyan. Jin Xiaoyan nodded. Linny had already flashed out from the pillar and ran towards the building. There was no sound of gunfire. Obviously, the other party chose to give up after the sniper attempt failed. Linny had no more scruples. He quickly walked downstairs and ran up the stairs. Linny ran up dozens of flights of stairs in one breath. When we were about to reach the roof, a man suddenly came down with a suitcase in his hand. Linny smelled gunpowder on that person. "Stop!" Linny shouted. The man was startled, took out a pistol from his body with his right hand, and fired a shot. Linny ducked his head to avoid it, and using his identity to quickly move forward, he punched his opponent in the nose as he was looking at him in shock. Then he used grappling techniques to capture the opponent. "Who sent you?" Linny asked. The man knew he couldn't escape, so he bit the poison in his mouth and committed suicide. Linny didn't expect that the other party had poison in his mouth. He wanted to rescue him, but found that the other party was already dead. This shows how powerful the drug is. Linny cursed inwardly, but he was not without a solution. He immediately used soul stealing to try to extract the man's memory. After a search, nothing was found. All we know is that this guy is a professional killer who does things for money. The police quickly cordoned off the scene. Jin Jizuan rushed over after hearing the news, and even alarmed Nye Tian. After learning what happened, the richest man in Sutin City immediately found the person in charge of the case and asked him to thoroughly investigate the murderer. When Linny returned to the Jin family villa, the sun had already set. Kim Soo-yeon went to bed early because of some stimulation. Only Jin Jizuan and Linny were left in the villa. Jin Jizuan asked, "Shaolinzi, is the killer targeting you or Xiaoyan this time?" Linny said, "He attacked me." "Have you offended anyone?" Linny shook his head. "If we talk about who was offended, we have to mention Dong Jinfeng and his son. But the two of them had already gone in, so it couldn't have been them who did it." Linny was puzzled. This was the first time that Linny was targeted by a killer since he was a child. He felt extremely annoyed. He left the villa alone and sat down on a wooden chair on the lawn. He took out his cell phone and called Shui Yanran. The call was connected soon. "Have you eaten?" Linny asked with a smile. No matter what, he couldn't release his bad emotions when facing Shui Yanran. "I'm cooking. Tang Xian is coming tonight, so I made some delicious dishes for her. Is there anything you want to talk about?" "Fine. Are you really okay? I always feel like something happened to you?" Shui Yanran said. Women are very sensitive. Even though Linny suppressed his emotions, Shui Yanran still discovered some clues. "It's nothing, I just missed you. If you miss me, why don't you come back soon? I'll go back when I'm done." The doorbell rang outside the door. "Tang Xian is here, I won't talk to you for now." "Well, okay, honey, I love you." "Got it. I love you too. I'm hanging up now." Hearing the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Linny sighed. He always felt that this killer was related to Shui Yanran. Could it be that someone wanted to stop their relationship and did this? Chapter 120 Knife Skills. Shui Yanran hung up the phone, opened the door, and saw Tang Xian standing at the door with vegetables. "You bought so many dishes. I have already prepared enough." Shui Yanran said. "There's no other way. What you prepared is not enough for 3 people to eat." Tang Xian said. "3 people, who else?" Shui Yanran asked. Tang Xian dodged and saw a man standing behind her. The man lowered his head and his face could not be seen, but from his expression, posture and dress, he looked very much like Linny. Shui Yanran was overjoyed and was about to fly over to hug him, but suddenly she remembered that she had just received a call from Linny and it was impossible for him to come back. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she forcibly stopped the impulse in her heart. At this moment, the man finally raised his head, and it was Yunfeng. "It's you?" Shui Yanran asked in surprise. "Why not welcome?" Yunfeng said with a smile. Shui Yanran frowned and glanced at Tang Xian who was standing beside her. Tang Xian smiled and said, "I asked him to come. He saved our lives. It's not too much to have a meal with him." Although Shui Yanran was a little unhappy inside, she didn't say anything. "Come in." After the two entered, Yunfeng carefully looked at the furnishings in the room and said, "Ms. Yanran's room is decorated very elegantly, just like you." Shui Yanran pretended not to hear Yunfeng's praise and concentrated on cooking. Tang Xian said to Yunfeng, "Yunfeng, didn't you say that you are very good at cooking? Now let me see it." Okay, Miss Yanran, I'll cook this meal for you. Shui Yanran did not agree. She was not used to strangers cooking for her. What if something unclean was put in the food? When she had a fake marriage with Lin Yi, this kind of vigilance had always existed. It was not until their relationship improved that Shui Yanran let go of her grudge. It was only after a period of time that Shui Yanran finally realized Lin Yi's character. Shui Yanran had no idea what kind of person Yunfeng was. Even though she saved me, it doesn't mean she is a good person. Tang Xian saw what Shui Yanran was thinking and comforted her. Don't worry, leave it to him. He was bragging about his cooking skills on the way here. I want to see how good he is. After saying that, she pulled Shui Yanran aside and watched Yunfeng cook. In this situation, even if Yunfeng wanted to tamper with the food, it would be impossible. Yunfeng smiled and said to Shui Yanran, Miss Yanran, can you let me wear the apron? Shui Yanran took off her apron and handed it to Yunfeng, who put it on and rolled up his sleeves. Suddenly, he picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, and the knife flew up. Yunfeng stretched out his hand and held the knife steadily. Tang Xian applauded when she saw this scene. Yunfeng smiled slightly, took a peeled potato, and chopped it with the kitchen knife repeatedly, all in one go. The potato was cut into even sizes. The two girls were amazed by his knife skills alone. In the kitchen, Yunfeng was playing with the kitchen knife in various ways. In addition, he also played with all kinds of pots, pans, spoons and spatulas in various ways. Yunfeng flipped the wok back and forth in his hand, but the food inside did not get spilled out of the wok. Even a chef with decades of experience would not be able to do this. Yunfeng prepared a table full of dishes in less than half an hour. The dishes were delicious and tasty, which whetted Tang Xian's appetite. How is it, Miss Tang Xian, am I good at cooking? Yunfeng asked Tang Xian, who was drooling. You're amazing. I only knew that you were good at kung fu, but I didn't expect that you were also good at cooking. Delicious. I've never eaten such delicious spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Tang Xian picked up a piece of shredded potatoes with chopsticks and put it all into his mouth. Not satisfied with one bite, she took another. Yunfeng looked at Tang Xian's performance with satisfaction. If you want a woman to like you, you should first feed her appetite. He has always been confident in his cooking skills. Looking at Shui Yanran, he smiled and said, Miss Yanran, how about trying my cooking? Shui Yanran also picked up a piece of food with chopsticks. She didn't have the fanaticism that Tang Xian showed. Just like her appearance, she was also very elegant when eating. Shui Yanran took the dish in her mouth and tasted it carefully, nodding slightly. This dish was cooked at just the right temperature and the seasoning was just right, not too salty or too bland. The aroma of the dish was stir-fried in the seasoning while retaining the flavor of the dish itself. This is definitely a master-level cooking skill. Yunfeng was so happy to get Shui Yanran's approval that he smiled brightly. Another week had passed since the assassination. During this time, Lin Yi had not left the Jin family villa. In addition to treating Jin Xiuyan's illness every day, he would accompany Jin Xiuyan to do exercises and play tennis. In his spare time, he would call Shui Yanran to relieve his homesickness. That afternoon, Lin Yi and Jin Xiuyan were taking a walk in the villa. Xiuyan, the toxins in your body have been almost removed. I will remove the toxins from your body one more time tomorrow, and then I will leave. Lin Yi said to Jin Xiuyan, who was standing aside. Jin Xiuyan sat on the swing built in the villa and said, although I know you will leave sooner or later, when this day really comes, I still feel a little reluctant. Lin Yi saved her life and accompanied her through the most difficult times of her life. Jin Xiuyan's affection for Lin Yi has turned into love. Lin Yi naturally has feelings for Jin Xiuyan, but this feeling does not involve any relationship between men and women, but is more like a brother-sister relationship. He pushed the swing and Kim Soo-yeon swung on it, accompanied by her laughter. The sun gradually set and the two returned together. Jin Xiuyan suddenly asked, Brother Lin, do you love Sister Yanran very much? Lin Yi didn't know why she asked this and nodded. I really envy her for being able to receive your love, Brother Lin. I also know that you don't have any feelings for me between a man and a woman. Some things can't be forced, especially feelings. So do you think I'm beautiful? Of course it's beautiful. Then why don't you have any feelings for me yet? Lin Yi thought about it. Perhaps it was because Shui Yanran meant too much to him that he could not tolerate another woman. Of course, he couldn't tell the answer. Jin Xiuyan suddenly hugged his neck, put her little mouth in front of him, and said, I will give myself to you tonight. No. Didn't you promise Grandpa? I did agree, but not tonight. Let's talk about it later. Although Linny promised Jin Jizuan, as a virgin, he naturally had to give his first time to Shui Yanran. This principle cannot be changed. The two walked back to the villa in silence, and Lin Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Wu Fan. Did you receive the money I just transferred to you? Wu Fan said excitedly. What money? We are profitable and our products are already on the market. This money is exactly the profit dividends from these days. Wu Fan said. As I said, our product sales are very good. Many venture capitalists have noticed our products and a large amount of funds are interested in cooperating with us. Linny, we are really going to make a fortune. Linny smiled and said, you have finally achieved a counterattack. Wu Fan asked, are you still in Sutin City? Yes, but I have to go back to Shanghai tomorrow. Can we wait a few days before going back? I will also go to Shanghai CPG to raise funds and expand the scale of the company in a few days. Let's go back together. I can't wait any longer. I have to go back tomorrow. Linny said. He was thinking about Shui Yanran so much that he was going crazy and wished she could fly to his side right away. Okay, I'll contact you when I get to SIPG. Good. Chapter 121 Encounter. The next morning, Linny gave Jin Xiuyan a final treatment and then rushed to the airport. Jin Xiuyan accompanied Jin Jizuan to send Linny to the airport. After getting off the car, Jin Xiuyan was still reluctant to leave. She gave Linny a big hug and a deep kiss on his forehead. Then she watched Linny board the plane reluctantly. Everyone has left. Supreme Jin saw his great-granddaughter's performance throughout the whole process and his face was full of joy. You like Shaolinzi, which means my efforts are worthwhile. Jin Xiuyan smiled bitterly and said, so what? He has someone else in his heart and can't tolerate another woman. Jin Jizuan said, it doesn't matter, feelings are not important, the most important thing is to have a child. Xiuyan, you should not resist now. Jin Xiuyan shook her head, how can I resist someone I like? Moreover, this is the family's mission. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhang. When he comes again, I will have a child with him. But now, I have to go back to Yanjing to study. I have been delayed for so long and I have fallen behind in my studies. Jin Jizuan said, I have already prepared a plane ticket for you. When he comes again, I will notify you as soon as possible. Linny came to the first-class cabin arranged for him by Jin Jizuan. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't help but call Shui Yanran. Yanran, where are you? On my way to HKU, I'm going to see my tutor today. Aren't you going to come back today? Have you registered now? Shui Yanran asked. You know I'm going back, but you're still running around. Go home and wait for me. Linny said. No, I already have an appointment with my tutor. You should go home first. Well, you better come back soon. I'll wait for you. Shui Yanran hung up the phone happily. Linny's last words, I'll wait for you, made her heart beat fast. She knew that she would have to give her first time to him tonight. Tang Xian said that sex between men and women was wonderful, which gave Shui Yanran an inexplicable expectation, but also a little fear. It is normal to feel fear when faced with the unknown. Shui Yanran is no exception. But compared to the fear, the sense of anticipation in my heart is obviously greater. With such conflicting feelings, Shui Yanran walked into the Hong Kong University campus. As she walked towards her mentor's familiar building, a figure suddenly stopped in front of her. It turned out to be Yunfeng. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. Yunfeng said with a smile. It's just a coincidence, but Shui Yanran doesn't think so. She was an extremely smart woman. From the first time Yunfeng approached her, she knew that he had ulterior motives towards her. Although he had saved her and Shui Yanran was grateful to him, that was all. If the other party wanted to have something happen between them, Shui Yanran would be very disgusted. After all, she had a boyfriend. She was not as fickle as other girls, and it was even more impossible for her to marry him just because he had saved her. You followed me? Shui Yanran asked bluntly. Yunfeng wanted to say no, but when he met her intelligent eyes, he finally told the truth. Okay, I admit it. I was the one who followed you. Shui Yanran was stunned by this question. She looked at Yunfeng and asked, why are you following me? Perhaps Yunfeng couldn't pretend in front of Shui Yanran anymore, so he smiled and said, because I like you. He is indeed very frank and shameless. Shui Yanran said coldly, "Thank you for your love, but unfortunately, I don't like you, please give up this idea." After saying that, Shui Yanran walked around Yunfeng. Yunfeng's smiling face became a little stiff, but he still chased after him. The voice came before the person arrived, "You don't like me, maybe we have too little contact. If you get to know me for a long time, I believe you will like me. Give me a chance." I have to say, Yunfeng is really thick-skinned. Shui Yanran kept walking and said, "I'm sorry, you don't have a chance. I have a husband. I don't mind." Yunfeng said with a smile, his eyes extremely serious. "But I do mind." Shui Yanran was a little angry. Yunfeng's words were really shameless. What did he mean? He said he didn't mind. Did he want her to serve two husbands? Did he really think she was fickle? "If you keep pestering me like this, I'll tell my husband." This was originally a threatening statement, but Yunfeng unexpectedly became extremely excited after hearing it. "Really? That's great. I was just thinking about meeting him. I really want to know what kind of person can capture your heart," Yunfeng said. Shui Yanran was also a little helpless. This Yunfeng was really stubborn and would not listen to any advice or persuasion. At this moment, she saw her mentor Yunfeng, sitting on a wooden chair not far away. "I'm warning you not to follow me again, or I'll call the police and sue you for harassment." After saying that, she walked towards Yunfeng without waiting for Yunfeng to say anything. "Teacher, why are you here?" Shui Yanran walked up to Yunfeng and asked. "I knew you were coming, so I waited for you here," Yunfeng said kindly, holding Shui Yanran's hand. At this moment, Yunfeng also came over. Obviously, he ignored Shui Yanran's warning. Seeing that he actually followed her, Shui Yanran pretended to glare at him fiercely. Yunfeng showed an expression of expression. For a beauty like Shui Yanran, no matter whether she loved or hated enjoyment him, Yunfeng gladly accepted it. Because whether love or hate, it is an expression of emotion. For a beautiful woman, being able to arouse her emotions is a success. "You are?" Yunfeng asked Yunfeng. She also noticed that Yunfeng and Shui Yanran knew each other. "Hello, teacher. My name is Yunfeng, and I'm Yanran's friend." Yunfeng smiled and bowed to Yunfeng. Yunfeng looked at Shui Yanran, who immediately corrected her, "Teacher, don't listen to his nonsense. I just know him, but we are not friends." When Yunfeng heard Shui Yanran's words, she immediately knew that Yunfeng was pursuing Shui Yanran. She has seen a lot of things like this and understands Yunfeng's mood. However, Yunfeng was surprised that Shui Yanran actually brought him to see her. Looking at Shui Yanran, who was standing beside him, the latter immediately realized that the teacher had misunderstood, and quickly explained, "I met him by chance." She didn't say that Yunfeng was following her, which was considered as saving face for Yunfeng. Yunfeng heard Shui Yanran defending herself and smiled at her, but Shui Yanran didn't even look at him. Yunfeng did not leave. Although he did not receive an invitation from Yunfeng, he still shamelessly followed the two of them into Yunfeng's villa. He was very outgoing and talked to Yunfeng along the way. After knowing that Yunfeng was a professor, he discussed the problem with her in depth, which surprised Yunfeng a little. "Yunfeng, what do you do? Judging from the way you talk, you don't seem like an ordinary person?" Yunfeng asked. "I opened a small company and have several hundred employees under me," said Yunfeng. Yunfeng naturally did not doubt Yunfeng's words, but she didn't know that Yunfeng's so-called company should be called a society to be more precise, and his employees were all his subordinates. Chapter 122 Attack. At noon, Yunfeng showed off his skills in the kitchen again, and Yunfeng was amazed when she saw it. "I never thought that Yunfeng's cooking skills were so superb." Yunfeng sat on the sofa, watching Yunfeng busy in the kitchen, and said to Shui Yanran, who was sitting next to her. Shui Yanran ate an apple, pretending to agree, while secretly glaring at the kitchen from time to time. It has to be said that Yunfeng, who shows off his cooking skills, has a certain inexplicable attraction to women. "You're not falling in love with him, are you?" Yunfeng asked. "No, how could that be?" Shui Yanran was startled by Yunfeng's sudden question and quickly denied it. "Then why are you secretly looking at sneak at him? If you want to look at him, just look at him openly. Why are you so? Don't you think you have something to hide?" Yunfeng's words immediately made Shui Yanran feel ashamed. She didn't expect that her little action did not escape the eyes of her tutor. "I'm warning you, you're married and you can't fall in love with someone else," Yunfeng said solemnly. Shui Yanran panicked, then said, What the teacher taught is that the fact is not what the teacher thinks. He once saved me, and I have a little gratitude towards him, and maybe some affection, but it has not yet involved emotions. After she finished speaking, she also suddenly realized. One has to admit that Yunfeng does have the charm that makes women infatuated. Even Shui Yanran, who doesn't easily develop a liking for the opposite sex, developed a liking for Yunfeng after just a few meetings. If he is given enough time, perhaps this liking will really turn into love. Fortunately, she was not someone who was easily moved by emotions, and fortunately, she had Linny in her heart. After the meal, Shui Yanran said goodbye and left. On the way back, no matter how Yunfeng tried to strike up a conversation with Shui Yanran ignored him. "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking?" Yunfeng asked. He seemed to be able to see through Shui Yanran's thoughts, and there was a kind of penetrating look in his eyes. "Nothing, I don't want to talk about it." "Are you afraid that if you tell me too much, you will fall in love with me?" Yunfeng asked. Shui Yanran smiled gently and said, "Have you always been so self-righteous?" Yunfeng shrugged and said, "This is not self-righteousness, this is self-confidence." Shui Yanran ignored him and got into her red Ferrari after leaving the school. Unexpectedly, Yunfeng also sat on it. "Go down," Shui Yanran said bluntly. Yunfeng shook his head and said, "Give me a ride. After all, I saved you. This request is not too much, right? I can give it to you, but please shut up and stop saying such self-righteous things." Yunfeng nodded without comment. Shui Yanran started the car and left. Along the way, Yunfeng really didn't say anything else. Just when Shui Yanran breathed a sigh of relief, he spoke again. "Your driving skills are good, but can you drive faster?" "It's fast enough now," Shui Yanran said unhappily. "It's still not fast enough. The cars behind are almost catching up," Yunfeng said. Shui Yanran's expression froze, and she looked through the rearview mirror and saw that there was a black car following her. "Have you offended anyone?" Yunfeng asked. Shui Yanran did not answer, but stepped on the accelerator, and the car accelerated instantly. But soon, she realized something was wrong, because there were not just one car but 3 cars following her. The 3 cars cooperated very well, trying to surround her red Ferrari and force it to stop. Just as the 3 cars were gradually forming a siege, the steering wheel in Shui Yanran's hand was suddenly twisted, and the car instantly turned into a small road. "It's Yunfeng. What are you doing?" Shui Yanran asked. "Help you," Yunfeng said. At this point, Shui Yanran had nothing more to say and could only continue driving along the path. There were no cars on this road, and Shui Yanran had no idea where it led to. She drove for more than 10 minutes but still couldn't see the end. At this moment, a roar sounded again behind him. Then I saw the 3 black cars turning in. "Stop the car," Yunfeng said. "Why?" "Escape is not a solution. I will solve the problem for you. Don't worry, they are just a few little karamis. Believe in my strength," Yunfeng said. Shui Yanran stepped on the brakes to stop. She had no other choice. If she continued like this, she would be stopped by 3 cars sooner or later. Besides, her car was running out of gas. After the car stopped, Yunfeng got out first, followed by Shui Yanran. Shui Yanran saw more than a dozen big men getting out of 3 cars, and she took a step back in fear. Yunfeng stood in front of her, which made her feel a little relieved. "Who are you?" Shui Yanran asked boldly. She couldn't remember who she had offended. Could it be Wu Kai and the others? Just when she was about to ask for clarification, the group of people rushed towards the 2 of them without saying a word. He started fighting without asking any questions, which scared Shui Yanran so much that her heart skipped a beat. But she was skilled after all, and was about to step forward when Yunfeng suddenly laughed loudly and rushed into the crowd, and shouts of killing suddenly rang out. Shui Yanran had seen Yunfeng's strength and knew how powerful he was. Yunfeng had easily defeated Chen Shui and his henchmen. So she was not worried about his safety at first. She just thought he would be as relaxed as last time. But soon, she found something was wrong. These people are obviously stronger than Chen Shui's gang, and they are not as motley a group as Chen Shui's. Their moves were not only fierce, but also well trained and coordinated. When they besieged Yunfeng together, it was like some kind of formation. On the other hand, Yunfeng was struggling more than last time, and his expression changed from relaxed at the beginning to solemn. But even so, Yunfeng still knocked down several people at the beginning. Judging from the strength of both sides, it was obvious that Yunfeng had the upper hand. Shui Yanran wanted to help, but the opponent was extremely powerful, with the weakest being much stronger than Chen Shui. If Shui Yanran rushed forward rashly, it might backfire. And she found that these people were not locals. They uttered a few words of Japanese from time to time, and it was obvious that they were Japanese. Just when Shui Yanran was wondering why the Japanese wanted to attack her, she felt her hand tighten, and then she was dragged away by Yunfeng and had no choice but to flee. At the same time, Yunfeng's voice came into my ears. Walk. Shui Yanran likes running, so she has always been in good physical condition. This time she wore a pair of flat shoes and ran on the rugged road. Although the road was bumpy, she quickly adapted to it. The sound behind me gradually died down, and it was obvious that those people were not chasing me. As soon as his hand loosened, Yunfeng fell to the ground. Are you okay? Shui Yanran hurriedly helped him up, only to find that he was injured. Do you care about me? Yunfeng didn't care about his injuries at all and let Shui Yanran help him up. You were hurt because of me, so it's my responsibility to care about you. Shui Yanran said. Then he changed the subject and asked, who are those people? Yunfeng's expression became serious, and his smile faded as he said, Japanese ninja. Chapter 123, Little Thoughts. Japanese ninja? Even though Shui Yanran had seen the world, she was still shocked by Yunfeng's words. Of course he knew what the Japanese ninjas were. They were assassins from a mysterious Japanese organization who were good at assassinations, and each of them was an assassination expert. Why are they attacking us? Shui Yanran didn't think she had any connection with this group of people, so she thought they were targeting Yunfeng. However, this idea was quickly denied by Yunfeng. He stared at Shui Yanran and said meaningfully, I want to ask you this question. How did you offend them to be able to dispatch 3 Jonin, 5 Chunin, and 7 Genin? From these words, it can be heard that Shui Yanran's guess was wrong. These Japanese ninjas were not heading for Yunfeng. Their target was really her. I have never offended them, and I don't even know the Japanese. Shui Yanran said. This is a fact. She doesn't even have any business dealings with the Japanese, so how could she offend them? She looked at Yunfeng, but found that there was no surprise on his face, as if he had already guessed Shui Yanran's answer. He covered the wound on his chest and said, I once fought with the Japanese. At first I thought they were coming for me, but after the battle, I found that they had been trying to attack you, but they failed because I held them back. At that time I knew they were targeting you. Since you said you didn't offend them, I guess maybe someone you know offended them, such as your husband. How could this be? Shui Yanran blurted out, but she quickly shut up. Linny had always been a mystery to her. The more she got to know him, the more she couldn't see through him. Perhaps he really had offended these people. The reason why Yunfeng made such a guess was because he had always doubted Lin Yi's identity. The fact that Lin Yi was able to almost crush Wu Qing's hand showed that he was most likely a master above the Qi level, or even a master of ancient martial arts. For a master of ancient martial arts, Japan is of great interest. Their goal has always been to kill all the masters of China, but it is very difficult to attack the masters of ancient martial arts. Given their style of using any means to achieve their goals, attacking Shui Yanran from behind and threatening Lin Yi is actually in line with their style of doing things. Of course, all this was just Yunfeng's guess. Maybe he guessed wrong, maybe those people were coming for him. After all, he had killed a Japanese ninja before, and he was a senior ninja, so the two sides had a grudge against each other for a long time. Thinking of this, Yunfeng felt a slight pain in his chest, but a sly smile appeared on his face. These Japanese ninjas were indeed very well equipped, but not enough to hurt him. The reason he was injured was because Yunfeng did it on purpose. He had been looking for an opportunity to get close to Shui Yanran and win her heart. Now was an opportunity. The hero was injured while saving the beauty. I believe the beauty must feel guilty and distressed. Now we are alone, if I use some skills to pick up girls, maybe I can have sex with her tonight. Thinking of this, Yunfeng felt a shock in his heart. He pretended to be in pain and took a deep breath on purpose. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Sure enough, Shui Yanran frowned and showed a concerned expression. It's just a minor injury. What's the problem with me dying for you? As soon as Yunfeng said this, most women would have been moved. They would have shed tears or even pledged themselves to him on the spot. Unfortunately, when it came to Shui Yanran, she did not have Yunfeng's expectant expression. Although her face turned red due to Yunfeng's sudden love words, she quickly calmed down. Changing the subject, he said, "You've lost so much blood. You must go to the hospital immediately. I'll call them right away." "No need, I have some hemostatic medicine on me," Yunfeng said, taking out a medicine bottle from his body, and then took off his shirt, revealing muscles that were enough to make a woman's heart beat. Shui Yanran didn't expect Yunfeng to take off his clothes as he said. She blushed and wanted to turn around, but then she thought, there is no need to care about these things at this time. She took the medicine bottle from Yunfeng and sprinkled the medicine on Yunfeng's wound. She was very serious about her technique and did not notice Yunfeng's affectionate eyes. When she noticed it, Yunfeng's mouth was less than an inch away from her face, and she could clearly feel Yunfeng's breath on her face. "What are you doing?" Shui Yanran was so scared that she took a step back and almost sat on the ground. "You are so beautiful," Yunfeng praised sincerely. Yunfeng felt suffocated by Shui Yanran's serious expression as she applied medicine to him just now. He had the chance to kiss Shui Yanran on the lips, but he held back at the last moment. He didn't want to offend the beauty or force her. He was afraid that this would cause Shui Yanran to be disgusted, and then he would have no chance. It would be better to take it slow and let this beauty fall in love with you. In Yunfeng's opinion, Shui Yanran was of purine constitution, and Linny had never touched her, allowing her to remain a virgin. This meant that Linny was still waiting for an opportunity to make the cauldron of this purine constitution play its greatest role. In this way, he would have a chance. This means that during this period of time, Shui Yanran's virginity will definitely not be broken. Yunfeng didn't know whether Linny was a Qi Jin master or had already been promoted to an ancient martial arts master. If it was the former, then Linny must want to be promoted to an ancient martial arts master through Shui Yanran. If it was the latter, then he must want to go one step further from an ancient martial arts master. Yunfeng is now only one step away from becoming a master of ancient martial arts. If he can make good use of Shui Yanran, he may be able to become a master of ancient martial arts. However, the disadvantage of the furnace is that it cannot be used by force and must be voluntary. In this way, Yunfeng can only implement his plan by making Shui Yanran fall in love with him. This is why he held back. Otherwise, he would have been unable to hold back in this remote place. Of course, Shui Yanran had no way of knowing his little thoughts. She rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, secretly hating herself for not being angry at all. "How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" "I don't feel very well. I feel weak all over. How about you help me up?" Shui Yanran helped him up, but Yunfeng deliberately leaned towards her. How could he give up this excellent opportunity for contact? Shui Yanran knew he did it on purpose and looked at him with displeasure. Yunfeng smiled awkwardly and ended his plan to continue taking advantage. At the same time, he also felt a little unconfident. He showed his charm intentionally or unintentionally around Shui Yanran. Ordinary women would have been conquered by his charm long ago, but Shui Yanran had no sign of being conquered so far, which made Yunfeng very distressed. Shui Yanran supported Yunfeng and walked for about half an hour until they came to the side of the road. This is a small road and usually there are few cars passing by, which makes Yunfeng secretly happy. This way he would have more time to interact with Shui Yanran. He believed that as time went on, he would be able to melt Shui Yanran's cold heart. But at this moment, he suddenly found that Shui Yanran picked up the phone and dialed it. Chapter 124, Above Ancient Martial Arts. He heard a man's voice on the other end of the line. He knew that the man was Shui Yanran's husband Lin Yi. The call was quickly hung up, and Yunfeng knew that the man would be here soon. "I secretly regretted that I missed such a good opportunity. At the same time, another evil thought arose in my mind. Do you want to take her by force?" Once this idea came out, I have to say, it was very attractive. Shui Yanran's beauty is the dream of every man. If I can take possession of her first time, then I will have no regrets in this life. However, if he really did that, he would lose a great opportunity for promotion, and at the same time, he would also have to take revenge on Lin Yi. This man, whom he had never met, was at least a Qi master and most likely a master of ancient martial arts. If that was the case, Yunfeng believed that anyone who dared to touch his woman would end up in a miserable state. Thinking of this, Yunfeng forced himself to give up this evil thought. Half an hour later, a black car approached from a distance and finally stopped in front of the two. The person who got off the car was Lin Yi. Yunfeng finally met the person he wanted to know but didn't want to meet. To his surprise, in Yunfeng's eyes, Lin Yi was no different from an ordinary person, with a face that looked gentle and yet weak, even worse than that of an ordinary person. Yunfeng simply didn't believe that such a person could be a master of ancient martial arts. This person doesn't even have the aura of a master of ancient martial arts. What's going on? Did I guess wrong? He is not a master of ancient martial arts, but just an ordinary person. But how can an ordinary person have power beyond Wu Qing? Yunfeng had many questions in his mind. Just when he felt confused, a scene that made him jealous appeared. He saw Shui Yanran, who had been cold to him before, actually threw herself into the other man's arms without any ladylike manners. Shui Yanran seemed to have become a different person, becoming passionate and ardent, which stunned Yunfeng. It was as if I met her for the first time. It turns out that when a woman truly falls in love with another man wholeheartedly, her reserve in the eyes of others will disappear. Yunfeng realized that he had just missed an opportunity, and it seemed difficult to make Shui Yanran fall in love with him. Not only did he want to make her love him, but he also wanted to defeat the man in front of him and snatch this love from him. It's not that easy to think about. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Lin Yi and Shui Yanran met each other after such a long time, so they were naturally very excited. If there were no outsiders around, they would have hugged and kissed each other directly. Lin Yi learned the whole story from Shui Yanran, and was naturally very grateful to Yunfeng, the man who saved his wife. He was immediately driven to the hospital. In the car, I also called MOU. The reason why I have to tell MOU is because this matter involves the Japanese ninjas in Japan. It is no longer a simple matter and involves external forces. After hearing this, MOU also felt the seriousness of the situation. After hanging up the phone, he began to look for someone and investigate. An hour later, MOU called, and this time he asked Lin Yi to meet him. At this time, Lin Yi sent Yunfeng to the hospital and was driving home with Shui Yanran. After hearing MOU's request to meet, he finally agreed after some thought. After Lin Yi sent Shui Yanran home, he came to the roadside alone. Soon, a black car with a white license plate stopped in front of Lin Yi. The passenger seat window opened, revealing MOU's long-lost smile. Lin Yi, get in the car. Lin Yi got in the car, and before MOU could speak, he said, if you have anything to say, tell me now. I have something else to do tonight. Then MOU laughed and said, Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Lin Yi heard the hidden meaning in MOU's words, frowned and asked, Mr. Mo, what do you mean? I have already investigated what you asked me to investigate. I didn't know until I checked it out. I was shocked to find out that you are Shui Yanran's new boyfriend. Mr. Mo, do you know my wife? Lin Yi understood the meaning of MOU's words. Not only do we know each other, we are very familiar with each other. Her ex-boyfriend is still a good friend of mine. MOU's words made Lin Yi even more surprised. Shui Yanran's ex-boyfriend was Lin Juanhao, and they were good friends. It was really incredible. Are you good friends with Lin Juanhao? Lin Yi asked for confirmation. MOU nodded and said yes. Seeing Lin Yi's solemn eyes, he instantly understood what he wanted to say and said, you are right. Lin Juanhao is a master of ancient martial arts. To be able to become friends with MOU, a master of ancient martial arts, he must be a master of ancient martial arts himself. Lin Yi was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. How is that possible? Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Ancient martial arts masters are rare, but Shui Yanran's two boyfriends were both. It's like someone told him that both of Shui Yanran's boyfriends had won the first prize in the lottery. It was such a coincidence that Lin Yi always felt that something was wrong. What a coincidence! I was also very surprised when I knew this. But Lin Juanhao has disappeared. I have been looking for him for 2 years, but there is no news. MOU said. Is there really no clue at all? Lin Yi felt secretly relieved. If this ex-boyfriend really comes back, Lin Yi can't guarantee whether Shui Yanran will fall in love with someone else. But if he was a master of ancient martial arts, why did he suddenly disappear? There are no substantial clues, but I have someone I suspect. MOU was silent for a moment and finally said. Who? It should be related to the Japanese ninja. Lin Yi was shocked. Is this the purpose of the Japanese ninja looking for Shui Yanran? Then I heard MOU continue, I asked you to come here this time because I wanted to talk about this matter. Before Lin Juanhao disappeared, he went to Japan for a month and disappeared shortly after he came back. I went to Japan to investigate, but there was no clue, and I was attacked by the Japanese ninjas. I didn't dare to act rashly in someone else's territory, so I had to return to my country in disgrace. At that time, I guessed that he should have been attacked by the Japanese ninjas in Japan, so he returned to his country to heal his wounds, just like Nia Yun. However, it was not until later that I got the news that the Sakura Society's national treasure, the mysterious pearl, was lost. The Sakura Society had been concealing the news. I used up all my connections to speculate that the loss of the mysterious pearl and Lin Juanhao's disappearance were actually at the same time, which made people have to associate it. Do you think it was Lin Juanhao who stole the black pearl? Lin Yi asked. I just have some doubts. You did not give a direct answer. He is a master of ancient martial arts. What is his purpose in stealing the black pearl? Lin Yi asked. Ancient martial arts master? Yu suddenly laughed, and his laughter was full of intriguing flavor, as if the ancient martial arts master was nothing. You know, there is another realm above ancient martial arts, and that is the ultimate goal we are pursuing. Chapter 125 Dual Cultivation. What, more? As soon as Lin Yi said this, Yu knew that he didn't know the existence of that realm. That's right, even though Lin Yi is a master of ancient martial arts, he has never known a master of ancient martial arts, let alone a more advanced one. Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense and said, that realm is called a master of the spirit. Compared with the ancient martial arts masters, their strength has been qualitatively improved. They can be said to be true gods. Master of the spirit? Lin Yi muttered a few words. Yu said, unlike ancient martial arts masters, who refine their chi, spirit masters refine their souls. Their souls and bodies are separated, and they are unpredictable. With a thought, they can control people's minds, and their destructive power increases iteratively. Lin Yi secretly thought that his soul-stealing technique could also control people's minds. Is this the technique practiced by masters of the soul? However, he did not express his doubts, but changed the question and asked, you mean, Lin Juanhao stole the mysterious pearl in order to become a master of the spirit? That's right. The mysterious pearl can separate a person's soul from their body. It is an excellent way to cultivate the spiritual realm. I guess that if the mysterious pearl was really stolen by Lin Juanhao, then it is very likely that he is cultivating somewhere now. Lin Yi's scalp tingled when he heard this. If Lin Juanhao really succeeded in practicing it, then wouldn't he be able to return to the world? Then wouldn't Shui Yanran be snatched away by him again? As for her current boyfriend, he might even become jealous and hate her, and get retaliated against. Lin Yi hoped from the bottom of his heart that the black pearl was not stolen by Lin Juanhao. Even if it was, he hoped that he would never break through in his lifetime, and it would be best if he could practice in seclusion for the rest of his life. Mr. Mo, do you think that masters of spiritual power really exist in this world? Lin Yi asked. He hoped that Mou was just believing the rumors and had no real evidence. But he was disappointed, and saw Mou nodded and said, it really existed. There are records in ancient books, and there is more than one. But it is hard to say whether it exists now. In my opinion, there is a high probability that it exists now, but we cannot know his identity. How do you know for sure that there are some now? Lin Yi asked. From what Mou said, he seemed to have found some clues about the existence of spiritual masters. Mou pondered for a moment and said, not long ago, an earthquake occurred in Yunhai City. However, after investigation by relevant departments, the earthquake was not a natural disaster, but some kind of mysterious force. In my opinion, it is very likely the work of a master of the soul. Lin Yi was stunned. He was very familiar with that earthquake. It was he who was responsible. To be inaccurate, it was the system that was at fault. If it is really as Mou said, then doesn't it mean that the system's capabilities are comparable to those of spiritual masters? Thinking of this, Lin Yi's heart began to beat fast. If I can make good use of the system, wouldn't I be able to become a master of the soul and become a true god one day? Mou obviously didn't know what Lin Yi was thinking at the moment, and he didn't want to talk about the unreachable existence of the soul master anymore, so he changed the subject and asked, you and Shui Yanran, have you two slept together? Lin Yi. He really didn't understand why Mou, at such an old age, would ask such a private question. Could it be that he was just like the Golden Supreme Nye Tian and was disrespectful to his elders? But out of respect, he still said, not yet. So are you still a virgin now? This question embarrassed Lin Yi again, but he could only nod his head. He knew that Mou would not ask such a boring question. Since he asked it, he must have his intention. Sure enough, Mou patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, you are so lucky. You know Shui Yanran is a virgin and has a pure yin constitution. The two of you nourish yin and replenish yang, and your dual cultivation will progress faster. Hey, I haven't seen a dual cultivation couple for a long time. Nourishing yin and replenishing yang, dual cultivation? Linny was confused by Mou's words again and asked in confusion. Mou laughed and explained, "You don't know that a pure yin constitution is an excellent cauldron for cultivation. If a woman is a virgin, she can take yin to replenish yang, which will greatly improve her cultivation. If both of you are virgins, you can nourish yin and replenish yang and cultivate together. This yin nourishing and yang replenishing technique is called the dual cultivation method. Not only can you cultivate together, but it can also improve your endurance in that aspect. You understand." After saying that, Mou gave Linny a smile that only men could understand. He continued, "This technique of nourishing yin and replenishing yang is not a secret method. Because the conditions are harsh, few people would practice this method. I have the formula for this technique right now, so I'll pass it on to you." "Thank you very much, Mr. Mo." Linny was overjoyed. Being able to cultivate through sexual intercourse between men and women can also help Shui Yanran improve her cultivation while increasing her abilities in that area. It can be said that good things happen one after another. Although Linny once boasted in front of Shui Yanran that he could measure his progress in hours, it was still unknown whether he could really measure it in hours as he had no real practical experience. But if he really learned the art of dual cultivation and improved his abilities in that area, then it would be obvious that what he had boasted about in the past could come true. After all, this is a cultivation formula, so a few hours should not be too much. It will take at least 1 month to master this mantra. You must not touch her during this month. Well, it's more than 1 month. In my opinion, it's best to wait until you encounter a bottleneck before practicing. That way you can get twice the result with half the effort. I don't know if you can endure it. Mou reminded. I can endure it for a month, but if it's longer, I definitely won't be able to bear it. Linny confessed honestly. If it weren't for Mou, he would have taken Shui Yanran tonight. Why would he have to wait another month? Mou sighed and said, "This shows the difference between you and Lin Juanhao. That guy just held back and didn't move." Linny also admired Lin Juanhao's perseverance, and thought to himself that with this perseverance, if the mysterious pearl was really stolen by him, maybe he could really use it to reach a higher level. Fortunately, he was determined and did not touch Shui Yanran, so he benefited from it in the end. Thinking of this, Linny's heart was moved again, and at the same time he thought about what to do if he couldn't hold back in this month. After getting the mantra from Mou, the two separated. When Linny returned home, he found that the lights in the house were dim and there was a faint light from candles on the dining table. A few side dishes had been prepared and there was an opened bottle of red wine on the table. The whole house exudes a happy and warm atmosphere. Linny walked to Shui Yanran's bedroom and saw Shui Yanran making the bed. She had spread out a bright red quilt with a small white sheet underneath. Seeing Linny coming in, her face turned slightly red. She didn't dare to look into Linny's eyes and smiled, "Shall we eat first?" Linny suppressed his excitement, hugged her lovingly and kissed her forehead. Obviously, Shui Yanran will give herself to Linny tonight, so everything is so ceremonial. Too bad he couldn't tonight. "I'm sorry Yanran, I can't tonight," Linny said to Shui Yanran's hopeful eyes. Chapter 126 Big Move. Why? Shui Yanran raised her pitiful face, her eyes full of confusion, 1 part of relief, 2 parts of surprise, and 7 parts of disappointment. Linny told her that she had a pure yin constitution and talked about cultivation. Shui Yanran's face became more shocked. Apparently, she had never heard of the ancient martial arts master, let alone her ex-boyfriend. So the question is, Lin Juanhao didn't tell her about this, but told Mou. There is only one reason, Lin Juanhao is no longer a virgin, so naturally he doesn't need to nourish yin and replenish yang, he just needs to take yin to replenish yang. Just as Mou said, he wanted to implement it during the bottleneck period of his cultivation, but unfortunately, he disappeared before that. Linny then told her about his acquaintance with Mou, and told her that Mou is also a master of ancient martial arts. Shui Yanran seemed to be meeting Linny for the first time. She kept asking questions and Linny answered all her questions. The two chatted while eating, but from beginning to end, Linny did not tell her Mou's speculation about Lin Juanhao's disappearance. In Linny's eyes, the 3 words Lin Juanhao should be mentioned as little as possible to avoid arousing Shui Yanran's nostalgia. By late at night, Shui Yanran had finally answered all the questions in her mind, and under Linny's persuasion, she began to learn the profound art of dual cultivation. This dual cultivation technique only has oral formulas, and ordinary people would not be able to understand it even if they learn it. However, Linny is a master of ancient martial arts, and after comprehending the 9 formulas, he can master this dual cultivation technique more easily. She personally guided Shui Yanran in the practice, which mainly focused on breathing. In the moment of joy for the two of them, they sensed the mysterious state of mind in their bodies, allowing yin and yang to blend and enhance each other. For more than 10 days in a row, the two worked during the day and studied at night. In order to avoid getting into trouble during practice, the two of them still maintained the habit of sleeping separately, and even tried to reduce the number of physical contacts as much as possible for fear of accidental discharge. That day, Linny received a call from MOU. During the call, MOU asked in a deep voice where Linny was. Linny had never heard MOU speak in this tone before, and hurriedly asked, "I'm in the company, Mr. MO, is there anything going on?" "It's like this. My recent news is that Japan has made a big move in SIPG and has sent a lot of good players in the past few days. The one who attacked your wife last time was just one of them. I thought they were doing it for Lin Juanhao's matter, but now I think it's obviously not that simple." "You mean these are just scouting?" "The news I got is that an important person from the Sakura Society is coming. The special operations team is already on alert. Something may happen in Shanghai port these days." "Big shot? What kind of big shot?" Linny asked. "It should be a ninja lord, who is equivalent to a master of ancient martial arts." MOU's tone carried a hint of vigilance and more excitement. "Someone above has already spread the word. If we can keep this forever on Chinese soil, it will be a great achievement. After all, the Japanese are cunning and despicable. We have a master of ancient martial arts defeated on their soil. It is rude not to reciprocate. We cannot miss this rare opportunity. With Master MO here in charge, I believe everything will be a piece of cake," Linny said. MOU disagreed, and said with a sigh and a smile, "If you said this 10 years ago, I would have been very happy. Unfortunately, I am old now, and my health is not as good as before. The Japanese ninjas are very cunning, and their methods are very strange. Even if we confront them head-on, we will be at a disadvantage." Lin Yi's expression also became serious, and his originally relaxed tone disappeared. He said, "Is this ninja master so powerful?" MOU said, "In terms of strength, Rinzun is inferior to the ancient martial arts masters, but their skills are strange, and they are good at all kinds of tricks such as hidden skills and hidden weapons. If they really fight, it will be a headache. And this Rinzun dared to come, he must have something to hold, and his strength should not be underestimated. I also got news that the Sakura Society sent a large number of experts to escort him this time. In addition, Shanghai port is the base camp of Japanese spies, and many Chinese spies are secretly supporting them. This is a tough battle. Don't think that those spies are weak. They are all elites trained in various industries in Shanghai port. Some of them are even members of the consortium. They have money and strength. They are so powerful, how can the country allow these spies to exist? Of course not allowed, but they are hiding very deeply, so the country doesn't know who they are, otherwise they would have been caught in one fell swoop. But this is an opportunity. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to make these people reveal their flaws and then catch them all in one fell swoop, it will definitely be a heavy blow to Japan." "So, does Mr. MO know why Rinzun came here?" "It's not clear yet. I guess it may be related to Qiao Wanshan. After all, he is the most hated person in Japan. Many of the consortiums that Japan supported in the past were defeated by Qiao Wanshan, causing them to suffer heavy losses. This time, the Special Operations team contacted me and asked me to protect him. He and I are close friends. Needless to say, I would do such a thing. But Xiaoyi, since you are also a master of ancient martial arts, you naturally have to do something for the country." "Don't worry, Mr. MO. I am a very patriotic person. If you need my help, just tell me." MOU laughed and said, "I feel relieved when you said that. Although you are a master of ancient martial arts, you lack combat experience. Now is an opportunity for you to practice. What's the plan? Tell me, Mr. MO. We found out that the villa in the forest area of West Mountain in Shanghai port was a location set up by Japan. There are Japanese ninja masters in it. The country is afraid of causing international disputes and is not convenient to intervene. Do you understand what I mean? Are these people the same Japanese ninjas who attacked my wife? I'm not sure about that. They are divided into many branches. The owner of this branch's villa is a Chinese businessman named Chu Yu, who studied in Japan in his early years. He was suspected of several cases of missing women, and they eventually traced him to him, but there was no evidence. However, the higher-ups have determined that he was the one who did it, so there is no need for any evidence. You just do it, and someone will naturally clean up the mess. Since this is a practice match, how strong is the opponent? As far as I know, there are only a dozen Japanese ninjas, and some Chinese who have practiced ancient boxing techniques. They are quite powerful, but they are more than enough for you. The most important thing is that among these dozen Japanese ninjas, there are no jonins. It will be easy for you to catch them if you practice with them. Okay, when do we start? Lin Yi asked. Get rid of them within 3 days. Someone will come to find you in a while and give you a map of the villas. There are a few guns that are more troublesome, so be careful then. Lin Yi hung up the phone, his eyes filled with contemplation. The reason why he agreed to help Mou was not only because he wanted to solve Shui Yanran's troubles and his inner patriotic feelings, but also because of a little selfish motive. Chapter 127 Japanese Master. He is now working for the country. The advantage of working for the country is that he can get certain privileges. These privileges are very important to Lin Yi. The fact that he can kill people without getting hurt is also due to this privilege. His identity as a master of ancient martial arts is a privilege. Since this privilege is so important, he must seize the opportunity. Maybe one day, he will need the country for help, or need these privileges to settle some things. Soon, there was a knock on the office door, and a man in black walked in. This was exactly the one sent by Mou. He handed Lin Yi a map of the villa and asked if Lin Yi had any other requests. If Sir wants a gun, just let me know. I can apply for one. But what I mean is that it's best not to make a big deal out of it, said the visitor. I know, that's why you chose me. Lin Yi said. The man's face instantly showed respect. He was a member of the Special Operations team and had experienced several major operations, so he naturally knew Lin Yi's identity. There are only a few masters of ancient martial arts like this in the country. Each one of them is rare and not influenced by the secular world. Therefore, the country sometimes cannot force them. It's best if you understand, sir. If you have any requests, just tell your superiors. I will be your contact person from now on. After the man said this, he bowed respectfully and left. As soon as he left, Wu Min hurried in. What's going on? Who is that guy? He looks so arrogant. There was still a hint of fear on Wu Min's face. Just now, that man wanted to see Lin Yi. Wu Min wanted to stop him, but was frightened by his eyes and dared not move. That look reminded Wu Min of the legendary murderous intent. She thought the other person was here to cause trouble for Lin Yi, but fortunately nothing happened. Only after seeing that person leave did Wu Min dare to come in. Are you okay? Wu Min asked. It's okay, what could happen? Lin Yi said with a smile. I'm glad you're okay. I thought he was going to cause trouble for you. Wu Min patted his chest. If she knew that the man was so respectful to Lin Yi, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. If this person comes again in the future, there's no need to notify him, just let him in directly. Lin Yi said. Oh, I see. Inside the villa in Shishan Forest area. In the lobby of the villa on the first floor, Shuyu, the owner of the villa, was standing respectfully aside, pouring tea for the two men sitting on the sofa. As the main spy planted by Japan in Shanghai port, Shuyu's status can be said to be very noble. The fact that he can be so humble shows how powerful these two people are. In fact, this is true. These two people are Nodoka and Mitsui from the Japanese Sakura Club, and they are the top leaders of the Sakura Club. To become a senior executive of Sakura Society, one must either have ability or qualifications. Shuyu was very familiar with Mitsui. He was a jonin in terms of strength but very capable. He was an expert on China and was very cunning. He had personally planned many assassinations in China. This man named Yetang was the first time Shuyu met him, but seeing that Sanjing was actually very respectful to him, it can be inferred that Yetang's status was higher than Sanjing's. Mr. Nodoka and Mr. Mitsui, do you have any plans to implement when you come to SIPG this time? Shuyu asked cautiously. Mitsui took a sip of tea and then slowly said, Shuyu-jun, is the tea from China so bad? It tastes like this every time I come here. Compared with our Japan, it's just swill. Shuyu did not dare to neglect it and said repeatedly, yes, 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 if Mr. Sanjing doesn't like it, I will send someone to change it for some good tea. In addition, when Mr. Sanjing comes to Shanghai port this time, I have arranged for someone to look for a beautiful woman, and I will send her to Mr. Sanjing tonight. San Jing laughed and said, Chu Yujun still understands me. Then he said to Yi Tang, who was standing beside him, Mr. Yi Tang, Chinese women have a special flavor. Mr. Yi Tang should enjoy them. Yi Tang took a sip of the tea in his hand and shook his head. Business is more important. Women will only slow down my speed in drawing my sword. Then he looked at Chu Yu and asked, Chu Yujun, I heard that the operation failed. Can you tell us the details? Chu Yu said quickly, it's like this. We investigated the identity of the Xian Yuan swordsman. His name is Lin Yi, and he is married. His wife is Shui Yanran, the president of a listed company. This Shui Yanran is not simple. Her ex-boyfriend is Lin Juanhao, the ancient martial arts master who stole the Black Pearl from the shrine. Yetang and Mitsui looked at each other, both of them were surprised. San Jing said with interest, what a coincidence, the two ancient martial arts masters are both boyfriends. This Shui Yanran is not simple. I guess she must be very beautiful, right? She is indeed very beautiful. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the most beautiful girl in SIPG. I had the honor of seeing her once. She is indeed very gorgeous. Shu Yu agreed. When I heard that Mitsui Koen had arrived, I wanted to tie her up and let him enjoy her, but unfortunately I failed. She has an expert by her side, named Yunfeng. When Mitsui heard the name Yunfeng, he immediately fell into deep thought and said, what a familiar name, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Shu Yu echoed, Mr. Sanjing has a good memory. You once planned a kidnapping operation, and the target was Chao Wanshan's granddaughter Chao Anna. It was this Yunfeng who ruined the plan. Mitsui understood, and then said angrily, damn it, it was him who killed several of our Japanese ninjas. I actually forgot about him. It's a good time to settle the old and new accounts together. Where is he now? He was injured and hospitalized. Yi Tang said, interesting, he was able to escape unscathed from the siege of 3 Jonan and 5 Chunin. This Yunfeng's strength should not be underestimated. Given time, he will become a serious threat. I think we should get rid of him as soon as possible. That's right. We also need to catch Shui Yanran. I'd like to see what charm she has that could attract the hearts of 2 ancient martial arts masters. Mitsui said, licking his lips. His biggest hobby is lust, especially for stunning beauties, how could he let them go? Then Yi Ting suddenly said, that woman, Mitsui Koen, please give her to me. San Jing was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Ting to compete with him for a woman. He asked, what do you mean, Yi Ting Koen? Do you like this woman too? Yetang nodded. Didn't you say that women would only affect your speed in drawing your sword? It doesn't matter. I'm very fast at drawing my sword, so it doesn't matter if it affects me at all. Mitsui looked thoughtful, but Yi Tang was a ninja master and was stronger than him, so he could only admit defeat. Since Yi Ting Koen likes it, I'll give it to you. Thank you very much, Mitsui Koen. Yi Tang said with a smile. In fact, Yi Tang was indifferent to matters between men and women. The reason why he wanted to compete with Sanjing for Shui Yanran this time was that he was indeed interested in her beauty. Another reason was that he had fought with Shui Yanran's ex-boyfriend Lin Juanhao and was defeated miserably by him. Chapter 128 Killing. At that time, Yetang was only a jonin. It was that failure that made him practice hard and make further progress, reaching the current strength of a ninja sovereign. Yi Tang considered that battle to be a humiliating one, not because he lost, but because he was defeated by Lin Juanhao within 5 moves. Now that Lin Juanhao is missing, he wants to take revenge on his girlfriend for this shame. Another reason is Lin Yi. The purpose of his coming this time is to meet Lin Yi, the master of ancient martial arts. If he can subdue and violate his girlfriend and disturb Lin Yi's mind, then he will be more confident in this battle. Although it is despicable to do so, the Japanese have always been willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, and Yi Tang is no exception. Mr. Sanjing, you are full of tricks. The plan to kill Yunfeng and kidnap Shui Yanran is up to you. You must plan it out in the next few days. No problem, I'll take care of it. Our main experts in China are now concentrated in Shanghai port. There are 10 jonin alone, 5 of whom are right next to us. They will be responsible for the kidnapping, and the remaining 5 will be responsible for the assassination in the hospital. I will think about the specific implementation details later. After saying that, Sanjing looked at Chu Yu on the side and said, Chu Yu-jun, I want a woman tonight. Only by making friends with women can I think clearly. Remember, it must be the kind of unmarried ones. Don't just use 2 bitches to fool me. Shuyu immediately said yes respectfully and went downstairs to make arrangements. The moonlight was dim at night, and a black car was speeding on the winding mountain road in Shishan. Park-Yu was driving, and Linny was sitting on the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the car stopped in a remote woods. Shuyu's villa is ahead, Mr. Lin, please be careful. As Park-Yu spoke, he took out a backpack from the back seat of the car. When he opened it, he found a sniper rifle inside. What is this for? Linny asked puzzledly, looking at the sniper rifle in Puyu's hand. You told him to get rid of Chuyu and those Japanese ninjas, but he didn't tell Park-Yu to do it. Puyu explained, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. I will not participate in this operation, but just in case, I will assist in secret. This is also what Mr. Mo meant. Linny felt a warm feeling in his heart. It seemed that Mou was worried about him. Although he was a master of ancient martial arts, he lacked experience. If anything went wrong, he would not be able to practice and instead suffer losses. It would be a huge loss for Mou and even the entire country. Don't worry, Master Mo said that they are just small minions and I can handle them. Linny said. Then we got out of the car and walked towards the villa. Linny didn't know what kind of existence the minions he mentioned existed in the villa. If Mou knew about this, he would probably regret letting Linny come here. The root of all this is the failure in intelligence. The villa was in sight from afar, and Linny's heart suddenly started beating wildly. This wasn't the first time he'd killed someone, but for some reason he seemed nervous this time. It's just practice. There's no need to be so nervous. This day will come sooner or later. Linny reminded himself. Ding, the cold-blooded killer title is activated. I recalled the system's voice in my mind. Linny felt the blood in his body boiling instantly, and a manic emotion surging in his body. At the same time, his thoughts were extremely clear, and even a fallen leaf around him could arouse his nerves. Linny walked towards the villa step by step, his steps firm and powerful. The two bodyguards guarding the door of the villa immediately became alert when they saw someone coming late at night. One of them shouted, "Who is it?" Linny sneered, raised his right hand slightly, took out a sword from the hidden space, and shouted, "Kill your people." He rushed forward, wielding his sword, and blood splattered on the spot. The bodyguard covered his bleeding neck, his face full of fear, and slowly fell to the ground and died. The other one hadn't even had time to react when he was killed on the spot by Linny's sword. In the hall of the villa, a girl was lying on the ground with her hands tied, looking pleading. This girl was exactly the Chinese girl that Chuyu kidnapped for Mitsui. Mr. Mitsui, this girl is a student from the University of Hong Kong. Are you satisfied with her? Chuyu asked with a flattering look on his face. Yoshi, Chuyu-jun did a good job. I am very satisfied with this girl. Then enjoy your meal slowly, Mitsui-kun. By the way, isn't Yi-Tang-kun back yet? No, he went out to relax and will be back later. Then we won't disturb Mr. Mitsui. You two, take the person upstairs. Shuyu ordered his two subordinates. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded outside the door. What's that sound? Someone broke in. Shuyu reacted and shouted. Suddenly, a large number of people gathered from around the villa area, and everyone looked alert. The door of the villa opened and Linny walked in slowly. The sword in his hand was still dripping with blood, like a god of death. Who is it? Shuyu shouted. He dared to kill people in his territory. Could it be that he was exposed? Bad thoughts flashed through Chuyu's mind. Linny looked at the number of people gathered in the villa and roughly counted that there were at least more than 50. There were more than he had imagined, and by instinct, he felt that there were many experts here, at least 6 of whom made him alert. But he was not afraid, as his title as a cold-blooded killer made him fearless of everything. The more people there are, the more excited he becomes. Having more people does not mean greater strength. As a cold-blooded killer, it is easier to use his power in this situation. A cruel smile appeared on Linny's face, and then he rushed towards the crowd with a sword in hand. Suddenly, shouts of killing and waiting rang out. Linny swung the sword in his hand, bringing the Shenyuan sword technique to its extreme, and every swing of the sword brought fatal injuries. His swordsmanship was mysterious and his moves were tricky. Many people were confused by his sword and were hit directly because they couldn't see the power of his sword clearly. A few minutes later, more than a dozen people had fallen to the ground. Baiga, %#. Sentences in Japanese were heard one after another, and along with the sound of breaking wind, hidden weapons covered Linny's whole body. The sword in Ling Yi's hand spun like a windmill, blocking all the hidden weapons. As the long sword swung, it wiped across the necks of the two Japanese ninjas. Suddenly, there were explosions all around, followed by white smoke surging, and several Japanese ninjas disappeared in the white smoke in an instant. Lin Yi stopped the sword in his hand, looked at the empty surroundings, and his face fell into deep thought. You was right. The Japanese ninjas' methods were indeed strange. They could even become invisible. However, Lin Yi knew that this was not true invisibility, but just a way of temporarily hiding himself through some sleight of hand. But through his sensitive sense of smell, Lin Yi smelled their scent. He deliberately turned around and took 2 steps, then suddenly turned back and thrust out with his sword, and the dark air suddenly became bright red. Then with a scream, one of them was directly knocked out by Lin Yi's sword. Chapter 129 No Escape. The invisibility skills of the Japanese ninjas are indeed very strange, especially as their levels increase, their invisibility abilities become stronger, and they can kill people invisibly. Many people are very troubled when they encounter this problem and are unable to find a way to resolve it. But for Lin Yi, it was a piece of cake. This trick can confuse genuine goods with fake ones, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, but the smell cannot be concealed. For Lin Yi, who has an extremely sensitive sense of smell, he can easily identify the other person's position just by smell. There were continuous screams. Those Japanese ninjas who were hiding and preparing for sneak attacks, whether they were genin, shunin, or even jonin who were hiding so well that there were no flaws, were all found out one by Lin Yi. They were like lambs waiting in line to be slaughtered, waiting for Lin Yi's blood sacrifice. By the time they realized that their invisibility skills, which they were so proud of, were no match for Lin Yi, they had already paid the price of dozens of corpses. %. Following a voice in Japanese, all the Japanese ninjas hiding in the darkness appeared. They looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, not understanding how he had managed to break their invisibility. The Japanese ninjas are weaker than the Chinese warriors in terms of pure strength, but they can narrow the gap infinitely with their many tricks. The most important method is invisibility. For thousands of years, this magic has never been cracked, but I didn't expect that the person in front of me could do it. How did you find us? Mitsui asked in horror. Lin Yi sneered. As a cold-blooded killer, how could he be so stupid as to tell his opponent his trump card? Lin Yi bothered to talk nonsense and stood up to kill. Sanjing was frightened when he saw Lin Yi coming to kill him again. He somewhat regretted coming here. The man in front of him had such high martial arts skills that he was almost certain that he was a master of ancient martial arts. However, Yi Tang, who was comparable to the masters of ancient martial arts, was not here at the moment. If this continued, his entire side would be wiped out by him. In fact, the killing just now had already caused them heavy losses. 2 of their 6 jonin died, half of their 12 chunin died, and all the genin were wiped out. This time, the Sakura Society suffered an unprecedented blow. Kill! Mitsui yelled. Suddenly, another wave of hidden weapons whizzed towards Lin Yi. The sword in Lin Yi's hand spun, and those hidden weapons were blocked again. Mitsui suddenly found that this move was very familiar. He remembered that the audio and video of the ancient martial arts master that Fujino had shown him had the same swordsmanship as this person. Are you Lin Yi? Mitsui shouted. Interesting, you actually know me. Lin Yi said with a smile as he attacked. Mitsui felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. He originally wanted to cause trouble for him, but he didn't expect that the other party would come to his door. Damn you Fujino-kun, the people you were looking for are here, where the hell have you been? Mitsui cursed inwardly. A sword pierced the throat of a jonin. Including Mitsui, there were 3 people in total, all of them jonin. Retreat! Mitsui shouted, knowing he was no match for his opponent. A smoke bomb was thrown at the same time, and the 3 people disappeared instantly. This time they didn't use sleight of hand, but the art of escaping underground. Only jonin can practice this kind of ninjutsu. The earth escape technique is not fast, but it is more concealed. Mitsui guessed that Lin Yi could not possibly discover their trace. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Lin Yi leaped up, head down, and stabbed the ground with his sword, and blood immediately gushed out. Then the senior ninja who had escaped using the earth escape technique was directly picked out by Lin Yi with a sword. Lin Yi then did the same thing, leaping to the other side a few dozen meters away, and with another sword, he killed another senior ninja. The remaining Mitsui was escaping using the earth escape technique. When he heard the screams of his 2 companions, he was terrified. Even the earth escape technique had been cracked, and he couldn't figure out what Linny was testing no matter how hard he tried. He didn't know that human body odor was something that couldn't be covered up. Even if it was covered up well, there would still be flaws. For Linny, who had a keen sense of smell, it was easy to identify the direction by smell. Hearing the rapidly approaching footsteps, Mitsui knew that he could no longer hide, and if he tried to escape he would end up like his companions. He leaped out from the ground and saw Linny rushing towards him. "Fujino, you bastard, you're the one who killed me this time." Mitsui cursed inwardly. Fujino asked him to come to China to challenge Linny, a master of ancient martial arts. Mitsui also wanted to see this battle. In his heart, Fujino was obviously more powerful overall, so he was not afraid at all. But when he saw Linny's strength at this time, he finally wavered. "Fujino-kun, why did you provoke such a monster?" Although Sanyi was frightened, facing Linny's aggressive pressure, he had no choice but to fight to the death. He instantly held the Japanese sword in front of him and prepared to chop at Linny. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared behind him. This is Shadow Clone, one of the unique skills of the Japanese ninja. 3 sharp blades slashed towards Linny. Linny even looked at the blade in the middle and on the right. The long sword in his hand stirred the Japanese sword on the left in a spiral. With a sound of metal clashing, the Japanese sword in Mitsui's hand flew out of his hand. The sharp blade pierced through his chest, and Mitsui was horrified to find his chest was stained with blood. He looked incredible. He didn't expect that Linny could actually see through his true identity. As for the other 2 clones, their sharp blades turned into nothingness when they pierced Linny's body. It turns out that these 2 shadow clones are not real objects at all, but just a trick to deceive the eyes. "How did you figure it out?" Mitsui asked before he died. He wanted to know where the flaw was in the ninjutsu that he was so proud of. This time Linny finally answered him. He had nothing to hide from the dead. "Your clone doesn't have any smell at all. It couldn't be more fake." The smell, it turned out that it was the smell that betrayed him, making his ability to escape underground, become invisible, and clone himself ineffective. But can a person's nose be so sensitive? With this question in mind, Mitsui closed his eyes forever. After killing Mitsui, Linny returned to the villa. He smelled the scent of another person in the villa. Inside the villa, the female college student whose hands and feet were tied had taken advantage of the chaos to break free from the ropes on her feet. She was about to escape from the villa when Linny appeared at the door. She thought Linny was coming to kill her, so she turned around and tried to run, but Linny was 1 step ahead of her and slashed down with his sword from top to bottom. The girl closed her eyes and found that she was not dead. Instead, the ropes tied to her hands were cut by a sword. "Don't go, there are still enemies outside," Linny said. He smelled someone coming towards this side outside. The girl was very obedient and didn't move. Linny stabbed the curtains in the villa's hall with a sword, and with a scream, a figure rolled out. It was Chuyu. As early as the beginning of the war, Chuyu hid himself when he saw the situation was not good. He thought that Linny had killed them all and would miss him, but he did not expect that he could not escape the fate of being found in the end. Chapter 130, Battle of Ninja. "Don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want," Chuyu begged. "I want your life," Linny said lightly. Chuyu suddenly got 1 step ahead of him and raised his hand with a click sound. It turned out that he had already held the gun in his hand and was just pretending to be pitiful to confuse Linny. Shooting at such a close distance, Chuyu thought Linny was definitely going to die. Unfortunately, he underestimated Linny's strength. How could a master of ancient martial arts be killed so easily? What's more, Linny, who has the title of cold-blooded killer, was on the most alert at this moment. He had already seen Chuyu's little movements, but he didn't say anything, waiting for his performance. The moment Chuyu raised his gun to shoot, Linny also took action. A sword struck the bullet, instantly splitting it in 2. Then, before Chuyu prepared for the second shot, he slashed his neck with a sword. At the same time, a voice in Japanese was heard outside, %#. Linny walked out of the villa and saw a Japanese ninja holding Mitsui's body and chattering something. This person is naturally Fujino. Fujino never expected that when he was just out to relax, 3 people and others were killed. This shocked him. "You know, there are 6 jonin here. These jonin are the elite among the elites of the Sakura tree. Each of them is well trained and can fight against 100 enemies alone. What kind of person has such strength?" Just as this thought came to his mind, Fujino felt a sense of crisis and looked up to see Linny standing 100 meters away. "Did you kill them?" Fujino asked. But he spoke in Japanese, which Linny couldn't understand. Whoosh! A hidden weapon was actually shot towards Linny. Linny was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to attack as soon as he said so, without any warning. The long sword in his hand rolled, and after a series of click sounds, the hidden weapons were knocked down by Linny. He actually shot out 5 hidden weapons at the same time, and the force was so great that it was much stronger than those Japanese ninjas before. This made Linny realize that the opponent was much stronger than the previous Japanese ninjas. The ground suddenly surged, and then a Japanese sword with the tip pointing upwards came flying towards Linny. It's the earth escape technique again. Linny retreated repeatedly, and the ground suddenly exploded. Then Fujino held the knife in both hands, flew into the air, and chopped down at Linny. The knife was so powerful that Linny had no way to avoid it. He stretched out his sword to block it, but he felt his arm go numb. With a clang sound, the long sword was actually cut off by the Japanese sword. Linny stepped back repeatedly, his face full of horror, and felt his arms go numb. The strength of the Japanese ninja in front of him was unexpectedly strong. Seeing that the long sword in Linny's hand was cut off, Fujino showed a smile, and then rushed forward, vowing to kill Linny on the spot in one go. As a ninja master, Fujino was extremely powerful and fought bravely and cautiously. Although he broke the opponent's weapon right at the start and seemed to have the upper hand, Fujino did not underestimate the enemy at all. All 6 of his own jonin were killed. The person in front of him was extremely powerful and was definitely a master of ancient martial arts. An ancient martial arts master who uses a sword, Fujino instantly thought of the ancient martial arts master who filmed a video on a certain audio platform. If it really is him, I will get what I want today. Thinking in his mind, the Japanese sword in his hand did not stop for a moment. Just as the blade brushed past Linyi's neck, he finally moved. He fell sideways like a butterfly, his whole body swaying back and forth in Fujino's sword. No matter how sharp the opponent's sword was, he could not hurt Linny at all. This move is exactly the dancing snowflakes from the Nya family's 9 Daoju. Seeing that he could not hurt Linny, Fujino launched a fierce attack and then suddenly shot out a hidden weapon. As expected of a ninja master, he attacked with a knife in one hand and a hidden weapon in the other, coordinating the 2 moves in one go. From this one move alone, we can see that Fujino has reached the state of being able to move his mind at will. After dodging Fujino's Japanese sword, Linny faced the hidden weapons that were rushing towards him. He suddenly moved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand like a magic trick. With one swing, all the hidden weapons were knocked to the ground. Fujino was shocked and didn't understand where Linyi's sword came from. He actually has a weapon? Fujino thought in shock. He didn't know that after Linny became the spokesperson for the Sword Forging Pavilion, the Sword Forging Pavilion gave him several swords for free, all of which he kept in the hidden space. Seeing Linny coming with a sword, Fujino suddenly threw out a cigarette bomb and his body disappeared instantly. Linny smiled secretly. These Japanese ninjas are really interesting. They don't have that much strength, but they like to play with fancy things. If Fujino and Linny really fight, Linny will have a headache. If he wants to assassinate by stealth, he can only follow in Mitsui's footsteps. He sniffed carefully and soon found where Fujino was hiding. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he turned around deliberately, revealing a flaw. When the opponent thought he was tricked, he suddenly turned around and stabbed Fujino's left arm with a sword. Fujino roared, pushed away Linyi's sword, turned around and ran away. Linny was chasing closely behind him. Until they chased into a river, Fujino jumped in without hesitation. Linny didn't dare to chase him anymore. These Japanese ninjas are very powerful. If they use any water-based techniques, he will be powerless to stop them. After all, water can block human body odor, so Linny loses his advantage. When we returned to the villa, a group of mysterious people were cleaning up the bodies. Park.OK was among them. To Linyi's surprise, Mou also came. Seeing Linny, Mou shouted, "I didn't expect that you were okay. I thought something happened to you. I was scared to death." Then, he suddenly looked at Linny in surprise. He always felt that Linyi's temperament was a little different. He exuded a cold aura all over his body, like a ferocious beast. This is the cold and ruthless aura that the title of Cold-Blooded Killer exudes. Ding, the title of Cold-Blooded Killer ends, and the host is rewarded with a poisonous insect. The system's voice sounded in his mind, and then Linny felt a fluctuation in the hidden space, as if something had entered. Mou was surprised again. He found that Linyi's temperament had returned to that familiar feeling. Weird. Mou said inwardly. Why is Mr. Mo worried about me getting into trouble? Linny asked. Mo smiled bitterly. The information is wrong. The ninja master has already arrived and is in the villa. I heard about it and hurriedly brought people to help. I didn't expect that you have already solved it. Linny thought to himself, so that's how it is. Fortunately, his title as a killer allowed him to remain calm in combat. If it were the inexperienced Linny, he would have probably met with an accident. From this perspective, the title of cold-blooded killer is not bad. There was a fish that slipped through the net just now. I guess it should be the ninja master you mentioned. You have already fought with him. How is he now? Mo asked. He escaped, but I injured him. After Linny finished speaking, Mo's expression changed slightly. You actually hurt him? It was just luck. Linny said modestly. In terms of strength alone, the two should be said to be evenly matched, but the invisibility techniques that the Japanese ninjas were proud of were useless in front of Linny's keen sense of smell, and instead became a burden, which allowed Linny to injure the ninja master.